Jiangcheng is truly delightful. The abundance of beautiful women is remarkable. At the exit of Jiangcheng High-Speed Rail Station, a young man with a well-proportioned physique and striking features surveyed the plaza, dragging two suitcases as he sought out one lovely lady after another. His gaze was filled with nostalgia and warmth. Each beautiful woman's glance lingered only for a few fleeting moments before they eagerly turned their attention to the next, pausing only for the exceptionally stunning among them. Every encounter is a fateful connection. Having met is akin to having conversed. Farewell, my former girlfriends, Chen Luo expressed with a tone of reluctance, before retracting his gaze. He turned to see Su Onping, a bespectacled friend who had shared the upper bunk in their dormitory during university. Jogging toward him, Su Onping was an avid reader of H. Manhua and a novelist, and he was also Chen Luo's closest confidant. Bro, you finally decided to return. Su Onping shouted excitedly as he approached. He drew near and enveloped Chen Luo in a hearty embrace, having truly missed his good friend after 2.5 years apart. Just a hug will suffice. Chen Luo muttered under his breath, aware of the curious stares from those around them. Let's go. To welcome you back, am letting you enjoy a night with my exclusive technician. Su Onping declared generously as he released Chen Luo. Am not going. I've quit. Chen Luo gently shook his head. Quit. Su Onping looked at Chen Luo in bewilderment, having assumed that after 2.5 years of teaching in a mountain village, Chen Luo would be eager to indulge upon returning to Jiangcheng. Yet, he responded with a simple quit. Indeed, Chen Luo affirmed, his tone hinting at a deeper understanding as he remarked, love rises with the wind, yet the heart's clock remains unsteady. Tonight's on me. Su Onping chuckled in response. That's not what I meant, Chen Luo said, his expression suggesting a hidden complexity. I truly have turned over a new leaf. What's going on? Su Onping paused, inquiring, could it be that after 2.5 years of teaching, you've become out of practice? The usual tricks no longer work for me, Chen Luo replied with a calm smile. This revelation left Su Onping genuinely perplexed, his mischievous eyes scrutinizing Chen Luo as if they were meeting for the very first time. Something's amiss. There's an overwhelming sense of something being off, Su Onping remarked, puzzled. The Chen Luo of yesteryears was undeniably a notorious playboy, having captured the heart of the campus belle within a month of entering university, inciting envy among the male populace. However, by the first semester of his sophomore year, he had parted ways with the campus beauty, and within 2 months, he had secretly started a liaison with their alluring counselor. During that time, Chen Luo enjoyed lavish weekend meals courtesy of the counselor, causing Su Onping to feel a twinge of jealousy, and as they approached their senior year, during his internship, this fellow even managed to charm a cinematic diva. Upon learning of this news, Su Onping spent an entire restless night. While his own failures were undeniably disheartening, the success of his brother left him with an even heavier heart. After becoming involved with the diva, Chen Luo abruptly proposed a breakup to his mentor and subsequently became the diva's young boyfriend. Upon graduation, he wasted no time moving into a grand villa, truly seizing the opportunity to be with a wealthy woman. And what happened next? Before half a year had passed, Chen Luo unexpectedly departed from Jiangcheng, leaving behind a message indicating he needed to lay low for a while. He instructed Su Onping that if anyone inquired about his whereabouts, he should feign ignorance. I could see that moment. Su Onping was utterly perplexed. Eventually, someone did come looking for him, offering $1 million for information. To be honest, he was quite tempted. After all, writing novels barely earned him a few thousand after a month of toil. However, Su Onping had no idea where Chen Luo had gone. I understand now. Is it related to that incident from 2 years ago? At this moment, he recalled events from 2.5 years prior, suddenly connecting the two occurrences. That is all in the past, Chen Luo replied casually. Su Onping's conjecture was indeed correct. His newfound honesty was closely tied to a sudden incident that had transpired 2.5 years ago while he was dating the cinematic diva. Their relationship was flourishing when a senior approached him, claiming her family was pressuring her into marriage and asking for his assistance as a pretend boyfriend. The senior was exceedingly beautiful, and Chen Luo found it hard to decline. Even if it was just holding hands or a gentle embrace, it seemed like a foolproof arrangement. Yet, who could have anticipated that once she lured him home, the pretense would turn into reality? Afterward, she sent the footage of their encounter to the cinematic diva, seemingly to instigate a breakup and elevate her own position. It was a clever maneuver, turning the tables against a seasoned player in romance. However, an unexpected turn of events ensued. The diva, upon viewing the footage, was incensed and lured Chen Luo to a hotel in the outskirts that very night, imprisoning him in a room doused in gasoline, intending to burn him alive in that life and death moment. Chen Luo summoned his courage, leaping from the balcony to the one below, narrowly escaping with his life, and immediately boarded a train out of Jiangcheng. That night, he resolutely vowed never to entangle himself with women again. Then let us go, I'll drive you back to the Linjiang courtyard. Su Onping refrained from further questioning Chen Luo, rolling his suitcase out of the square. He placed the luggage in the trunk and set off with Chen Luo. After over an hour of driving, Su Onping arrived at the Linjiang courtyard. Before him stood a splendidly constructed villa by the river, complete with a beautifully landscaped lawn. Brother Luo, is this house 500 a month? Su Onping was instantly taken aback by the sight before him. Indeed, Chen Luo exclaimed with a look of someone who had stumbled upon a remarkable bargain. What a steal, right? I paid 3 years' rent all at once, using every penny of my meager teaching stipend. He was renting a riverside courtyard, comprising a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a super luxurious balconian abode that one would be hard-pressed to find a second of in. Jiangcheng, why do all the good fortune seem to favor you? Su Onping lamented, visibly frustrated. Perhaps it's because of my striking good looks, Chen Luo replied as he alighted from the vehicle, grasping a suitcase, and made his way into the courtyard, ascending the stairs to the second floor, with Su Onping following. Closely behind, carrying another suitcase. Upon reaching the upper level, they were greeted by an expansive balcony that mirrored the charm of their courtyard. At that moment, their neighboring resident, a stunning woman, was reclining on a chair in the shade of the balcony, perusing a fashion magazine. She wore a crisp white shirt paired with ultra-short black shorts, revealing her exquisite legs and bare feet. Both Chen Luo and Su Onping's attention was drawn towards her simultaneously. What lovely legs, Su Onping remarked. Wait, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Chen Luo found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of her delicate legs and feet, a strange sensation blossoming within him as he noticed the striking resemblance to his first love. Meanwhile, the woman on the chair, Gu Qing, noticed their gaze and set down her magazine, turning to face them. In an instant, surprise flashed across Chen Luo's eyes. This enchanting lady was indeed his first girlfriend, the campus belle from his university days, Gu Qing. It's been a while, Gu Qing. He managed to greet her with a wry smile. After his greeting, Gu Qing's expression mirrored his astonishment. After a few moments of stunned silence, she finally inquired with a tone of disbelief, You live here too, Chen Luo? What does she mean by too? Could it be that she also resides in the riverside courtyard? Chen Luo recalled that on the day Su Onping viewed the property, the landlord mentioned that a beauty lived next door. Was this captivating woman the one he referred to? Indeed, Gu Qing was undeniably beautiful. No, she was the epitome of a celestial beauty. She had been crowned the campus queen upon her arrival at Jiangcheng University, possessing flawless looks, a perfect figure, and an enchanting demeanor. It was as if when the goddess NWA created humanity, she meticulously sculpted Gu Qing with delicate tools, while the rest of them were mere clay dolls molded haphazardly. Yes, I just moved in, Chen Luo replied, steadying his emotions. He then dragged his suitcase into his room, the first action taken being to firmly shut the door behind him. Once inside, he sat on the sofa, wearing a serious expression as he contemplated for a considerable time, eventually arriving at a resolute conclusion. With unwavering conviction, he declared, As long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness is hers. Well said. Su Onping, upon hearing this, rose with a smile and said, Luo Gu, I have matters to attend to. I shall treat you to a late-night snack this evening. Having uttered these words, Su Onping exited the room, left the courtyard, and sped away in his car. Truly unreliable, Chen Luo remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He then began to tidy up his room, however. There was little to organize, as it appeared as though it had been newly furnished, with an array of complete furniture. Aside from a slight layer of dust, there were hardly any signs of previous habitation. Tea first. Chen Luo suspected that the landlord was running a dubious operation. When he visited the property, Su Onping had even tested for formaldehyde, and the results showed that the house was entirely sound. In fact, Many of the furnishings were high-end brands. Thus, even though his neighbor was his ex-girlfriend, Chen Luo steeled himself to reside there, for the house was truly remarkable. Of course, the nature of the ex-girlfriend mattered. If it were that tempestuous film diva, Chen Luo would likely be in Su Anping's car, fleeing alongside him. That tempestuous one that I heard she recently went abroad to film Jiang City should be safe for now. During his years of teaching, Chen Luo frequently kept tabs on that tempestuous one via his phone, and upon learning that she had been invited to film overseas, he finally mustered the courage to return to Jiang City. If he were to rate his 4 ex-girlfriends, that tempestuous one would undoubtedly be an S. I shall not dwell on that any longer. In the past, I had no choice. Now, I aspire to be a good person. Chen Luo consoled himself. Once he had tidied up the room, he extracted the contents of his 2 large suitcases, placing his clothes in the wardrobe, toiletries in the bathroom, and fitness equipment in the living room. That he also set his basketball in the living room. During this return to Jiang City, Chen Luo intended to seek a position as a basketball coach, teaching children the sport to earn a modest living sufficient to sustain himself in Jiang City. After all, Chen Luo had grown up in an orphanage. With no family nearby, he bore no burden of supporting parents, allowing him to prioritize a relaxed lifestyle. Moreover, he had a profound love for basketball. Although he had studied fine arts in college and taught art and language during his teaching tenure, his true passion remained basketball. Having settled his belongings, Chen Luo reclined leisurely on the sofa, arms outstretched as he gazed at his pristine new home, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. At that moment, a notification chimed, indicating that his phone was at 20 battery. He promptly retrieved his charger, plugged it into the socket, and connected it to his phone. However, the screen displayed that it was not charging. Chen Luo paused in surprise, pulled the charger out, and tried again, but the phone still refused to charge. Thus, he disconnected the charger and attempted another socket. Yet, it proved futile once more. What is going on? Is there a power outage? Chen Luo pondered, rising to test the light switch in his room, only to discover that his home truly lacked electricity. After a few moments of contemplation, he naturally recalled his neighbor, Gu Qing. Surely, it would be harmless to inquire about the power situation, especially since their breakup had been amicable. With this in mind, Chen Luo engaged in a bit of mental preparation before stepping out onto the balcony. There lay Gu Qing, reclining in a chair, engrossed in a magazine, her legs undeniably attractive. Reflecting on their past relationship, he felt a twinge of regret over their separation. Yet, if given the chance to relive it, he would still choose to part ways with Gu Qing. Initially, their relationship had flourished, and Chen Luo had envisioned a future where they transitioned from campus life to marriage. Alas, reality intervened. Gu Qing's parents had inadvertently discovered a romantic involvement. Subsequently, she confided in them about Chen Luo, and upon learning of his orphan status, they insisted that he move in with them, with any future children bearing Gu's surname. Their wedding would require 2 strangers to portray his parents. Chen Luo had declined. Reluctant to let go, Gu Qing had foolishly proposed having children, believing that a burgeoning pregnancy might soften her parents' stance. He recalled that fateful night, when torrential rain poured down, as he watched the deluge, pondering that if he could glimpse the moon amidst the stormy night, he would wholeheartedly embrace Gu Qing's wishes. However, the rain persisted throughout the night, obscuring any sight of the moon. The darkness was overwhelming, the clouds dense much like the future he envisioned with Gu Qing, devoid of hope. With the dawn of a new day, Chen Luo ultimately uttered the words that would alter everything. Let's break up. Gu Qing, why is there no electricity in my room? Chen Luo inquired. Gu Qing glanced up from her magazine, noting that even after 2.5 years, he still possessed his handsome allure tall, with a well-proportioned physique and a strikingly youthful face, exuding an air of vitality post-graduation. There's road construction nearby. The power won't return until evening, she replied, tilting her head toward the balcony. Following her gaze, Chen Luo then noticed the construction occurring not far from the small courtyard. Does that mean your home is without power as well? He paused to ask. This entire area is without power, Gu Qing stated, setting her magazine aside and sitting up. Would you like to join me for a meal across the street? Having a companion allows us to order more dishes. That sounds good, Chen Luo considered before responding. He regarded it merely as a casual meal with a neighbor. They descended the stairs, crossed the street, and arrived at a large shopping center. Near the mall, there was a stir-fry restaurant that Ji Yuqing seemed well acquainted with the route, indicating that she frequented this establishment. They stepped into the restaurant. At the front desk, the proprietress addressed Gu Qing, saying, "I would like 1 serving of minced eggplant, 1 portion of braised beef brisket. Without coriander, in a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, certainly." After jotting down the order, the proprietress glanced playfully at Chen Luo, who stood behind Gu Qing, and inquired, "Is this your boyfriend?" "That's in the past." Gu Qing turned to Chen Luo and replied, "Oh, please take a seat." The proprietress momentarily hesitated before responding. Her face wore a knowing smile, suggesting an unspoken understanding. It is often said that couples who have parted ways cannot remain friends yet, if they can still maintain a friendship after a breakup. It implies lingering feelings remain. Chapter 3. First love. On the left, advisor on the right. Upon entering the restaurant, the two sat across from each other at a table, and before long, 3 dishes were served. "Let us eat," Gu Qing suggested, deftly retrieving 2 pairs of chopsticks from the holder and handing 1 pair to Chen Luo. Her movements as fluid as those of a long-married couple. Chen Luo momentarily drifted into a reverie, as if he had rediscovered the sensations of their past romance. Indeed, had Chen Luo truly contemplated spending his life with someone, it would undoubtedly have been with his first love, Gu Qing, though fate had ultimately led them astray. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Qing inquired, noticing Chen Luo's distraction. "Nothing," he replied dismissively, before taking the chopsticks and indulging in the meal. Braised beef brisket without cilantro remained his favorite. Had Gu Qing truly remembered after 5 years? Alas, all was now a thing of the past. Chen Luo ate in silence, while Gu Qing, as she had stated earlier, merely sought a dining companion and refrained from engaging in conversation throughout the meal. Upon finishing lunch, they approached the front desk to settle the bill. Gu Qing activated the payment app and asked the proprietress, "How much is it?" 74 yuan. The proprietress replied with a smile. Gu Qing then scanned her app to pay 78 yuan, retrieved 2 bottles of Bao from the refrigerator, handed 1 to Chen Luo, and exited the restaurant. As they made their way to the roadside, Gu Qing spoke, "Add me on the app and transfer the meal cost." Chen Luo, a bit brazen, retorted, "I thought you were treating me." "You wish." Gu Qing replied with a hint of coldness, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Chen Luo chuckled softly and promptly took out his phone to add Gu Qing on the app. When Chen Luo had fled Jiangcheng, he had feared that his volatile ex-girlfriend might track him down, compelling him to erase all his contacts. Over a year later, he had only dared to re-add his close friend Su Wanping. After adding Gu Qing as a friend, Chen Luo quickly transferred 39 yuan to her, and then both headed toward the small courtyard across the street. Upon crossing the road, they returned to the courtyard and descended to their respective rooms. Throughout this time, not a word was exchanged between them. Their presence was reminiscent of familiar strangers. Strangely enough, the first action upon returning to their rooms was to close the doors simultaneously, as if choreographed. From a distance, it appeared that both had shut their doors at nearly the same moment, remarkably synchronized. Once back in his room, Chen Luo proceeded directly to his bedroom, a nearly 20 square meter space adorned with a double bed and a computer desk by the window. The window featured an extended design, housing a potted cactus and another pot of succulents. At this moment, Chen Luo, in an unexpected turn of events, found himself at the window, peering out to the left, only to catch sight of Gu Qing's head, which was also protruding from the window, glancing to the right. The two tilted their heads, their gazes colliding in a manner neither had anticipated. Moments later, Gu Qing averted her eyes, quickly feigning interest in the scene below before retracting her head back inside, her demeanor turning frantic. She pressed her back against the wall, exuding an air of guilt akin to that of a thief. "Oh no, did he just see me?" Gu Qing clenched her teeth, feeling as though she had committed an utterly embarrassing act. "What should I do? He can't possibly think I still harbor feelings for him. Can he? How could I ever like that kind of guy again? I am no longer that naive girl from years ago." After a moment of self-reassurance, Gu Qing's emotions stabilized significantly. Meanwhile, in Chen Luo's room, he appeared remarkably unfazed. After all, compared to that tempestuous film queen, Gu Qing was but a mere ripple on the surface of his calm waters. During their 1.5 years of courting, Chen Luo recalled that her most irate moment had been when she had remained silent for half a day. Ultimately, he had managed to placate her with a bag of strawberry-flavored gummies. Reflecting on it now, he chuckled at how easily she could be soothed. Once he settled onto his bed, Chen Luo wrapped himself in a blanket and succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, it was early September, and the weather in Jiangcheng was particularly cool. rendering the power outage bearable. Had it been summer, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, it would have been unbearable. After a restful nap, Chen Luo awoke around 4 in the afternoon. He engaged in a brief exercise routine, performing 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. After completing his workout, a light sheen of perspiration adorned his body, yet gazing at his sculpted abdomen, he felt that his efforts were indeed rewarded. After refreshing himself, he settled in the living room to indulge in some leisure time on his phone, browsing through videos of beautiful women on Douyin, only to find the quality rather inconsistent, replete with numerous special effects enhancing their legs. He couldn't help but think that his first girlfriend's legs were undeniably more appealing. Curiosity piqued. Chen Luo opened the green bubble and ventured into Gu Qing's moments to see what she had shared. Upon entering her profile, it remained unchanged, devoid of any photos showcasing her figure, instead filled with her various daily activities: cooking, shopping, sipping milk tea, buying clothes, visiting amusement parks, playing claw machines, hiking, and bungee jumping, among others. To Chen Luo's astonishment, she had even dared to go bungee jumping. He scrutinized a post from 5 years prior, featuring a photo of her suspended over a valley, bound by elastic cords. "How should I bid you farewell?" The caption read, striking a chord within him. Chen Luo glanced at the time. On the very day marking the 100th anniversary of their breakup, despite the passage of 5 years. Chen Luo vividly remembered the day he parted ways with Gu Qing. Why was he reminiscing about this? He let out a gentle sigh. As he opened his phone to arrange dinner with Su Onping, the latter sent him a flurry of emoticons, all expressing shock, astonishment, and panic. What on earth is happening? Chen Luo inquired, perplexed. "Brother Luo, I've just uncovered something extraordinary." Su Onping replied. "What a fuss. At 24. Can you not learn to handle situations with a bit more composure and maturity?" Chen Luo responded with an air of gravity. "This pertains to you," Su Onping continued. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. "Come outside," Su Onping said. "I've already parked downstairs." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo slipped on his shoes and descended to the ground floor, taking a seat in the passenger seat of Su Onping's Buick, his expression one of confusion. "What is it? Do you still remember our university advisor, Meng Yu?" Su Onping asked. Of course, Chen Luo nodded. "What about her?" She was not only their advisor but also Chen Luo's mentor, a refuge during his times of despair, a gentle haven he cherished. "It seems she lives around here," Su Onping stated, pulling out his phone to open Meng Yu's social media post. Taking the phone, Chen Luo saw a photograph of a potted cactus on her balcony. Then, he leaned out from the passenger seat to gaze at the balcony of the neighbor on the second floor, spotting a cactus identical to the one in the photo. "Wow. Incredible!" Chen Luo exclaimed, momentarily speechless. Chapter 4. Back when they said they could still be friends after the breakup, what do you want? Su Onping asked with a mischievous grin. "Old Su, how can you still find this amusing?" Chen Luo regarded Su Onping's expression of delight in the unfolding drama, his tone turning serious as he warned. "Do you believe I would report your writing? Please, don't. I was wrong." Su Onping quickly backpedaled, offering an apologetic smile. Chen Luo remained silent, his demeanor growing somber. He could manage one ex-girlfriend, but two posed a significant challenge. Although Meng Yu's threat level was not particularly high, being caught between one on the left and one on the right was a precarious position. This was an ominous sign. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo exited the passenger seat and cast his gaze towards the square across the street, recalling a barbecue restaurant next to the stir-fry place where he had dined at noon. Suddenly, he felt a craving for barbecue. "Old Su, let us go have barbecue," Chen Luo declared, leading the way across the street. Su Onping hesitated for a moment before quickly getting out of the car and hastily following in Chen Luo's footsteps. Two individuals arrived at a barbecue restaurant, ready to indulge in a feast. "Tonight, it's my treat, Luo. Eat to your heart's content," Su Onping declared. "Then I shall feast upon you," Chen Luo responded with a chuckle. As they gathered an array of meat skewers, Chen Luo collected over 20, then shifted to the vegetable section, filling his basket with cabbage, leeks, mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, eggplant, and chili peppers, until it brimmed with produce. At the register, the total came to 216 yuan. After settling at a table near the entrance, Su Onping lamented, "I think I've gone bankrupt after this meal." "Bankrupt, my foot," Chen Luo scoffed, cracking open a bottle of beer and taking a few swigs. "I don't see you lamenting when you spend money on those women." "What do you know?" Su Onping retorted, his expression self-righteous. "A gambling father, ailing mother, a brother in school, and a shattered relationship. I'm merely supporting the nation's poverty alleviation efforts by helping a struggling young lady. Am I in the wrong? You should save that rhyme for the police. My friend, Chen Luo laughed. Now, let us raise our glasses for a toast. Cheers. Su Wanping lifted his glass and clinked it with Chen Luo's before downing an entire cup in one go, just as the waiter brought out the skewers. They began to feast, their satisfaction evident. Naturally, when drinking with Su Wanping, the conversation inevitably turned to beautiful women. At that moment, Su Wanping, reclining in his chair with a skewer of grilled leeks in hand, spotted a striking woman approaching. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he whispered, Luo, look over there. What do you think her measurements are? Chen Luo followed Su Wanping's gaze to a stunning woman, approximately 170 centimeters tall. Clad in a form-fitting black skirt and a white work shirt, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, accentuated by a pair of high heels as she walked gracefully toward them. Teacher Ming's figure is quite impressive, Chen Luo remarked with a smile. Su Wanping, engrossed in his observation, was about to voice his guess when his gaze shifted from her figure to her face, and his pupils widened in shock. Lowering his voice, he exclaimed, Luo, that seems to be our instructor, Mengyu. What did you say? Just as Chen Luo took a swig of beer, he choked on the revelation and coughed. By the time he regained his composure and looked up, the woman had reached their table. It became clear that the captivating figure Su Wanping had pointed out was indeed their university instructor, Mengyu. What a coincidence, Mengyu said, her tone devoid of any emotion as she stood before them, one hand gripping a black handbag and the other holding her black blazer. Her high heels firmly planted on the ground. As he gazed upward along her legs, a sense of superiority washed over him, particularly due to her large, expressive eyes that exuded an indescribable aura of authority. Chen Luo managed a bittersweet smile. How swiftly time passes. He had anticipated a reunion in the courtyard, where he could retreat to his room afterward. Instead, he encountered Mengyu even during a barbecue. Where could he possibly hide now? How fortuitous, indeed, Meng Laosher. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Mengyu offered no response. Instead, she abruptly pulled out a bench and settled herself beside him, calmly inquiring, Mind if we share a table? Not at all, Chen Luo shook his head in reply. Her question was rather pointed. What could he possibly say now that she had taken her seat? At that moment, Suan leisurely stood up and said, Oh, I just remembered I haven't written my novel today. Missing updates is a cardinal sin for authors. I'll head back to write now. Enjoy your meal. Meng Laosher, and you too. With that, Suan swiftly departed, while Chen Luo remained seated in silence, for they had become neighbors. And since evasion was no longer an option, he might as well confront the situation with composure. After pouring herself a glass of beer, Mengyu asked, Where have you been? I went to the mountain village to teach, Chen Luo replied. Teaching? A flicker of surprise crossed Mengyu's face as she remarked, You would actually go to teach? As she filled her glass once more, she gulped it down in one go, her tone taking on a hint of melancholy. So this is the reason you deleted me? We agreed to part amicably and remain friends, yet you vanished without a word. Mengyu looked at Chen Luo, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. I had my reasons, Chen Luo stated calmly. What reasons? Mengyu pressed. Chen Luo remained silent, continuing to savor the barbecue. Surely, he couldn't divulge that he had a volatile ex-girlfriend who might ignite chaos in his life. Mengyu ceased her inquiries, instead burying her head in her drinks, consuming 2 or 3 bottles in mere minutes before becoming intoxicated and resting her head on the table. She mumbled, Chen Luo, you said we could remain friends after breaking up, yet you deleted me and cut off all contact for 3 years. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? Hearing Mengyu's half-drunken lament, Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words. In that urgent moment, he had been unable to explain himself. Meng Laosher, you're drunk. Let me help you back, Chen Luo said gently. Scoundrel, don't touch me. Mengyu slurred, reclining on the chair and lightly pushing away his hand. Chen Luo managed a bittersweet smile, resigned to sit quietly and finish the remaining barbecue. After a while, Mengyu, inebriated, staggered over and said, Luo, could you assist me in returning home? Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words, pondering the capricious nature of women. Chapter 5. Teacher Ming's intoxication. After finishing the skewers, Chen Luo glanced at Mengyu, who lay languidly across a chair, her upper body clad in a form-fitting white shirt, while her lower half was adorned in a black, waist-hugging pencil skirt that accentuated her slender waist. This attire revealed her gracefully rounded legs, a delicate yet alluring figure. It must be noted that a woman dressed in such a manner, especially while under the influence of alcohol, faces significant peril when traversing the night. Even though Mengyu was no longer merely a girl, she had transformed into a mature woman. However, her mature and captivating visage wielded a greater allure than many youthful maidens, particularly with her generous bosom that beckoned many a man to seek solace in her embrace. Should she encounter ill-intentioned individuals? "Teacher Ming, it's time to go home," Chen Luo called out, gripping her arm and laboriously aiding her from the chair. Instantly, Meng Yu leaned against him, her body almost toppling forward into his arms. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo sensed an unprecedented weight upon him. Fortunately, his years of dedication to fitness had not been in vain. His robust physique quickly stabilized Meng Yu, who felt utterly soft and pliable in his grasp. As he held her slender waist, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of their past. Although Meng Yu was not the most stunning among his former girlfriends, she undoubtedly possessed the most striking presence. Furthermore, she had been his mentor, guiding him from boyhood into manhood. Meng Yu embodied the archetype of a woman who appeared cold, yet held a fervent warmth within. Upon her graduation, she had joined Jiang University as a counselor for the Fine Arts Department, instantly becoming renowned as the most beautiful instructor on campus due to her stunning figure and composed demeanor. Chen Luo's class was fortunate enough to be assigned to her. From that moment, countless single male teachers attempted to win her affection, frequently leaving small gifts on her desk. Even bolder male students pursued her attentions. By their second year, Teacher Ming taught a course for their class. Whispers among upperclassmen suggested that the course was quite lenient, with about 30% of students typically skipping classes. However, that semester, not a single male student from their class missed a session, and students from other departments actively sought out her lectures. At times, it became so exaggerated that there were no seats left for Chen Luo's class. However, amidst such an onslaught as fierce as a tempest, there were young and talented teachers, affluent scions of wealthy families, and robust athletes of dark complexion, an array of diverse types. Yet, not a single one ever caught Meng Yu's discerning eye. In other words, the multitude vying for her affection could stretch from her desk to the gates of Jiang University. All met with her unwavering rejection, executed with chilling indifference. Consequently, Meng Yu acquired a new epithet, the iceberg instructor of Jiang University. At that time, Chen Luo deemed this title remarkably fitting, as the term iceberg encapsulated her demeanor and accentuated Ming's physical attributes. There was no other reason, it was simply her nature. However, despite their longing, these suitors could only indulge in fleeting glances. Countless boys speculated in hushed tones that Meng Yu had experienced a first love that left her wounded during her university days, thus rendering her entirely disinterested in men. This rumor spread without contest from her, and as it circulated, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and so forth. Eventually, the entire campus was aware of it. Gradually, no males pursued her further. It was only later that Chen Luo discovered this was but a fabrication. Meng Yu was, in fact, a proper lady. Out of curiosity, Chen Luo once inquired why she did not clarify the matter. Meng Yu replied, "People tend to believe only in what aligns with their perceptions. A beautiful woman without a boyfriend and possessing a cold demeanor seems to bear an inherent guilt, inciting jealousy among those who cannot possess her, prompting them to speak ill of her character." In essence, it was the age-old adage, beauty brings trouble. The journey back to the small courtyard from the barbecue shop near the square spanned roughly 300 to 400 meters, yet each step felt laborious for Chen Luo. This was due to Meng Yu, who, inebriated, could barely walk, her shapely legs rendered weak, especially in high heels that compromised her balance. With every step, Chen Luo had to guard against being toppled by her while ensuring they maintained a straight path. Fortunately, Chen Luo was a muscular man. Any other might have faltered. After a good 10 minutes, he finally managed to assist Meng Yu back to the courtyard. As the courtyard had a curfew, Chen Luo scanned his face to unlock the gate and then helped Meng Yu ascend the stairs step by step. The high heel she wore echoed sharply with each movement. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, lounging on the sofa with her phone, immediately noticed the distinct sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Recognizing it diverged from the usual rhythmic stride of Meng Yu. Curiosity piqued, Gu Qing rose, donned her slippers, and approached the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to peer around the corner. Though her house was quite distant, the view allowed her to see the corner of the upstairs balcony. A design that was remarkably ingenious, as if meticulously crafted by a skilled designer. Before long, Gu Qing noticed Meng Yu being assisted upstairs by Chen Luo. Illuminated by the warm yellow light of the motion-activated lamp at the balcony corner, she clearly recognized Chen Luo and Meng Yu. Observing Chen Luo's arm around Meng Yu's waist, the intimacy between the two rendered Gu Qing momentarily speechless, her eyes visibly brimming with a sense of disappointment. She turned around, furiously seating herself back on the sofa, resembling a statue in a daze. For reasons unknown, a wave of emptiness surged within her heart. Subsequently, Gu Qing glanced at the rabbit plushie on the sofa, its adorable smile inciting further irritation within her. "You wicked rabbit, are you mocking me as well? I'll take you down," Gu Qing exclaimed, seizing the plush toy she once held dear, and unleashed a flurry of imaginary punches until exhaustion set in, collapsing onto the sofa, panting. The rise and fall of her chest was quite pronounced. "I give up. Why am I angry over a scoundrel? I certainly won't fall for him again. After all, he was the one who initiated the breakup. I don't care who he is with now," Gu Qing muttered to herself softly. After uttering these words, she cuddled the rabbit plushie and retreated to her room to sleep. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, aiding Teacher Meng, had just reached her doorstep when he attempted to retrieve the keys from her bag, only to be taken aback as the door swung open, revealing a small boy. Chen Luo was momentarily stunned. How could there be a little boy in Teacher Meng's home? Had she become a mother? The child bore a slight resemblance to him. Chapter 6. A child at Ming Yu's home staring at the little boy before him. Chen Luo's mind momentarily froze. Could this child possibly be Ming Yu's and his? Considering the timeline, it was entirely plausible. If he calculated correctly, he and Ming Yu had parted amicably during their 4th year, which meant approximately 3.5 years had passed, and this boy appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old. The resemblance was indeed striking. "Little one, please step aside," Chen Luo said with a smile. The boy, noticing Chen Luo supporting Ming Yu at the door, stood there gazing at them, his innocent face clearly showing signs of shyness. Upon hearing Chen Luo's request, he sidestepped, allowing them entrance. Subsequently, Chen Luo assisted Ming Yu into the house, awkwardly turning to close the door behind them, then inquired of the boy, "Which room is hers?" The boy pointed to the left side of the house. Chen Luo then helped Ming Yu into the left bedroom. After fumbling a bit, he finally found the switch for the bedroom light and turned it on. Upon entering the sanctuary of Teacher Meng's bedroom, one is greeted by the sight of a pristine and orderly double bed, adorned with a warm, golden-hued blanket, and topped with pure white pillows. Adjacent to the window stands a meticulously organized desk, upon which a plethora of documents and her daily-use laptop are neatly stacked. This reflects Ming Yu's unwavering style. She approaches her work with utmost rigor while maintaining a casual demeanor towards life. For instance, at this moment, a few articles of her intimate apparel lay carelessly strewn across the bed, a seductive pair of violet lace panties and an oversized pink and white bra. Truly, nothing has changed. Chen Luo let out a gentle sigh before gently laying the heavy yet soft Ming Yu upon the bed, the plush springs bouncing in response to her weight, causing her body to rhythmically bounce as well. Chen Luo's gaze wandered briefly. One cannot deny that Teacher Meng, in her inebriated state, exudes a captivating allure while sprawled on the bed, far surpassing the charm she possesses when awake and alert. The flush of wine on her mature visage rendered her even more enticing, particularly when clad in attire that would be difficult for any ordinary man to resist. Nonetheless, Chen Luo managed to maintain his composure, having seen it all before. After a few glances, he averted his eyes. Next, he approached the foot of the bed to assist Teacher Meng in removing her shoes. The high heels proved relatively easy to remove, and with a couple of deft motions, he slipped them off, revealing her delicate, unblemished feet, illuminated by the room's light. There was not a trace of excess flesh, pure and flawless. However, Chen Luo did not harbor any particular fondness for feet. He merely appreciated their beauty in passing. Subsequently, he placed the high heels on the shoe rack at the foot of the bed and glanced at the intimate garments carelessly tossed atop the bedding. Noticing one was crushed beneath her, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against tidying up her clothes, recognizing their recent separation. Such private items were best left untouched. Then, as he approached the bedside to cover Ming Yu with the blanket, preparing to exit the room, he was suddenly met with her soft murmurs. "Chen Luo, why did you delete me? We agreed to be friends. You're a scoundrel for not keeping your promise." Chen Luo stood silently, at a loss for words. After a brief moment, he retrieved Ming Yu's phone from her bag, unlocking the screen to reveal the passcode. After a few seconds of contemplation, he entered the 4 digits 1227, successfully accessing her device, only to find that the wallpaper featured a photograph of the two of them, a cherished memory taken on the night of her 20th birthday. With Ming Yu's arms wrapped around him, her face nestled close to his ear, Chen Luo stared vacantly for a few seconds before opening the green bubble from Teacher Meng. He then retrieved his own phone and scanned to add Teacher Meng as a friend. Once the addition was successful, he placed Ming Yu's phone on her bedside table and Taking a nearby charger, plugged it into charge. After turning off the lights, he exited Meng Yu's bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. As he stepped out, he noticed that the light was on in a nearby room, and the door was slightly ajar, leaving a narrow gap. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, deciding to inquire. Otherwise, he feared he would not sleep well that night. He proceeded into the young boy's room, where the child was playing on his phone in bed. Upon seeing Chen Luo enter, he slowly lifted his gaze, his expression tinged with a hint of nervousness. "Don't be anxious, little one. I am a friend of Teacher Meng." Chen Luo reassured him, striving to embody the persona of a gentle older brother. Chen Luo was quite adept at this. Having spent 2.5 years teaching in a rural village, where he taught elementary school students of varying ages, the youngest being about 4 or 5 years old. Similar to the boy before him, the boy remained silent, yet the tension in his eyes gradually diminished. Chen Luo sat down beside the bed and smiled, asking, "What is your name?" "My name is Duo Duo," the boy replied in a tender voice. "And your full name?" Chen Luo inquired again. "My full name is Chen Duo," the boy responded after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo felt a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed unlikely that this child was his and Meng Yu's. "What is your relationship with Teacher Meng?" Chen Luo asked to clarify. "Aunt Meng is a friend of my mother," Duo Duo answered, then quietly asked, "Brother, are you Aunt Meng's boyfriend?" "You know what a boyfriend is?" Chen Luo replied, somewhat surprised. "Yes," Duo Duo nodded, explaining, "some of the kids in my class are dating." "Is that so?" Chen Luo's face registered astonishment. He then said to Duo Duo, "I should head back now. You shouldn't play on your phone so late. It's time for bed." "I can't sleep." Duo Duo shook his head, adding, "And Meng hasn't told me a story today." Chen Luo was at a loss for words. Given Meng Yu's current state, she was unlikely to tell him a story tonight. "May I tell you a story?" Chen Luo asked after a moment of contemplation. "That would be fine." Duo Duo nodded obediently. Soon after, Duo Duo lay down in bed, and Chen Luo turned off the bedroom light, sitting beside the writing desk, using the lamp's glow to narrate the tale. Today, we will share the story of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Once upon a time, in a snow-covered forest. After finishing the story of Snow White, Duo Duo had drifted off to sleep. Chen Luo gently placed the book back on the writing desk, then exited the bedroom. Closing the door behind him, he walked out of the living room and returned home, taking a shower before heading to bed. Tomorrow, upon awakening, he would need to seek employment. Chapter 7. Basketball coach. The following morning at 6:30, Meng Yu's phone alarm rang as usual. The melody of "Loving You Is My Fault" lingered by her pillow for over 2 minutes, until Meng Yu finally silenced it just before it concluded. Next, she drowsily opened her eyes, sitting up in bed for several seconds, feeling her mind clouded and unable to recall anything from the previous night. The only memory that surfaced was her encounter with Chen Luo, followed by an excessive amount of alcohol consumed. She had never drunk so much before. Did he help me return? A doubt arose in Meng Yu's mind as she got up, slipped on her shoes, and walked to the bathroom, where she inquired of Dodo, who was brushing her teeth. "Dodo, did I come back on my own last night after getting drunk?" "No." Dodo shook her head. "A big brother helped you back. He was very nice and even told me a bedtime story." Mentioning Chen Luo, a warm and affectionate smile spread across Dodo's face. "Is that so?" Meng Yu's expression became somewhat dazed, a peculiar feeling swelling within her. Chen Luo brought her home after she had been inebriated. Did that imply he still held her in his thoughts? They had agreed to part ways amicably, to remain friends. Meng Yu believed her expectations were modest. Chen Luo had expressed a desire to pursue a better future, and she willingly let him go with blessings. Yet, why did he delete her? All she wanted was to quietly remain in his green bubble list, observing his daily life through his posts. But even that simple request was beyond his reach. What a scoundrel. Enough. Dwelling on him would only deepen her sorrow. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Meng Yu regained her focus, stepped into the bathroom to freshen up, and after completing her routine, returned to her bedroom. She applied a light makeup and donned a professional outfit before heading out with Dodo. They went to a breakfast shop in the mall across the street, enjoying a meal together. Once finished, she scanned to pay. And it was then that Meng Yu noticed a new addition to her green bubble chat list, a friend request from "I Want to Be a Good Person." Chen Luo. The simplicity of the two characters stirred her heartstrings once more. When did this guy add me? Did I perhaps reach out to him while I was intoxicated last night? Surely not. Meng Yu decisively clicked on Chen Luo's profile, intending to delete him as a friend. However, just before pressing the final confirmation button, her finger hesitated in midair, lingering without descending. For 3 years, Meng Yu had immersed herself in relentless work, keeping herself so busy that she had no time to ponder Chen Luo. She had thought she had moved on from him. However, at that moment, Mengyu realized that she seemed unable to manage it. Meng, I'm going to be late for school, Duo lamented helplessly at the entrance of the breakfast shop, tugging at Mengyu's arm. Duo's voice snapped the distracted Mengyu back to reality, prompting her to glance at her phone and discover that it was already 7:16. Let's go, Mengyu exclaimed. And then she took Duo's hand and walked to the roadside, hailing a taxi to take Duo to Blue Sky Primary School. Shortly after 9 in the morning, Chen Luo awoke from a leisurely slumber, spending over half an hour scrolling through Douyin in bed before lazily rising to wash up. He changed into a set of sportswear, preparing to head downstairs for breakfast. However, as he reached the ground floor, a voice called out from the second-floor balcony, "Are you going to have breakfast?" "Yes," Chen Luo replied, turning to see Gu Qing, whose face was filled with resentment, especially highlighted by her dark circles, suggesting she had not slept well the previous night. "Bring me a steamer of soup dumplings, a fried dough stick, a boiled egg, and a cup of soy milk." "Do you have any transportation fare?" Chen Luo asked. "Are you going to charge me for transportation fare?" Gu Qing replied, exasperated. "After all, I am your first love. There is no such thing as a free lunch." Chen Luo retorted nonchalantly. Similarly, there are no free breakfasts. This sentiment struck a familiar chord with Gu Qing. She recalled that on the day Chen Luo arrived, she had asked him to pay for lunch after they had eaten, but at that time, her intent was merely to borrow money. Not out of any desire for the few dozen yuan. "I'll give you 10 yuan for transportation fare," Gu Qing finally conceded, feeling somewhat resigned. She genuinely did not wish to fetch breakfast, having had a restless night, contemplating how Chen Luo had assisted Mengyu back home. She had later peeked from the window and even timed it. It took Chen Luo precisely 19 minutes and 32 seconds to emerge from Mengyu's residence, a duration during which he could have accomplished many things. Throughout the previous night, Gu Qing had been mulling over what Chen Luo might have done in those 20 minutes. Especially considering Mengyu's inebriated state. Lost in thought, she had unknowingly found herself unable to sleep. "Deal." Chen Luo agreed readily, then crossed the street, where he had noticed a breakfast shop. A few minutes later, he successfully procured the breakfast that Gu Qing had requested, while he himself bought 2 fried dough sticks, a boiled egg, and a cup of soy milk, spending 8 yuan and retaining 2. Quite satisfactory, Chen Luo mused, finding the transaction worthwhile. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Luo handed Gu Qing her breakfast, after which she retreated to her home to eat, while he also returned to his own abode for breakfast. Having quickly finished his meal, Chen Luo grabbed his resume and set out in search of employment, making his way to the shopping plaza across the street, where he began a thorough search of the vicinity. It would be best if it were nearby, allowing him to forego driving and making his daily commute exceedingly convenient. However, after an exhaustive search, none were found. In desperation, Chen Luo began to seek employment and unexpectedly discovered a training institution in the vicinity, the Morning Light Basketball Training Program, which sought a children's basketball coach for merely 2 hours a day, offering a monthly salary of 4. Upon scrutinizing the requirements for this position, Chen Luo realized it was tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he activated the navigation system and proceeded to the Morning Light Basketball Training Program, located at number 32, Huayang Avenue, near Jinhua Community. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Luo spotted the sign for the training program, but it appeared that the facility was still undergoing renovations. Consequently, he had no choice but to contact the owner. Once the call was connected, Chen Luo articulated his intentions, after which a middle-aged man in his 30s emerged from an adjacent office and escorted Chen Luo into his office for an interview. Chen Luo mentioned his previous experience as a member of the university team and his 2.5 years spent teaching in a rural village. After reviewing his resume, the man readily agreed to hire Chen Luo as their basketball coach. The salary was 4, with working hours from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays, and from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on weekends, adhering to national holiday regulations without allowances for leave unless under special circumstances. Chen Luo found these stipulations quite reasonable and promptly signed the contract. Exiting the training institution, he leisurely strolled towards the Linjiang courtyard, feeling a sense of joy and ease along the way. Despite having 2 ex-girlfriend neighbors, he felt confident he could manage the situation. He was set to begin work the following Monday, and life was surely destined to progress in a favorable direction, with a promising future ahead. Chapter 8. The Hidden Hand. On his way back, Chen Luo stopped at the supermarket on the basement level of the mall to purchase groceries, including chicken essence, salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. He returned home just past 11 o'clock, perfectly timed to prepare lunch. He simply cooked scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried meat with green peppers. After lunch, Chen Luo intended to unwind and retreated to his bedroom, lying on his soft bed. He then opened a certain novel website to search for works by AI Qi Ji Qiao Qiao, the pseudonym of Su Anping, immersing himself in his literary creations. Naturally, a roll of tissues was indispensable by his side. Time passed swiftly, and before he realized it, Chen Luo had spent an hour engrossed in reading, devouring the recent updates with great enthusiasm. After finishing, he, as usual, left a comment on the last page urging the author to update. "I want to be the one behind you. Hurry up with the updates, or I'll tie you to a tree and let the chicks peck at your bird." After completing his urging, Chen Luo rose to the living room and exercised for half an hour, performing a set of abdominal workouts and another for glute strengthenings, both designed specifically to enhance core strength. After his workout, at this moment, Chen Luo was drenched in sweat. In the past, he would have stepped into the bathroom, shed his shirt, posed for a selfie in front of the mirror, and then shared it on social media with the caption "Day 1 of Self-Discipline." However, now Chen Luo was determined to emerge from his recent endeavors. So he headed straight to the bathroom for a shower. After cleansing himself, he dried his hair and returned to his bedroom, where he comfortably sank into a nap. He awoke naturally around 4 in the afternoon, glanced out at the setting sun, and captured a photograph. Following that, he dialed his good friend Su Anping. "Old Su, shall we grab some skewers tonight?" Chen Luo initiated the conversation. "Are you treating?" Su Anping asked directly. "Of course it's on you," Chen Luo replied, speechless. "You treated me to barbecue yesterday, but you bolted halfway through. That was quite unethical. In that situation, would you have stayed and continued eating?" Su Anping retorted. "Exactly," Chen Luo asserted confidently. "So tonight, you're treating me again." "All right then," Su Anping said after a brief pause, sounding a bit dejected. "Let us go somewhere farther tonight." Meanwhile, in the office of the Morning Light Basketball Training Institution, the middle-aged man receiving Chen Luo had just made a mysterious phone call. Upon connection, he respectfully stated, "Boss, Chen Luo has officially joined Morning Light. Once the renovations are completed by next Monday, we can commence operations." "Understood," a youthful voice replied softly before the call ended. She sat up from an elegantly adorned bed, admiring her slender figure in the mirror beside her. Dressed only in lingerie, her long, fair legs were accentuated by the delicate lace trim, draping over her well-defined curves. Her gaze traveled upward to her flat, smooth abdomen and her proudly elevated bosom. Long, straight black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her petite, charming face exuded an air of innocence. This girl epitomized the quintessential loli archetype. While her demeanor appeared entirely normal when she wasn't smiling, a smile could transform her countenance into something eerie. At this moment, her reflection in the mirror conveyed a dark and unsettling vibe. With that expression, she could easily portray the lead in a horror film without any effort. "Luo Ge, one day you will understand me, won't you?" the girl murmured to her reflection, a smile curling at her lips. "Of course, upon realizing everything, he will fall deeply in love with you and be unable to extricate himself," the radiant girl in the mirror responded. "Absolutely," Luo Qingqing replied, laughing joyfully. With a smile, Luo Qingqing picked up her phone and dialed a number. On the other end was Mengyu, who hesitated for a few seconds upon seeing the unfamiliar caller ID before finally answering. "Hello, who is this?" Mengyu greeted politely. Chen Luo had found a position as a children's basketball coach at the Qingjiang Morning Light Training Institute, and Duo was at the perfect age to play basketball. "Perhaps you could enroll Duo in a training class, thus increasing your opportunities for interaction," suggested Luo Qingqing. "Who are you?" Mengyu exclaimed, her expression transforming in surprise. The nonchalant remark from the other party revealed several significant details: knowledge of her residence, awareness of her family dynamics, familiarity with her relationship with Chen Luo, and an understanding that she still harbored feelings for him. "That is of little consequence," Luo Qingqing remarked in a tone of feigned benevolence. "What matters is that I am here to assist you. Do you wish to rekindle Chen Luo's affection? Then swiftly take Duo to enroll. Chen Luo officially starts work next Monday." With that, Luo Qingqing decisively ended the call. Mengyu stared at the disconnected phone, lost in contemplation. Who was this person? Why would they help her pursue Chen Luo without reason? She pondered deeply. However, her thoughts soon shifted from the identity of the caller to the question of whether to enroll Duo. Should she proceed? Time passed swiftly, and 5 days elapsed. On Monday afternoon, after school, Mengyu took Duo to the Morning Light Training Institute. Following the navigation, they arrived at their destination in just over 10 minutes. Upon reaching the second floor, they spotted 8 or 9 children training in a basketball facility. Chen Luo stood nearby, observing them. Clad in a black and white basketball uniform, a pure white tank top emblazoned with the number 7 on the back, and black knee-length shorts that showcased his impressive biceps and long, slender legs, he looked remarkably handsome. Mengyu paused outside, momentarily lost in thought. Her memories drifting back to university days when she had watched Chen Luo play basketball. "Aunt Meng, are you secretly watching brother Chen Luo?" Duo asked with a smile. "How could that be?" Mengyu responded, jolted back to reality. She looked down to find Duo gazing up at her with a cheerful expression, causing her cheeks to flush. "Such matters are beyond your understanding," she said, slightly evasively, before leading Duo to the side office to enroll. The tuition for a semester was 1,980 yuan. An astonishingly reasonable price in the bustling metropolis of Jiaqing, where most training classes cost several thousand. Mengyu had prepared for a substantial financial commitment prior to this. After completing the enrollment and payment, Zhang Zhao, the owner of the Morning Light Training Institute, led Mengyu and Duo into the training facility. "Xiaochen, come here for a moment," Zhang Zhao called out. Chen Luo turned at the sound. Upon seeing Mengyu and Duo approaching, the latter even donned in a child's basketball uniform. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Little Chen, from now on, Duo will also join our training class. This is teacher Mengwei, Duo's aunt, who will be responsible for picking her up." Zhang Zhao spoke up. "No need to trouble yourself," Mengwei interjected. "We are acquainted." "Your friend?" Zhang Zhao inquired, casting a surprised glance at Chen Luo. "I suppose so," Chen Luo replied somewhat awkwardly. After saying this, his gaze shifted to Mengwei, silently conveying a message of sisterly caution. However, Mengwei turned her head, choosing to ignore him. Chapter 9. He is a scoundrel. Observing this interaction, Zhang Zhao sensed an underlying tension between the two and wisely remarked, "Then Chen Luo, please continue your lesson. I shall not disturb you further." With that, Zhang Zhao exited the basketball hall and returned to his office. Once he left, Mengwei did not utter a single word to Chen Luo, instead choosing to sit by a chair at the edge of the gym. She then took out a notebook from her briefcase, placing it elegantly on her slender legs as she began to work. Her legs were neatly together, her chin slightly lowered, and her long black hair cascaded down, the strands at her temples brushing against her chest, modestly concealing her alluring figure. This only heightened her enigmatic charm, reminiscent of a lute partially veiled. Chen Luo averted his gaze, his expression tinged with helplessness. Although teacher Meng's presence was a distraction during his teaching, Duo was now a student in the training class, and her quiet presence was entirely reasonable. He had no choice but to continue with the lesson. Regaining his focus, Chen Luo led Duo onto the court, blowing the whistle hanging around his neck. The 8 children promptly formed a line, their eyes fixed on Chen Luo. He addressed them. "Today, we have a new friend joining us. Her name is Duo. Let us welcome her with applause." With that, Chen Luo initiated the applause, and the 8 children followed suit. Subsequently, he instructed Duo to train alongside the other children. This was the inaugural lesson for their morning training class, and Chen Luo would only teach the basics of dribbling, keeping the content simple. His role was primarily to observe as they played, making the task quite effortless. Meanwhile, as Chen Luo strolled around the basketball hall, his gaze wandered aimlessly until it unexpectedly met Mengyu in the seating area. Startled, Mengyu quickly lowered her head to her notebook, feigning deep concentration on her work. Chen Luo, feeling awkward, swiftly averted his gaze, consciously avoiding the seating area to prevent another encounter of their eyes. Half an hour passed. As the clock struck 5, Chen Luo's phone alarm rang, prompting him to pick up his whistle and call out to the children playing basketball. "Let us take a 10-minute break." Upon hearing this, the group of children immediately set down their basketballs and ran to the nearby seating area to rest, some sipping water while others indulged in snacks. Duo also returned to Mengyu's side, taking a few sips of water before settling down to rest. "Are you tired?" Mengyu inquired, handing Duo a tissue to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. To be honest, Duo had never been particularly fond of basketball. But after several days of persuasion from Mengyu and learning that the coach was her older brother Chen Luo, he finally agreed to learn the sport. Therefore, seeing him sweat so profusely made Mengyu feel a twinge of sympathy. "I'm not tired," Duo replied, shaking his head. "As long as I can help Aunt Meng win over brother Chen Luo, that's all that matters." "What?" Mengyu's expression momentarily faltered before she feigned seriousness, saying, Duo, you mustn't speak carelessly. Aunt Ming just wants you to strengthen your body. I understand. Duo responded with a smile, turning his gaze back to the court. At that moment, Chen Luo was displaying his basketball skills, executing a series of agile crossovers followed by a smooth reverse layup, capped off with an unpretentious shot. These seemingly casual movements resulted in 3-pointers and 2-pointers that swished through the net time after time. His dazzling performance instantly captivated the 9 children, their eyes widening in admiration as they felt an increasing respect for Coach Chen Luo. How cool. Amazing. I think our coach is even better than Emperor Su Kuan at basketball, exclaimed a group of children aged 5 to 8. Hearing the sounds of the basketball, Mengyu slightly lifted her head to gaze at Chen Luo. Observing his handsome form on the court, she couldn't help but feel that he remained as charming as ever. And her mind drifted back to the days when he played basketball in college. At that time, she was perceived as an ice-cold female instructor by outsiders. Yet since Chen Luo was already with the campus beauty, Mengyu concealed her feelings for him deep within her heart. Nevertheless, she never missed a single game. And although she couldn't cheer for him in person, she secretly bought a telescope to watch him play from her teacher's dormitory. Eventually, when she learned of Chen Luo's breakup with his first love, Mengyu seized the opportunity to approach him, swiftly capturing his heart. Those days, even now, evoke a sense of nostalgia within her. The 10 minutes passed swiftly. As the alarm rang, Chen Luo tossed his basketball aside and called the children back for training, while Mengyu returned to her thoughts, continuing her work on her laptop. Just then, a young girl cautiously entered the venue and took a seat beside Mengyu. She then waved her arm towards a young boy. The boy glanced at Chen Luo, and upon receiving a nod of approval from him, he set down his basketball and ran towards the girl, inquiring, "Sister, why did you call me? Is that handsome guy your coach?" The girl asked, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Mengyu, sensing something amiss, paused her work to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Yes," the boy replied. "Can you do me a small favor? Please ask him for his green bubble tea." The girl implored earnestly. "Do you like Coach Chen?" The boy teased with a grin. It was love at first sight. The girl unabashedly confessed. "I entrust my happiness to you. What isn't it for me?" The boy replied with a chuckle. "Just get his contact information," the girl declared resolutely. "I'll cover your pocket money for this semester." "All right," the boy readily agreed. At that moment, Mengyu felt a surge of alarm. It was clear the girl harbored feelings for Chen Luo. No way. How dare she pursue a man I have my sights set on? Turning to the girl, Mengyu whispered, "Sister, this coach is a scoundrel." "Really?" the girl responded, taken aback. "Do you know him?" To be candid, Mengyu replied with a wry smile, "I am his ex-wife. Duo is my son, the little boy over there." She gestured towards Duo, who looked back at them. "What?" the girl exclaimed, her expression one of shock. "He is quite the rogue," Mengyu lamented, adopting a tone of a wronged woman. "He abandoned me when I was pregnant. If it weren't for our son, I wouldn't want them to meet at all." "Is he really that bad?" the girl asked incredulously. "Absolutely," Mengyu affirmed. "I actually had work today. I'm here to ensure that you young girls don't fall for his tricks." She wore a fiercely righteous expression. "I see," the girl replied, fully convinced. However, after a brief pause, she shifted her tone, saying, "But he is really handsome." Chapter 10. Let us go home together after work. Mengyu was left speechless. This young girl truly let her appearance dictate her values. Unable to intervene further, Mengyu resumed her work. Time swiftly passed, and at 5:50 p.m., Chen Luo's departure alarm chimed. Why 5:50 p.m.? In order to allocate 10 minutes to personally hand over the children to their parents waiting outside the venue. This time is considered part of his work responsibilities, as Chen Luo, who aspires to be the master of leisure, is determined not to extend his workday by even a minute. He must clock out promptly at 6 o'clock, as soon as the alarm rings. Chen Luo wastes not a second. He picks up the whistle hanging around his neck and blows into it, summoning the 9 children within the venue to gather swiftly in a line before him. "Left turn," Chen Luo commands, and the 9 children immediately comply, pivoting to the left. He then strides to the first child on his left and instructs, "March forward." They proceed a few steps until they reach the entrance of the venue, where the 9 parents are already waiting outside. Chen Luo begins to call out the names of the children: Zhang Hui, Li Ming, Chen Hua, Kai Kuan. With each name he announces, a corresponding parent steps forward to collect their child. Upon reaching the 5th child, a young woman approaches him, and Chen Luo vaguely recognizes her as Huhu's sister. "Is this your sister, Hu?" Chen Luo inquires. "Yes," Huhu nods in response. "You may go home now," Chen Luo affirms, handing Huhu over to her. However, the young woman lingers before him, her face betraying hesitation as if she wishes to speak. Is there something else? Chen Luo prompts, sensing her hesitation. Coach Chen, my friend would like your contact information, if that's all right. The young woman asks, her shyness evident. Such a tactic appears rather clumsy in front of Chen Luo. Unbeknownst to her, he sees through her bashfulness, yet he has transformed from his former self. Now, he aims to be considerate and a good person. Despite the young woman's attractive demeanor, he deems her too young. That's not possible, Chen Luo replies calmly. All right, no problem. The young woman responds politely before swiftly departing with Hu. Continuing, Chen Luo calls out the next child's name. And the parents gradually collect their children until only Duo and Mingyu remain in the venue. Chen Luo pays them no mind, gathering the basketball into his backpack before exiting the venue. Coincidentally, as he finishes tidying up, Mingyu is nearly done as well, and they exit the venue in near synchrony. Chen Luo glances at Mingyu and Duo, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his eyes. Yet their steps remain in sync as they quietly descend the stairs. At this moment, Duo speaks up beside Mingyu. Brother Chen Luo, shall we walk home together? Sure, Chen Luo replies, acknowledging that it is indeed on his way. He recognizes that to fabricate an excuse to diverge would only reveal his inability to let go of the past. Chen Luo, Mingyu, and Duo strolled back to the Linjiang courtyard. Along the way, Duo intentionally walked on the opposite side of Mingyu, creating an unbuffered space between Chen Luo and Mingyu. It seems you're still as adept at basketball as you were years ago, Mingyu remarked. Pretty much. Even while volunteering in the mountain village, I didn't completely slack off. I played basketball every day, Chen Luo replied. Are you still working out? Mingyu inquired further. Yes, Chen Luo nodded affirmatively. Are your abs still intact? Mingyu asked again. Chen Luo hesitated for a few seconds before awkwardly admitting, they're still there. Hearing this, Mingyu, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, teased, are you still hoping to use those abs to attract attention? Not at all, Chen Luo said with a wry smile. It's just a habit I've developed. Who would believe you? Mingyu responded softly. Yet, deep down, Mingyu found herself somewhat convinced by Chen Luo. After all, he had just turned down the contact information of a young woman who had approached him, which surprised her. In the past, Chen Luo was always open to such advances. It seemed that the events of 3 years ago had indeed transformed him. With this realization, Mingyu felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Do as you wish, Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, and they continued in silence towards the Linjiang courtyard. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the mall square. At that moment, Mingyu stopped and suggested, shall we go to the supermarket to buy some groceries? I'll order takeout for dinner. Chen Luo pondered for a moment before responding, takeout isn't healthy. Upon hearing this, Mingyu insisted, let us go buy some groceries together. Cooking at home is much better. All right, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Thus, he followed Mingyu to the supermarket on the basement level of the mall. It's just groceries, Chen Luo thought as he accompanied Mingyu to the seafood section, where she selected over a pound of large shrimp while he chose 2 crucian carp. They then proceeded to the vegetable section, where Chen Luo picked up 2 stalks of celery and some enoki mushrooms. Is that all you're having for dinner? Mingyu asked, glancing at Chen Luo's selections. It's enough for one, he replied with a slight nod. I have some fried crispy meat at home. Why don't you buy something else so we can make a crispy meat soup when we get back? Mingyu suggested. Chen Luo recalled how he used to relish her fried crispy meat. He would hover around the stove as soon as it was ready, eagerly devouring the golden morsels. Occasionally, he would playfully stir up trouble behind her while she was frying. At that time, Mingyu would feign annoyance, but inwardly, she was quite pleased. In truth, Mingyu had never been fond of crispy meat. She always prepared it specifically for Chen Luo. However, ever since he left 3 years ago, she gradually developed a liking for it. That sounds good, Chen Luo responded. Ming Laoshir's fried crispy meat is delicious. And so, Chen Luo purchased a small quantity of tofu and vegetables, while Mingyu acquired 3 potatoes and some red chili peppers. They then proceeded to the front desk to check out. At that moment, it was mealtime, and the queue at the register was filled with numerous elderly individuals. Meanwhile, only a handful of people were utilizing the self-service checkout machines. Mingyu, accompanied by Duo, approached one of these machines. With practiced ease, she scanned her items. After completing her own transaction, she turned to Chen Luo and said, let me help you with yours. You can reimburse me later. All right, Chen Luo replied, promptly handing her his vegetables. However, for some inexplicable reason, Mingyu's hand always brushed against his fingers when receiving the items. Once they finished checking out, Chen Luo, along with Mingyu and Duo, made their way home. They crossed the street and entered the small courtyard. At that moment, Gu Qing, who was practicing yoga on the second-floor balcony, heard the sound of the courtyard gate being pushed open. She looked up just in time to see the trio entering, perfectly aligned. The setting sun cast their shadows, making them appear as a family of three. In an instant, Gu Qing felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. She had specifically gone to the balcony to practice yoga, hoping that Chen Luo would notice her figure upon his return, signaling her growth. Yet, Chen Luo's arrival delivered a silent blow. A counterattack was necessary. Chapter 11. Once he called her Xiao Yeye, now he addresses her as Teacher Ming. Before long, the trio ascended to the second floor. Mingyu stood in the hallway and said, "I'll bring you the crispy meat in a bit." "Okay," Chen Luo replied. And they parted ways. Mingyu and Duo turned right to head back to her residence, while Chen Luo returned to his room. As he opened the door, he cast a glance at Gu Qing. Then he entered, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Gu Qing sat on her yoga mat, simmering with frustration, lightly biting her soft lower lip, filled with discontent. Finally, she clenched her fist and struck the mat. Rising, she rolled up the mat and took it inside. Then sat on the sofa, brooding with her arms crossed over her ample chest, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. After a while, Gu Qing stood up and approached the entrance of her home, switching off the electrical safety device, then changed into a more appealing outfit. She stepped out and knocked on Chen Luo's door. Chen Luo opened the door. She called out as she knocked, hearing her voice outside. Chen Luo set down the fish he had been handling in the kitchen and walked to the door. He opened it and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Yes," Gu Qing replied curtly. Without divulging the reason for her visit, she pushed past Chen Luo, forcing her way into his home. She then plopped down on the sofa and said, "The power has suddenly gone out at my place. May I dine at yours tonight? I only cooked for one person." Chen Luo replied, "It's fine. You can share with me. I'm not picky," Gu Qing responded, her arms crossed as she leaned back on the sofa, tilting her neck in a way that conveyed her determination to stay and eat there tonight. Seeing this, Chen Luo reluctantly agreed. "All right," he nodded. "I'll prepare a bowl of noodles for you." Although Gu Qing did not possess much incriminating information about him, she was his first love, and he hers. Having traversed the verdant years together, if there was a sense of indebtedness, Chen Luo felt he owed the most to Gu Qing. "Add a fried egg," Gu Qing added with a hint of pride. "Fine," Chen Luo replied, then turned back to the kitchen to continue preparing the fish. After being a bit haughty on the sofa, Gu Qing eventually got up and entered the kitchen. After glancing around, she approached the stove, picking up some tofu, and inquired, "Is this tofu for tonight's meal?" "Yes, for soup," Chen Luo nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing picked up the tofu and the vegetable basket, moving to the sink to wash the vegetables quietly, while Chen Luo was busy scoring the crucian carp on the cutting board. Observing Gu Qing washing the vegetables, he said nothing, but a peculiar feeling stirred within him. If he had agreed to Gu Qing's parents' terms back then, would they now be living together in a rented apartment, dealing with the mundane aspects of life, enjoying a tranquil existence after graduation? Chen Luo opened the door. Just as he sank deep into his reverie, Meng Yu's voice pulled him back to reality, and an inexplicable sense of regret quietly surfaced in his heart. It turned out that he had unknowingly traversed countless crossroads, and with each choice made at these junctures, the path back to the past grew increasingly elusive. There were simply too many crossroads, rendering him unable to recognize the way back. "I'm here," Chen Luo called out, hastily moving to the door to let Meng Yu in. She handed him a bag of crispy meat, saying, "One meal is enough for you. If you want more, remember to come to me. There is plenty in my fridge." "Thank you, Teacher Ming," Chen Luo replied politely. Meng Yu, with a teasing tone, responded, "You used to call me Xiao Yu. It's been 3 years, and now you're being so formal? Just call me Meng Yu from now on. Don't treat me like an elder. I'm only 4 years older than you." "It's a habit," Chen Luo admitted with a hint of bitterness. "It's hard to change at once. Take your time to adjust." Meng Yu replied with a gentle smile. "All right, you carry on with your cooking. I want to disturb you now." Emerging from the kitchen, Gu Qing addressed Chen Luo, saying, "Chen Luo, the water has boiled. We can now add the crispy pork." Upon hearing this, Meng Yu, who stood outside the door, was momentarily taken aback and inquired of Chen Luo, "What is Gu Qing doing in your home?" "Power went out at my place, so I came over to have a meal with Chen Luo," Gu Qing interjected on Chen Luo's behalf. "Is that so?" Meng Yu responded. "Why don't you come to my house instead? Chen Luo hasn't prepared enough dishes for you both." "That might not be appropriate," Gu Qing hesitated. It's nothing. We're neighbors, Mingyu reassured her. Never mind, Gu Qing replied with a smile. I wouldn't want to intrude on Teacher Ming if there's not enough to eat. Chen Luo can make me some noodles later. All right then, Mingyu conceded, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in her gaze. Ultimately, she turned back toward her own home. Fully aware that Gu Qing was Chen Luo's first love and that their past relationship still held significance, it was evident that Gu Qing harbored hopes of rekindling their romance. Dream on. Chen Luo is undoubtedly mine. Returning home, Mingyu was filled with frustration. Tomorrow was Saturday, and she would not have to go to school. It was time to intensify her pursuit. With the advantage of possessing Duo, her trump card, she felt empowered. Meanwhile, Chen Luo returned to the kitchen, preparing a delectable dish of crispy pork tofu soup, swiftly followed by a dry-fried Crucian carp. He then boiled water for noodles. Gu Qing stood beside him, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought, until she could no longer contain her curiosity. Chen Luo, I just heard Teacher Ming mention that you used to call her Xiao Yeye? Chen Luo paused for a moment before responding. Yes, but it was only in private. Teacher Ming feels she is too old for such a nickname and prefers others to call her Xiao Yeye. Is that so? Gu Qing appeared skeptical but refrained from further questioning, believing there was nothing significant between Chen Luo and Mingyu, especially since Mingyu was their instructor. Moreover, having heard that Mingyu had experienced heartbreak, she doubted there was anything more than a teacher-student bond between them. Indeed, Chen Luo affirmed, seeing Gu Qing no longer inquiring. He felt a sense of relief. However, Gu Qing then posed another question. I have one more question. How did you two end up coming back together today? We coincidentally ran into each other, Chen Luo explained. I met her on my way back from work, and we went to the supermarket together. With this clarification, Gu Qing felt reassured. As long as no other rival appeared, she could take her time in pursuing Chen Luo. Chapter 12. Clandestine Affairs. The next morning, the weekend had arrived. As dawn broke, Mingyu awoke to rummage through her room, typically clad in professional attire for work. The clothes she wore during her university days were stored away in her suitcase. Today, having to retrieve them on short notice proved somewhat troublesome. To expedite the process, she emptied the contents of her suitcase onto her bed. Amidst the pile, she meticulously searched until she finally unearthed the cherished basketball uniform from her memories, a singular pink ensemble purchased during her college years, prompted by her enrollment in a basketball class. With a sense of nostalgia, Mingyu stood before the mirror, shedding her nightgown to try on the long-forgotten sportswear. Observing her gradually curvaceous figure, she pondered whether she had indeed grown. The uniform, strained at the chest, evoked a bittersweet realization. Indeed, excess fondness can lead to expansion. After a few contemplative glances in the mirror, she ultimately resolved to don the basketball outfit. As time was of the essence and the prospect of shopping for a new one was impractical. In essence, she was eagerly anticipating a game of basketball with Chen Luo. Once dressed, she gathered her long hair into a high ponytail and slipped on a pair of sneakers, instantly rejuvenating her youthful spirit, reminiscent of her vibrant university days. Mingyu then made her way to the bathroom to freshen up, where, as fate would have it, Duo was also preparing herself. Upon spotting Mingyu in her basketball ensemble, Duo's curiosity was piqued. Aunt Ming, why are you dressed like that today? I'm going to learn how to play basketball, Mingyu replied with a smile. Basketball? Duo chuckled and mischievously teased. I think Aunt Ming wants to chat with Brother Chen Luo. Don't you have a crush on him? I like Brother Chen Luo too. Aunt Ming, I support you in winning his heart. With a clever glint in her eye, Duo gazed at Mingyu, taken aback. Mingyu felt a rush of embarrassment at the perceptive child's words. She quickly adopted a feigned seriousness and retorted, hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have your teacher assign you extra homework. At this, Duo promptly complied, and after they finished their morning routines, the clock read 8:30. Mingyu settled into a chair on the balcony, feigning interest in her phone while eagerly awaiting Chen Luo. She yearned to accompany him to work. Meanwhile, Gu Qing lounged in another chair on the balcony, and when their eyes met, an icy tension enveloped the air. Both instinctively averted their gazes, as if silently agreeing to do so, one tilting to the left and the other to the right. Moments later, at precisely 8:40, Chen Luo stepped out, his backpack slung over his shoulder. As he reached the courtyard on the first floor, Mingyu, holding Duo's hand, descended as well. Good morning, Chen Luo, she greeted. Mingyu greeted Chen Luo from behind. Good morning, Mingyu. Chen Luo responded, thinking that he was indeed being targeted by this woman. Subsequently, the three of them made their way across the street. Meanwhile, Gu Qing upstairs was equally restless. They are going together again. I must see where the two of you are headed today, Gu Qing thought to herself. She then bent down, using the concrete railing of the second-floor balcony to conceal herself, and crouched like a little duck as she approached the stairs of the corridor, stealthily trailing behind them. After Chen Luo and the others crossed the street, Gu Qing followed, keeping a distance of several dozen meters. The square offered a broad view, so Gu Qing was not overly concerned about losing sight of the trio. However, once she crossed the street and reached the square, Chen Luo and the others had vanished. Where did they go? They couldn't have noticed me, could they? Why are they moving so fast? Gu Qing glanced around the square, her face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. How could she lose them? Just then, sitting at a Baozi shop after having ordered breakfast, Mengyu noticed Gu Qing scanning the area. Is that Gu Qing? Mengyu remarked. It seems to be her, Chen Luo replied, confirming as he looked over. Chen Luo then stood up and walked to the entrance of the Baozi shop, observing Gu Qing's anxious demeanor and wondering if something was amiss. Gu Qing, what are you doing? He inquired, a look of curiosity on his face. Hearing his voice, Gu Qing turned to face Chen Luo, her entire being suddenly enveloped in embarrassment. After a few seconds of hesitation, she replied, I'm just taking a walk. With that, Gu Qing hurriedly moved her awkward legs towards the mall. Chen Luo did not press further and returned to his seat to eat his baozi. At that moment, Gu Qing, nearing the entrance of the mall, felt utterly mortified, especially recalling how her anxious expression had been witnessed by Mengyu. That woman must be delighting in this moment. What should I do? They will surely be more alert now. Gu Qing pondered anxiously. Just then, a middle-aged woman entered her line of sight, rummaging through a trash bin in the square with a garbage bag in hand. Gu Qing swiftly approached her. Excuse me, can I ask you for a favor? I can give you 100 yuan once it's done, Gu Qing said. What is it? The woman asked, her face showing suspicion. I need you to help me follow someone, Gu Qing continued. Not going to happen, the woman replied, shaking her head, her expression growing even more wary. I'm not a scammer, Gu Qing said, feeling a bit helpless. If you don't believe me, I can transfer you 50 yuan first. With that, Gu Qing pulled out her phone and sent her 50 yuan. The elderly woman finally began to believe. Gu Qing continued, Do you see that dumpling shop? When they come out, I will remind you, and then you can follow them while I trail behind you. All right, the elderly woman agreed. Before long, Chen Luo and his companions emerged after breakfast, strolling along Huayong Avenue. Gu Qing promptly alerted the elderly woman, who gradually followed them. After more than 10 minutes, the elderly woman trailed them to the entrance of the Chengwang basketball training class. Gu Qing settled the remaining 50 yuan and, mentally preparing herself, quietly ascended to the second floor. There, she observed a basketball court where Chen Luo was instructing children in the sport, one of whom was Duo. Meanwhile, Mengyu sat on a chair at the court's edge, covertly watching Chen Luo. In that moment, Gu Qing felt an overwhelming surge of anger. It was evident that Mengyu was scheming behind her back. Fortunately, she had discovered this in time. Otherwise, with Mengyu leveraging Duo as a trump card, it would have been only a matter of time before she captured Chen Luo's attention. Geek repair. Please, external assistance. I must request help. Gu Qing pondered for a moment at the entrance before recalling her cousin, her 7-year-old nephew. At this age, he should indeed learn basketball. Chapter 13. Teacher Ming's impressive moves having made up her mind, Gu Qing looked around on the second floor and noticed a small office beside the gym, labeled Chengwang Basketball Training Class. This must be the registration office. Approaching the door, which was ajar, Gu Qing politely knocked and inquired of the man seated at the desk. Zhang Zhao, is this the Chengwang training class? Indeed, Zhang Zhao nodded, asking, Do you have a child interested in joining? He stepped out from behind the desk, wearing a genuinely warm smile. Please, come in and have a seat. Thank you, Gu Qing replied, entering the office and settling onto the sofa. She then asked, Could you tell me about the training fees? The cost for one semester is only 1,980 yuan, Zhang Zhao explained. Training sessions run from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on weekends. Of course, attendance is not mandatory. Children can take leave whenever necessary. After listening to Zhang Zhao's introduction, Gu Qing was nearly resolute in her decision. Earlier, she had worried that the training fees might be too high, which could lead to her aunt's disapproval. But it seemed now that she could manage the expense. Without much hesitation, Gu Qing nodded and responded, Very well, I will bring the child for registration later. Will you be available at any time? I will be here at all times, Zhang Zhao affirmed, adding, You can also save my number, so I can promptly notify you if needed. All right, Gu Qing acknowledged, and then she saved Zhang Zhao's phone number on her mobile device. She rose from her desk and made her way downstairs. As Gu Qing walked back, she dialed her aunt's number. The call connected, and her aunt's warm and surprised voice resonated on the other end. Xiao Qing, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call. Her aunt inquired with a smile. Auntie, I wish to discuss something with you, Gu Qing began. Indeed, it seems one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose. Her aunt chuckled. Go on. I was wondering if you had any thoughts about enrolling Lang Lang in a basketball training class. I recently discovered a training institution where the tuition for a semester is merely 2,000 yuan. It is conveniently located near my home, and I visited the facility today. The newly renovated premises are quite impressive, and there are more than 10 children already attending. Given that Lang Lang is in the first grade now, and considering his height, I believe playing basketball could aid his growth. What do you think, Annie? Gu Qing delivered her proposal in rapid succession, seemingly fearful that any omission of crucial details might lead to her aunt's immediate refusal. On the other end of the line, her aunt paused for a few seconds before responding with a hint of skepticism. Is it truly as splendid as you describe? Absolutely, Gu Qing affirmed with a nod. Auntie, you're welcome to come and see for yourself. That may not be necessary, her aunt replied after a moment's thought. I have complete trust in what you say. But our home is somewhat distant from yours, and both your uncle and I have to work. Daily commutes for school could pose a challenge. I can pick him up. Gu Qing interjected eagerly. Do you have the time? Her aunt asked again. I do, Gu Qing replied. My work allows me to operate from home, though I occasionally need to go out. On those days, my cousin can skip the training, and you can pick him up instead. After all, attendance is not strictly enforced, and he can miss a session if necessary. Very well, her aunt said with a smile. When will you come to pick up Lang Lang? How about today? Gu Qing suggested. The weekend offers ample time. Such haste? Her aunt remarked with curiosity. Xiao Qing, are you hiding something from me? We can discuss it in person. Gu Qing deflected, then ended the call and hailed a taxi to fetch her cousin. Just wait. Tomorrow, her auxiliary cousin would take the stage. Meanwhile, at the gym, after 40 minutes of morning training, Chen Luo's alarm rang, and he, as usual, blew his whistle. Let's take a break, he announced. The children promptly settled down to rest, while Chen Luo retrieved his basketball and began to practice on the other half of the court. 3-pointers and 2-pointers came effortlessly to him. The sound of the ball swishing through the net lifted Chen Luo's spirits. How can one articulate the sheer exhilaration that accompanies the resonant sound of a basketball finding its mark? In the midst of the game, players fervently pursue the accumulation of their inner steel, driven by an insatiable desire to hear the crisp sound of the ball. Just as Chen Luo was fully engrossed in the match, he suddenly heard Meng Yu calling him. Turning around, he discovered that she had approached him from behind. Chen Luo, could you teach me how to play basketball a bit? Meng Yu inquired. I recall that you weren't fond of basketball, Teacher Meng, Chen Luo replied, slightly hesitant. My health was better back then. These past few years, sitting in the office daily has caused me to gain weight. I really need to exercise, Meng Yu responded, her tone reflecting the passage of time. Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words, observing that indeed, Meng Yu had gained some weight in certain areas. Noticing his silence, Meng Yu took it as a tacit agreement and stepped forward, snatching the basketball from him before starting to bounce it on the court. Drawing from her foundational knowledge from university physical education classes, she wasn't entirely inept. However, her shooting lacked precision. After 3 missed attempts, she turned to Chen Luo and asked, Is there something wrong with my form? Could you come over and teach me? With an expression that suggested he understood but chose not to reveal it. Chen Luo paused for a few seconds before moving closer to adjust Meng Yu's shooting stance. He instructed her to keep her arms bent, ensure a smooth motion while shooting, and to avoid sticking her backside out too much. As he stood behind her to correct her posture, he couldn't help but notice her figure, leaving him momentarily speechless. Habitually, he patted her rear, prompting her to retract and turn around with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, asking, What was that for? My apologies. Chen Luo replied with a nonchalant smile. It's just a habit. Meng Yu shot him a cold glare, but a flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes before she resumed following his guidance. She relished the feeling of being instructed by Chen Luo, completely surrendering her thoughts to the experience. After a short while, having imparted the basic knowledge, Chen Luo stepped aside and said, Now take some time to digest this. If I overwhelm you with too much information at once, it might be counterproductive. All right, Meng Yu responded before continuing. Chen Luo, could you watch my 3-step layup? I learned this move back in college. Let me know if there's anything I need to improve. With that, Meng Yu began to demonstrate. dribbling the ball twice from the three-point line before executing her layup. Chen Luo observed closely. Her movements were quite sound, yet he found himself somewhat dizzy from the display. Teacher Meng's agility was quite overwhelming. How was that? Is my three-step layup technique decent? Meng Yu executed a graceful layup, sending the ball soaring into the hoop. Before turning to inquire, how was that? Quite satisfactory, Chen Luo nodded in response, though you might want to hasten your final shot. Why not try defending me? Meng Yu challenged. Without any defense, there's no pressure, Chen Luo replied, somewhat awkwardly. Despite his aspirations of becoming a carefree worker, he understood the importance of maintaining appearances, especially since he had only recently arrived, with his foundations still unsteady. Come on, don't dawdle. Every moment counts, Meng Yu asserted, adopting a tone of authority. All right. Chen Luo responded with resignation. He then passed the ball to Meng Yu at the three-point line and initiated his defense, albeit without much seriousness, for he knew that otherwise, he would stifle her chances of scoring. However, Meng Yu's south offensive drive was relentless. She pressed closely against Chen Luo, advancing with an unstoppable force, akin to a bulldozer, overwhelming him. This formidable attack compelled Chen Luo to retreat beneath the basket, where she skillfully banked the ball into the net. After scoring, Meng Yu lifted her gaze to the retreating Chen Luo and remarked, "You shouldn't hold back on your defense. Apply some pressure." Chen Luo could only manage a wry smile, pondering the irony of intensifying his defense only to have her impose her standards. Having learned from past experiences 3 years prior, he resolved to tread a more grounded path. "Stop hesitating and come defend me," Meng Yu urged, as she moved beyond the three-point line with the ball. Chen Luo had no choice but to comply, though he remained cautious not to apply too much pressure, for Meng Yu's skills were indeed challenging to counter. At long last, the clock struck 10:50. The alarm rang, and Chen Luo thought to himself, finally, it's over. He promptly whistled to gather the children and escorted them one by one to their parents. After ensuring their safe return, he concluded his shift at 11 o'clock. As he exited the gym and reached the first floor, he spotted Meng Yu and Duo making their way down as well. Unsurprisingly, they headed home together. Upon arriving at the shopping plaza, they ventured into a supermarket to purchase the day's groceries. Chen Luo selected a stalk of asparagus, a pound of lean meat, and a block of tofu, then proceeded to check out with Meng Yu. Crossing the street and returning to the courtyard, Chen Luo noticed a young boy playing with a basketball, clad in a basketball jersey, showcasing commendable skill. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering the sudden appearance of yet another child. Simultaneously, Meng Yu's face bore a hint of confusion as she glanced at Chen Luo and asked, "Do you know this child?" "I do not," Chen Luo replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Gu Qing, resting on the second-floor balcony, stood up and called down to Chen Luo and Meng Yu in the courtyard, "This is my cousin, Lang Lang." Gu Qing turned to her cousin with a smile and said, "Lang Lang, quickly greet them. Haven't I taught you this?" Upon hearing her words, Lang Lang, clutching a basketball, approached Chen Luo and his companion with great courtesy and spoke, "Hello, brother Chen Luo." "Hello, Aunt Meng Yu." Chen Luo paused for a few seconds, suppressing his astonishment, and replied with a smile, "Hello, Lang Lang. Aunt Meng will give you an orange," Meng Yu said with a warm smile. She then rummaged through her bag and pulled out a large orange, handing it to Lang Lang, while gently ruffling his hair. The mature and maternal smile on her face evoked a sense of familiarity in Lang Lang, who was meeting Meng Yu for the first time. "Thank you, Aunt Meng," Lang Lang replied softly. "Such good manners," Meng Yu responded with another tender smile before taking Duo upstairs. After casting a few glances, Chen Luo followed suit. However, an air of vigilance began to stir within him. This boy was actually Gu Qing's cousin, dressed in basketball attire and playing in the yard. Surely, Gu Qing was unaware that Meng Yu was attending his training class with Duo? No, I must inquire about this. As Chen Luo pondered through the corridor, he resolved to discreetly gather information. After placing the vegetables inside, he stepped outside to join Gu Qing, who was engrossed in her laptop, her fingers racing across the keyboard. Chen Luo hesitated, waiting for her to finish, but Gu Qing was the first to pause her work and glance over, asking, "What are you standing there watching? Are you spying on this beautiful lady? Is it spying if I stand right in front of you?" Chen Luo retorted confidently, "I wanted to ask how your cousin came to visit." "He's here for a couple of days," Gu Qing replied with a smile. Observing Chen Luo's anxious demeanor, which he tried to mask with a casual facade, Gu Qing felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, her joy evident on her face. At his age, he should be studying, right? Do you have time to take care of him during the day? Chen Luo continued to inquire. Yes, Gu Qing nodded. I currently work as an editor at a magazine, so I can mostly work from home. I only go out occasionally for assignments, which are usually within Jiangcheng. So, you needn't worry about my cousin. He loves playing basketball, and I plan to enroll him in a training class. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's heart sank. Although he managed to maintain a composed expression, forcing a smile as he agreed, "That's great. Basketball is wonderful. Children should play more." Indeed, Gu Qing nodded in agreement, smiling. "Well then," Chen Luo replied, "I won't disturb your work any longer. I'll head back to prepare lunch." After saying this, he turned to leave. Chen Luo turned around and took a few steps back home, gently closing the door behind him. He sank onto the sofa, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Gu Qing. This fellow is actually going to enroll in a class, and their morning light basketball training camp is so close to Linjiang Courtyard. When Gu Qing searches on her phone, she will undoubtedly select morning light basketball, and this will inevitably lead to another encounter with Meng Yu. The mere thought of it sent a shiver down Chen Luo's spine. Why is life becoming increasingly exhilarating? It is not quite what he had envisioned. At this rate, can he continue to live a tranquil life? Chapter 15. Gu Qing has arrived the following morning. Chen Luo rose, washed up, and changed his clothes before quietly heading to work alone. In an effort to avoid attracting the attention of Gu Qing and Meng Yu, he left for work half an hour earlier than usual. Having typically risen at 8:30, but today getting up at 8 o'clock. After stepping out of the courtyard, Chen Luo crossed the street to a breakfast shop, purchasing 2 pieces of fried dough and a cup of soybean milk, which he packed to enjoy on his way to work. By around 8:20, he had nearly finished his breakfast and took out a basketball to play joyfully. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 9 o'clock, the designated start time for work. As expected, Meng Yu arrived with Duo. After leading the children through their warm-up exercises, Chen Luo instructed them to begin practicing. He stood to the side, surveying the scene, and caught a glimpse of Meng Yu, who was clad in a set of athletic attire today. Her form-fitting leggings accentuated her long legs and every inch of her skin, while a loose long-sleeve top concealed her ample figure. Today, Meng Yu was also carrying a notebook, seemingly busy with her work. Chen Luo felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Meng Yu would be too occupied to exercise today, allowing for a more normal workday. At that moment, Chen Luo's peripheral vision caught sight of Gu Qing outside in the hallway, walking past with Lang Lang. His eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of panic. What was happening? Had he seen correctly? Was that truly Gu Qing? A strong sense of foreboding stirred within him, as everything seemed to align with his suspicions from yesterday. A few minutes later, Gu Qing completed the registration process for Lang Lang, and Zhang Chao led her into the gym. Chen Luo turned his head to glance at the entering Gu Qing, his heart finally settling. He had indeed guessed correctly. Gu Qing had brought her cousin to enroll. Could he still enjoy a leisurely day at work? Chen Luo found himself in a predicament. Chen Luo, this is our new student, Lang Lang, and this is his cousin, Gu Qing, Zhang Chao introduced. All right, brother Zhang, Chen Luo replied with a nod. Miss Gu Qing, allow me to introduce our coach, Chen Luo, who is a key player on the university team. Zhang Chao thought to introduce Chen Luo, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Qing. No need for an introduction. We are already acquainted, she replied politely. Acquainted? Zhang Chao responded with a hint of surprise. Yes, Gu Qing nodded and added. He was my boyfriend during university. Zhang Chao paused for a few seconds, then offered an awkward yet courteous smile before addressing Chen Luo. You two continue your conversation. I shall not intrude. With that, Zhang Chao left the gym, looking bewildered, leaving Chen Luo at a loss for words as he gazed at Gu Qing. What are you staring at? You have a class to attend, Gu Qing said nonchalantly. From now on, my cousin will be your student. So you must teach him basketball well? After saying this, she turned and headed to the seating area beside the court, deliberately sitting next to Meng Yu. At that moment, Meng Yu noticed Gu Qing, and their eyes locked in a silent confrontation, the air thick with unspoken tension. Chen Luo glanced at the two women, feeling helpless, and then averted his gaze, adopting an indifferent demeanor as he resumed his training. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, sitting beside Meng Yu, feigned surprise and remarked, "What a coincidence. Teacher Meng Yu, I didn't expect to see you here. You're even working with a notebook. Being a counselor must keep you busy. You know. Since we are neighbors, I can take Duo home after the training." Meng Yu smiled slightly at this, casually shutting her laptop and responding with a relaxed tone. There is no need to trouble yourself. I can handle this workload at home. Mainly, I want to accompany Duo during his practice since he is the child of my dear friend, and it's better that I take care of him myself. Fair enough, Gu Qing acquiesced, recognizing that Meng Yu, having been a counselor for several years, was skilled in verbal sparring. Rather than engage in a debate, Gu Qing preferred to let her actions speak. Today, she wore a basketball outfit, a light blue ensemble that showcased her flawless, long legs and slender arms. Complemented by her exquisite features, she was determined to make a statement. Before long, the 40-minute training session concluded, marking Chen Luo's break time. Noticing Gu Qing and Meng Yu sitting idly on the sidelines, he wisely refrained from playing basketball and instead sat down to check his phone. Yet, fate would not spare him. Gu Qing stood up and approached him, picking up his basketball as she asked, "Chen Luo, could you teach me how to play basketball? I woke up early today and I'm a bit tired. Perhaps another day?" Chen Luo replied, "Sure." Gu Qing casually responded, then shifted the conversation, saying, "I shall share the love letters you wrote to me when you pursued me with teacher Meng Yu, so she can understand the kind of man you truly are." "Hey, wait," Chen Luo exclaimed hastily, "I'll teach you basketball." He never expected that after a few years, Gu Qing had transformed from the naive girl she once was into someone who could easily threaten him. If teacher Meng were to discover the contents of the love letters he pinned for Gu Qing, Meng Yu would likely be infuriated. At that point, he would surely face dire consequences. "Let's go." Gu Qing, seeing Chen Luo's acquiescence, wore a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Meng Yu, observing Chen Luo being persuaded by Gu Qing, felt a chill in her eyes. She promptly closed her laptop, rose, and approached the basketball court. Standing beside Chen Luo, she said, "Chen Luo, I didn't quite grasp it yesterday. Could you teach me today?" "All right," Chen Luo replied with a bittersweet smile. "We're all neighbors, after all. Come on." Gu Qing nodded in agreement. Thus, the three began their practice on the court, an atmosphere so cold that Chen Luo felt stiff while dribbling. With Gu Qing and Meng Yu flanking him, he realized that he could not afford to offend either side. At that moment, he truly understood the meaning of being caught in a dilemma. Chapter 16. Meng Yu invites me for hot pot. Fortunately, their free time was limited to 20 minutes. As soon as the break commenced, Chen Luo plunged into teaching, even compressing the last 20 minutes of rest into a mere 10. Gu Qing and Meng Yu continued to practice on the court for a while longer. Finally, after the Sunday morning session concluded, at 10:50 a.m., Chen Luo handed the children back to their parents. He then slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to leave for home. However, Gu Qing and Meng Yu, accompanied by the children, nearly synchronized their exit from the venue with him, flanking him like his guardians. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chen Luo began to feel a sense of pressure, not only from the two of them, but also from the curious gazes of passers-by. Gu Qing and Meng Yu were stunningly beautiful, naturally attracting attention with a staggering 99 turn rate on the streets. Now, with both of them walking beside Chen Luo, each accompanied by a child, the spectacle drew even more eyes. At this moment, Chen Luo felt like an ant on a hot skillet, uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those around him. It wasn't that he feared their gossip. Rather, he was apprehensive about certain individuals potentially taking clandestine photos and sharing videos on social media platforms. In this age of rapid information dissemination, a careless video leak could easily end up in the hands of an unhinged celebrity, leading to unforeseen complications. Then tell that deranged actress whether she would fly back to Jiancheng overnight to eliminate him. At that point, Chen Luo could not be certain that he still possessed the same fortune he had 3 years ago. The mere thought of this made Chen Luo break into a cold sweat, prompting him to hasten his steps homeward. Before long, he arrived at the shopping plaza. At that moment, Meng Yu addressed Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, are you not going to the supermarket to buy groceries? I still have some leftovers from yesterday, so I won't be buying anything for lunch today." Chen Luo shook his head in response. "Oh no," Gu Qing interjected. "Eating leftover food isn't good for your health. We should go together to purchase some fresh ingredients." "That's true." Meng Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed," Chen Luo replied with a smile. Subsequently, Chen Luo followed Gu Qing and Meng Yu into the supermarket, where they first arrived at the meat section. "I would like 2 pounds of beef," Meng Yu said to the butcher. "I'll take 2 ribs," Gu Qing added after glancing around. Chen Luo, meanwhile, pushed the shopping cart, resembling a mere attendant to the two ladies. After procuring the meat, they proceeded to the vegetable section. Meng Yu then purchased a plethora of vegetables: potatoes, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, dried tofu, cabbage, and chives, before moving on to the seafood section, where she bought a grass carp and over a pound of shrimp. Observing the abundance of groceries, Gu Qing expressed her curiosity. "Teacher Meng, can you possibly finish all this food?" "Of course," Meng Yu replied with a smile before inquiring, "Do you need any vegetables?" "No," Gu Qing responded curtly. Then let us head to the checkout, Meng Yu suggested, nodding. The three of them made their way to the front of the supermarket. Chen Luo and Gu Qing had only bought a modest amount, sufficient for a single lunch, while Meng Yu's extensive purchases amounted to over 100, necessitating a large bag for carrying. Upon exiting the supermarket, Meng Yu, carrying a hefty bag of ingredients, glanced over at Chen Luo, who was merely holding a few tomatoes, and asked, "Aren't you going to help me carry this?" "As your..." Chen Luo quickly interrupted Meng Yu, fearing the latter half of her sentence. "Well then, I shall rely on you," Meng Yu replied with a smile, handing the large bag of ingredients to Chen Luo. He said nothing further, though Gu Qing silently clenched her teeth in dismay. How could this person not lend a hand? How could she ask Chen Luo for help? On their way back, Gu Qing was so incensed that she uttered not a single word, wishing for Chen Luo to assist her, yet feeling her own load was too insignificant to voice her request. Fortunately, the return from the shopping plaza involved merely crossing a street. Otherwise, Gu Qing would have been thoroughly exasperated. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Luo returned a bag of ingredients to Meng Yu and then went back to his home, shutting the door behind him, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After sitting for a while, he began preparing lunch, washing and chopping tomatoes into small pieces, then taking 2 eggs from the refrigerator and cracking them into a bowl. He added a pinch of salt and whisked the mixture together. Next, he set the rice to cook, leaving him with a little time to indulge in some leisure. He could stir-fry the vegetables once the rice was nearing completion. Stepping out of the kitchen, Chen Luo settled onto the sofa in the living room, taking out his phone to browse through videos featuring beautiful women on Douyin, following various popular streamers simply for the visual delight. Before long, the rice was nearly done. And as he put down his phone to prepare the tomato and egg stir-fry, Meng Yu called him via voice message. Thunder Goddess Meng Yu requests a voice call. Chen Luo hesitated for 2 seconds before answering, his tone somewhat irritable. "What do you want?" "I'm cooking. Come over to my place for hot pot tonight," Meng Yu replied. "Not coming," Chen Luo retorted with a hint of pride. "I still have vegetables at home." "Is it really because you have leftovers? Or is it because you're afraid Gu Qing will see?" Meng Yu challenged, her tone resolute and commanding. "I bought all these ingredients specifically to invite you for hot pot. Tomorrow is Monday, and I'll be busy, so if you don't come, I'll just tell Gu Qing that we have something going on." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo found himself in a predicament. "Impulsiveness is the devil," he said earnestly. "Meng Yu, if we tell Gu Qing about us, with her serious nature, she will definitely become adversarial towards you, making neighborhood relations even more complicated. If you still want, I don't care about your excuses, your words are quite persuasive, but I've fallen for your tricks before. In any case, you must come for dinner tonight," Meng Yu interrupted him decisively. Chen Luo was left speechless. It seemed Meng Yu had become quite clever. His attempts at diversion were losing their effectiveness. "Fine, I'll come," he finally conceded with a bitter smile. Meng Yu nodded and said, "Then I'll hang up now." After she ended the call, Chen Luo set his phone down, his expression troubled. He could only hope that this evening at Meng Yu's would go unnoticed by Gu Qing. Otherwise, she would surely be upset again. Chen Luo understood Gu Qing well. She was not one to express negative emotions easily, always wanting to present her best side while burying her unpleasant feelings deep within. She would only digest them slowly in solitude during the late hours of the night. The reason for this behavior stemmed from her fear that Chen Luo might perceive her as unruly. Chapter 17. The Arrival of Trouble. Thus, Chen Luo wished to keep Gu Qing in the dark. Sometimes, it is better to live in blissful ignorance than to know the painful truth and be powerless to alter the outcome. At least this way, it feels somewhat easier. Chen Luo continued with his cooking, carefully preparing the tomato and scrambled eggs, while the rice in the rice cooker was nearing completion. He then took a bowl and scooped out half of the rice. Subsequently, he generously topped the rice with the tomato and scrambled eggs, creating a delightful dish of tomato scrambled egg over rice. He relished this meal in the bedroom with satisfaction, and after washing the dishes, he indulged in a bit of leisure before performing his daily fitness routine. Following this, he took a shower and settled down for an afternoon nap. Of course, before drifting off to sleep, he had to read the latest chapter of his dear friend Su Onping's novel. After urging for updates, he wondered if that was all? Even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't dare to rest so long. Hurry up with the updates. 2 chapters a day is hardly sufficient. Do you need me to send you a bottle of kidney tonic? With his urging complete, Chen Luo smiled contentedly and set his alarm for a nap. When the alarm rang at 4 in the afternoon, he got up and stepped out of the bedroom, greeted by the picturesque sunset outside. He took out his phone to capture the moment, documenting his life. He then spent some time in the living room playing games until around 5:30, when he felt it was time to head out. Approaching the door, he opened it to find Gu Qing on the balcony, practicing yoga on her mat. Dressed in a strikingly alluring white yoga outfit that hugged her perfectly proportioned figure, her long legs extended gracefully in a split, Chen Luo glanced at her. Then took a couple of photos of the sunset before retreating back inside, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. How could he have forgotten about Gu Qing? He hadn't even bothered to check before stepping out. Fortunately, he had managed to think on his feet just in time. Otherwise, he might have raised her suspicions. What should he do now? Chen Luo pondered anxiously in the living room. Gu Qing practiced yoga on the balcony every day, often for an extended period. What if he missed mealtime? After careful consideration, he decided to proceed cautiously. He sat on the sofa for a little over 10 minutes before feigning an exit to glance outside again. To no surprise, Gu Qing was still engaged in her yoga practice. After a while, Chen Luo opened the door to find her still at it. And the clock now reads 6:09 p.m., with Mingyu already messaging him to hurry. What to do? As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon the clothes hanging to dry in the courtyard below. An idea sparked in his mind. Once more, he ventured outside and called out to Gu Qing. Gu Qing, your clothes are about ready to be taken in. I'll need to hang mine soon as well. You truly have a knack for evening laundry. Gu Qing, somewhat puzzled, replied but gradually rose to descend and retrieve her clothes. Chen Luo silently expressed his gratitude as he swiftly closed the door behind him once she was downstairs. He swiftly arrived at Mingyu's doorstep and, upon attempting to knock, discovered that the door was ajar. Without hesitation, Chen Luo pushed the door open and entered, gently closing it behind him, finally feeling a weight lifted from his chest. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Gu Qing's cousin, Lang Lang, happened to step out and witness this scene. Inside Mingyu's residence, hearing the sound of curtains being drawn in the living room, Mingyu surmised that Chen Luo had arrived. She cheerfully carried 2 bowls of prepared sauce from the kitchen and emerged. Observing Chen Luo sitting on the sofa with a fearful expression, a subtle smile graced her lips as she gently inquired, "Are you so frightened?" At the sound of her voice, Chen Luo turned to see Mingyu emerging from the kitchen, his face instantly reflecting a hint of discomfort. She was adorned in a purple dress reminiscent of a step-parent's attire, her dark hair elegantly arranged atop her head. The dress, designed like an apron, was secured by a halter neck, exposing her fair back. Mingyu had also donned her silver-rimmed glasses, which perched on her prominent nose, enhancing her irresistible mature charm. Upon seeing her attire, Chen Luo felt a surge of pressure and furrowed his brows, asking, "Teacher Ming, why are you dressed like this? It wouldn't look good if Duo saw you." "Do not worry," Mingyu replied with a smile, placing the sauce bowls on the dining table. "I sent Duo to her mother's colleague's place this afternoon. She won't return until tomorrow morning. There will be no third party to disturb us tonight." As she spoke, Mingyu stepped closer to Chen Luo, her eyes filled with unmasked suggestion. She edged forward, gradually cornering him against the wall, biting her lip. The emotions she had suppressed for 3 years surged forth like a torrential flood, pouring out towards Chen Luo. Meanwhile, Gu Qing had finished tidying her clothes and returned upstairs. Noticing that Chen Luo's door was closed, she knocked and called out, "Chen Luo, I've brought back my clothes." After speaking, she turned to leave, only for Lang Lang, who had been playing on the balcony, to walk inside and inform her, "Cousin, Chen Luo is not home. I just saw him go to Aunt Ming's house." "What?" Gu Qing exclaimed, quickly turning back to ask, "You mean Chen Luo went to Aunt Ming's house?" "Yes," Lang Lang confirmed with a nod. With this confirmation, Gu Qing placed the clothes on her bedroom bed, neglecting to put them away in the wardrobe, and sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. The more she pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Chen Luo had gone out 2 or 3 times that afternoon, and she recalled seeing him capturing the sunset. It now appeared that this scoundrel was checking whether she was still on the balcony, realizing she had been there for quite some time. He must have sent her to retrieve her clothes to deliberately distract her. Something was afoot. Chen Luo, that scoundrel, must be up to no good. I cannot remain idle. I must investigate this matter. Gu Qing, unable to sit still, exited her bedroom. She picked several oranges from the coffee table in the living room, placed them into a bag, and arrived at Mingyu's doorstep. Almost immediately, she discerned faint sounds emanating from within the house. Chapter 18. Unable to restrain herself, Gu Qing recognized the sound as Mingyu's low, labored breaths, which caused her heart to race with anxiety. Although she had never directly witnessed such indiscretions, she had certainly heard of them. The situation inside the house was likely just as her imagination suggested. Some illicit activities were undoubtedly taking place. "I cannot allow this to continue." Gu Qing resolved to intervene. Yet she found herself lacking the courage. Her hand lifted towards Meng Yu's door, only to falter and drop again. She hesitated, raising and lowering her hand repeatedly, ultimately unable to muster the bravery to knock. Instead, she leaned closer, tilting her head and pressing her ear against the door, determined to eavesdrop on the happenings inside. The sound of Meng Yu's low breaths and soft gasps made Gu Qing's cheeks flush crimson, her imagination conjuring elaborate scenarios. Her small hands clenched tightly, and she bit her lip in frustration. That vixen! How shameless! How dare she seduce my Chen Luo? Despite her mounting anger, Gu Qing still lacked the courage to burst in. Perhaps she felt she lacked sufficient justification to knock, or perhaps she feared Chen Luo's wrath. After all, this scoundrel must be thoroughly enjoying himself with Meng Yu. Gu Qing didn't need to ponder long. Meng Yu's figure was enviable, even to her, approaching 30. Yet her skin remained as youthful as a girl in her early 20s. Her voluptuous form, coupled with a captivating smile, surely held Chen Luo spellbound. Amidst Gu Qing's tumultuous thoughts, she suddenly heard Meng Yu's soft voice. "Shall we go inside?" Upon hearing those words, it was as if a bomb had detonated in Gu Qing's mind, igniting the pent-up emotions she had been suppressing. No, absolutely not. In that moment, a surge of courage, or perhaps a loss of reason, overwhelmed her. Even if Chen Luo were to be angry, she had to stop them. Without hesitation, Gu Qing raised her hand and knocked forcefully on the door. Inside, Chen Luo, who had been embracing Meng Yu, instinctively released her upon hearing the knocking. His expression shifted to seriousness. At nearly the same moment, Meng Yu withdrew her hands from Chen Luo and swiftly adjusted her attire, her demeanor calming as she composed herself. In a tone that reflected her usual professional demeanor, she inquired, "Who is it?" "Teacher Meng, would you like some oranges? I accidentally bought too many online." Gu Qing awkwardly asked from outside the door. Hearing Gu Qing's tone, Meng Yu inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. Had she been eavesdropping outside the door? Typically, she could control her volume while speaking, but when she became overly excited, it slipped beyond her grasp, or perhaps beyond her intention. Reflecting on it now, her voice had indeed been a tad loud. Could it be that Gu Qing truly overheard her? The mere thought filled Meng Yu with a sense of bashfulness. Thus, Meng Yu replied, "There's no need. I still have some fruits left in my refrigerator at home. Why don't you take a few? It would be a pity for them to spoil if I can't finish them." With an unexpected surge of courage, Gu Qing inquired once more. "All right then," Meng Yu responded, promptly opening the door. The two women exchanged a glance, their cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, before instinctively averting their eyes, as if they were tacitly aware of each other's unspoken intentions. At that moment, Gu Qing glanced inside the room and, as anticipated, spotted Chen Luo seated at the dining table alongside the hot pot. She immediately understood why Meng Yu had purchased so many ingredients earlier that day. It became clear that Meng Yu had meticulously orchestrated everything. Gu Qing's irritation towards her deepened. This cunning woman had it all planned out from the start. No wonder she had been reluctant to share earlier. She had evidently been on guard against her. "Teacher Meng, are you having hot pot with Chen Luo?" Gu Qing inquired, feigning ignorance. "I made a bit too much food for one person, and since Duo has gone out to play, I invited Chen Luo to join me. Would you like to have some too?" Meng Yu explained. At this juncture, Meng Yu felt compelled to extend the invitation to Gu Qing, lest it appear as though she were up to no good, though she had indeed intended to engage in mischief. "I'll pass," Gu Qing replied, shaking her head. "I've already cooked at home, but my cousin might enjoy it. I'll check if he wants to join for hot pot." At that moment, Gu Qing was barely holding back her emotions, fearing that she might burst into tears at the dining table. That would be utterly humiliating, especially in front of Meng Yu. She resolutely could not allow a single tear to fall. However, she couldn't let the two of them dine alone either. For who knew what mischief this vixen Meng Yu might conjure? Chen Luo, lacking in resistance, would surely be unable to withstand Meng Yu's allure. So sending her cousin Lang Lang to join was the wisest choice. "Very well," Meng Yu replied, feeling a pang of regret. She had merely been polite. She had anticipated that Gu Qing would decline, especially since her own cheeks burned with embarrassment. Yet, she was taken aback when Gu Qing decided to send her cousin Lang Lang over to eat, leaving her utterly deflated. "Then I shall take my leave," Gu Qing said politely, stepping out of Meng Yu's home. The moment she exited, her expression shifted to one of anger, tinged with bitterness, coldness, and a hint of malice. She returned to her own home. Lang Lang, who was eating fruit on the sofa, was momentarily startled. Gu Qing turned to him and asked, "Aunt Meng is having hot pot. Would you like to join?" She added, "Staying at home is fine too." Lang Lang replied with a look of innocence, "Actually, I'm not particularly fond of hot pot. You should want to go." Noticing her cousin's shy demeanor, Gu Qing realized she had frightened him and softened her expression, saying, "When you go to Aunt Meng's for hot pot, it's not just about eating. Remember to keep an eye on Brother Chen Luo and see if he and Aunt Meng are secretly engaging in anything unusual." "What do you mean by unusual?" Lang Lang asked, his face a picture of confusion. Gu Qing hesitated, unsure how to explain without overburdening a child's mind. She finally organized her thoughts and replied, "I mean, see if they try to isolate you and spend time alone together." "I understand," Lang Lang responded after a brief pause. Gu Qing nodded and added, "And if Aunt Meng asks you about this, you mustn't mention that I spoke to you about it." "All right," Lang Lang nodded again, and soon he left for Meng Yu's home. Alone at home, Gu Qing glanced at the pot of rice, but felt no appetite. She retreated to her bedroom, closed the door, and lay on the bed, furiously pounding the pillow, imagining it was Chen Luo. After a time, feeling somewhat fatigued from her exertions, she completely covered herself with the blanket, as if shrouded in mourning, lying still beneath it. Tears unwittingly streamed from her eyes as she began to devise a counterattack plan. The next day, Monday morning, Gu Qing, who had not slept well the previous night, rose with dark circles under her eyes. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she dressed in a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved off-the-shoulder top, heading out to the nearby bun shop for breakfast. Following that, she took a taxi to drop Lang Lang off at school before returning to the supermarket to buy groceries. After a night of deep contemplation, Gu Qing resolved to employ the enemy's tactics against them. With Meng Yu in the kitchen, she would also take to cooking. There is a saying that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Thus, Gu Qing decided to prepare a meal for Chen Luo. Recalling his fondness for braised beef brisket, which she planned to make that very afternoon, at the supermarket, she purchased 5 potatoes, 2 pounds of beef brisket, along with coriander, star anise, and other ingredients, then returned home to watch cooking tutorials. At 9:36 a.m., Chen Luo awoke naturally, slowly opening his eyes. Glancing at his phone to check the time, he lingered in bed for a while before comfortably rising. He opened the window, stretched lazily, and gazed at the rising sun, feeling a wave of joy wash over him. On Monday, Meng Yu found his workload to be quite overwhelming, but he finally experienced a moment of respite, no longer caught in the crossfire of competing demands. After completing his morning routine, Chen Luo promptly ventured out to the breakfast shop across the street. Upon returning to his quaint courtyard, he was greeted by the rare, gentle warmth of autumn sunlight, prompting him to decide to bask on the balcony and relish the leisurely life he had returned to in Jiangcheng. Thus, Chen Luo re-entered his abode and retrieved a chair, a delightful piece that had been present since he rented the place, an immaculate lounge chair, akin to that of Gu Qing. At times, Chen Luo found himself pondering the extraordinary kindness of his landlord, who furnished the apartment so generously. If there were a contest for the most admirable landlord in Huagua, Chen Luo would undoubtedly cast his vote for the generosity was truly commendable. Yet, such kindness occasionally left Chen Luo restless at night, leading him to question whether the house harbored any dark history. Nevertheless, at a rental price of 500 yuan per month, he reasoned that even if it were a haunted dwelling, he could understand. After setting up the lounge chair, Chen Luo prepared a glass of fresh orange juice, the oranges being those gifted to Meng Yu by Gu Qing the previous evening. After enjoying a hot pot dinner, Meng Yu had encouraged him to take some of Gu Qing's oranges home. Chen Luo, not one to decline, proceeded to juice them. With the juice ready, he grabbed a cushion and made his way to the balcony, spreading the chair and placing the cushion upon it before reclining comfortably. After sipping his orange juice, he opened a work by his dear friend Su Anping for enjoyment. It was a daily ritual to admire Su's creations. Once he finished, Chen Luo drained the last sip of juice and returned indoors, realizing he had idled away the time until nearly 11 o'clock. It was about time to prepare a meal. Just as he was preparing to head out to the supermarket for groceries, Gu Qing appeared at his doorstep, donning a white apron. Her long hair was elegantly pinned atop her head with a simple wooden hairpin, and it must be said that she looked quite lovely in that moment. She embodied the simple, pure beauty that Chen Luo had imagined for their life together post-marriage, captivating him unexpectedly. "Chen Luo, are you off to buy groceries?" Gu Qing inquired, her tone tinged with shyness. "Yes," Chen Luo nodded in response. "Why not come over to my place for lunch? I noticed that the beef at the supermarket is on sale, so I bought some extra. I doubt I can finish it all by myself," Gu Qing proposed. "Leftovers can just go in the fridge for next time," Chen Luo replied without much thought, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt from the events of the previous night, fearing that Gu Qing might stir up trouble again at home. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's expression immediately turned cold. her eyes locking on to Chen Luo with an intensity akin to a laser sight. Chen Luo, Teacher Ming said that when I cook too much, you should come over for a meal. But when I cook extra, you suggest putting it in the fridge, she said, her tone growing impatient. Both I and Teacher Ming are your neighbors. You cannot show preferential treatment simply because I am your ex-girlfriend. This is rather unjust. After hearing Gu Qing's series of arguments, even the eloquent Chen Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The crux of the matter was that Gu Qing, at this moment, not only wielded her words with dexterity, but also had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. As if she would burst into tears the instant Chen Luo dared to utter a single word. Well, even after all these years, Chen Luo remained unable to bear seeing Gu Qing in tears, while harsh words from other women could hardly pierce his heart. Gu Qing's tears stirred a deep sense of guilt within him. Let us eat, Chen Luo replied, as if to comfort her. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing quickly wiped away her tears and, with a slightly pouting expression, declared with an air of pride, You bad boy. You only agree when I cry. I one tea shed another tear in front of you. Chen Luo found himself both amused and exasperated. Over the years, Gu Qing had indeed matured significantly. She had learned to employ emotional tactics. It seemed she was no longer as innocent as she once was. Perhaps this was for the best. Had Gu Qing remained as naive as before, Chen Luo would have genuinely worried for her future. Upon entering Gu Qing's home, this marked Chen Luo's first visit since moving to the area. The DCOR was quite simple yet exuded warmth. The walls were adorned with numerous paintings created by Gu Qing herself. As fellow graduates of the Fine Arts Academy, Chen Luo could not help but feel dwarfed by her artistic prowess. To put it bluntly, Gu Qing could sell her paintings online for hundreds or even thousands of yuan, while he was relegated to finding employment in menial jobs. Time to eat, Gu Qing announced eagerly, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of braised beef brisket. Give it a try? Why does this braised beef look so dark? Chen Luo inquired, furrowing his brows. The dish, coated in a thick, dark sauce and accompanied by nearly disintegrated potatoes, appeared rather unappetizing. I accidentally used dark soy sauce instead of regular soy sauce while cooking, Gu Qing replied nonchalantly. But the taste should be fine. I followed the tutorial video for the rest of the steps. Have you eaten? Not yet, Chen Luo responded. I wanted you to have the first taste. With no further words to offer, Chen Luo mustered his courage, picked up his chopsticks, and selected a piece of the beef coated in the dark sauce. He opened his mouth and took a bite. After a couple of chews, his expression contorted as if he had tasted something profoundly unpleasant. What's wrong? Is it not good? Gu Qing asked, her tone tinged with apprehension as she observed his reaction. You did well, just don't cook it again next time, he replied. Chen Luo, with tears in her eyes, consumed a piece of food before responding. A naturally gifted artist should not be burdened with cooking. In Chapter 20, Brother Luo belongs only to me. Gu Qing observed Chen Luo's pained expression and, perplexed, picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece into her mouth. Before she even began to chew, the beauty of her features contorted grotesquely. She promptly turned and dashed into the kitchen, expelling the morsel of beef into the trash bin. Following this, she rinsed her mouth several times with a small bowl of water, her complexion gradually returning to normal. Emerging from the kitchen, Chen Luo, having set her chopsticks down, glanced at Gu Qing and inquired, What do you think? It's a bit unpalatable, Gu Qing replied, somewhat embarrassed. Without delay, she carried the entire bowl of beef back to the kitchen and disposed of it in the trash, taking the time to wash the bowl 3 times. In the living room, Chen Luo stood and addressed Gu Qing. Take your time. I shall head back now. After uttering these words, she descended the stairs, crossed the street, and entered the nearby supermarket to purchase a piece of pork belly, along with chili peppers and garlic sprouts. Upon returning home, she prepared a dish of stir-fried pork belly with garlic sprouts. Just as she was about to eat, Gu Qing, drawn by the aroma, arrived at her door, gently knocking and standing by the window. Chen Luo, may I join you for a meal? Without a word, Chen Luo rose to open the door, then resumed her seat, continuing her meal, treating Gu Qing's presence as though she were non-existent. After finishing her lunch, Gu Qing, ever considerate, washed the dishes, wiped down the stove, and stored the leftover food in the refrigerator. Before departing, she turned to Chen Luo and said, Chen Luo, I owe you another meal. I promise to repay you. With that, she strode out the door, offering Chen Luo no chance to respond. Chen Luo paid it little mind, spending some time playing, exercising, and taking a nap. The afternoon passed in a haze. At 3:30, she ventured out to attend a 2-hour training class. Since Meng Yu and Duo were absent, Only Gu Qing and her cousin Lang Lang were present, making the class quite harmonious. After class, Chen Luo resolved to dine out that evening to make amends for the culinary disaster of lunch, deciding to invite her good friend along. She promptly called Su Anping. As the call connected, the sound of rapid typing echoed. Su Anping was likely engrossed in writing a novel. "Let us go out for skewers," Chen Luo suggested. "You're treating, right?" Su Anping inquired. "Of course you are," Chen Luo replied. "I just returned to Jiangcheng and have little money left. All of it went to rent that apartment. I will treat you once I receive my paycheck." "I'm broke too," Su Anping lamented. "You're not broke at all. Your single press could afford us several meals of skewers," Chen Luo remarked, somewhat speechless. "You cannot say that. Do you think my visit to the foot massage parlor is for my own enjoyment? I am in pursuit of creative inspiration. I am dedicating myself to the arts. Do not perceive me as so base," Su Anping retorted with an air of righteous indignation. Yet, after uttering these words, he too struggled to suppress a chuckle, leaving Chen Luo truly at a loss for words. "All right, I concede. Hurry and come get me," Chen Luo sighed. Over an hour later, Chen Luo and Su Anping found themselves seated in a skewer restaurant, savoring skewers and sipping on chilled beer. After consuming several beef skewers and a few bottles of ice-cold beer, the two engaged in animated conversation, blissfully unaware that a pair of eyes were fixated upon them. In a lavish and opulent mansion, within a tastefully decorated and cozy bedroom, a young girl was perched on the sofa. She wore nothing but a delicate, sheer black nightgown that clung to her slender and curvaceous form. The room was dimly lit, with only a beam of moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating a standing mirror that reflected the girl seated on the sofa. Her long, beautiful legs were fair and smooth, and her dainty feet were exquisitely petite. Yet, higher up, her gaze revealed an almost eerie, sickly intensity. At this moment, her eyes were fixed intently on a liquid crystal display, where the scene of Chen Luo and Su Anping dining on skewers unfolded. "Look, brother is so happy right now," the girl, Luo Qingqing, remarked with a smile directed at her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, the reflection of Luo Qingqing responded. "He is living far too comfortably. We must not allow him such ease. He should feel torment every single day. He must suffer. We must ensure that they deeply torment brother Luo, so he will truly understand who the best woman for him is." Upon hearing this, the Luo Qingqing on the sofa nodded enthusiastically, repeatedly affirming to her mirrored self, "Yes, we must make them mercilessly torment brother Luo. Only then will my presence hold significance. Yes, once brother Luo has endured enough suffering, he will comprehend our worth. When we rescue him from the depths of despair in Jiang City, he will love you wholeheartedly." The reflection of Luo Qingqing reiterated, "Yes, by that time, brother Luo will undoubtedly love me deeply, just as he did in our childhood, always providing me with the warmest embrace," the Luo Qingqing on the sofa declared. Filled with longing, as she spoke, she opened her arms to embrace herself, desperately envisioning the sensation of Chen Luo's childhood hugs. While lost in thought, Luo Qingqing curled herself up tightly, her long legs drawn up onto the sofa, her knees resting beneath her chin, creating a compact and snug form. With her arms wrapped tightly around her legs, she found solace in the warmth it provided, a flicker of safety blossoming within her. "Fear not. All of this shall pass. Brother Luo ultimately belongs to you. Go ahead and call Shenxiu." The words "ultimately belong to me" echoed softly in Luo Qingqing's mind as she gazed into the mirror, a strange smile curving her lips. Gradually, she released her embrace, revealing evident red marks on the inside of her arms from the intensity of her hold. Once free, Luo Qingqing, clad in her gossamer nightgown, felt the softness of the carpet beneath her bare feet as she rose from the sofa to turn off the LCD screen. Under the moonlight, she admired her figure for a moment. Beholding her nearly flawless youthful form, Luo Qingqing smiled enigmatically once more. "Brother Luo will surely like this, won't he? He must adore me. I am young, beautiful, and obedient. He will love me immensely." After uttering these thoughts, Luo Qingqing approached her bedside, picking up her phone from the pillow to browse her contacts, which included 4 names, those of Chen Luo's former girlfriends. She had already reached out to the first 2, while the third was none other than Shenxiu, the sole daughter of a powerful family in Jiangcheng, known for her domineering and violent reputation. Chapter 21. The arrival of the third ex-girlfriend, Shenxiu, in an underground casino on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. A multitude of gamblers was gathered around a gaming table, their greedy eyes fixated on the dealer. The fervor in their gaze was unmistakable. The dealer, adorned in a professional black outfit, showcased her elegantly straight and shapely legs, complemented by a form-fitting suit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her cold visage and haughty demeanor, paired with delicate hands clad in white gloves, captivated the men within the subterranean establishment. Yet, what truly ignited their desires were her eyes, which sparked an insatiable urge to conquer. Today was indeed a stroke of luck for the gamblers, as Miss Shin herself dealt the cards. They yearned to experience the thrill of having the goddess Shin personally preside over the game. Even in profile, her beauty was mesmerizing. One could only wonder how stunning she appeared from the front. Many of the male patrons gazed at Shinshio with admiration, while the four players at the table were ablaze with excitement, for it was indeed Miss Shin who dealt the cards. "Tonight, I shall join you in your games," Shinshio declared with a wicked smile, swiftly shuffling a pristine deck of cards with remarkable expertise. She then began to distribute the cards, leaning slightly to place each one before the eager gamblers. It was now time for the player on the left side of the dealer to place their bet. And Shinshio. She quietly fixed her gaze upon the dealer, a middle-aged man of stout build, adorned in a suit that appeared nearly stretched beyond its limits, with a belly resembling that of a boulder, complemented by round black spectacles. The dealer feigned ignorance, waiting for the other gamblers to place their bets before casually reviewing his cards and opting to fold. At that moment, however, Shinshio, her gloved hand suddenly pressing down upon the dealer's, smiled and inquired, "Are you truly folding?" "Miss Shin, what do you mean?" the dealer asked, bewilderment etched across his face. "Are you still unclear?" Shinshio replied, her smile unwavering, while simultaneously applying pressure that elicited a pained grunt from the dealer. Just then, she brought her long legs, clad in high heels, down upon the dealer's palm. Instantly, the sharp heel pierced through his plump hand, and before the dealer could react, he noticed crimson blood welling up from his palm, the sensation of pain hitting his brain like a jolt. He let out a wretched scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, grasping desperately at Shinshio's heel, seemingly attempting to pry it away from his hand. Yet, her stiletto remained firmly lodged in place. Observers and the other three gamblers at the table were rendered utterly astounded, their mouths sealed in silence, too intimidated to utter a sound as they beheld Shinshio's icy demeanor. "Still unwilling to admit it? You have been cheating," Shinshio declared as she stood on one leg beside the table, the other foot resting on the gaming surface, leaning slightly closer to the dealer, her legs extending at an angle that surpassed 180 degrees, causing numerous onlookers to swallow hard in awe. Though they yearned for such audacity, none dared to express it, for Shinshio's dominance was palpable. I admit, the dealer stammered, his eyes reflecting the menace in Shinshio's gaze as he finally succumbed to fear. "Having the courage to admit it is commendable," Shinshio replied with a smile, withdrawing her heel from his palm and stepping towards him. Without further ado, she delivered a knee strike to his chin, twisting his left hand with a sharp crack of dislocated bone. She repeated this maneuver 4 times, leaving the dealer incapacitated and gasping for breath, clinging to life by a thread. Crouching beside him, Shinshio remarked, "At Shin's casino, the rule states that for cheating, one must pay 10 million to lose a hand. Tell me, do you wish to pay 20 million to spare both hands, or will you leave them here forever?" "I will pay," the dealer replied, without a moment's hesitation. Shinshio nodded in acknowledgement and then rose to depart. The surrounding gamblers swiftly parted to create a path as Shinshio emerged from the underground casino, subsequently appearing in the parking lot of a hotel. She retrieved her keys and unlocked her sleek black Maybach. Once inside, she changed into a different outfit before driving out of the hotel parking area. The dimly lit roads of the outskirts were nearly deserted, and the expansive streets bore little traffic. The Maybach, akin to a majestic black lion, traversed the elevated bridge and sped toward the city center. After more than half an hour, within the luxurious 001 private room of an upscale bar named Night Rose, Shinshio sat alone. The rectangular coffee table was adorned with numerous bottles of cocktails and several bottles of high-proof vodka. She poured a few measures of vodka into a glass, followed by a splash of cocktail, carelessly mixing until the glass was full. Then, tilting her head back, she downed the concoction in one swift motion. An hour later, having consumed 2 bottles of vodka and over 10 cocktails, a hint of inebriation finally graced her features. Leaning quietly against the sofa, she murmured softly, I'm so sorry, Chen Luo. I truly had no idea she would be so ruthless. I just wanted to have you completely. Forgive me. Can we start over, Chen Luo? I know you've been avoiding me because of this, but I genuinely realize my mistakes now. Will you come back to me?" Within the securely locked 001 room, Shinshio continued her solitary whispers, unaware of how many nights she had spent engulfed in profound remorse. She reflected on the events of over 2 years ago, acknowledging that she should not have acted as she did. Instead, she should have shared a bed with Chen Luo, allowing that madwoman to witness them together. This way, even if that deranged diva plotted against Chen Luo, she would have been able to protect him. She had erred, and for the past 2.5 years, she had remained trapped in the aftermath. Chen Luo, if heaven grants me another chance, Shenqiu mused, lost in her reverie until the shrill ring of her phone abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Noticing an incoming call from an unfamiliar number, she hesitated for a moment before answering. She composed herself, attempting to sound more lucid. Hello, who is this? Hello, Shenqiu. My identity is of little consequence. But what matters is that I know where Chen Luo is, came the cheerful reply from Luo Qingqing. Upon hearing Chen Luo's name, Shenqiu, who had been inebriated just moments earlier, suddenly felt an electrifying clarity wash over her, akin to a lion awakening. After a brief pause, she suppressed her excitement and responded with calm restraint. You say you know where Chen Luo is? Indeed, Luo Qingqing replied with a smile. Where? Shenqiu could no longer contain her eagerness and asked first. In Jianqing, at the Linzhong courtyard, Luo Qingqing replied softly. How can I trust you? Shenqiu initially anticipated that the other party would make some demands, yet they directly revealed their intentions. This inevitably stirred a sense of confusion within her. You should trust me. Sister, does my voice not sound like that of a good person? Luo Qingqing responded in a charming, childlike tone. How could such a delightful girl ever do anything wrong to her sister? Upon hearing this, Shenqiu's brow furrowed slightly. The peculiar lilt of the child's voice heightened her wariness. Who exactly are you? Shenqiu inquired, her tone laced with authority. The weight of her voice carried an imposing presence, likely intimidating for any ordinary girl. Reveal your identity. If your information proves true, I shall reward you. Shenqiu stated with earnestness. However, on the other end of the line, there was no reply. It seemed that the peculiar atmosphere had startled Luo Qingqing, as it took several seconds before she cheerfully responded, Sister Shenqiu, you're so fierce. Goodbye. Without allowing Shenqiu a moment to react, Luo Qingqing promptly ended the call and swiftly removed the SIM card from her phone. After this, Luo Qingqing turned her attention to the door, which had just been knocked upon. She donned a refreshingly light and breathable nightgown, striding gracefully to open the door with her long legs, her demeanor unhurried. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a respectful elderly woman clad in the white attire of a maid, her family's devoted caregiver. Miss Qingqing, the madam has sent this calming lotus seed soup for you. I noticed you've been sleeping late lately. This soup aids in restful slumber, the maid announced. Thank you. Luo Qingqing replied, taking the tray and preparing to close the door with her leg. Just then, the maid hastily added, one more thing, please remember to complete your homework, or Teacher Qin will be upset again tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a trace of distress crossed Luo Qingqing's face. After a brief pause, she nodded in acknowledgement, understood. I will finish it all tonight. With that, she shut the door with her leg and carried the tray into her bedroom, placing it on her desk. Seated at her study, she took spoonfuls of the soup while her gaze drifted towards the pile of textbooks before her. A hint of indescribable gloom shadowed her expression, as if she bore an unjust burden. Homework. 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 Why is there an endless stream of assignments every day? Luo Qingqing murmured to herself. At this moment, her life felt overwhelmingly burdensome. The ceaseless assignments made her yearn for the days spent in the orphanage, where she had only a modest amount of homework and the companionship of Chen Luo. And now, all she had were endless assignments: Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, geography, history, politics, physical education, and even skill enhancement courses in etiquette, dance, and public speaking. Luo Qingqing felt as though her head would burst from the sheer volume of homework she had to complete each day. Yet, there was no alternative. She had to study. Such was the reality of being part of an affluent family, where one's autonomy was often sacrificed. Nevertheless, Luo Qingqing harbored a sense of gratitude. Had she not been fortunate enough to be adopted by the Luo family, she might never have had the opportunity to pursue Chen Luo, let alone engage in the current Shura plan. Her ability to orchestrate all these endeavors stemmed from the wealth and power of her family. Otherwise, she would have been unable to establish the Linjiang courtyard, locate Chen Luo, or acquire the contact information of his 4 former girlfriends. Alas, Luo Qingqing, who had faced countless rejections, was destined to remain merely Chen Luo's sister for the rest of her life. I refuse to be your sister. I want to be your little wife, Luo Ge, she mused inwardly. Thinking of Chen Luo revitalized Luo Qingqing, filling her with determination. She knew she had to excel to live up to her family's expectations and to be with her beloved Luoge. Changing her clothes and completing her homework became a source of renewed vigor. With a surge of enthusiasm, she rose and approached her wardrobe, first shedding her delicate nightgown. Standing bare before the closet, she perused an array of alluring sleepwear, ultimately selecting a pair of ultra-short ice silk shorts paired with a minuscule pink crop top. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, concealing her fair, delicate back, while she adorned her long, fair legs with a pair of black stockings. Once dressed, Luo Qingxing admired her reflection in the mirror, satisfied with her youthful yet sensual appearance. She returned to her desk, finished her bowl of lotus seed soup, and began to diligently tackle her assignments. This was her ritual. Before embarking on her studies, she would don a set of enticing sleepwear. Take a moment to appreciate her reflection, and only then would she find the motivation to write. Keep going. The efforts you invest now will surely yield rewards in the future. Meanwhile, in Box 001 of the Night Rose Bar in Jiaqing, Shinqiu had bombarded her phone with calls, only to find it switched off. Finally composed, she ceased her attempts. At that moment, she felt remarkably invigorated. After sitting on the sofa for a brief spell, she abruptly rose and exited Box 001. Upon leaving the bar, she started her black Land Rover and sped toward Jiangxing University. After more than half an hour, Shinqiu arrived near an old residential complex outside Jiangxing University. Happiness Court. Building 3, Su Onping should reside here, she thought, glancing at the door plate on the first floor before ascending the stairs. Reaching the third room on the fourth floor, Shinqiu knocked on the metal door and then stepped aside to conceal herself. Moments later, the door creaked open halfway, revealing Su Onping. Shinqiu suddenly appeared at the doorway, one hand swiftly locking around Su Onping's neck, while the other drew a pistol from her waist and pressed it against his forehead. Commanding, "Close the door." Su Onping was utterly taken aback by Shinqiu's rapid and decisive actions. After a few moments of stunned silence, he recognized her as Shinqiu, Chen Luo's ex-girlfriend. Aware of her formidable nature, he quickly adopted a submissive tone, exclaiming, "I'll close it. I'll close it. Please, don't act rashly." With that, he shut the door. Only then did Shinqiu release her grip on Su Onping's neck, forcing him into the bedroom before closing the bedroom door behind them. She then seated herself in his gaming chair, where the computer screen displayed a film from Japan. Casting a disdainful glance at the screen, she grimaced slightly before switching the interface, crossing her legs and coldly stating, "Su Onping, do you recall what I told you 2.5 years ago? If you know any information about Chen Luo and conceal it from me, I will make you regret it. Now I ask you again. Do you have any news about Chen Luo?" Faced with her inquiry, Su Onping hesitated for a moment before responding with a resigned expression, "Miss Shin, Chen Luo has contacted me in 3 years. Why are you suddenly asking about him? If I had any news, I would inform you immediately." Chapter 23. The Battle for the Eggs. Upon hearing this, Shinqiu let out a cold laugh, remaining silent as she slowly approached the bedside. Su Onping, feeling somewhat guilty, dared not meet her piercing gaze. As she reached the bed, he unconsciously retreated until he found himself at the edge of the bed. Plopping down without even removing his shoes, he curled up at the foot of the bed, pulling the blanket over himself, glancing at Shinqiu, who appeared as if she were ready to devour him. In that moment, he even forgot about his cherished doll. By the bedside, a flicker of disgust crossed Shinqiu's eyes as she pointed her gun at the doll, saying, "You should cover that up. I don't want to see such things." "Then don't point the gun at me," Su Onping exclaimed in a panic. The reason he was so fearful of this woman stemmed from 2.5 years ago, when Chen Luo mysteriously disappeared, prompting Shinqiu to frantically search for him. Eventually, she arrived at Su Onping's place, demanding to know Chen Luo's whereabouts. At that time, this ferocious woman had violently assaulted 4 men before him, an image that still haunted Su Onping with its brutality. Compared to the erratic film star, he believed Shinqiu was the true embodiment of a formidable woman. "Very well," Shinqiu replied, and Su Onping hastily covered his beloved doll once more with the blanket. In the next moment, Shinqiu leaped onto the bed, deftly drawing a dagger from her waist and pressing it to Su Onping's neck. "Su Onping, let me ask you once more, do you know where Chen Luo is?" Su Onping wore a troubled expression, and before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shinqiu. "I kindly remind you, if I hadn't heard certain news, do you think I would come to you to inquire?" Shinqiu asked coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Onping could no longer hold back, and with a tone of deep resignation, he replied, "Miss Shin, it has been nearly 3 years since this matter occurred. How can you still not forget Chen Luo? A woman as exceptional and beautiful as you should have no trouble finding someone else." There is truly no need to hang your hopes on a withered jujube tree. This statement was a candid truth, as the daughter of the Shin family and one of the most beautiful women at Jiancheng University. Countless handsome young men had been infatuated with her during her university years, and many secretly harbored feelings for her. It was fair to say that she lacked for admirers. Yet, she was inexplicably drawn to Chen Luo. You lecherous fool, do you even understand what love is? Shinshio retorted coldly. In her heart, men were divided into two categories, other men and Chen Luo, the latter being a singular being in her world. During the summer of her senior year, Chen Luo was drinking alone at a bar named Night Rose, where Shinshio first encountered him. That evening, she too found herself in box 001, indulging in drinks alone. After a while, she decided to venture to the bar, where she encountered Chen Luo, who was also sipping his drink. Unlike her, however, she was quite intoxicated that night. And amidst the dazzling lights and pulsating music, Shinshio caught sight of Chen Luo's eyes. Those eyes, which conveyed a sense of ease and charm after enduring numerous experiences, captivated Shinshio instantly. She found it astonishing. Over the years, many men had pursued her, and she had encountered countless suitors. Yet, Chen Luo's gaze possessed a certain enchantment that made her fall for him immediately. The two shared many drinks, and she persuaded Chen Luo to accompany her to a hotel. Upon arriving, everything proceeded smoothly. They were soon entwined, and after a shower, they were on the brink of consummation. At that moment, Shinshio, feeling nervous as it was her first time, was keenly observed by Chen Luo, who casually inquired, "Is this your first time?" "Yes," she replied simply, thinking it was merely a trivial exchange that would not disrupt the evening's flow. After all, they had already been in the hotel, entangled in passion for so long, and everything seemed destined to unfold naturally. Yet, what happened next? Upon hearing her brief response, Chen Luo abruptly dressed and left, turning to her with a serious remark as he departed. Treasure your first experience dearly. Just like Cupid's arrow, it pierces through the myriad defenses of her heart, striking the target within with unwavering precision. In that moment, Shinshio lay quietly on the hotel bed, the words of Chen Luo gently echoing in her ears. And before she knew it, she had fallen for him. Later, she discovered that Chen Luo was her junior, which led to her orchestrated chance encounters and the carefully crafted plan that blurred the lines between pretense and reality. What she had thought was a flawless scheme nearly cost her beloved his life, and for over 2 years, she has been engulfed in regret. Until now. Upon hearing news of Chen Luo once more, she felt an overwhelming urgency to apologize to him. Very well, I shall tell you. But you must promise me not to harm Chen Luo. Su Anping finally relented, though he had no other choice. This tempestuous young lady was indeed a force of madness. I promise. Now speak quickly. Shinshio replied eagerly. You must swear, Su Anping insisted earnestly. Are you imposing conditions on me now? Shinshio's expression hardened, and in the next instant, a dagger was thrust between his legs, a mere 2 inches from his lineage. I will, Su Anping exclaimed. Hearing the dagger pierce through the bed, as if he were being reprimanded by his ancestors, and he hastily spoke. Chen Luo is at the Lingjiang courtyard. Upon hearing this, Shinshio released Su Anping and excitedly made her way outside, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. After 2.5 years, she finally had news of Chen Luo. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her, to seek out Chen Luo at the Lingjiang courtyard. However, as she reached the door, she reconsidered. If she simply approached him, he might not come out. After all, from Chen Luo's perspective, she was the one who had let him down. Thus, Shinshio turned back towards the bedroom, coincidentally encountering Su Anping, who had just emerged from the room, checking to see if she had left, with his phone in hand. Noticing Su Anping's phone, Shinshio instantly deduced his intentions and her eyes narrowed coldly. Who are you planning to call with that phone? She asked. Just to calm my nerves. Su Anping replied with a bitter smile, hastily responding to her message. Now, pick up your phone and call Chen Luo. Ask him to meet at the Night Rose bar for drinks. If you fail to do so, I shall sever your little appendage. Shinshio declared with an imposing demeanor. Chapter 24. Chen Luo is my brother. Additional payment required. Isn't this a tad too demanding, Miss Shin? Chen Luo is my brother, Su Anping implored, his expression pleading for mercy. Observing his distress, Shinshio paused for a few seconds before raising her hands and displaying 2 thumbs, declaring, 200,000. Are you in? Though Chen Luo and I do not share the same mother, I have long regarded him as a true brother. Su Anping retorted, 300,000. As Shinshio's words fell, she raised her thumb in a gesture of nonchalance, exuding an air of affluence. In that moment, Su Wanping found himself genuinely hesitating. He toiled day and night writing novels, barely earning a few thousand yuan each month. Yet, here was Miss Shin, offering him a staggering sum of 300,000 yuan in one go. Moreover, he had already informed her of Chen Luo's whereabouts, which meant that Shinqiu would inevitably locate Chen Luo sooner or later. He was merely accelerating the process. After a moment of contemplation, Su Wanping looked at Shinqiu and declared 3 words, "Raise the price." Upon hearing this, Shinqiu smiled at Su Wanping, raised her hand, and extended her final 2 thumbs, calmly stating, 500,000. It's a deal. Su Wanping promptly agreed, and Shinqiu, equally decisive, produced a bank card and tossed it to him. She then spoke, "The password consists of 6 sixes, and there are over 500,000 inside. Now, get Chen Luo to come out." Su Wanping put the card away and proceeded to call Chen Luo on his phone. The time was already past 1 in the morning. A few seconds later, the slumbering Chen Luo was roused by the call. Groggily, he reached for his phone, intending to silence it. But upon realizing it was his good friend Su Wanping, he paused for a moment before answering, his tone laced with irritation. "What is the matter calling me at this hour? Are you inviting me out for drinks? I'll treat you." In a seemingly cheerful manner, Su Wanping replied, "Drink? It's already past 1. Chen Luo flatly rejected the idea. "Come on." Su Wanping quickly interjected, "To be honest, I've encountered a bit of a situation lately, and I need your insights. Luo go?" At this, Chen Luo's interest peaked slightly, and after a brief pause, he chuckled and asked, "What has happened? Did some technician catch your fancy? Trying to convert public assets into private ones?" "No," Su Wanping replied with a hint of reluctance. Letting out a sigh, "I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Come to the Night Rose bar, and I'll tell you there." Night Rose. Chen Luo's expression faltered at the mention of those words, and he candidly asked Su Wanping, "Can we choose a different bar to discuss this?" Su Wanping was momentarily taken aback by Chen Luo's sudden inquiry and found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Shinqiu quickly whispered a reminder, "Just say you've already booked a private room." With that, Su Wanping regained his composure and replied earnestly, "No, I can't. I've already reserved a room. Canceling would be a waste of money." After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo nodded and replied, "All right then, drive over to pick me up." Upon hearing this, Su Wanping turned to look at Shinqiu, seeking her approval. However, Shinqiu, noting Su Wanping's apprehensive demeanor, responded with a disapproving glance. It wasn't that she feared Su Wanping would run away, but rather that she was concerned he might inadvertently raise Chen Luo's suspicions along the way. After all, Su Wanping is currently so flustered that he can barely think straight while making a phone call to fetch Chen Luo. As they chat along the way, one might wonder if this fellow can even hold a conversation. She estimates it to be quite a challenge. Hence, having Chen Luo come is indeed the best choice. Following a moment of contemplation after being rebuffed by Shinqiu's gaze, Su Wanping finally spoke up. "I've already settled into the private room and started drinking. I can't drive now. Damn it, you little rascal, you didn't wait for me to drink. I must get back at you later." Chen Luo responded to this and promptly hung up. Getting out of bed, he dressed and stealthily made his way downstairs. He then hailed a ride to the Night Rose bar. On the way, Chen Luo couldn't help but think of Shinqiu, feeling an inexplicable sense of worry. It's fine. Nothing in this world is that coincidental," he reassured himself inwardly. After more than half an hour, just past 2 o'clock, Chen Luo arrived at the Night Rose bar. Upon entering, he saw young men and women dancing energetically in the club's vibrant atmosphere. He glanced at a few young beauties before returning his focus to Su Wanping, sending him a message. "Which private room are you in?" "Room 001, Su Wanping replied. Upon seeing this message, Chen Luo felt a jolt of anxiety. Could it be that Su Wanping actually reserved room 001? Is Shinqiu, that crazy woman, really onto me? He reassured himself, it shouldn't be. Old Su is my brother. He wouldn't betray me. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to trust Su Wanping, a good friend he had known for many years and the most reliable brother in his life. Soon after, Chen Luo arrived at the door of room 001, raised his hand, and pushed the door open. There he found Su Wanping lounging on the central sofa, and near the restroom sat a stunning woman in a fitted dress. With her legs crossed and her head slightly bowed, her long hair cascaded down, obscuring part of her face. The room was dimly lit, making it difficult for Chen Luo to discern her features, yet her remarkable figure was unmistakable, exuding an alluring silhouette even in the shadows. With a teasing tone, Chen Luo remarked, "Old Su, didn't you say you were heartbroken? Why did you bring a lady to keep you company while drinking?" Are you trying to get me drunk so you can drag me back into your mess? Upon hearing this, Su Omping wore a guilty expression, utterly at a loss for how to respond, especially as he realized that this fellow didn't even recognize Shen Xiao and mistook her for a bar companion. How outrageous. Why are you silent? You ordered so many drinks, can you even finish them? Chen Luo settled beside Su Omping and, as he spoke, picked up a bottle opener to uncork a drink. Su Omping remained silent. It was at this moment that Shen Xiao, seated on the other side of the sofa, finally spoke up languidly, he can't drink. I'll drink with you. As she said this, she lifted her leg and stood up. She swayed her slender waist as she approached Chen Luo, who, upon hearing that familiar voice, slowly lifted his gaze towards the hostess. The distance between them gradually diminished until Shen Xiao stood less than half a meter away from him. A sudden realization struck Chen Luo. The companion he had assumed to be merely a hostess was, in fact, Shen Xiao. A chill ran down his spine. It truly was that fierce woman. He could hardly fathom that Su Omping had actually betrayed him. Chen Luo turned to Su Omping, who wore an awkward expression. Su Omping, please leave and shut the door behind you, Shen Xiao said with a smile. At her words, Su Omping promptly rose and exited the private room 001, leaving Chen Luo in a state of shock on the sofa. Once Su Omping had departed, Shen Xiao leaned closer to Chen Luo and whispered in his ear, Chen Luo, I finally see you again. Chapter 25. Finished the drink to leave. Chen Luo wore a bitter expression, having silently cursed Su Omping 100 times in his mind. Yet, after venting his frustrations, he had no choice but to lift his head and confront the approaching Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao, must you be in such a hurry? Chen Luo grasped Shen Xiao's hand, adopting a tone of leisurely persuasion. In response, Shen Xiao gave him a teasing glance before swinging her leg off him and sitting closely beside him. With a nostalgic tone, she began, Chen Luo, do you remember? We met in this very bar. It has been 2.5 years. Now, we are reunited here once again. I believe it is fate. As if the heavens deem us meant to be together. As she spoke, Shen Xiao turned to gaze deeply into Chen Luo's eyes, unabashedly revealing the intensity of her feelings. Shen Xiao, our encounter tonight, was it not you who sent Su Omping to summon me? Chen Luo replied with a wry smile. I don't care, Shen Xiao retorted, wrapping her arms around Chen Luo's neck with an air of certainty, proclaiming, we are a match made by the heavens. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt no urge to explain further. He had already done so 3 years prior when he made it clear that he did not fancy a woman of Shen Xiao's tempestuous nature. He feared that should he ever stray, Shen Xiao would unhesitatingly send him to Southeast Asia for a transformation. One should not underestimate Shen Xiao's passion. She was capable of anything when her feelings were betrayed. Coming from a family rooted in the underworld, one of the most prestigious in Jiang City's underground gambling scene, Chen Luo, an ordinary man, truly could not afford to offend Shen Xiao. What will it take for you to let me go? Chen Luo asked, his tone both direct and sincere. Simple. Shen Xiao replied bluntly, do you see all these drinks on the table? If we finish them together, you can leave this room. But I have a poor tolerance for alcohol. Chen Luo let out a bitter smile and replied, of course, I will get drunk. After all, I can hold my liquor. Shen Xiao responded with a smile. All right then, Chen Luo replied with a wry smile, summarizing the current situation. Chen Luo reflected that the root of it all lay in that fateful night when he had softened, feeling pity for Shen Xiao. He shouldn't have cared whether it was her first time or not. It should have ended there. Had he done so, the crazy actress wouldn't have been oblivious to his escapades, and everything would have remained unresolved. Yet, he had chosen to soften. One misstep led to a cascade of subsequent events. Let us drink. Shen Xiao poured a splash of vodka into a glass, followed by a generous amount of cocktail, then raised the glass to Chen Luo's lips, adorned with a flirtatious smile. In that moment, if one were to disregard everything else, she bore a striking resemblance to a charming hostess. Chen Luo chuckled bitterly, raising his hand to take the glass from Shen Xiao, but she intertwined her fingers with his and gently said, I'll feed you. With that, she forced the glass to his lips, and he had no choice but to drink as she gradually poured the liquor into his mouth. Her smile mirrored that of a mischievous temptress. After downing a significant portion of the drink, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Having refrained from bars for 2.5 years, his throat was unaccustomed to the sharp, pungent taste of vodka. I'll drink by myself, he said, taking a deep breath. All right then, Shen Xiao laughed in response. If you find it difficult, you can have some fruit to ease it down. At her suggestion, Chen Luo obediently picked up a fruit platter, but Shen Xiao continued to pour him more drinks, urging him to lift the glass to his lips. The intoxicating colors of the beverages blurred his senses. After 2.5 years of abstinence, his tolerance for alcohol had diminished significantly. The Chen Luo, who once could consume a couple of bottles of liquor without a care, now found himself tipsy after merely mixing cocktails with a bottle of vodka. Leaning against Shun Xiu's shoulder, he appeared quite inebriated, while she too had indulged to the point of slight intoxication. Her previously fair complexion now adorned with a rosy glow, rendering her even more enchanting in the dimly lit room. About what happened 2.5 years ago. I owe you an apology. I truly did not foresee how things would unfold. Had I known she was so reckless, I would never have acted in such a manner. I understand you see me as a violent woman, but I would never harm you. At this moment, Chen Luo was already drunk. Shen Xiu gazed at the inebriated Chen Luo in her arms, unable to resist whispering tenderly in his ear. After a considerable time, a knock on the door interrupted them, and a polite voice from outside announced, "Good evening. We are about to close." Upon hearing the words, Shen Xiu, who was whispering on the sofa, lifted her gaze towards the entrance of the private booth. Subsequently, she consumed the last piece of apple from the fruit platter, effortlessly hoisting the 1.80 Chen Luo onto her shoulder, and strode out of booth 001. At the door, the attendant, upon witnessing Shen Xiu carrying Chen Luo, was momentarily taken aback, and casting a glance at Shen Xiu's alluring silhouette, could not help but feel a twinge of envy directed towards Chen Luo. After settling the bill at the front desk, Shen Xiu exited the establishment under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, making her way to the bar's entrance. As she walked along the street towards her vehicle, she encountered 3 young men with bleached hair, who appeared to have just emerged from the bar, slightly inebriated. Upon noticing Shen Xiu, adorned in a tight black dress that accentuated her long, fair legs and swaying waist, they were instantly captivated. Mistaking her demeanor, one of the young men could not restrain himself and called out, "Hey, beautiful, want to join us?" Hearing this, Shen Xiu halted, turning to face the trio. And upon observing the unabashed desire in their eyes, a smile slowly curled upon her lips as she inquired, "You wish to play as well? Is that so?" The young man nodded eagerly, asking, "Do you want to?" Without responding, Shen Xiu shifted her attention to the young man on her left. "Of course I do, beautiful," he replied excitedly. She then turned her gaze to the young man on her right, asking, "And you?" "Absolutely," he started to reply, but before he could finish, Shen Xiu executed a precise kick, incapacitating him. Following that, she swiftly dispatched the other 2 with similar finesse. Amidst their cries of anguish, Shen Xiu hoisted Chen Luo into her Land Rover, securing him in the passenger seat, and then sped away into the desolate streets, leaving only the roar of the engine in her wake. Minutes later, she arrived at a hotel, carrying Chen Luo through the entrance and producing her identification at the front desk. "I would like a room with a king-sized bed, please," she stated succinctly. In response, the receptionist paused for a moment, then, taking Shen Xiu's ID, proceeded with the check-in process quietly. His instincts warned him that Shen Xiu was not a woman to be trifled with. Her commanding presence was formidable enough that even in her enticing attire, he dared not gaze too long. Once the check-in was completed, the receptionist placed the room key on the counter and respectfully informed her, "Room 15 on the 9th floor. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call. The number is on the key card." Shen Xiu cast a fleeting glance at the receptionist before shouldering Chen Luo and stepping into the elevator. The receptionist lifted his gaze slightly, observing Shen Xiu's alluring silhouette, captivated by her dangerously seductive figure, swallowing hard in silence. Working at this hotel front desk, he had witnessed countless young couples checking in, as well as numerous beautiful women entering solo, especially during the night shift. Many young patrons arrived clad in provocatively revealing attire, their faces adorned with elaborate makeup. However, this evening marked the first time he truly encountered a woman exuding an otherworldly allure, as if she were a siren. At first glance, she evoked an irresistible desire for conquest and primal instinct. As Shen Xiu carried the inebriated Chen Luo into the elevator, the doors slowly closed, and the receptionist found himself envying Chen Luo deeply. What a remarkable fellow! He had seen many intoxicated women being escorted to their rooms by men. Yet it was his first time witnessing a drunken man being carried into the hotel by a woman. Could it be that this man possessed some extraordinary charm? If given the chance, he vowed to inquire about it the following day. Meanwhile, the elevator ascended to the 9th floor, where Shen Xiu entered room 15, unceremoniously depositing the inebriated Chen Luo onto the king-size bed. After ensuring the room was devoid of surveillance cameras, she drew the curtains of the balcony. Next, she slipped off her high heels, donned the hotel's disposable slippers, and assisted Chen Luo in removing his shoes before selecting the evening's attire from a delivery app on her phone. 5 outfits should suffice, she mused. Calculating that with half-hour intervals, 10 rounds would total 25 hours. After each session, she planned to grant Shenluo a half-hour respite, allowing for half an hour of playtime before resting again. Shenqiu deemed her arrangements quite humane. Considering Shenluo's regular physical training, this plan should pose no issues. Having finalized her calculations, she proceeded to place the order. Shenqiu then set her phone aside and perched herself at the edge of the bed, gazing at the unconscious Shenluo, utterly entranced by his features. Under the soft glow of the bedroom lights, his slightly flushed visage showcased an impeccable handsomeness, each feature harmoniously assembled like a flawless puzzle. Captivated, Shenqiu instinctively leaned in closer, ultimately bending down to kiss his forehead gently. With a sorrowful yet tender expression, she whispered, "Luo, Luo, my darling, these past 2.5 years must have been arduous for you. They have been equally challenging for me. But fear not. For tonight, I shall make amends for my past mistakes." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with boundless affection, a scene that would surely astonish any onlooker at a nearby casino. This is the sole heir of the Shun family, the formidable Miss Shun, renowned for her ruthlessness in the underground casinos of Jiaqing. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from outside the room. Unsurprisingly, it was the arrival of her combat gear. Shenqiu swiftly donned the disposable slippers provided by the hotel, her long legs striding to the door to open it. She took her equipment from the delivery person and promptly shut the door, placing the gear on the bedside table. Barefoot, she entered the bathroom, shedding her form-fitting black dress, and began to cleanse herself. As the steamy water cascaded over her skin, it accentuated her already flawless complexion, rendering it even smoother and more radiant under the gentle caress of baby shower gel. In less than 3 minutes, Shenqiu emerged from her cleansing ritual, unwrapping a disposable bathrobe from the bathroom and wrapping it snugly around her body. More precisely, it enveloped her from the chest down, though it offered scant coverage to her exquisite legs, barely concealing the area just below her knees, leaving much of her delicate calves and smooth, fair feet exposed. Her collarbone was distinctly visible, accentuated by her nearly sculptural shoulders and the elegantly elongated neck adorned with prominent veins. At this moment, her long black hair cascaded freely, enhancing Shenqiu's enchanting and commanding presence. Her petite and refined features resembled a finely crafted jade sculpture, every detail a testament to perfection. Stepping out of the bathroom, Shenqiu approached the bed, her gaze fixated on the inebriated Shenluo, her emotions barely contained. "Luo, Luo, you only need to lie still," she whispered as she leaned closer to his face, then moved to his ear. The white bathrobe she wore was not tightly secured, seeming as though it might loosen with the slightest touch. Unfortunately, Shenluo's tolerance for alcohol had diminished significantly since the days he consumed several bottles of vodka at the Night Rose bar. He was now thoroughly incapacitated, unable to open his eyes or lift his head. Shenqiu fidgeted at the bedside, her frustration mounting as her patience wore thin. Taking a deep breath, she seated herself on the bed. "It seems I shall have to exert considerable effort," she muttered. With that, she turned off the lamp on the bedside table, initiating her clandestine operation in the enveloping darkness. The following day, Shenluo awoke in the dim room, his first reaction being an excruciating headache, as if his skull were about to burst. His second realization was an overwhelming sense of weakness, akin to being drained of vitality by a seductive enchantress. He felt so feeble that a slight chill coursed through him. "Damn, Shenqiu is truly a fierce woman," he muttered softly. With great caution, he picked up the neatly folded clothes that Shenqiu had arranged on the bedside table, donning each item one by one beneath the covers. Once dressed, Shenluo sat at the edge of the bed for a moment before rising, feeling somewhat unwell, perhaps a result of excessive drinking, though he could not discern the exact cause. After reflecting for a while, he found himself perplexed. The crucial memories of the previous night were elusive, only recalling that Shenqiu had intoxicated him at the bar. How they had ended up at the hotel and what transpired thereafter on the grand bed remained a blur in his mind. At that moment, Shenluo's gaze fell upon the trash bin, which was filled with crumpled white tissues and a small pink box. He retrieved the box from the bin, glancing at its cover which proclaimed it contained 10 units. Instantly, a wave of indignation washed over him as he muttered to himself, "Shenqiu is truly ruthless, treating him as if he were less than human." After 2.5 years of cultivating pure yang energy, it seemed she had squandered it in a single night. Far more exploitative than any malevolent capitalist, who at least left some semblance of dignity. Seething with resentment, Shenluo slipped on his shoes and stood up, checking the time on his phone before drawing open the balcony curtains. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, he inhaled a few breaths of fresh air, feeling his body gradually rejuvenate. Sunlight flooded the bedroom, illuminating the spacious area of over 20 square meters. Then, his attention was drawn to a corner of the room where 200 yuan lay beneath a bottle of mineral water on a small table. Previously unnoticed in the dim light, Chen Luo approached and discovered the cash hidden beneath the bottle, accompanied by a note left by Shen Qiu. The note read, "Here is 200 yuan for your troubles. Take it to buy some supplements. Don't question why it's 200, that's all you're worth." Reading these words left Chen Luo momentarily speechless. His hand trembled slightly as he held the note. How could someone with the same body temperature produce such frigid words? Who asked her why she was giving him 200 yuan? He had no need for this money. It was not merely a token of labor, but the final straw that broke the camel's back. This woman was truly malicious. After thoroughly exploiting him, she sought to belittle him further. What did she mean by offering a mere 200 yuan? With his height of 180 centimeters, his well-built physique from daily exercise, and the energy he had cultivated for 2.5 years, he was worth far more than that paltry sum. It was infuriating. Even if he were to work as a host in a foreign land catering to wealthy women, surely he would earn much more than this. Shen Qiu felt a surge of anger, causing her blood to boil, and suddenly she experienced a slight dizziness. She hurriedly returned to the edge of the bed and lay down for a while to calm her emotions. Only then did she rise to her feet. Forget it. Encountering that fierce woman was simply my misfortune. After some contemplation, Shen Qiu decided to endure it. There was no other choice. Chen Luo was acutely aware of Shen Qiu's background. As a prominent figure from a well-established underworld family in Jiangxing, her father was indeed a well-known name in the city. As the sole heir of the Shen family, Shen Qiu was destined to inherit the family legacy and become a major player in Jiangxing's underground world. What could Chen Luo do upon facing such a background? Naturally, she could only silently accept it. Much like life itself, sometimes it is futile to resist fate's arrangements. And it is better to embrace them. At least this way, one can find a semblance of comfort. Chen Luo's life philosophy was one of freedom and ease, akin to a green leaf swaying in the wind, resting wherever it may be carried. After carefully tucking away the 200 yuan she had earned, Chen Luo made her way to the restroom for a brief moment and then calmly took the room card, stepping out of her room. She approached the front desk to check out. "Hello, I would like to check out," she politely addressed the receptionist, placing the room card on the counter. The receptionist, who had been watching television, lifted his gaze upon hearing Chen Luo's voice. He had already reached for the room card, preparing to register her checkout on the computer. However, suddenly, the receptionist scrutinized Chen Luo's features and physique, seemingly recognizing her appearance, and with a face full of respect and admiration, he inquired, "Excuse me, were you the one who was carried upstairs by a beautiful woman last night after drinking?" Upon hearing this and observing the receptionist's admiring gaze, Chen Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment and shook her head in confusion. "You must be mistaken. Please proceed with the checkout." Yet the receptionist, clearly convinced, approached Chen Luo with unwavering certainty, exclaiming, "I recognize your face. You are indeed the person who was carried upstairs by that beauty." Faced with the receptionist's firm belief, Chen Luo found herself momentarily speechless, thinking, "If you are so sure, why ask me? This is rather awkward. Why do you ask?" Chen Luo inquired, lowering her voice. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the receptionist's face, and noticing that Chen Luo was finally acknowledging it, he leaned closer and said, "To be honest, I've been working at this front desk for several years, enduring sleepless nights, and my body is beginning to struggle. I no longer wish to toil. I wanted to ask how someone like you manages to dine on the riches of a wealthy woman." Although the receptionist lacked formal education, he could discern from Shen Qiu's attire and jewelry, as well as the luxurious Range Rover parked outside, that she was indeed a woman of means. Upon being questioned by the receptionist, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Did this lad truly believe he was merely a freeloader? Who, pray tell, indulges in such extravagance for a mere 200 yuan a night? In an instant, the pent-up frustration that Chen Luo had managed to suppress surged forth like a tidal wave. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he inquired calmly, "Was this question prompted by her? Who? The one who carried me in here?" "Of course not," the receptionist replied earnestly. "I genuinely wish to cease my efforts. My friend, please impart a couple of tricks to me. I'll offer you 200 yuan in return for your sincerity." Chen Luo, rendered speechless, could only respond in disbelief. Subsequently, without a hint of hesitation, the receptionist promptly scanned a code and transferred 200 yuan to Chen Luo. The unexpected turn of events left Chen Luo somewhat astonished. What does this mean? Are you serious? Caught in a dilemma, Chen Luo realized he had no real experience to share. He merely excelled at basketball, stood a bit taller, was somewhat more handsome, and possessed a fit physique. However, it seemed the receptionist lacked these attributes. Thus, in order to spare the receptionist's feelings, Chen Luo pondered briefly before suggesting, perhaps you might consider learning basketball or even dance. After uttering these words, Chen Luo placed the 200 yuan in cash on the counter and exited the hotel. Everyone struggles to earn a living. Chen Luo had not yet stooped so low as to utter those few words and then unreasonably accept the receptionist's 200 yuan. Chapter 28. The aftermath of distribution. Stepping onto the street, Chen Luo glanced back at the hotel, aptly named Starry Night Inn, a name he would quietly remember. After a lapse of 2.5 years, he found himself once more ensnared by Shen Qiu within those very walls. That cunning woman. She truly knows no bounds. My forbearance has only emboldened her, leading to her increasing audacity. She has now risen to a position above me. The more Chen Luo contemplated, the more suffocating his frustration became. Surveying his surroundings, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity with this street and was uncertain about which path to take home. However, the clock had already passed 11 in the morning, and hunger began to gnaw at him. The previous night's exertions had left him drained. His stomach felt hollow, and his legs felt light as feathers, urgently requiring sustenance. Let us find something to eat, Chen Luo sighed. He then spotted a wonton shop across the street, crossed the road, and walked directly inside. What can I get for you? The wonton shop was nearly empty, and upon seeing such a handsome young man enter, the proprietress greeted him with enthusiasm. I'd like 3 servings of wontons, Chen Luo replied, glancing at the menu hanging on the wall. Very well. The proprietress smiled and responded, turning to drop the wontons into the steaming pot. Chen Luo cast a glance at the proprietress, who appeared to be in her early 30s. She wore a form-fitting, peach-colored top adorned with vibrant red flowers that hugged her voluptuous figure, while her lower half was clad in tight jeans that accentuated her exquisitely mature legs. Her long hair was simply tied up. One must admit, the proprietress still possessed a captivating charm. Normally, Chen Luo would have stolen a few more glances, yet at that moment, he felt akin to an aged monk who had spent 30 years in deep meditation within the mountains, utterly devoid of desire. Even if the proprietress were to dance provocatively before him, his gaze would remain vacant. The cause of his indifference was, of course, the formidable Shen Qiu. Before long, Chen Luo's few dumplings were ready. The proprietress personally brought them to his table and gently spoke. Young man, I made you a few extra. I noticed those dark circles under your eyes. You must not have slept well last night, right? Do I have dark circles? Chen Luo replied, somewhat taken aback. Indeed. Quite pronounced, the proprietress nodded. But it does not detract from your handsomeness. Upon hearing her words, Chen Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment and pondered for a moment before explaining, I went out drinking at the bar last night. Perhaps a bit too much. I must refrain from such indulgence in the future. A bar? The proprietress took a seat beside him and continued. I divorced my husband last year and now run this wonton shop alone. It can get rather dull. Despite being in my 30s, I possess a youthful spirit and enjoy the company of younger folks. Perhaps we could connect on social media. Would you consider taking me to a bar sometime? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo found himself unable to swallow the wonton that was poised at the edge of his spoon. He lifted his gaze to meet the proprietress's eyes, which were unmistakably inviting. This wonton is no longer palatable, he thought. After consuming one, he abruptly stood and said, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. Could you please pack this for me? The proprietress, without further ado, complied and prepared the wontons for him, after which he exited the shop. A few minutes later, the proprietress suddenly realized, her expression filled with frustration, oh dear, that young man has tea paid yet. Having left the wonton shop, Chen Luo had completely forgotten about the payment. He sat on a bench in a small park and savored the dumplings. To his surprise, they were indeed quite delicious. After finishing, with the time approaching noon, Chen Luo took a deep breath and murmured, all right, I am full and satisfied. It's time to confront that traitor Su Wanping. 7 years of brotherhood, rendered unreliable. That very morning, Chen Luo had engaged in profound reflection. Although the root of the problem lay in that fateful night years ago when his compassion led Shen Qiu to fall for him, the catalyst was Su Wanping. The brother he had deemed most trustworthy had betrayed him. If it were not for Su Wanping, Chen Luo would likely never return to Night Rose again, let alone step foot into Box 001. He left the park and used his phone to navigate directly to the subway. boarding at Hengyuan Station and disembarking at Jiancheng University Station. After a brief walk, he arrived at the Happiness Courtyard, an apartment complex rented by Su Anping since graduating from university. He ascended to the 4th floor and knocked on door 3. As expected, no one answered after a considerable wait, prompting him to call out through the crack of the door, "Su Anping, hurry up and open the door, or I'll blow up your little sanctuary." Upon hearing this, Su Anping, who had stealthily approached the door but had hesitated to open it, could no longer remain silent. In a tone laden with distress, he replied, "Luo Gu, I truly have no choice in this matter." "What do you mean, no choice? Is someone holding a gun to your head?" Chen Luo retorted. "Even worse." Su Anping responded, adopting a victimized tone. "If I don't cooperate with her, she'll chop up my little sanctuary with a knife. You know that's my treasure, my only hope in life." Chen Luo was at a loss for words, inhaling deeply to suppress his anger before commanding, "Open the door." Reluctantly, Su Anping complied and opened the door. Once inside, Chen Luo strode into the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, his expression dark. Su Anping closed the door and, looking at Chen Luo with a sigh, said, "Luo Gu, now that we're at this point, don't overthink it. Shin Xiu gave me 500,000 last night. I transferred 100,000 to myself, and the remaining 400,000 is on this card. The password is 6 sixes. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes revealed a glimmer of relief as he accepted the bank card from Su Anping. With a wounded expression, he remarked, "Old Su, how can you bear to transfer 100,000 to yourself? This 500,000 is my hard-earned fee. I fought all night and at least lost a fortune. You think 400,000 is enough to settle it?" Luo Gu, although I didn't contribute much, I was genuinely startled by that crazy woman Shen Xiu last night. This 100,000 is my compensation for mental anguish. Su Anping defended himself, albeit with a hint of guilt. "To hell with you. The remaining 100,000 should be split evenly. You want to even be able to keep the money. It'll just end up in those flirtatious ladies' pockets. Better to give it to me. I'll save it for your future wife, and I'll return it to you when you get married." Chen Luo boldly proposed. "All right then." Su Anping, feeling guilty, transferred an additional 50,000 to Chen Luo. As for the money, he felt somewhat guilty about giving it to Chen Luo. However, once he did, he felt a sense of relief. After the division of spoils, Chen Luo stepped out of Su Anping's home, his mood inexplicably lifted. Indeed, money has the power to heal, especially the ailment of poverty. Chen Luo stumbled upon a humorous anecdote online, where a netizen, having suffered from depression after a breakup, found solace when a family relocation brought in millions in compensation, leading to a swift recovery. While money may not be omnipotent, it certainly comes closest to such a notion in this world. Upon exiting the Happy Courtyard, Chen Luo hailed a taxi and returned home to the Lingzhong Courtyard around 12:30. As he disembarked, his eyes fell upon a small delivery van parked at the entrance, and simultaneously, he spotted Shin Xiu moving belongings into the room directly opposite the main door on the 1st floor. In that instant, Chen Luo felt as if the sky had collapsed upon him. What did this signify? Shin Xiu was to dwell here from now on. How would he navigate the days ahead? Overwhelmed with emotion, Chen Luo reflected on how swiftly this fierce woman acted. While he was embroiled in a battle late into the night, she had already summoned a delivery service to transport her luggage to the Lingzhong Courtyard by morning. Alas, what is destined to occur cannot be avoided. Chen Luo lamented, after dedicating 2.5 years to teaching, he had returned to Jiacheng for less than a month, and everything that needed to happen had nearly transpired. Now, he could only hope that the tempestuous actress would not return, otherwise, he might just flee once more. As he approached the courtyard, he happened upon Shin Qiu exiting the room after finishing her move. Upon noticing Chen Luo entering the courtyard, she smiled and called out, "Chen Luo, you've returned just in time. Come help me with some luggage. I have quite a bit and can't manage it all on my own." Chen Luo wore a weary expression, silently protesting against Shin Qiu's actions from the previous night. "Are you helping or not?" Shin Qiu's countenance grew stern as she leaned closer and whispered, "I recorded everything from last night, and it was even more thrilling than the last time." Chen Luo felt an array of curses rising to his lips, yet he swallowed them back and instead reluctantly uttered a heavy, "Move. That's more like it." Shin Qiu replied with a grin. Later, as they reached the delivery van's trunk, she turned to Chen Luo and requested, "Come help me lift this punching bag." "All right," he replied, approaching the trunk. Together, They hoisted the heavy punching bag, each taking an end, and began their trek into Shunshio's residence. As they lifted it, Chen Luo immediately felt the strain. What on earth was this punching bag made of? The weight contorted his expression. However, he knew he could not appear too burdened in front of Shunshio, otherwise she would likely become even more audacious. He had to prove himself, for to do otherwise would be utterly humiliating. Fortunately, in the first floor of Shunshio's residence, there was no need to climb stairs. Otherwise, Chen Luo would have truly faltered today, gritting his teeth as he moved inside from the yard. The interior of the house bore a resemblance to their own style. Yet Shunshio's ground-level abode was significantly more spacious, likely encompassing the combined area of both Chen Luo's and Gu Qing's homes, approximately 200 square meters. It comprised 3 rooms, the largest of which had been transformed into a martial arts room, spanning over 50 square meters, equipped with various fitness apparatuses. And the floor was covered with soft mats akin to yoga mats. Upon entering that room, Shunshio pointed towards a corner room. And then the two of them proceeded into the expansive martial arts studio. Once there, Chen Luo set down Shunshio's punching bag, his expression finally relaxing considerably. While inwardly he couldn't help but curse Shunshio's abnormality. The weight of the punching bag surely exceeded 200 G. It was no wonder that Shunshio practiced with such a formidable object daily. Truly, she was destined to inherit the Shin family legacy. After finishing the move, he felt a twinge of soreness in his waist. Seemingly perceiving Chen Luo's facade of strength, Shunshio chuckled softly and inquired, "Are you tired?" "Not too bad. Mainly because someone snuck up on me last night while I was asleep," Chen Luo retorted indirectly. "Is that so?" Shunshio responded nonchalantly, a smile gracing her lips. Before continuing, "Then let us keep moving." Thus, Chen Luo ventured out again to assist Shunshio with her belongings. To say that Shunshio had an abundance of items would be an understatement. In addition to a plethora of various fitness equipment, there were 2 or 3 boxes of clothing, a collection of military and martial arts literature, and a heavy rectangular toolbox. Although Shunshio did not specify its contents, Chen Luo could surmise its nature. The box appeared unassuming in size, yet its weight likely exceeded 200 Jin, and it presumably contained a summoning device. Meanwhile, on the second-floor balcony, Gu Qing, who had initially been practicing yoga, now found herself entirely distracted, watching Chen Luo assist the newcomer. A wave of inexplicable jealousy washed over her. The cause of her discontent was, of course, Shunshio's striking beauty and physique, which posed a significant threat to Gu Qing. Today, Shunshio sported a pair of loose camouflage cargo pants, subtly accentuating her perfect curves. While her upper attire consisted of a form-fitting black tank top that showcased her defined abdominal muscles and an impressive figure. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her exquisite features emanated an aura of an imperious and alluring ice queen. This was a disaster. Chen Luo was bound to be entranced by her beauty. Gu Qing mused with growing concern. The path of pursuing love has become increasingly arduous, with challenges arising one after another. Teacher Mingyu recently anticipated a business trip, believing that her hardships were finally coming to an end, and that she would soon enjoy a blissful life with Chen Luo in their quaint abode. However, just then, a new female neighbor appeared. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock approached 1 o'clock, Chen Luo had finally assisted Shunshio in moving her luggage. Returning to his own residence, he opened the refrigerator, retrieving eggs and tomatoes, intending to prepare a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles for a quick meal. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Shunshio's voice from outside. "Chen Luo, open the door." "What do you want?" Chen Luo inquired, opening the door just a crack. "I've come to join you for lunch," Shunshio replied, pushing the door open and barging into his home, promptly seating herself on the sofa. Chen Luo fell silent. He turned to Shunshio and stated, "I didn't buy any groceries today. All I have is tomato and egg noodles. If that doesn't suit you, perhaps you could go to the restaurant across the street. Their dishes are quite decent." "No," Shunshio firmly shook her head. "I'm not accustomed to outside food. Your cooking is far more palatable." With no retort left, Chen Luo could only retreat to the kitchen. Though his time with Shunshio had been brief, he was aware that she lacked culinary skills, being far worse than Gu Qing, and was one of those who never set foot in the kitchen during her upbringing. Thus, he resigned himself to preparing another bowl for her. Meanwhile, Gu Qing was fuming on the balcony, witnessing Shunshio's brazen entry into Chen Luo's home. Her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, and her fair complexion flushed a rosy hue. Why was Chen Luo so familiar with her? Had he developed a penchant for mature women? But that was Gu Qing's forte. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. She resolved that after Chen Luo returned to work in the afternoon, she would have to interrogate him thoroughly. In Chen Luo's residence, he quickly prepared 2 bowls of noodles and cooked a serving of tomato scrambled eggs, layering it atop the freshly made broth noodles. He then garnished it with chopped green onions, completing the dish. In the living room, Shen Xiao, lured by the enticing aroma, wandered into the kitchen. Having hastily relocated to the riverside courtyard, she had consumed only a bottle of water since the previous night. Thus, upon catching a whiff of the fragrant tomato and egg noodles, she could no longer suppress her saliva. "Chen Luo, it smells amazing," Shen Xiao exclaimed, approaching him and, while reaching for chopsticks, complimented him. She then took one of the bowls and carried it to the dining table in the living room, where she eagerly began to devour the noodles. Chen Luo followed with the other bowl, quietly taking a seat opposite her and observing her for a moment before starting his meal. Before long, the atmosphere was filled with the delightful sounds of their shared meal. Shen Xiao swiftly consumed an entire bowl of noodles, leaving not even a morsel of the tomato and egg behind. After savoring a few sips of the broth, she contentedly remarked, "I'm full. It's time for me to return to sleep." "Safe travels. I want to see you off," Chen Luo replied, his tone somewhat indifferent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shen Xiao's face. She approached Chen Luo, intending to engage in a debate, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, overwhelmed by drowsiness. Instead, she abruptly wrapped her arms around Chen Luo's head and planted a forceful kiss on his cheek, the sound of their lips parting resonating softly. Only then did a joyful smile grace Shen Xiao's face as she turned to leave Chen Luo's residence, even taking the liberty of closing the door behind her. After Shen Xiao departed, Chen Luo exhaled deeply, revealing a hint of resignation. Encountering Shen Xiao, the audacious girl, was a predicament he had come to accept. After finishing his lunch, Chen Luo ventured into the kitchen to wash the dishes, then retreated to his bedroom for a brief nap. Upon awakening, he glanced at the novel updated by Lao Su that day, which lifted his spirits slightly. At 3:30 p.m., Chen Luo departed for work as usual. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, parents began arriving one after another to drop off their children. At 4 o'clock, training commenced officially, and Gu Qing was present as well. She sat nearby, her gaze fixed on him with an intensity reminiscent of a wife watching her unfaithful husband, imbued with 3 parts melancholy, 4 parts injustice, 1 part anger, and 2 parts coldness. Chen Luo sighed quietly, fully aware that Gu Qing's demeanor was undoubtedly linked to the arrival of their new neighbor, Shen Xiao. He had noticed her sulking upstairs while Shen Xiao was moving her belongings. Time passed swiftly, and after 40 minutes, a break was called. Chen Luo took the initiative to approach Gu Qing, sitting beside her and saying, "Gu Qing, the new girl is named Shen Xiao. She is a senior from our university. So I helped her move her luggage today." At his words, Gu Qing coldly averted her gaze, responding dismissively, "Why are you telling me this? I couldn't care less who she is." Chen Luo offered a faint smile, deftly shifting the topic, "By the way, why haven't Meng Laosher and Duo shown up in the past couple of days?" "You don't know?" Gu Qing replied, somewhat surprised. "Haven't you seen Meng Laosher's moments? She has a work assignment that requires her to be away for a week. Duo has gone back to her mother's. Is that so?" Chen Luo replied, quickly pulling out his phone to check the green bubbles. Discovering Meng Yu's post from 2 nights prior announcing her week-long business trip, a sense of relief washed over him. It would finally be a bit quieter. Chen Luo then spent some time shooting basketball before the break ended, returning to the rigors of training. As evening approached, he completed his workday. Chen Luo and Gu Qing ventured to the supermarket to procure groceries. Today, the beef was on sale, and Chen Luo seized the opportunity to purchase over £1, along with some spices and potatoes, intending to prepare a hearty beef stew to nourish his body. After crossing the street, Chen Luo and Gu Qing returned to their small courtyard, where they spotted Shen Xiao in the yard on the first floor, clad in a white Tai Chi suit, immersed in the music as she practiced her movements. It must be said that her posture and aura demonstrated a certain finesse, exuding the essence of a master. Chen Luo, Gu Qing, and Lang Lang exchanged glances, while Shen Xiao remained oblivious, fully engrossed in her Tai Chi routine. Upon reaching the upper floor, Gu Qing, filled with curiosity, inquired of Chen Luo, "What does your senior sister do? Her Tai Chi skills are remarkable." Chen Luo paused for a few seconds before responding. After some contemplation, he decided against revealing Shen Xiao's profession, as her identity was somewhat unique, and knowing too much might not bode well for Gu Qing. Once home, Chen Luo set about preparing dinner, diligently closing the doors and windows to prevent the enticing aroma of the stewing beef from wafting outside. lest Chen Qiu come over for an unsolicited meal. Of course, it wasn't that Chen Luo was particularly averse to her company. Rather, he was concerned that her frequent visits might inadvertently lead to an unwelcomed intimacy. Fortunately, under Chen Luo's vigilant watch, Chen Qiu did not knock on his door for dinner that evening. He quietly finished his meal at home, then took a shower and retreated to his bedroom for some relaxation. As the clock struck past 1, Chen Luo began to feel a bit drowsy, so he turned off the lights and closed his eyes to sleep. However, merely a few moments after he had settled in, he was startled by the sound of the bedroom door opening. His heart raced as he beheld Chen Qiu illuminating her phone, standing at the threshold of his room. "What the?" Chen Luo exclaimed in disbelief, his face betraying an expression of deep resignation as he lowered his voice in shock. "Chen Qiu, how did you get in here at this hour?" Through the lock, Chen Qiu replied nonchalantly, revealing a slender steel wire in her hand. Chen Luo silently acknowledged her skills with a mental note of admiration. Not even a locksmith possesses such prowess, he thought. "But why are you here?" he whispered, hastily rising to secure the bedroom window. The side facing the outside was Gu Qing's room. Should she become aware of any disturbance, the situation could spiral out of control. "What do you think?" Chen Qiu responded with a playful smile, shutting the bedroom door behind her. She approached Chen Luo's bedside, kicked off her slippers, and climbed onto the bed, snuggling under the same blanket. With a tender tone, she declared, "Of course, I came to sleep with you." Chen Luo let out a deep sigh. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "What exactly is our relationship? Is it merely that we share a bed? Are we lovers or simply friends? Such labels hold no significance for me. My perspective has shifted since the events of 2.5 years ago. I have come to understand a fundamental truth. Our relationship is inconsequential as long as your being is mine." With resolute conviction, Chen Qiu leaned closer to Chen Luo's ear while nestled under the covers. Chapter 31. I have a second personality. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo found himself utterly exasperated by Chen Qiu. He sighed and responded, "Have you contemplated your future? Is your intention to remain entangled with me for a lifetime?" "I care not for the future. My focus lies solely on the present," Chen Qiu replied with a pragmatic demeanor. "Have you truly come to terms with this?" Chen Luo inquired after a moment of silence. "You have no choice," Chen Qiu asserted, playfully grasping Chen Luo's chin, exuding an air of confidence. "Very well." Chen Luo conceded reluctantly, then shifted the conversation. "I can agree to let you stay here, but we must establish some ground rules." "Sure, dictate your terms." Chen Qiu replied with a smile, her expression one of playful compliance. "First, you must not come to my room before midnight, and you must return to your own home by 5:30 the following morning, ensuring that no neighbors are aware of your presence," Chen Luo stipulated. "What is this? Are you still harboring feelings for that girl from the balcony today? Or perhaps you share some unspeakable secret with her?" Chen Qiu teased. "Do not pry. Just answer whether you can comply." Chen Luo redirected the topic. "I agree," Chen Qiu nodded before continuing. "Now, I shall present my first condition. I may borrow your bathroom in the evening. Couldn't you just shower at your own home and come over afterward?" Chen Luo asked. Perplexed, "Do not question. Simply respond whether you can agree." Chen Qiu mirrored Chen Luo's earlier words. "Fine." Chen Luo nodded, then added, "My second condition is that you must not wear excessively revealing clothing." "This condition seems rather vague," Chen Qiu replied, momentarily taken aback. "What constitutes excessively revealing? How much skin is too much?" "As long as it's appropriate for public wear, it should suffice," Chen Luo clarified. "Agreed," Chen Qiu readily accepted, then stated, "My third rule is that on occasion, I may wish to indulge in some alcohol, and you must accompany me in drinking. I have a feeling I possess a second personality. After consuming alcohol, I might not truly be myself." At this, Chen Luo gazed at Chen Qiu in bewilderment, apprehensive of the mischievous intent lurking in her eyes, and cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by not being yourself?" With a faint smile, Chen Qiu remarked, "Once I've had my drink, I might forget all about our agreements. Isn't that a bit underhanded?" Chen Luo responded, visibly exasperated. "How am I being underhanded? My primary persona made the agreements with you. What does my secondary persona have to do with it?" Chen Qiu inquired with a look of earnestness. 6. Chen Luo replied after a brief pause, then lay back on the bed, pulling the covers over himself and turning away from Chen Qiu in silence. In the room, silence engulfed them for several seconds. As Chen Qiu's patience waned, she leaned closer to Chen Luo's back and said, "Aren't you the one who wanted to establish the agreements? What about your third rule?" "Forget it," Chen Luo replied with a sense of resignation. "Those 2 rules I just mentioned are all I need." He realized that establishing rules with Shinshio was quite unnecessary. Confronted with Shinshio, he felt like a scholar facing a soldier. Reason was futile. As you say, Shinshio chuckled, then the rules are set. You mustn't go back on your word or act unfairly. After saying this, Shinshio lay down beside him, wrapping her arms around Chenluo from behind, and whispered softly in his ear, Chenluo, to be honest, during these past 2.5 years, I've often reflected on my actions. Sometimes, the more I think about it, the harder it is to sleep, often lying awake until 3 or 4 in the morning. Let us not dwell on the past, Chenluo interrupted, fearing the memories would overwhelm him. Then let us sleep. Shinshio nodded in agreement. She then set an alarm for 5:30 a.m. Clinging tightly to Chenluo as she drifted off, one leg draped over him, her small hand resting on his chest. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. In the span of 2.5 years, this was the best night's sleep Shinshio had experienced. At 5:30 a.m., the alarm rang. Shinshio opened her eyes, fumbled for her phone on the bedside, silenced the vibrating alarm, and carefully lifted the covers to avoid waking Chenluo. She quietly slipped out of bed, making every effort to be as silent as possible. With great care, Shinshio crawled to the foot of the bed, then stepped down barefoot, walking a short distance before slipping on her slippers. Next, she lowered the brightness of her phone to its minimum and glanced at a peacefully sleeping Chenluo, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. Unable to resist, she approached him, bent down, and gently kissed his cheek. At that moment, Chenluo opened his eyes, and they found themselves in an intimate gaze. Startled, Shinshio quickly sat up, looking at Chenluo with surprise. You re-awake? Yes, Chenluo replied softly. Otherwise, I might have been at a disadvantage with someone. Shinshio found herself momentarily at a loss for words, perhaps due to the embarrassment of being caught in a clandestine kiss. Her aura, usually commanding, seemed diminished in that moment. However, Shinshio was never one to concede defeat easily, although her words might falter against Chenluo's. She could certainly express herself through her actions. You win, Shinshio retorted, and then, rather suddenly, she slipped off her shoes and perched herself upon Chenluo. Despite the barrier of a quilt in the dimly lit room, nevertheless, she boldly positioned herself at the center. What are you doing? Chenluo exclaimed, taken aback. Surely, he had merely been jesting. Yet, in response to his inquiry, Shinshio opted for silence, choosing instead to communicate through her actions, leaving Chenluo bewildered. What was Shinshio up to? 3 seconds later, she straightened her posture, rolled off the quilt, and, with an air of defiance, slipped back into her slippers. Now we're even, right? Even, Chenluo nodded vigorously in agreement. Then I'm leaving, Shinshio declared, and with that, she exited the bedroom, leaving Chenluo to ponder her rationale, which remained elusive to him. Nonetheless, Shinshio's reasoning did possess a certain logic. After all, her arguments always carried weight. Chapter 32. Playing the role of girlfriend after indulging in a bit of mobile entertainment, Chenluo returned to slumber, not awakening until past 9 in the morning. When a slight hunger compelled him to rise, he proceeded to tidy the bedding, which exuded an indescribable fragrance. Chenluo couldn't resist inhaling the scent a few times. One must admit, beautiful women truly have an enchanting aroma. Once the bed was neatly arranged, Chenluo ventured into the kitchen to boil water and prepare a simple fried egg, culminating in a bowl of egg noodles. He then carried his meal to the balcony, settling at a small table to dine. Do not inquire why he chose to eat outside. The air was refreshingly pleasant. Additionally, it had a slight connection to the adjacent Guiqing, who practiced yoga, and Shinshio, who practiced Tai Chi below. As he savored his noodles, he relished the sight of these two exquisite women, finding it quite a delightful experience. After finishing breakfast, Chenluo returned indoors to change into a fresh outfit. Donning a black work jacket, paired with jeans and a pair of Jordan basketball sneakers. This ensemble rendered him significantly more dashing than usual. He then descended the stairs, intent on undertaking a significant task today, visiting the orphanage to see the old director. Upon reflection, Chenluo realized that since entering university, he had never returned to the orphanage, despite its proximity. Yet, he knew that should he visit, the old director would surely insist on giving him money. Chenluo wished to avoid troubling the director any further. Their lives were not affluent as it was. He had secured a national student loan for his education and had saved some money from working during the summer after high school, striving for independence. Yet, now that he was considering a return, it is because Chenluo has recently come into a fortune. Just a couple of days ago, he received an unexpected windfall. As he stepped out of his home, he made his way downstairs. Guqing, who was practicing yoga on the second floor, noticed Chen Luo's formal attire and hurriedly followed him down. Curious, she inquired, "Chen Luo, where are you off to dress like that? Can I join you? I would love to go out for a stroll." "It's not for leisure," Chen Luo replied, pausing briefly. "I'm going to visit the old director at the orphanage." "I want to go too," Gu Qing exclaimed upon hearing this. Chen Luo initially intended to decline her request, but then reconsidered. Taking Gu Qing along could be enjoyable, and it would surely delight the old director. Thus, he asked her, "Are you really interested in coming?" "Absolutely," Gu Qing nodded enthusiastically. She was less concerned about the destination and more about the opportunity to spend time with Chen Luo. During his stay, he had hardly ventured out, and today seemed like a perfect chance for her. "I have a request." Chen Luo leaned in closer to Gu Qing and whispered softly, "When we get there, you need to pretend to be my girlfriend to make the director happy." Gu Qing's face lit up with unexpected joy, almost incredulous that Chen Luo had said such a thing. With innocent eyes, she gazed at him and asked, "Are you serious?" For her, even pretending to be his girlfriend was delightful, but the real thing would be even better. "Do I seem like I'm joking?" Chen Luo responded with a serious expression, causing Gu Qing to burst into a beaming smile, nodding eagerly. "It's a deal. I'll go change. Just wait a moment." "All right," Chen Luo agreed. Gu Qing was still clad in her yoga attire, which was rather snug, accentuating even the lines of her undergarments, making it quite unsuitable for a visit to the orphanage. As she went upstairs, Shen Xiao, having turned off her music, approached Chen Luo with a displeased expression and asked, "Why choose her to pretend to be your girlfriend? Am I not pretty enough for the role?" "You overheard that?" Chen Luo replied, astonished. He had deliberately lowered his voice while speaking to Gu Qing, and given the distance of about 6 or 7 meters between them, Shen Xiao shouldn't he have been able to hear. "Did you not know? I can read lips," Shen Xiao retorted with a smirk. Chen Luo was taken aback by this revelation. What other skills did Shen Xiao possess? She could even decipher lip movements. Truly a jack of all trades. "Speak quickly. In terms of appearance, I cannot possibly be inferior to that Gu Qing, can I? Although I may not have had many boys pursuing me during my time at school, do not be misled into thinking that I was not popular. It is merely that those boys lack the courage to approach me, not a reflection of my appearance," Shen Xiao proclaimed defiantly. Chen Luo sighed softly and replied, "My dear Miss Shen Xiao, I never claimed that your looks were lacking. However, do you truly believe that your demeanor resembles that of a virtuous young lady? Sometimes, a person's aura cannot be concealed, do you understand? Compared to Gu Qing, despite your best efforts to disguise yourself, the essence that inadvertently shines through your gaze reveals a different story, one that does not align with that of a modest maiden, particularly when you are angered. The intensity in your eyes can be overwhelming for an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao let out a huff and declared, "Then I shall take a step back. I will no longer play the role of your girlfriend, but rather, I shall assume the mantle of your superior. You are now my employee." Chen Luo, hearing this, let out a bittersweet smile. "What is this? Do you think we are performing in a play? Adding roles for yourself? Shen Xiao, if you truly wish to do so, that is acceptable, but please refrain from overdramatizing. I might falter in my performance, you understand?" Chen Luo gently advised. "Very well." Shen Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Chen Luo then exhaled in relief, and the two waited in the courtyard. However, after 20 minutes, Gu Qing had yet to emerge. Shen Xiao, growing impatient, began to complain to Chen Luo. "What is taking her so long? What could possibly require such time to change outfits? Go check." Just as she finished speaking, Gu Qing finally appeared from the house. After meticulously sifting through her wardrobe, she had selected a satisfactory teal dress. The solid color exuded a sense of simplicity. On her feet, she wore matching Mary Jane shoes, and her hair cascaded naturally. The dress's length reached halfway down her calves, revealing only a slender portion of her fair, delicate legs. The neckline revealed just a hint of skin, adding to her demure elegance. With light makeup adorning her face, she bore a striking resemblance to a kindergarten teacher, not just in attire, but also in her gentle, serene, yet playfully vibrant demeanor, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a class of young children. "How do I look? Is it nice?" Gu Qing asked with a smile. "Quite acceptable." Chen Luo nodded in affirmation. "Shall we set off?" "Wait a moment." Gu Qing glanced at Shen Xiao beside Chen Luo and inquired, "Is she coming too?" "She has a car to take us, which is convenient since the orphanage is located on the outskirts of the city," Chen Luo responded. Gu Qing did not reply, tacitly agreeing. The three exited the courtyard, and after closing the door, Gu Qing promptly settled into the passenger seat of the Land Rover, ensuring that regardless of who drove, Shinchio and Chenluo would not be seated together. Humph. Chapter 33. She does not seem like a good woman. Shinchio and Chenluo walked behind, both of them astute enough to discern Gu Qing's intentions at a glance. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Chenluo voluntarily took a seat at the back, while Shinchio said nothing in response. She found Gu Qing's behavior trivial and immature, while Gu Qing was still scheming to prevent her from sitting next to Chenluo. Shinchio had already sneaked into Chenluo's home in the dead of night, sharing the same bed and even covering themselves with the same blanket, embracing Chenluo as they slept. Hence, Gu Qing's petty machinations appeared to her as nothing more than childish antics. Shinchio took her place in the driver's seat and inserted the key, when Chenluo from the back seat remarked, "Shinchio, I'll add you to my green bubble, and then I'll send you the location of the Jianya orphanage." "No need. I already added you that day," Shinchio casually replied. "Just send me the location." Chenluo was taken aback. He had not even noticed the green bubble, yet this bold woman had added him? It must have been that night at the hotel. But that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that Shinchio's words revealed an important piece of information. She had met him before moving to Linjiang Cottage. What a predicament! Did Shinchio intend to expose him in front of Gu Qing with that remark? Upon hearing this, Gu Qing indeed grasped the underlying implication of Shinchio's words. Instantly, sparks of anger flickered in her eyes, while her little hand, resting against the door, clenched into a fist. On the surface, her expression remained unchanged, but her teeth were tightly gritted, and inwardly she berated Chenluo. "Scoundrel! Villain! He didn't return that night, clearly off doing something nefarious. Humph. He claims to want to be a good person now, but secretly stirs up trouble. No, I must find an opportunity to interrogate him about his connection with Shinchio." In the back seat, Chenluo opened the green bubble list and immediately noticed a new friend named Sister is just a legend. He inwardly scoffed at the name. He then sent Shinchio the navigation address for Jianya orphanage, saying, "Before we go to the orphanage, let us stop by a large supermarket to buy some things for the children." "Which supermarket?" Shinchio promptly inquired. "You know Jiangcheng better than I do. Just find a larger one. We need to buy quite a few items: books, toys, snacks, and clothes," Chenluo replied. Shinchio readily agreed, glancing at their current location as they veered off the navigation and onto another road. After about 10 minutes, Shinchio drove to a large mall, parked nearby, and led Chenluo into the supermarket. Simultaneously, it was conveyed that the first floor is dedicated to snacks, fresh produce, and vegetables. The second floor houses a variety of electronic and digital products, along with books. The third floor is reserved for clothing. The fourth floor features an array of gastronomic restaurants, and the fifth floor boasts an arcade. "Let us proceed separately," Chenluo suggested. "I shall procure some food on the first floor, Gu Qing. You should venture to the second floor for children's books, while Shinchio can seek out some apparel on the third floor." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Dividing our efforts will save time." "Agreed," Gu Qing nodded in affirmation. "Sounds good," Shinchio concurred. Consequently, Shinchio made her way towards the elevator on the first floor, while Gu Qing opted for the adjacent escalator. Chenluo stood still, observing Shinchio as she entered the elevator before he pushed a shopping cart off to gather snacks. However, after only a few steps, Gu Qing suddenly emerged from behind him, launching a surprise attack by wrapping her arms around his neck. Standing at shoulder height, she had to rise onto her toes, creating a somewhat strenuous posture, yet she feigned a fierce demeanor. "Gu Qing, what are you doing?" Chenluo turned, initially startled by the unexpected encounter, only to discover it was Gu Qing. "Come clean," she demanded with an unyielding expression. "You didn't return that night. Were you out fooling around with Shinchio?" "That evening, I was out drinking with Su Onping and happened to run into her at the bar, where we exchanged contact information, but I hardly paid it any mind. Otherwise, how could I forget?" Chenluo recounted his fabricated tale with a composed facade, skillfully blending truth with fiction. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Gu Qing inquired skeptically. "Not at all," Chenluo responded confidently. "If you don't believe me, feel free to call Su Onping." Gu Qing remained silent, gradually loosening her grip around his neck. She then tiptoed closer, whispering into Chenluo's ear, "Just be cautious not to get too close to Shinchio. She doesn't seem trustworthy, and you should be wary of being deceived by her." Observing Gu Qing's earnest concern for him, a faint smile crept across Chenluo's lips. He found her quite charming at times. "All right," he replied. "I promise I won't be easily fooled by her. Now, you should hurry and purchase those clothes." "Okay," Gu Qing nodded and proceeded to the second floor for children's clothing. while Chen Luo began his quest for snacks: konjac jelly, potato chips, peanuts, sunflower seeds, spicy strips, chicken feet, sweet potato chips, winter melon slices, longan, and an assortment of other treats. He gathered a variety until his shopping cart was brimming. Then he approached the checkout to load his bounty onto the cart. Afterward, he returned to the supermarket to assist Gu Qing with her books before heading back to the car to await Shinqiu, who eventually returned with several large bags of clothing, filling the trunk to capacity, necessitating that some garments be placed in the back seat. The supplies were now ready. They officially set off towards the outskirts of the city. As the Land Rover exited the urban area, Shinqiu turned her head and smiled at Gu Qing, saying, "Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate." With that, she pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the speedometer surged from over 50 to over 90 miles per hour. Gu Qing instinctively tightened her legs, feeling as if her seat were floating, her eyes betraying an unmistakable panic. They sped along, arriving at Jiangye Orphanage at precisely 1:26 p.m., a place that Chen Luo had called home for 15 years, yet had not returned to in 6 years. Upon opening the car door, the three of them stepped out of the Land Rover, and Chen Luo was stunned by the sight before him. The grand estate resembled a luxurious mansion, and Chen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. In his memory, Jiangye Orphanage consisted of two old, three-story buildings without any tiles, surrounded by a concrete wall and flanked by two massive banyan trees at the entrance. How could this place be so different from the orphanage he remembered? At this moment, even Shinqiu was taken aback, gazing at the opulent manor that appeared even more lavish than her own home, with a sign at the entrance proclaiming it to be Jiangye Orphanage. She turned to Chen Luo and asked, "Chen Luo, did you perhaps input the wrong coordinates?" Chapter 34. An orphanage more luxurious than a villa could it be? Chen Luo replied, somewhat uncertain, as he glanced around. Across the street was the familiar Great River, and on the opposite bank lay the recognizable rice fields. No mistake. "It must be here," he asserted, opening the trunk to retrieve 2 bundles of books. He then addressed Gu Qing and the other girl, saying, "Let us carry these inside and take a look." The 2 girls said nothing. This was the orphanage where Chen Luo had spent 15 years, since he had confirmed it. They naturally had no objections. They picked up the clothing and snacks and entered. The gate was left ajar. Upon stepping through the entrance, they were greeted by a lush expanse of green grass on either side, adorned with 2 fountain pools, leading further into a teaching building that was extraordinarily splendid, resembling that of an elite academy. Chen Luo was momentarily rendered speechless. How could this place be so transformed from what it was 6 years ago? Back then, the conditions were far from this favorable. Now, it appeared to lack nothing, making Chen Luo wonder if the items he had brought would even be necessary. "Chen Luo, didn't you tell me that when you were a child, you could barely get enough to eat?" Gu Qing glanced at Chen Luo, her eyes filled with a hint of scrutiny, clearly suspecting that he had deceived her. "It truly was like that," Chen Luo replied, struggling to articulate his disbelief. It was not his fault. He could never have anticipated such a dramatic change in the orphanage. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the office on the first floor of the teaching building. Upon entering the courtyard, I cast a discerning glance at Chen Luo and the 2 others accompanying him, noticing the items they were carrying. I inquired, "Are you here for charitable purposes?" "Indeed," Chen Luo replied with a nod. "I once emerged from this orphanage and now wish to return and contribute." "What is your name?" asked a middle-aged lady. "My name is Chen Luo," he responded politely. "Chen Luo?" The middle-aged lady's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and after a brief moment, she appeared astonished. Turning to Chen Luo, she exclaimed, "Are you the outstanding student who was admitted to Jiangxing University from our orphanage?" "That is indeed me," Chen Luo replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Although somewhat awkward, it was true that since the orphanage's inception, he had achieved the highest academic success, gaining admission to Jiangxing University, a prestigious 985 institution. Of course, various objective factors contributed to this achievement. Many children bore disabilities, and those like him, physically whole and mentally sound, who had the opportunity to attend public high schools were scarcely more than 1 in 10. "Is it truly you?" The middle-aged lady's tone softened as she addressed Chen Luo. "Please place these items in the storage room on the 1st floor. I shall accompany you to the 3rd floor to see the old dean, who often speaks of you." "What does she say about me?" Chen Luo asked, feeling somewhat uneasy in the corridor. Given the dean's previous disposition, he had not returned to visit in years, and he suspected she might have scolded him in his absence. "She often wonders if you are doing well out there," the middle-aged lady replied. As they conversed, the trio ascended to the 3rd floor. Arriving at an office located at the end of the corridor, its door ajar. Inside sat a frail elderly woman with hair as white as snow. Hunched over on a sofa, peering through a pair of thick reading glasses at a book she held in her gnarled hands. Standing by the door, Chen Luo was enveloped by a wave of warmth upon seeing the beloved Dean. 6 years had passed, and the once petite Dean appeared even more aged. Her hair whiter than before and her face lined with the passage of time. "I have told you countless times, you must take a nap during the afternoon." Chen Luo spoke in the familiar tone he used with the Dean, infused with a hint of playful arrogance. Upon hearing his voice, the Dean paused for a few seconds before slowly turning her head towards the entrance. Upon recognizing the familiar figure towering above the doorframe, a gentle smile spread across her face. She set her book aside and, with a hint of reproach, said, "Chen Luo, you, the missing person, have finally decided to return?" "I've been rather busy these past few years," Chen Luo replied, his expression reflecting a myriad of unspeakable emotions. With that, he stepped into the office, and Shin Xiu followed him inside, while Gu Qing shyly trailed behind Shin Xiu, using their figures to shield herself. "Old Dean, I shall take my leave now. You may continue your conversation," she said. At this moment, the middle-aged lady interjected, "You should take a rest." The grandmother director nodded in agreement and then turned to Chen Luo, inquiring, "What are you busy with?" "I'm engaged in teaching in a rural area," Chen Luo replied, opening his phone gallery to reveal photographs from his time spent teaching in the mountains. The grandmother director donned her reading glasses and, after perusing a few images, expressed her surprise. "What made you decide to venture into rural teaching?" "To offer my love and support," Chen Luo responded candidly. "You've really made something of yourself." The grandmother director smiled serenely at his words and, with an air of knowing, remarked, "You're not running away from some romantic entanglement, are you?" "Why do you think so little of me?" Chen Luo asked, feigning hurt. 2 years ago, a woman in her 20s visited our orphanage, inquiring about you. She seemed quite concerned, so I conversed with her, and she shared everything," the grandmother director replied calmly. "That's truly a misunderstanding." Chen Luo sighed, realizing that the woman must have been the notorious actress. He had not expected her to be so fervent as to seek him out at the orphanage. "I initially thought it was a misunderstanding, but seeing you with 2 girls today makes me suspect she was fabricating tales," the grandmother director noted, glancing at the 2 girls, causing even Shin Xiu to blush, given the significant age difference in life experience. Meanwhile, Gu Qing shyly hid behind Shin Xiu and Chen Luo, lowering her head. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Luo asked, perplexed. "You'll understand in time," the grandmother director said, her expression softening into a knowing smile. "However, should you ever cause a stir, do not implicate our orphanage." "All right," Chen Luo chuckled in disbelief, then continued, "Let us talk about our orphanage. How did it undergo such a transformation? I nearly hesitated to enter just now." Upon hearing this, the grandmother director smiled, retrieving a photograph of herself with a young girl from her drawer and handing it to Chen Luo, saying, "Do you remember Xiao Qingqing? The little girl who loved to follow you around?" "I do," Chen Luo replied, taking the photograph and gazing at it. In the image stood a slender girl, approximately 1.6 meters tall, clad in a pure white dress, her long black hair styled in twin ponytails. She was positioned behind the grandmother director, her arms draped over the director's shoulders, slightly leaning in, her cheek resting against the director's ear. Her face retained a hint of baby fat, and her smile was irresistibly adorable. Indeed, nothing had changed. The only difference was that her heart had grown significantly over the past 6 years. "Is that Luo Qingqing?" Chen Luo spoke up. "It's her," the elderly director replied. "She was later adopted by a wealthy family, and now this orphanage is entirely supported by her donations." Chapter 35. I have a rich sister-in-law now. "So, it seems that Qingqing is doing quite well now," Chen Luo remarked with a hint of joy in his tone. "Indeed." The elderly director nodded. "The family that adopted her is extraordinarily affluent, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions." "That's wonderful," Chen Luo responded with a smile, secretly relieved that the girl was thriving and likely had forgotten about her brother. Forgetting him was the best choice, as their age difference was considerable. "Of course. You should see Qingqing. She has blossomed into a stunning beauty. Back then, she was so thin and picky with food, yet now she is remarkably beautiful." The elderly director spoke highly of Luo Qingqing. Hearing this, Chen Luo could only smile wryly and chose not to comment further. Having returned and learned that the orphanage was in good condition, he felt reassured. These children were now living better than he ever had. "Very well." Chen Luo nodded and pulled out a card from his pocket, placing it on the desk. This is a small token of my appreciation. The password is 6 6s. Please use it for yourself, and don't be overly frugal with the children. You deserve to enjoy life as well. You are giving me money? The elderly director looked at the bank card on the desk, paused for 2 seconds, and resolutely replied, I cannot accept this. You have yet to marry or buy a house. Keep this money for yourself. As she spoke, the elderly director reached to return the card to Chen Luo. But he grasped her hand gently and said with heartfelt emotion, Please take it. I have achieved some success now, and this amount is insignificant to me. What money do you have? How much can you earn from your teaching salary? The elderly director asked, her expression filled with doubt. At her words, Chen Luo's face appeared somewhat troubled. He glanced back at the two individuals behind him and leaned closer to the elderly director, whispering, Elderly lady. You may not believe it, but I am now associated with a wealthy woman. That sister in the black attire over there comes from a family with billions in wealth, and she gives me a generous allowance of hundreds of thousands every month. This amount you speak of is nothing in comparison. Upon hearing this, the elderly director's face expressed surprise, and she scrutinized Shinchio, the woman Chen Luo mentioned. Noticing her extravagant attire, she found it plausible that Chen Luo was indeed telling the truth. After all, Chen Luo was remarkably handsome. During his time at the orphanage, many of the caretakers had taken a liking to him, often providing him with special care. Although she had never voiced it, she was well aware of these matters. Chen Luo's claim of having a wealthy sister-in-law held a degree of credibility. Very well then, I shall accept this money. The elderly director nodded in agreement. Chen Luo smiled with satisfaction. Rising to his feet, he remarked, I shall now retrieve the items from the car. I also purchased some clothing and snacks for the children. With that, Chen Luo and Shinchio proceeded downstairs to gather the supplies. During this time, Gu Qing received a call from the chief editor of the magazine, indicating an urgent meeting, prompting her to leave early in a taxi. Once Chen Luo and Shinchio finished moving the supplies, they engaged in conversation with the elderly director, continuing their dialogue until approximately 4 in the afternoon when Chen Luo finally exited the Jiangye orphanage and embarked on the journey home in Shinchio's Land Rover. On their way back, Shinchio glanced at Chen Luo and inquired, That card seems to be the one I gave to Su Onping, right? Indeed. Chen Luo affirmed with a nod. He felt undeserving and returned the money to me. How much did you receive? Shinchio pressed further. 400,000, Chen Luo replied. Raising 4 fingers. What will you do about marriage and buying a house in the future? Shinchio continued to question. I don't plan on getting married. Chen Luo chuckled casually. In the future, I shall simply become a kept man, finding a wealthy older woman to support me. At this, Shinchio displayed a bemused smile. Although she recognized Chen Luo's jest, she responded earnestly, If that day ever comes, remember you can always come to me. You're too bold. I can't handle it. Chen Luo laughed in response. Meanwhile, within a towering skyscraper in Jiang City, the conference room of Haixing magazine was enveloped in an unusual silence. All the department heads casting their gaze toward the chief editor Yi Jingchu, who occupied the prominent seat. Among them was Gu Qing, the magazine's art director, who had hurried back for this meeting due to a significant issue that had arisen with their advertising campaign. They had initially arranged for a renowned international actress and a professional male athlete to promote a couple's basketball set. Everything was set to commence the following day. But complications ensued when the male athlete made some rather ambiguous advances toward the actress, leading her to become infuriated and refuse to collaborate under any circumstances. Now, with only 5 days remaining until the magazine's publication, they were faced with the daunting task of finding a suitable professional male athlete within that time frame. Failing to do so would result in breach of contract, incurring exorbitant penalties. What do you all suggest we do now? Yi Jingchu asked, addressing the department heads. Typically composed and steady, she was now visibly agitated. The international actress had been filming in the United States, and it had taken several trips for her to secure this project. Initially, they had hoped that her involvement would elevate Haixing magazine to new heights. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. Due to the inappropriate remarks made by a male player, driven by his impulsive desires, this renowned international actress resolutely decided to seek a new collaborator. If this situation is not managed effectively, their prior efforts would be in vain. I assure you that within these 5 days, I will exhaust all avenues to find a suitable male player, promised the advertising director, Lin Nan. However, once they are aware of our predicament, how much do you think the offer will increase? Will the additional expenses be deducted from your salary? Yi Jingchu inquired calmly. The meeting fell into a profound silence once again. After a brief pause, Yi Jingchu took a deep breath and suggested, Given the current circumstances, I recommend we seek a novice male model. Even if he lacks experience, it is imperative that he possesses a commendable image and demeanor. Do you have any objections? Agreed. Gu Qing responded with a nod. No objections. The other supervisors also nodded in agreement. Yi Jingchu lightly acknowledged them, stating, "Then it is settled. Over the next few days, I expect you all to leverage your networks. Even if it means digging deep, you must find me a novice male model." Meeting adjourned. Upon concluding her remarks, the supervisors gathered their documents and silently exited the office. "Xiao Qing, please stay a moment," Yi Jingchu said gently, glancing at Gu Qing, who sat in the front row beside her. Chapter 36. Shen Luo is quite suitable, Sister Yi. You need not worry too much. After all, we still have 5 days, Gu Qing reassured her. She was not naive and deduced that Yi Jingchu had retained her presence due to the complications arising from the advertising department. "Let us discuss this in my office." Yi Jingchu sighed softly as she stood up. Gu Qing gathered her documents and followed Yi Jingchu into the chief editor's office, taking a seat beside the editor's desk. Opposite her, Yi Jingchu retrieved 2 teacups and poured a cup of tea from a purple clay teapot for Gu Qing before gently inquiring, "Xiao Qing, what are your thoughts on the idea I just proposed? I believe this approach is viable. The uncertainties involved in finding another professional basketball player are too great. Moreover, even if we manage to find one, the cost will undoubtedly exceed the budget provided by the client. In contrast, by sourcing a novice male model, not only do we broaden our selection, but we also significantly reduce financial expenditures." After Gu Qing concluded her analysis, she took a delicate sip from her teacup. Upon hearing her insights, the tension that had gripped Yi Jingchu throughout the day finally eased, and she felt a sense of relief. Thinking to herself that she finally had a reliable supervisor. "Xiao Qing, advocating for you to become the art director against all odds was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions I have made," Yi Jingchu remarked, taking a sip of tea. When Gu Qing graduated from university, she applied for the position of art editor at their company, primarily responsible for cover design and layout. Over the course of more than a year, every magazine bearing her design received numerous accolades. The data has been steadily rising. A year ago, Yi Jingchu proposed promoting Gu Qing to the position of art director at their magazine. At that time, many veteran employees at the magazine were in uproar, particularly several long-serving members of the art department, who even threatened to resign. Yi Jingchu, however, showed no hesitation and approved their resignation request without attempting to retain them. In hindsight, her decision appears to have been astute. The new generation must surpass the old. And the magazine cannot operate on seniority alone, but must let achievements speak for themselves. "Yi, let us dispense with the formalities, just speak your mind," Gu Qing said with a smile. Having been at the magazine for over 2 years, she had developed a close rapport with the chief editor, often addressing her informally. Yet, Yi Jingchu had a penchant for such pleasantries. With a smile, Yi Jingchu took a sip of tea and then, with palpable anticipation, said, "I shall be straightforward. I recall you were the belle of Jiang University, so you must still have some recognition there. Could you possibly return to your alma mater to scout for a male student to complete this project? He need not possess extensive basketball skills. The primary criteria are his image, demeanor, height, and physique, with a minimum height requirement of 180 centimeters. Gu Qing fell into contemplation, and after a brief pause, replied, "Yi, I have graduated for 2.5 years now. The students there may not recognize me. I can only give it my best shot." "That is fine," Yi Jingchu responded with a smile. "Just do your best." She had faith in Gu Qing, for her dedication to her work had always been commendable. Although she often expressed doubts about the difficulty of tasks, Gu Qing was known for her earnestness, unlike certain older employees who were duplicitous in their dealings. This sincerity was one of the many reasons Yi Jingchu admired Gu Qing. She was genuinely willing to exert herself. "Shall I take my leave now?" Gu Qing inquired, rising from her seat. "Wait a moment," Yi Jingchu said, standing up to retrieve a tin of Westlake Longjing tea from a nearby cabinet. Handing it to Gu Qing, she added, "Take this tin with you as a gift for your teachers at the university and ask them to assist in identifying suitable candidates. They will surely have a deeper understanding of the students' situations." "Understood," Gu Qing nodded, accepting the tin. She then exited the chief editor's office, drawing the attention of several employees at their workstations, who quickly averted their gazes. Gu Qing cast a glance at them before returning to her own office, which measured nearly 10 square meters. Although she often worked remotely, the cleaning staff maintained its pristine condition, and the cactus she nurtured thrived. In her office, She located an elegant gift bag to package the Longjing tea. As she prepared to leave the office and head to Jiancheng University to inquire about the situation, the advertising director, Lin Jing, entered her office with a demeanor of humility, asking, "Director Gu, what did editor Yi mention to you just now?" "I didn't hear anything about you, Sister Lin," Gu Qing responded, glancing at Lin Jing's worried expression and offering a comforting smile. "She merely suggested that I leverage my connections to see if there are any suitable candidates from my alma mater." Upon hearing this, Lin Jing stepped closer and, in a humble tone, said, "Director Gu, the issues arising from this advertising campaign are my oversight. If editor Yi discusses my situation later, I would appreciate your support. My husband has recently lost his job, and with responsibilities at home, I cannot afford to be unemployed. Sister Lin, you have been with Haixing magazine for over a decade. It won't come to that. I have tasks to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer," Gu Qing replied politely, offering a brief reassurance before gathering her belongings and taking the elevator down. Upon exiting the building, Gu Qing hailed a taxi and headed straight for Jiancheng University. After 3 in the afternoon, Gu Qing emerged from the university, looking dejected, her hands carrying Longjing tea from Westlake. She took a taxi home, clearly having faced challenges at Jiancheng University. Once back, she rested briefly before taking Lang Lang to the morning training class. This left her exhausted, but she could only admire the handsome Chen Luo from afar during the session. During the break, watching Chen Luo play basketball alone on the court lifted her spirits considerably. It must be said, observing Chen Luo's athletic prowess was truly delightful. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Qing. The basketball heartthrob she had been seeking was right before her eyes, Chen Luo. How perfectly suitable he was. She couldn't help but chastise herself for not realizing it sooner. Quickly, she took out her phone and secretly recorded a video of Chen Luo playing. She then selected a few photos from her private album of the times she spent with him when they were in a relationship and sent them to editor Yi, asking, "What do you think of this guy? He was in my year." After sending the message, Yi Jingchu, sitting in her office, was instantly captivated by Chen Luo's handsome college photos. Without hesitation, she replied, "This guy is absolutely fine. He's really super handsome." Seeing the message, Gu Qing let out a helpless smile and replied honestly, "But, Sister Yi, this guy is my first love and ex-boyfriend. I can't guarantee that I can persuade him to participate in the shoot. Shu Qing, it's up to you at this point. If you can make this happen, I will send you a bonus." Yi Jingchu responded earnestly. "I'll do my best," Gu Qing acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 37. Gu Qing's subtle probe for their upcoming advertisement shoot. The photographer had selected 4 locations, intending to capture a series of lifestyle posters. Each location required half a day for shooting, and considering the time needed for transitions and setting up, it would take at least a day and a half to complete all the photography. The schedule of the internationally acclaimed actress was extremely precious. It was inconceivable to expect Chen Luo to shoot in the morning and then return to the Chengwang Training Center in the afternoon. Thus, persuading Chen Luo to agree to the shoot would necessitate him taking 2 days off. It was evident that Chen Luo cherished his current job, working merely 2 hours a day, with the workplace conveniently close to home and closely related to his passion for basketball. Convincing him to take a leave of absence seemed quite challenging. As Gu Qing sat at the edge of the basketball court contemplating this, she felt a surge of pressure. 2 hours later, it was time for Chen Luo to clock out. After handing the children back to their parents, he cheerfully slung his basketball over his shoulder. What should he have for dinner? On his way home, he pondered this while Gu Qing walked alongside him, holding Lang Lang's hand, her expression heavy with concern. Before long, the trio arrived at the basement supermarket. Chen Luo headed to the seafood section to select clams, intending to prepare a spicy stir-fry for dinner, while Gu Qing picked up some large shrimp. Finally, she ventured to probe, "Chen Luo, how do you feel about your coaching job? What's on your mind?" Chen Luo asked, puzzled by the insinuation in Gu Qing's expression. "Just curious," she replied casually. "I'm quite satisfied with my current position. I only work 2 hours a day and have an additional 30 minutes for rest," Chen Luo responded with a smile. Seeing Chen Luo's contentment, Gu Qing momentarily struggled to find a suitable response while she continued to select shrimp beside him. Subsequently, they moved to the vegetable section, where Chen Luo began picking out tomatoes. Gu Qing once again approached him tentatively, saying, "But your salary is not high. It's only 4,000 a month. Haven't you considered earning a bit more, especially since you have so much free time?" For their upcoming shoot, the budget provided by the client was quite generous. If Chen Luo agreed to undertake this task, Gu Qing could likely negotiate a compensation of 2 to 3 times his usual pay, equating to several months' worth of his salary. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo regarded Gu Qing with a scrutinizing gaze and playfully asked, Gu Qing, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Not at all. Gu Qing instinctively denied, perhaps feeling that Chen Luo's teasing smile suggested that admitting any request would place her at a disadvantage. Then let us hurry and finish our shopping. Chen Luo replied, averting his gaze. Gu Qing refrained from saying more, purchasing a couple of sweet corn and carrots before joining Chen Luo at the checkout counter. After completing their grocery shopping, they moved on. The three of them crossed the road and returned to the small courtyard, during which Gu Qing remained silent until they settled at home for a while. It was only then that a twinge of regret surfaced. She realized she must inquire further. Gu Qing felt that, regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to articulate her concerns. How could she be so certain that Chen Luo would disapprove? After all, this was a task entrusted to her by Sister Yi. Thus, Gu Qing gathered the large shrimp, corn, and carrots she had just purchased and made her way to Chen Luo's doorstep. The door was ajar, and the sound of vegetables being washed emanated from the kitchen. Gu Qing stepped inside, directly bringing the shrimp and ingredients to the kitchen, and said, Chen Luo, let us have dinner together tonight. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Chen Luo asked with a smile. We'll talk later. You focus on cooking for now, Gu Qing replied, stepping out of the kitchen. She pondered how to articulate her thoughts, recognizing that communication is indeed an art form. Chen Luo remained silent, quietly preparing the meal, cleaning the shrimp, removing the veins, squeezing the heads, coating them in starch for frying, and then beginning to saute spices. Before long, the enticing aroma of the oil-braised shrimp wafted through the air. The fragrance drifted from the kitchen into the living room, then outside, reaching the first floor where Shinshio was practicing her martial arts. Sensing the delightful scent, she knew it was time for dinner. After a quick shower and changing her clothes, she ascended to the second floor and entered Chen Luo's home, cheerfully asking, Chen Luo, are you making oil-braised shrimp today? Shinshio, what brings you here again? Chen Luo, peeking out from the kitchen in her apron, responded with mild exasperation. I came for dinner. It's mealtime. Shinshio retorted confidently as she plopped down on the living room sofa, casting a glance at Gu Qing and Lang Lang. Before greeting them, Gu Qing, you're here too. Yes, Gu Qing replied coolly. At that moment, she felt utterly speechless. She had initially thought that dinner would provide an opportunity to discuss matters, only to forget about Shinshio's presence. With Shinshio around, Gu Qing sensed that she would likely cause a disruption, a feeling that women's intuition often validates. Before long, the dishes were ready. The two women brought the food to the dining table and sat down to enjoy lunch. At this juncture, Chen Luo turned to Gu Qing and asked, You mentioned earlier that you had something to discuss with me? Upon hearing this, Shinshio abruptly raised her head, her expression one of curiosity and alertness. Gu Qing took a deep breath, her instincts warning her that Shinshio would undoubtedly meddle, leading her to decide to seize another opportunity. I just wanted to say that your cooking is exquisite. Would you be willing to teach me sometime? Gu Qing said earnestly, fabricating her words. Perhaps another time. Chen Luo replied with a smile. All right, Gu Qing responded, deflecting the conversation and quietly continuing her meal. After finishing dinner, contemplating the moment when Shinshio would leave, she planned to bring it up then. However, much to her dismay, Shinshio, after finishing her meal, remained seated on the sofa, as if engaged in a silent contest with her. With no alternative, Gu Qing decided to return home temporarily. After she departed, Shinshio also made her way back, a smirk of triumph lingering on her lips. Chen Luo exhaled in relief. The two little troublemakers had finally vacated the premises. After tidying up the dishes, he retreated to his bedroom to indulge in some leisure. In the early hours of the morning, Shinshio, unfazed and familiar with the routine, pushed open the bedroom door. Chen Luo had grown accustomed to her unexpected visits, yet this time, Shinshio did not proceed to the bed. Instead, she placed a tantalizingly provocative camisole on the bed. After slipping into some casual slippers, she exited the bedroom, prompting Chen Luo to sense something amiss. He hastily got out of bed and followed her. To his astonishment, he found Shinshio already in the bathroom, preparing to undress for a shower. What are you up to? Chen Luo inquired in a hushed tone. I'm taking a shower, Shinshio replied, casting a glance at him. We had a prior agreement, remember? Then why did you leave the nightgown in the bedroom? Surely, you don't intend to wear it in here? Chen Luo questioned bluntly. And what's wrong with that? It's not as though you haven't seen it before, Shinshio retorted with a smile. At her words, Chen Luo fell silent, realizing she was indeed a seductress incarnate. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Gu Qing found herself preoccupied with the tasks assigned by Editor Yi and the competitive spirit she had displayed against Shen Qiu earlier that evening. The more she pondered, the clearer her mind became, rendering sleep elusive. I must inquire at Chen Luo's place. Surely, there won't be anyone home at this hour, she resolved, quickly donning her slippers and stepping out. Chapter 38. Midnight Inspection. Gu Qing quietly opened the door, tiptoeing cautiously to Chen Luo's doorstep, mindful of the potential for Shen Qiu downstairs to hear her. After all, Shen Qiu was not someone to be trifled with, if alerted. She might very well sabotage her plans. Just as Gu Qing was about to knock, her gaze caught the glimmer of light emanating from the bathroom window of Chen Luo's apartment, accompanied by the sound of running water. Instantly, she halted her actions. Is he still showering at this hour? Chen Luo never bathes this late, she mused, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Nevertheless, she dismissed her doubts and proceeded to knock on the door, calling out through the window's crevice. Chen Luo, could you please open the door? Inside the apartment, just outside the bathroom, Chen Luo's expression turned grave upon hearing Gu Qing's voice. He was certain he had not misheard. It truly was Gu Qing. Oh no! Panic surged through him. Without a moment to spare, he dashed into the bathroom, pulling Shen Qiu out and ushering her into the bedroom. Glancing around his room, he realized that hiding Shen Qiu under the bed was impractical. She would never comply willingly, and the door felt insufficiently secure. Ultimately, Chen Luo opened his wardrobe and spoke. Shen Qiu, you stay hidden in there. I haven't told you to come out. Do not panic. Shen Qiu smiled calmly and reminded him, her expression remarkably composed, which only heightened Chen Luo's anxiety. How could Shen Qiu appear so much like the legitimate partner? At that moment, Chen Luo felt a flutter of panic, akin to a clandestine lover caught by the legitimate partner during a surprise visit, a sensation that thrilled Shen Qiu immensely. Hurry and conceal yourself, Chen Luo remarked, observing Shen Qiu's demeanor, which seemed to revel in the chaos. Without further ado, Chen Luo hurriedly donned some sandals and entered the bathroom, where he wet his hair under the shower head, applied shampoo, and after a brief lather, emerged from the bathroom, adorned with suds. Feigning to be in the midst of washing his hair, he approached the door to the living room and opened it, then turned to Gu Qing and asked, "Why are you knocking at this hour? Are you washing your hair?" Gu Qing scrutinized the shampoo bubbles atop Chen Luo's head. Indeed, Chen Luo nodded, explaining, "I suddenly felt an itch on my scalp tonight, so I decided to wash it again." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's eyes narrowed in suspicion, instinctively. He sensed that Chen Luo was being deceitful, for he never washed his hair at such late hours. Moreover, Chen Luo had a peculiar habit of removing his shirt while washing his hair to avoid getting bubbles on his clothes. Yet tonight, he had not shed his top. Something was amiss. "Let me in. I need to discuss something with you," Gu Qing insisted. "What is it? Can it wait until tomorrow?" Chen Luo replied, instinctively blocking the door, an action that only deepened Gu Qing's suspicions. "We shall discuss it tonight," Gu Qing retorted, then squeezed past Chen Luo into the room, her gaze scanning the living area. Chen Luo's heart raced as he hurriedly followed her, inquiring, "Gu Qing, what are you looking for? I seem to have misplaced something." "I'm checking to see if it fell in your home," Gu Qing responded. She began to search around Chen Luo's house, and after inspecting the bathroom, kitchen, and restroom without finding anything, she finally pushed open the door to Chen Luo's bedroom, the focal point of her investigation. As she entered the bedroom, Chen Luo felt his heart leap to his throat and urgently asked, "What have you lost?" "A hair tie," Gu Qing replied. "Is that all?" "There's no need to search further. It's merely a hair tie. I'll buy you a box of new ones later," Chen Luo suggested. "No need." Gu Qing shook her head. "I've used that little hair tie for so long that I'm not accustomed to a new one." At that moment, Chen Luo felt a deep sense of despair. They had now searched all the way to the bedroom. Should she continue her search, the moment she opens the wardrobe to find Shen Qiu, life ahead would become rather unbearable. Given Gu Qing's temperament, she would likely expose all the misdeeds he had previously committed. If they were to discover the truth, it would indeed spell disaster. While Chen Luo pondered by the door, Gu Qing had already crouched down to inspect beneath the bed, as well as the door behind which someone might be hidden. Only the wardrobe remained. Gu Qing turned her gaze toward the wardrobe and remarked, "Could it be that your hair tie accidentally fell into your wardrobe?" Upon uttering this, it seemed she had concocted a flimsy excuse for herself. She then began to rise, intent on opening the wardrobe, prompting Chen Luo to quickly intervene. "How could your hair tie possibly end up in my wardrobe? That's illogical. Let me take a look. It might just be inside," Gu Qing insisted, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Luo's, where she detected a fleeting glimpse of anxiety. further solidifying her conviction that someone was indeed concealed within the wardrobe. Immediately, Gu Qing inquired with a smile, "Chen Luo, your resistance to me opening this wardrobe. Could it be that you have something shameful hidden inside?" Chen Luo hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and with a resigned sigh, he said, "Are you certain you wish to see?" "Absolutely," Gu Qing affirmed with certainty. "Then go ahead," Chen Luo sighed, seemingly resigned to his fate. With that, Gu Qing slowly grasped the wardrobe handle, took a deep breath, and flung the door open. Inside, rather than the lover she had envisioned, there lay only an exceedingly alluring women's nightgown. Gu Qing's expression shifted to one of confusion. Is there truly no one here? Could my intuition have been mistaken? Have I wrongfully accused Chen Luo? Chen Luo, are you preventing me from opening the wardrobe because of this nightgown? Gu Qing queried. Meanwhile, Chen Luo stood beside her, equally bewildered. Shen Xiao isn't in the wardrobe? What a false alarm this has turned out to be. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Luo finally snapped back to reality and nodded in acknowledgement. Now that you've seen, what more is there to say? You're not secretly using this nightgown for those kinds of activities, are you? Gu Qing ventured, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. What else with that expression? I'm 24 years old now, Chen Luo retorted. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing pondered and found herself at a loss for words. It was indeed quite normal for Chen Luo, being in his prime, to have natural physiological needs, and as long as it did not disrupt public order or morals, there was little to contest. At this moment, Chen Luo continued, Gu Qing, if you have nothing else to do, you should head back. I still need to wash my hair and get some sleep, and you have work tomorrow too. Gu Qing finally remembered the task assigned by Sister Yi when she came to Chen Luo's house. She spoke earnestly. I have one more thing to discuss. Our company is currently in need of an impromptu model for an advertisement shoot. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Luo interrupted her, nodding as he replied, This matter seems a bit complicated. Let us discuss it in detail tomorrow morning. All right, Gu Qing agreed, then stood up and left Chen Luo's residence, not wishing to disturb his rest at such a late hour. Once Gu Qing departed, Chen Luo hurriedly shut the window tight and drew the curtains. Turning around, he was startled to find Shen Xiao standing behind him. Where have you been hiding? Chen Luo asked, astonished to see Shen Xiao. Given that the space in his home was limited, and Gu Qing had searched every nook and cranny, almost digging into the floor. In the kitchen, Shen Xiao casually replied. The kitchen? Chen Luo exclaimed, his face reflecting disbelief as he walked over to inspect the kitchen. Surely, there was no place for Shen Xiao to conceal herself there. The cupboard was not nearly large enough. Shen Xiao approached Chen Luo from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist, and teasingly inquired, Were you wondering where I was hiding? Surely there is no way to conceal oneself in the kitchen? Chen Luo glanced back at her, questioning, Really? With a charming smile, Shen Xiao responded, Step aside. Let me demonstrate. Chen Luo obediently retreated from the kitchen, positioning himself at the doorway, his gaze fixed on Shen Xiao. He soon witnessed her skillfully climbing onto the countertop, then nimbly leaping onto the refrigerator, before spreading her arms and legs to brace herself against the corner of the wall. That spot was conveniently positioned near the entrance. Unless one looked up, Shen Xiao would remain unseen. As Chen Luo entered the kitchen and beheld Shen Xiao, poised like Spider-Man in the corner, his eyes widened in astonishment. Impressive, truly impressive, he exclaimed. Not bad, Shen Xiao replied modestly, jumping down from her perch and landing gracefully on her feet. She dusted off the wall's grime from her hands with a smile. It's merely a basic maneuver. You're being too humble. Chen Luo remarked lightly as he returned to the bedroom, feeling relieved that Shen Xiao hadn't heeded his earlier words. Otherwise, things might have ended poorly. Nevertheless, Shen Xiao's agility was indeed remarkable. Such acrobatic skills he had only witnessed on his phone. This was his first encounter with it in reality. Before long, Shen Xiao re-entered the bedroom, retrieving the sleepwear she had previously placed in the wardrobe, and headed back to the bathroom to take a shower. Chen Luo lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone, unable to sleep due to the sounds of the shower. This woman, Shen Xiao, was truly relentless. Bathing was one thing, but to don sleepwear and test the old cadre in such a manner? She was evidently willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. A few minutes later, Shen Xiao emerged from the bathroom, clad in the alluring nightgown she had brought with her. The flimsy strap dress barely concealed her modesty, and her snow-white legs, adorned with flip-flops, gracefully crossed the threshold into the bedroom, where she perched atop Chen Luo's lap, her legs spread apart beneath the quilt, just as she had done previously. Chen Luo, what do you think? Is my new silk nightgown beautiful? Shen Xiao asked with a smile. her eyes shimmering with an irresistible allure that made Chen Luo shyly avert his gaze. It finally dawned on him why such women were often dubbed sirens. Shinshio was indeed like a charming little demon. Beautiful, Chen Luo replied, casting a fleeting glance. Then feel the texture. The boss claimed this is genuine silk, incredibly smooth. Touch it and see if it glides, Shinshio continued, seizing Chen Luo's wrist and guiding his hand to her slender waist. The sensation of silk was undeniably exquisite. Smooth, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Is it smooth? Feel my legs. Which is smoother, my legs or this nightgown? Shinshio teased, a playful glint in her eye. Chen Luo shot her a sideways glance. Your intentions are clearly written on your face. I'm too lazy to call you out on it. You want me to feel your nightgown, don't you? He sighed softly, glancing at the time. Let us skip the theatrics and get to the point. Upon hearing this, Shinshio chuckled, then shifted, slipping beneath the covers. Meanwhile, at Jiaxing Airport, just past 1 a.m. A crowd of enthusiastic young men and women gathered in the plaza outside, holding glow sticks and support signs, eagerly awaiting. The atmosphere erupted with excitement when a woman clad in a black trench coat, flanked by 4 bodyguards in dark attire, emerged from the airport lobby. They surged forward, clamoring for her autograph, brandishing clothes, notebooks, and albums they had prepared in advance. Unsurprisingly, this woman was the renowned international actress, Lu Yan. The 4 bodyguards and a female assistant struggled to keep the frenzied fans at bay as they navigated through the throngs, eventually reaching the edge of the plaza. They swiftly boarded a golden Maybach, managing to escape the fervent crowd and settling into the rear seats. The assistant, Xiao Qin, drove while Lu Yan leaned against the window, gazing out at the nightscape, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Her cold yet impeccably beautiful visage exudes an indescribable air of arrogance, akin to a snow lotus nestled amidst the eternal snow-capped mountains, pure and unsullied by the slightest trace of dust. Through millennia of harsh winds and icy assaults, her gaze has long since lost any semblance of emotion, leaving behind a beauty reminiscent of a snow-capped goddess. Her figure is well-proportioned, characterized by a pair of ample curves and slender legs. Draped in a loose black trench coat, her already slender silhouette appears even more svelte. Yet, her face possesses an enchanting allure that captivates at a mere glance, an exquisite beauty so profound that even devoid of emotional expression, it evokes an innate yearning within the observer. Lu Yan gazed quietly out the window, her thoughts adrift, until a phone call interrupted her reverie. Upon answering, she inquired with an impassive tone, Editor Yi, is there something you need? Lu Miss, we have decided to pair you with an amateur model for this advertising shoot. What are your thoughts? That is acceptable, but if his character mirrors that of the last one, I shall not collaborate with you again, Lu Yan replied. Understood. Yi Jingqiu acknowledged with a nod. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Lu. After ending the call, Lu Yan turned to her assistant, Xiao Qin, who was driving, and said, Xiao Qin, after you drop me home tonight, you need not bring my luggage back. Instead, take it directly to the Linjiang courtyard. Here is the key. As she spoke, Lu Yan retrieved a key from her Hermes handbag and handed it to Xiao Qin, who, puzzled, asked, Sister Yan, why not stay at your own home? Although the Linjiang courtyard has a decent environment, it is ultimately shared accommodation. Do not concern yourself with these matters, suffice it to say. I will be residing there for 6 months, Lu Yan replied. She, too, was reluctant to move. But the reason she had secured the lead role in this significant international production was due to someone's assistance. The stipulation was that upon completing her filming, she must reside at Linjiang Courtyard for 6 months. Now that her filming had concluded, she was naturally obliged to honor the agreement. The following morning at Linjiang Courtyard, Chen Luo awoke past 9 o'clock, surveying the scattered garments in his bedroom. He languidly gathered them, donning each piece anew. Entering the bathroom, as he brushed his teeth and washed his face, he caught sight of his slightly sallow complexion and the dark circles under his eyes in the glass mirror. With a deep sigh, he muttered to himself, that Shinshio truly is a vixen. From this day forth, he resolved to exercise restraint. Otherwise, he would inevitably be drained by Shinshio. After freshening up, Chen Luo exited to the kitchen, where he began preparing noodles. Having typically settled for a solitary fried egg, today he opted for an additional one, and after boiling the noodles, he proceeded with his morning. Chen Luo then placed his bowl on the small table on the balcony and sat on the lounge chair to enjoy his egg noodles, while Guqing next door continued her yoga practice. Downstairs, Shinshio was nowhere to be seen. It was unclear whether she was home or had gone out. Chen Luo was indifferent to this. As he savored his noodles, he admired Gu Qing's graceful movements during her yoga session. This morning, Gu Qing donned a pink yoga outfit. Her hair tied up in a ponytail, effortlessly sitting in a split on her mat, her elegant legs appearing remarkably straight, reminiscent of a dancer. The contours of her figure, snugly fitted in her attire, were beautifully accentuated, truly a feast for the eyes. However, it was not long before Gu Qing rose from her mat and, slipping on her slippers, approached Chen Luo's balcony to inquire. "Chen Luo, have you thought about last night's matter? The advertisement?" Chen Luo asked. "Yes," Gu Qing replied, continuing. "Our magazine is planning an ad related to basketball. I sent your photos and a video of you playing basketball to the editor-in-chief, and she remarked that your image and demeanor are quite impressive. Where did you get that video of me playing basketball?" Chen Luo responded, momentarily taken aback. Gu Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had been so focused on introducing the advertisement opportunity that she had inadvertently forgotten about the matter of filming him without consent. "Did you film me without permission?" Chen Luo chuckled, looking at Gu Qing. "I didn't film you without permission. It was for work. Rest assured. I promise not to share it indiscriminately," Gu Qing explained, somewhat defensively. "Is that all?" Chen Luo inquired, gazing at her. "What else do you want?" Gu Qing paused for a few seconds before asking. "Since you filmed me, shouldn't you send me some of your photos in exchange?" "It can't just end with a promise not to share," Chen Luo smiled, looking at her. "What kind of photos?" Gu Qing asked nervously, and before Chen Luo could specify, she quickly added, "I don't have any scandalous photos. I can only send you a few pictures of my legs and black stockings and some more casual ones." "All right," Chen Luo replied with a smile. "Please continue discussing the advertisement. I would like to know how long the shoot will take and where it will be held. We have planned 4 locations for this shoot. Although all are within the urban area of Jiangqing, it will take at least a day and a half to shoot. And if it goes slowly, it might take around 2 days," Gu Qing explained. "Can it be shorter?" Chen Luo pressed. Gu Qing shook her head gently. "A day and a half is already the result of many calculations. Then I will need to take at least 2 days off," Chen Luo said, looking somewhat troubled. "Are there really no other candidates?" "Unfortunately, there are none." Gu Qing shook her head and said, "I returned to Jiang University yesterday to search for a suitable partner for the entire morning, even enlisting the help of our advisor. But there wasn't a single appropriate gentleman to be found." "How suitable are we talking about?" Chen Luo inquired, puzzled. "Above 180 centimeters in height, proficient in basketball. And most importantly, he must be handsome." Gu Qing deliberately emphasized the last word. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, who was seated nearby, enjoying a bowl of egg noodles while conversing with Gu Qing, couldn't help but let a smirk of satisfaction creep onto his lips. He then set down his chopsticks and remarked, "You speak quite candidly. However, I must first call to inquire if I can take a leave of absence. If my boss denies my request, I may find it challenging to assist you." Chen Luo held a deep appreciation for his current job. The financial aspect was secondary. What mattered most was the manageable workload. He had experience in various fields, including advertising agencies and publishing houses, earning a salary of 3,000 to 4,000 a month. He was often subjected to frequent meetings focused on performance. If results were lacking, the pressure was relentless, accompanied by accusations of negligence in his duties. At times, he found himself inundated with work, even having to stay late to complete tasks. The notion of earning a modest salary while sacrificing his well-being felt akin to a form of servitude. He had observed that if one attempted to coast through their responsibilities, they risked being let go within a month. Thus, Chen Luo was exceedingly content with his present position. "All right," Gu Qing nodded in agreement. Chen Luo then retrieved his phone and dialed his boss, Zhang Chao. "Brother Zhang, may I request a couple of days off in the next 2 days? A friend needs my assistance." "Of course," Zhang Chao responded readily. "Just 2 days off? That is no problem at all." "Thank you, Brother Zhang," Chen Luo replied, somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Chao would agree without hesitation, making him feel as though he were in a dream. Simultaneously, in the office adjacent to the Morning Light Training Center, Zhang Chao returned a call to Luo Qingxing after receiving Chen Luo's request. "Everything is arranged, as per your instructions. I have granted Chen Luo his leave." Zhang Chao spoke respectfully. "Understood," Luo Qingxing replied softly before hanging up, a smile spreading across her face. Dressed in a light yellow nightgown, she rested her chin on her hand at her desk, picking up a fountain pen to circle today's date on the calendar, September 30th. She then set down the pen, brimming with excitement, and mused to herself, "The National Day holiday has finally arrived. I can go visit Brother Luo." With that, Luo Qingqing rose, opened her wardrobe, and donned a chic black and white outfit. She then retrieved a suitcase from the closet, carefully folding her lovely dresses one by one and placing them inside, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. A splendidly attired lady entered Luo Qingqing's room, casting a glance at her as she tidied her clothes. She then gently admonished, "Qingqing, during your visit to the orphanage in Jiangcheng, do not indulge for too long. Your studies must remain paramount." "Rest assured, Auntie," Luo Qingqing replied with a charming nod, "I will bring my homework along." "Very well," the lady responded with a smile, saying no more. In their eyes, Luo Qingqing was an exceptionally good child, kind-hearted, considerate, intelligent, gentle, and generous. Before long, Luo Qingqing had finished packing her belongings and descended to take the driver's car. After a brief journey, a small private plane ascended gracefully from a grand estate. "Brother Luo, I have arrived," Luo Qingqing murmured as she gazed out the window. Chapter 41. Contract signing at lightning speed in Jiangcheng. At the Linjiang courtyard, Chen Luo, having concluded a phone call, gazed at the abruptly disconnected line with a look of perplexity. This expression caused Gu Qing to feel a twinge of anxiety. Fearing that Chen Luo's employer had denied his leave request, she immediately inquired, "Did your boss refuse your request for leave?" "He agreed," Chen Luo replied. Still pondering why Zhang Zhao had acquiesced so readily, it felt almost surreal. "Then why do you still bear such a countenance?" Gu Qing asked, her face brightening with a smile. She continued, "If you take 2 days off to shoot an advertisement, you could earn at least this amount." Demonstrating with her fingers, she formed a V sign before Chen Luo. 2,000? Chen Luo inquired, glancing at her gesture. 20,000. Gu Qing exclaimed with a grin. "How much?" Chen Luo's face registered surprise as he looked at Gu Qing in disbelief. 20,000. You heard correctly, Gu Qing affirmed with confidence. Chen Luo was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that shooting an advertisement could yield such a substantial reward. Typically, only major corporations could afford such fees. Yet, was Gu Qing affiliated with a large company? Previously, he had assumed she, like him, held a casual job from home, but it now appeared otherwise. "When will the contract be signed? Isn't time of the essence?" he asked. "I can sign the contract today," Chen Luo stated after a moment's thought. "Excellent. Then let us set off," Gu Qing replied with a smile. The matter was best addressed promptly. Should other colleagues find suitable candidates, it could complicate things. "Allow me to change into my basketball attire," Chen Luo said, rising to head indoors, but he was halted by Gu Qing. "No need for that. Just dress as you usually do," Gu Qing remarked with a smile. She had already shown Editor Yi the videos and photos of Chen Luo and received her approval. Now, they could simply discuss the details at the company and proceed to sign the contract. To be frank, even if Chen Luo wore the most casual attire, his striking visage was undeniably handsome. A true gentleman need not be particular about his clothing. "All right," Chen Luo replied. Subsequently, Gu Qing retreated to her room to change into a new outfit, pairing a light purple skirt with a white blouse. Her long, dark hair cascaded elegantly, and she adorned her wrist with a small handbag, exuding an air of youthful sophistication akin to that of an urban professional. Typically, she dressed rather casually for work, but today she wished to present herself well, as she was taking Chen Luo to the company. Her image and demeanor simply could not be compromised. Once she was ready, Gu Qing led Chen Luo out of the small courtyard and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the office. "Where is your company located?" Chen Luo inquired as they settled into the vehicle. "At the C-Star magazine," Gu Qing replied. "You got into C-Star?" Chen Luo asked, his eyes widening in surprise, as though he were seeing Gu Qing in a new light. C-Star magazine was renowned as the best in Jiangcheng, enjoying a notable reputation even internationally. It focused on fashion and technology, producing outstanding reports. Every graduate from the Art Institute of Jiangcheng University aspired to join C-Star, yet nearly 99% failed the interview. It was astonishing to learn that Gu Qing had actually made it. "I joined C-Star right after graduation. I've been here for 2.5 years now," Gu Qing said, her gaze somewhat frosty. Chen Luo felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, turning his head to gaze out the window. "The weather is quite pleasant today," he remarked. Gu Qing shot him a glare but chose not to respond further. After more than half an hour, the taxi driver arrived at the headquarters of C-Star magazine. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Luo looked up at the towering skyscraper, adorned with a vibrant C-Star emblem. This was indeed C-Star magazine. He recalled visiting here with Su Anping during their senior internship, when the school organized an event that chartered a bus to bring all students for a tour of the magazine. Yet, That was where the story ended. He never imagined he would again intersect with this grand edifice. Gu Qing led him inside the building and took the elevator directly to the 28th floor. Arriving at the editorial department of C-Star magazine, "I will take you straight to Editor Ye's office now," Gu Qing announced as they exited the elevator. "All right." Chen Luo responded, following her as they walked through the office area, where numerous employees noticed Chen Luo accompanying Gu Qing. Many furtive glances were cast, particularly from some of the female employees, who were visibly taken aback. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qing led Chen Luo into Yi Jingchu's office. Upon seeing Gu Qing and Chen Luo, Yi Jingchu scrutinized Chen Luo for a moment and immediately recognized him as the handsome gentleman Gu Qing had mentioned. With a warm smile, she addressed Chen Luo. "You must be Chen Luo, Xiao Qing's friend, correct?" "Indeed, that's me," Chen Luo replied with a nod. "I recognized you the moment you walked in. Xiao Qing had already shown me your photograph, and I thought you were incredibly handsome then. Seeing you in person, I must say you are even more striking." Yi Jingchu continued, inviting him to sit down. As she poured him a cup of tea, her demeanor remained gracious and amiable, making Chen Luo feel particularly at ease. It was no wonder she was the chief editor. Her eloquence surpassed that of the average individual. "Thank you for your kind words, Editor Yi," Chen Luo said. Taking a sip of the tea, "Gu Qing has already briefed me about the advertisement. I see no issues and am ready to sign the contract. Is that so?" Yi Jingchu replied, her expression one of pleasant surprise as she glanced at Gu Qing. "Yes," Gu Qing confirmed. Then she leaned in to whisper something to Yi Jingchu. After listening intently, Yi Jingchu retrieved the advertising contract from her drawer and placed it on the table, saying, "Here is the contract. Take a look. And if everything is satisfactory, you may sign." Without much hesitation, Chen Luo flipped to the last page and affixed his signature. This left Yi Jingchu slightly taken aback, prompting her to inquire, "Aren't you going to read it?" "No need. Gu Qing and I have already discussed everything," Chen Luo responded. "Very well." Yi Jingchu smiled at Gu Qing, with a hint of intrigue in her expression. It was curious how Chen Luo placed such trust in Gu Qing. It seemed unusual for an ex-couple. "All right then, Yi Jia, we shall take our leave. We will discuss the filming details over the phone later," Gu Qing announced. After speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Luo and led him out of the office, seemingly wary of any potential misunderstandings from the perceptive Yi Jia. Once outside the office, Chen Luo felt quite pleased. With 2 more opportunities on the horizon, life was certainly looking up. Upon reaching the ground floor, they hailed a taxi. Gu Qing then advised him, "By the way, Chen Luo, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. For this advertisement shoot, you will be collaborating with a prominent actress who apparently has a strong aversion to men. Please be particularly courteous when communicating with her." "A list actress? Just how famous are we talking?" Chen Luo asked, feigning indifference. "She is quite renowned, certainly more so than his notoriously eccentric ex-girlfriend, the international superstar, Lu Yan." "You must know her?" Gu Qing replied. "Who?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luo nearly succumbed to a fit of panic. Chapter 42, stepping forward reluctantly. "Lu Yan." Gu Qing, observing Chen Luo's alarmed expression, responded with a smile, "Isn't that quite a big deal?" The moment Chen Luo heard those words, his mind detonated like a nuclear explosion, and he felt an emptiness in his heart akin to a gaping void. Memories from that fateful night 2 years ago surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly amplifying his sense of crisis. "Gu Qing, is it too late for me to have second thoughts?" Chen Luo inquired. "Second thoughts? Why?" Gu Qing, noticing Chen Luo's anxious demeanor, assumed he was merely flustered by her words and quickly sought to reassure him. "It's fine. As long as you focus on shooting the advertisement and refrain from excessive interaction with her, she won't be unreasonable." The previous professional athlete faced rejection simply for crossing a line in private conversation with Lu Yan. "I trust you won't do the same." Chen Luo managed a bitter smile at her words. How could he possibly explain the situation to Gu Qing? Should he confess to having had a past relationship with Lu Yan? That would inevitably lead to a barrage of questions from her. He would then have to fabricate numerous lies, for his connection with Lu Yan was a matter too delicate to disclose, as it would inevitably implicate Shinqiu. This would only complicate matters further, rendering his future prospects bleak. Thus, after much contemplation, Chen Luo realized there was no room for retreat. With the contract already signed, he could only brace himself for the shoot. However, the mere thought of encountering Lu Yan on the day of filming sent shivers down his spine. Would she pursue him with a knife in hand? Previously, he had regarded the notoriously temperamental actress as cold, yet ultimately decent. Once they became acquainted, he discovered that Lu Yan genuinely cared for him, often calling him late at night to chat and showering him with gifts of food and clothing, her voice softening considerably. Yet, ever since that night, Chen Luo had come to view Lu Yin as unhinged. Absolutely unhinged. Based on her usual demeanor, she seemed incapable of committing such acts. Yet that night, she had indeed harbored murderous intent, leaving no room for survival. It was terrifying. Lu Yan's volatility posed a greater threat than that of Xin Xiu. Consequently, Chen Luo elevated Lu Yan's threat level. No ex-girlfriend could rival her in danger. He silently prayed that after 2.5 years, she might have calmed down. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, noticing Chen Luo's prolonged distress, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Why the long face? How about I treat you to a sumptuous meal?" "No need." Chen Luo replied, snapping back to reality and shaking his head. "Nonsense. You should listen to me. I still need to discuss the shooting details with you." Gu Qing insisted cheerfully. "All right then." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo nodded in response. It would be beneficial to discuss the details of the shoot. Knowing the process in advance would allow him to prepare mentally. Over an hour later, the taxi arrived at Jiangqing University, the time nearing 6 o'clock. Just as students began to spill out of the campus for dinner, including several couples, Gu Qing and Chen Luo walked side by side. Their gazes drifting towards the couples emerging from the school gates, a hint of nostalgia glimmering in their eyes, reminiscent of the days when they were in love. "Where shall we dine?" Chen Luo inquired. "At Neo GS Diner," Gu Qing replied with a smile. "Isn't a diner merely a casual meal?" Chen Luo remarked, looking at her in disbelief. "What's wrong with a diner?" Gu Qing countered. "Do you remember when we were dating? Back then, we had little money. Our dates always concluded with a meal at Neo GS, where you savored every bite." "Very well," Chen Luo conceded with a nod. He was hesitant about dining at Neo GS, as it bore too many memories of him and Gu Qing. Every dish on the menu held a story. Every table etched with their shared past. Dining here inevitably drew forth reflections of yesteryears. And he couldn't tell if Gu Qing was being deliberate by choosing this place for their first meal together. "Boss, I would like a portion of shredded beef with green peppers, braised beef brisket, oil-braised prawns, a serving of shredded potatoes, and a bowl of crispy meat soup." Gu Qing ordered without even glancing at the menu. "All right." The chef, clad in a white apron, smiled and acknowledged their order from the large iron pot outside the diner. Soon after, the proprietress approached and took note of their order. They settled down to await their meal. "This place hasn't changed at all. It's just the same as it was a few years ago," Chen Luo remarked as he surveyed the restaurant's decor. "It hasn't changed much at all," Gu Qing replied. "The only thing that has changed is the people. Let us discuss the advertisement instead. We'll be filming in Jiangxing for the next 2 days, right? How much interaction will I have with her?" Chen Luo shifted the conversation. "You two are filming a romantic theme. This time, the client is promoting a basketball set. So your characters will indeed be a couple, ensuring ample interaction," Gu Qing explained. "But I must warn you, adhere closely to the director's guidance, whatever poses he suggests. Follow them precisely and avoid any inappropriate behavior. The locations will all be in Jiangxing. We'll begin at Jiangxing University, then move to the riverside and a park," Gu Qing detailed. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's smile turned more bittersweet. He dared not entertain any notions of crossing boundaries. Even the thought of facing Lu Yin made him uneasy. To other men, Lu Yin was a stunning beauty, but in Chen Luo's eyes, Lu Yin is a master of disguise, a woman of peculiar tendencies. "There's nothing to worry about. You needn't be anxious," Gu Qing remarked with a smile. Before long, the dishes were prepared one after another, and Chen Luo and Gu Qing began their meal. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, they took a taxi straight home. Upon alighting, Chen Luo noticed a large delivery vehicle parked at the entrance of the courtyard, where 3 workers were busily transporting various pieces of furniture and items up to the 3rd floor. It appeared that new tenants had arrived. Chen Luo glanced toward the forewoman, Xiaoqin, who stood nearby. In her early 20s, she donned a black professional outfit, her hair cut neatly to shoulder length, exuding a sense of composure and competence. "Hello. Are you the resident of the 3rd floor?" Chen Luo inquired, attempting to establish a cordial rapport since they would soon be neighbors. "I don't live here," Xiaoqin replied, looking at Chen Luo. "My boss resides here. Which floor do you live on?" "I live on the 2nd floor, in the middle," Chen Luo answered with a smile. "All right." Xiaoqin nodded and resumed, overseeing the moving of luggage. Chen Luo chose not to prolong the conversation and made his way upstairs. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His left, right, and below were all occupied by ex-girlfriends, yet above him was finally not an ex. This apartment could indeed be a comfortable abode. Meanwhile, At a private airport within a mansion in Jiacheng, Luo Qingqing's plane was slowly descending. After disembarking, she boarded a black luxury vehicle, luggage in tow, heading straight for the Linjiang courtyard. Chapter 43. Luo Qingqing's reward just past 1 in the morning. A black business vehicle halted outside the gate of Linjiang courtyard. A driver in black attire exited the driver's seat and opened the rear door. Luo Qingqing stepped out. Her feet adorned with black flat-heeled shoes and draped in a long black dress, the lace-trimmed hem exuding an air of mystery under the moonlight, perfectly complementing her current expression of anticipation tinged with an eerie allure. Wait for me downstairs. Regardless of any noises you may hear, do not come up without my word. Luo Qingqing instructed the 2 bodyguards. Understood, they replied in unison. With that, Luo Qingqing made her way to the courtyard entrance, unlocking the door with her fingerprint. Upon reaching the lower level of the courtyard, she retrieved a delicate remote control from her bag. After pressing a yellow button, the air conditioning in Chen Luo's bedroom gradually activated, releasing a colorless, odorless mist. Moments later, Chen Luo fell deeply into slumber, while Luo Qingqing ascended to the 2nd floor. Moving leisurely as if on a stroll, the moonlight illuminated the staircase from the 2nd floor balcony, and as she beheld her own shadow, she exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Can you feel my exhilaration too? I am on the verge of meeting my dear brother Luo, who is peacefully slumbering in bed. Let us speak softly so as not to disturb him. He shall not awaken." A shadow on the staircase interjected, saying, "Your brother Luo has already entered the realm of dreams. No matter what you do, he will remain undisturbed, and you may do as you please." Is that truly the case? A mischievous smile crept onto Luo Qingqing's face as she gazed at her shadow, murmuring, "Can I really do anything?" "Absolutely." The shadow on the staircase replied. In Luo Qingqing's world, shadows or reflections in the mirror represent another version of herself, while to the eyes of ordinary people, she appears to be conversing with herself. Indeed, Luo Qingqing concealed her secret exceptionally well. No one knew she could communicate with her shadow, just as no one comprehended the profound depth of her affection for Chen Luo. Before long, Luo Qingqing arrived at Chen Luo's doorstep. Producing the key she had set aside when she constructed this little abode, quietly unlocking the door and slipping inside, then gently closing it behind her as she made her way to the bedroom. In the dimly lit living room, just a few steps away, Luo Qingqing felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through her entire being. She had awaited this day for 6 long years, diligently studying and meticulously planning, ultimately drawing her beloved brother Luo into the carefully laid trap. "Brother Luo, I have come," she whispered at the threshold of the bedroom, her tone sweet and innocent like that of a little girl. With that, Luo Qingqing pushed open the door to Chen Luo's bedroom and slowly seated herself beside his sleeping figure. "Brother Luo, I have done so much for you tonight. You should reward me," she said, gazing intently at the slumbering Chen Luo, a hint of a wicked smile gracing her lips as she spoke to herself. At just past 4 in the morning, Luo Qingqing emerged from Chen Luo's bedroom, still clad in her black gown and wearing the same flat-soled heels. Observing her elongated silhouette in the moonlight, she took a deep breath and, with a satisfied expression, declared, "It is time to return." The shadow remained silent. Luo Qingqing glanced back and, steadying herself on the staircase, slowly made her way downstairs, eventually meandering out of the little courtyard. The following day, Chen Luo awoke around 10 o'clock in the morning, roused by the persistent ringing of Gu Qing's phone. Otherwise, he might have continued sleeping. "What is it so early in the morning?" Chen Luo inquired as he reached for his phone while still lying in bed. "Have you not risen yet?" Gu Qing remarked with a tone of exasperation. "Hurry up. Today, Sister Yi has invited Lu Yin to lunch to express her apologies. And she wants us to join as well, so we can get acquainted beforehand." "What? Why should I go?" Chen Luo exclaimed, surprised. "I could simply meet her on the day of the shoot, couldn't I? Do you not understand?" Gu Qing replied, exasperated. "Today, you are the focal character. Sister Yi specifically invited Lu Yin to dinner, intending for the 2 of you to become acquainted beforehand, to avoid any potential discord during the shoot. It would be beneficial for you both to familiarize yourselves now, ensuring better collaboration later. How could you possibly refuse?" After listening to this lengthy explanation, Chen Luo found himself speechless. Upon reflection, he realized that they would meet eventually, so what harm was there in an earlier encounter? "All right." Chen Luo nodded in agreement before hanging up the phone. As he sat up from the bed, a sudden wave of discomfort coursed through his lower back, rubbing his waist. He took a moment before slipping into his slippers and heading to the bathroom. "What is happening to me? Shinchio, that fierce woman, didn't T even come last night? Why is it worsening?" Chen Luo pondered, perplexed as he adjusted his trousers. Could it be that the energy in this little courtyard was too heavy? The room he currently occupied was enveloped by the presence of women on all sides. Indeed, the atmosphere in the courtyard was dense with a certain heaviness. This is not right. I must be getting superstitious, he mused. At that moment, Gu Qing called again from outside, urging him to hurry. Chen Luo promptly ceased his procrastination, quickly brushing his teeth, washing his face, and changing clothes before stepping out with Gu Qing. On the way, he didn't forget to remind her, Gu Qing. If Lu Yin inquires about where I live, you must not divulge that information. What? Gu Qing looked at Chen Luo with a bewildered expression. Her tone filled with confusion as she replied, Chen Luo, when did you become so self-absorbed? Why on earth would Lu Yin, an international film star, ask about your residence? I warn you, do not entertain any improper thoughts regarding her. If anything goes awry, I won't spare you. And what if? Chen Luo responded with a wry smile. Just remember my words. There won't be such a scenario, Gu Qing retorted. Moreover, even if Lu Yin were to absurdly inquire about your address, you wouldn't need to remind me. I wouldn't give it to her anyway. The reasoning was quite simple. Lu Yin was extraordinarily beautiful. Even Gu Qing felt a twinge of danger. How could she possibly invite another rival into her life? She was not that foolish. Just keep that in mind. Chen Luo replied with a smile. He then turned to his phone, scrolling through videos of beautiful women to ease his tense mood. Knowing that soon he would meet Lu Yin, the very woman who had haunted him with nightmares for months. When he first traveled to the mountain village for teaching, he could hardly sleep, every rustle in the wind or croak of a frog sending chills down his spine as he imagined ghosts lurking beneath his bed. Such shadows were experiences only those who had been bitten by a dog or a snake could truly understand. Once bitten, twice shy. After more than an hour's journey, Gu Qing and Chen Luo arrived at the Golden Capital Hotel, a renowned establishment in Jiancheng, lavishly adorned and impressive in its grandeur. As Gu Qing stepped through the hotel entrance, she led Chen Luo into the elevator, arriving at a private room on the 6th floor. Upon entering, Gu Qing spotted the renowned star Lu Yin, along with Sister Yi and executives from the Haixing magazine, as well as the team leader responsible for the advertising shoot. The room was filled with more than 10 people, indicating that the gathering was nearly complete. Apologetically, Gu Qing addressed the group with a smile. I sincerely apologize, Miss Lu, for our tardiness due to traffic. Not at all. Your timing is just perfect, Lu Yin replied, her gaze shifting naturally from Gu Qing to Chen Luo, whom she had not seen in over 2 years. Despite the absence of any emotional response in her eyes, she offered a polite smile. While this demeanor seemed entirely appropriate to the others present, it struck Chen Luo as unsettling. In contrast, he would have preferred if Lu Yin had maintained her typically aloof expression. Her smile sent a chill down his spine. Please, take a seat, Xiao Chen. The dishes will be served shortly. Yi Jingqiu cheerfully beckoned to the dazed Chen Luo, who hesitated at the doorway. Let me sit here, he suggested, glancing at the space between Yi Jingqiu and Lu Yin, but resolutely declined. Sitting there would be unbearable. The position farther away from Lu Yin seemed far more desirable. However, before he could take that seat, Gu Qing swiftly claimed it for herself. I'll take this one. You sit next to Sister Yi, she announced. All right. Chen Luo replied with resignation. He had no words for Gu Qing. If he were to disclose that Lu Yin was his ex-girlfriend, Gu Qing would likely be heartbroken. Yet, the oblivious girl merely heeded Yi Jingqiu's advice, seemingly reassured that Lu Yin and Chen Luo belonged to different worlds. You underestimate me, little Gu Qing, Chen Luo mused inwardly, before making his way around to the seat beside Lu Yin, pulling out the chair and settling down. With everyone present, Yi Jingqiu indicated that it was time for the servers to bring out the dishes. A young man seated near the door stood up to remind the staff, and soon, a feast was laid out on the grand round table, which could accommodate 20 guests. At this moment, Yi Jingqiu turned to Chen Luo and said, Chen Luo, this is the esteemed international actress Lu Yin, your partner for this advertising project. Lu Yin has extensive experience in shooting commercials, so feel free to ask her anything you're uncertain about. Of course, Chen Luo nodded, turning to Lu Yin with courtesy. I appreciate your guidance in this endeavor, Lu Yin. You're welcome, Lu Yin responded with a smile. The theme of this advertisement shoot is campus romance, with someone as handsome as you. I presume you possess quite a bit of experience in this area, don't you? I believe you would perform splendidly in your natural role. What does that mean? Is she implying he has extensive romantic experience, subtly suggesting he is a playboy? Chen Luo found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he mustered the courage to redirect the conversation. The advertisement shoot requires a different approach. Teacher Lu, you must be more professional. Indeed, Lu Yin replied with a smile. She then picked up her chopsticks and addressed the group. Since the dishes are served, let's dig in. There's no need to be too courteous. In fact, I am quite easy to get along with. Although there was a slight unpleasantness earlier, I am genuinely looking forward to collaborating with Haixing. At least this newcomer is an improvement over the last. With her words, the executives at Haixing magazine, along with Yu Jingchu, breathed a sigh of relief. Let's eat. Yu Jingchu said cheerfully as she picked up her chopsticks. Soon after, everyone began to eat and chat amiably, except for Chen Luo, who remained noticeably tense. Seated between Lu Yin and Yi Jingchu. Don't be so stiff. Eat more, Yi Jingchu encouraged Chen Luo with a smile. You needn't feel nervous just because Teacher Lu is here. She is quite approachable. In her perspective, Lu Yin was a person of great propriety. She reciprocated respect and kind. Hardly owed anyone a favor, and was meticulous in her work, speaking with unwavering integrity. She was truly a commendable individual. Indeed, Chen Luo replied with a faint smile. Initially, he too found Lu Yin easy to engage with, almost the ideal girlfriend. It wasn't until that fateful night when he nearly faced a fiery demise that he discovered her darker side. Since then, he had deeply realized that every coin has two sides, and one must approach matters with a dialectical viewpoint, avoiding blind generalizations. Eat more, don't be anxious. As teacher you mentioned, I am quite easy to get along with, don't you think? Lu Yin asked Chen Luo with a gentle smile, her expression warm and inviting. Yes. Chen Luo responded, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Internally, he felt a dissonance between her outward charm and what lay beneath. Subsequently, Chen Luo took a few bites of the food and poured himself a glass of white wine from the table, downing it in several gulps. As the alcohol began to take effect, he feigned a tipsy demeanor and slowly rose to address Lu Yin and Yi Jingchu. Teacher Lu, Editor Yi. I feel a bit lightheaded from the wine. I need to step out for a moment to use the restroom and sober up before returning, lest I embarrass myself later. Very well, Yu Jingchu nodded in agreement. I shall excuse myself for now. Please enjoy your meal, Teacher Lu. Chen Luo promptly called out, then left the private room. A few seconds later, Lu Yin set down her chopsticks and remarked, I need to use the restroom as well. Following her words, she exited the room, leaving the others with expressions of confusion, especially Gu Qing, who wondered what was happening. Could it be that Chen Luo's ominous predictions had actually come true? Surely, Teacher Lu Yin could not harbor feelings for that fellow, could she? Chapter 45, The Past with Lu Yin. Meanwhile, after stepping out of the private room, Chen Luo glanced back, relieved to see that Lu Yin had not followed him. He hurried towards the elevator, thinking that once he exited the hotel, he would have narrowly escaped trouble for the day. However, just as he entered the elevator and was about to press the close button, he noticed Lu Yin striding in, a faint smile gracing her face as she looked at him. Instantly, a chill ran down Chen Luo's spine, akin to being targeted by a ghostly figure in a horror film. Had Lu Yin truly pursued him? As expected, what was meant to come would indeed arrive. After 2.5 years of evasion, he was still unable to escape. Weren't you going to the restroom? Why did you come into the elevator? Lu Yin asked, directing her gaze at Chen Luo. Yin, Chen Luo began, his tone laden with unspoken grievances. You do not deserve to call me that, Lu Yin retorted sharply, her eyes flashing with a glint of coldness that made Chen Luo swallow his words. He then chose his words carefully, saying, Lu Yin, I had my reasons back then. Reasons? Lu Yin's gaze turned icy as she inquired, her voice devoid of warmth. Are you still trying to argue when the evidence is irrefutable? Chen Luo fell silent at her words. He indeed had made mistakes in the past, having inadvertently fallen for the deceit of that wicked woman, Shen Qiu. Yet, setting aside all that, wasn't Lu Yin also at fault in some regard? Lu Yin was often preoccupied with her filming schedule, leaving no time for personal matters. And while she provided Chen Luo with wealth and a material lifestyle, he was still a man with normal desires. Their relationship felt akin to a virtual romance. Besides a few conversations, there was little else. Often, after a long day, all he wanted was to sleep. During that period, he and Lu Yin had only met 6 times. Their first encounter took place at the company, where he worked as a photography assistant, helping his mentor capture promotional photos of Lu Yin, thus marking the beginning of their connection. The second meeting was a chance encounter. Lu Yin was seated on a bench by the marathon track under the Jiangcheng Bridge, drinking. That day, Chen Luo happened to be on leave, playing basketball at a nearby park. After finishing his game, he stumbled upon Lu Yin and, naturally, played the role of a good Samaritan. escorting the inebriated Lu Yin back to her home. He remembered her mumbling about something that had clearly upset her. The third encounter was a date. Lu Yin took the initiative to add Chen Luo on WeChat, and they chatted for several days. She then invited him out for a meal, after which she declared her intention to support him financially. Initially, Chen Luo was incredulous, but in a display of her wealth, Lu Yin sent him a generous red envelope containing 5 amounts of 888 yuan each. Having never encountered such a sum, Chen Luo promptly agreed to move into the grand villa. Upon settling in, Lu Yin informed Chen Luo that their relationship must remain discreet, which meant he could not visit film sets and had to wear a mask when going out to conceal his identity. This arrangement further limited his opportunities to see Lu Yin. Their fourth meeting coincided with Lu Yan's birthday. She managed to carve out some time for him, and Chen Luo planned a delightful surprise for her. However, she had to leave unexpectedly in the afternoon due to a prior commitment. The fifth meeting was the most joyful, as Lu Yin had an entire day to spend with Chen Luo, and they enjoyed a full day of fun in Jiangcheng. At that time, Lu Yin mentioned that once her busy schedule subsided, she would take some time to recuperate. Chen Luo paid little heed to her words. Later, during their sixth meeting, Lu Yin took him to a resort hotel on the outskirts of Jiangxing. Chen Luo thought it was for a pleasant meal, but it almost turned perilous. They had met 6 times in total, and he felt as though his life was in jeopardy. "What is your silence about, Chen Luo?" Lu Yin asked, her gaze icy, reminiscent of a scorned lover wronged by deep affection. "Lu Yin, I admit I had my faults back then, but the situation was not as you perceive. Shenqiu approached me initially, claiming she was being pressured into marriage by her family, and asked me to pose as her boyfriend to deceive her parents. Who could have predicted that she would take it seriously?" Chen Luo expressed, his expression one of betrayal. "Can I still trust you?" Lu Yin queried coldly. "You doubt me?" Chen Luo replied, taking a deep breath. "I could summon Shenqiu to confront you directly. No need for confrontation." Lu Yin responded sharply. "I have one question. You claim you were coerced, so why were you in that position?" Chen Luo fell silent, realizing this was the crux of the matter. He indeed bore some responsibility for his past actions. As the conflict escalated, his judgment had become clouded, leading him down a treacherous path from which he could never recover. "Struggling to find an answer, are we? What a scoundrel," Lu Yin remarked, observing his silence. "It is my fault," Chen Luo said solemnly. Now, he understood that the root of his troubles lay in his decision to stand up at that moment. "Is that all?" Lu Yin inquired, her tone tinged with surprise before she pressed on. "Where are you living now?" Upon hearing this, Chen Luo forced a semblance of strength into his humble gaze. This was his bottom line. What if Lu Yin discovers where he resides? Would he ever sleep soundly again? If this twisted woman were to lose her composure one night and attempt to assassinate him once more, Chen Luo could not guarantee his survival. It is imperative that this information remains undisclosed. Silence enveloped him. Chen Luo maintained his reticence. At that moment, 2 patrons entered the elevator, and the icy, resentful expression on Lu Yan's face vanished instantaneously, her mood shifting with remarkable speed. He silently expressed gratitude to these 2 individuals for rescuing him from an awkward situation. As he exited the elevator, he made his way toward the dining room. He had initially intended to discreetly slip away, yet Lu Yin relentlessly pursued him. It appeared that the dining room was a safer haven, at least in the presence of others. Lu Yin would be less inclined to act. Upon returning to the private room, Chen Luo resumed his seat. Ye Jingqiu promptly inquired, "Hello, Chen, are you feeling any better?" "I am much improved," Chen Luo replied courteously. "That's good to hear." Ye Jingqiu nodded before continuing. "Lu Yin also went to the restroom. Did you happen to see her just now?" "No," Chen Luo responded without hesitation. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yin walked in, inadvertently overhearing their conversation. Instantly, a flicker of coldness crossed Lu Yan's eyes as she gently bit her molars, silently berating Chen Luo as a scoundrel 100 times in her mind. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, who had been feeling increasingly uncomfortable, keenly sensed the icy glimmer that had just passed through Lu Yan's gaze. Something was amiss. Could it be that the 2 of them had indeed been involved in something outside? Gu Qing's thoughts spiraled chaotically, dampening her appetite for the lavish meal. Chen Luo's earlier remarks might not have been baseless after all. Chapter 46. Does she like you too? An hour later, just past 1 o'clock. Their sumptuous lunch gradually came to an end, and Chen Luo felt quite satisfied. Even if he were to embark on a journey now, he might as well do so with a full stomach. Though he jested lightly, he still wished to live. As everyone exited the hotel, Ye Jingqiu and Lu Yin walked ahead, engaged in cheerful conversation. Eventually, Ye Jingqiu escorted Lu Yin to her car, and then they each hailed taxis to depart. Xiaoqing. I can drive you both, Ye Jingqiu cheerfully offered as she approached Gu Qing and Chen Luo. Sure, Gu Qing instinctively responded. No need, Chen Luo interjected. Then quickly turned to Gu Qing, saying, don't we have other matters to attend to? Gu Qing glanced at Chen Luo and suddenly remembered his instruction to keep his residence a secret from others. She promptly amended her response, oh right. I suddenly recalled that we still need to visit our alma mater to see our teachers. Chen Luo observed Gu Qing's momentary hesitation and immediately filled in for her. Indeed. It seems just like old times. Upon uttering a falsehood, one cannot help but stutter, entirely incapable of deceiving others. Chen Luo initially believed that Gu Qing had changed, but it now appeared that her progress was minimal. All right, Ye Jingqiu replied with a nod. Then I shall not accompany the two of you. With that, she strode towards her Audi, settled into the driver's seat, and drove away from the Golden Capital Hotel. After her departure, Gu Qing let out a sigh of relief. Pondering aloud, did I do anything wrong just now? Will sister you discern any issues? Chen Luo, with a hint of exasperation, responded, if she couldn't see through your act. Then something's amiss. He then turned his gaze towards the street, hailing a taxi, where he took a seat in the rear, with Gu Qing following suit. As they headed back to Linjiang Courtyard, inside the vehicle, Gu Qing frequently glanced at Chen Luo, her mind replaying the moment when Lu Yin entered the private room. Her eyes betraying an unmistakable displeasure. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she finally asked, Chen Luo, is there something going on between you and teacher Lu Yin? I sensed an odd look in her eyes directed at you. What could possibly be between us? Didn't you call me narcissistic? Chen Luo retorted, turning to meet her gaze. Odd look? Gu Qing fell into contemplation at his words, and after a few moments of silence, she expressed her shock. Could it be that she has feelings for you? Has feelings? Chen Luo regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, completely missing the crux of her statement, and instead honing in on her verbal misstep. Who else could possibly fancy me? He inquired with a playful smile. Gu Qing, avoiding his gaze, felt a flush of embarrassment. Oh no. How did I accidentally let that slip? I absolutely cannot confess. Otherwise, this guy Chen Luo will have me at his mercy. Well, it's certainly not me, she retorted, turning to look out the window. Chen Luo chuckled softly. Your demeanor is rather conspicuous, you know? The implication is written all over your face. When we first met, I thought you had matured. Yet, upon closer inspection, Gu Qing remains the innocent girl I have always known. And who might this someone be? How do you know about it? Chen Luo persisted in his inquiry. Gu Qing fell silent for a moment, her gaze dropping, the embarrassment on her face nearly indescribable. Her mind raced until she finally arrived at an answer. It's Lang Lang, my cousin, she exclaimed. Ever since he attended your basketball class, he has been proclaiming his admiration for you, claiming you look incredibly cool playing basketball, and he has taken you as his idol. Is that so? Chen Luo feigned surprise, nodding thoughtfully before leaning back against the seat, closing his eyes to rest. For reasons unknown, he had slept soundly the previous night, yet awoke feeling particularly fatigued that morning. Even more so than after a night spent with Xinxiu. Could it be that his energy had been excessively drained of late? All of this was Xinxiu's fault. Next time, I must resolutely prevent that fierce woman from causing any more trouble. She truly lacks an understanding of the importance of moderation. At this rate, she will completely drain him of vitality before he even reaches 30. Comparatively, Chen Luo suddenly found himself reminiscing about teacher Meng. Indeed, the older sister exudes a sense of maturity and stability, possessing a true understanding of the art of moderation. She also attentively tended to Chen Luo's well-being, frequently preparing nourishing soups that revitalized him, making him feel increasingly robust. Unlike Xinxiu, in the martial arts room, Xinxiu was clad in a remarkably short, form-fitting tank top and alluring purple shorts, having completed 500 push-ups. It was past 2 o'clock when the taxi driver arrived at the Linjiang Courtyard, and Chen Luo and Gu Qing emerged from the back seat. At last, the door to teacher Ming's house swung open. Was she back from her business trip? Chen Luo felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over him, contemplating that if he ever faltered, he could seek teacher Ming's assistance in concocting some revitalizing soup. A few nurturing words from her would surely invigorate him. He could undoubtedly endure life's challenges. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Luo ascended directly to the second floor, bidding farewell to Gu Qing before returning home to sleep, slumbering until 3:30 in the afternoon. When his alarm for work finally rang, Chen Luo awoke, stretched, and felt significantly better. He promptly changed into a loose-fitting outfit, slung his basketball and whistle over his shoulder, and headed out to the Morning Light Training Center. However, As he descended the stairs and stepped into the courtyard, Meng Yu emerged from upstairs, matching her pace with Chen Luo as they exited the courtyard together. Gu Qing was on the second-floor balcony, engaged in a meeting to confirm the details for tomorrow's shoot, leaving her no time to monitor Chen Luo and Meng Yu. Meanwhile, Shen Xiu continued her rigorous training in the martial arts room. Faced with the formidable presence of Meng Yu, Shen Xiu opted to avoid confrontation and proceed discreetly. "Teacher Meng, you're back from your trip. Why didn't TIC Duo? Chen Luo inquired, puzzled as he observed Meng Yu leaving the courtyard alone. He had assumed it would be the same as before, with Meng Yu bringing Duo along to work. However, this time was different. Meng Yu was clearly preoccupied and did not have the inclination to answer Chen Luo's question. Instead, she turned her gaze toward him and asked Chen Luo, "Who was that woman downstairs? Why was she sleeping in your bed this morning? What are you talking about?" Chen Luo was instantly bewildered. Shen Xiu had been in his bed? What sort of mischief had she been up to in his absence? Wasn't it supposed to be a discreet relationship? How could he have been so gullible? At this moment, Chen Luo was truly at a loss for words regarding Shen Xiu. She was the last person he needed causing him trouble. She had actually slept in his bed. Today, with Teacher Meng returning from her trip, she must have passed by his house and seen Shen Xiu there. That must be the case. This misunderstanding had escalated significantly. "Teacher Meng, please allow me to explain." Chen Luo replied with a bittersweet smile. Chapter 47. Teacher Meng's Jealousy. What more is there to explain? Meng Yu, unable to conceal her emotions, remarked. Upon returning from her business trip, she had intended to express how much she had missed Chen Luo over the past few days, to prepare him a delightful meal, and to share a few drinks while engaging in heartfelt conversation. However, to her dismay, she found a woman in Chen Luo's home upon her arrival. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also exuded an air of arrogance. When Meng Yu inquired about her, the woman insisted on consulting Chen Luo instead. Left with no choice, Meng Yu returned home, her frustration towards Shen Xiu escalating with each passing moment. What gave her the right to act so haughtily? Meng Yu had been Chen Luo's mentor, intimately acquainted with him for nearly 2 years. After Chen Luo's breakup with his first love, Gu Qing, during his most trying times, it was she who had lovingly and patiently tended to his wounded spirit, nurturing his self-esteem until he blossomed from a boy into a man. Although Shen Xiu remained unaware of these sentiments, Meng Yu still felt a pang of discontent. Teacher Meng is my senior from university. She is quite pampered and inept at cooking. Hence, she often comes over to dine, and I gave her a key to my home for convenience, Chen Luo explained. You're not deceiving me, are you? Meng Yu directed a questioning gaze at Chen Luo, her tone softening, her eyes growing gentler than before. Earlier that morning, upon returning home to drop off her luggage, she had discovered Shen Xiu in Chen Luo's kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator for food, which aligned perfectly with what Chen Luo had said. Of course not, Chen Luo responded with a nod, his eyes reflecting certainty. As he had gleaned Meng Yu's inner thoughts from her expression, it was that Teacher Meng was easily deceived. Rather, Chen Luo had accurately discerned Shen Xiu's intentions. Had his words contradicted Shen Xiu's actions, Teacher Meng would not have been so readily convinced. One could say that he understood Shen Xiu quite well. She had not returned home last night and most likely came over this morning seeking food. Then you should head to work, Meng Yu replied softly. When you come back tonight, I will prepare a delicious meal for you. And as for that university senior of yours, you cannot allow her to mooch off you every day. Now that I'm back from my trip, I have the time to offer her cooking lessons as a neighbor. Not good at cooking? This could not serve as an excuse for Shen Xiu to linger at Chen Luo's home. If that were the case, why should she bother to prepare meals at all? She could simply dine at Chen Luo's place every day. It was absurd to think that one could exploit such hospitality continuously. Why don't you talk to her about it, Teacher Meng? Chen Luo replied after a brief pause. He truly did not wish to provoke Shen Xiu, hoping only that she would remain docile and refrain from causing him any trouble. As for mastering culinary skills, Chen Luo holds little hope. Some abilities may simply elude certain individuals. For instance, when it comes to cooking, Shen Xiu's prowess is not merely a matter of taste, but rather a question of whether the food might lead one to the hospital. All right, let me speak, Meng Yu replied candidly. Teacher Meng, I must first caution you that her cooking skills are exceptionally poor, Chen Luo interjected. There are no incompetent students, only incompetent teachers, Meng Yu retorted with a defiant expression. Before teasing Chen Luo, remember, you started out knowing nothing, yet under my careful guidance, you made rapid progress, ultimately surpassing even me. Chen Luo could only manage an awkward smile. This situation is hardly comparable, he thought. His swift improvement under teacher Meng's tutelage stemmed from his own diligence paired with her unwavering dedication. However, it was unclear whether Shinshio had any desire to learn cooking from Mengyu. Well, since we've clarified this matter, I shan't delay you from your work any longer. The time is rather pressing, Mengyu remarked, glancing at the clock. Chen Luo followed suit, noting that he had merely 12 minutes until his shift began. Leaving no room for further idle chatter with Mengyu, the two crossed the street together, and after parting ways in the square, Chen Luo headed straight for the Morning Light Training Center. Meanwhile, Mengyu remained in place, watching Chen Luo's figure vanish at the far end of the square before turning her attention to the supermarket to purchase ingredients. Over half an hour later, Mengyu emerged from the supermarket, carrying a substantial bag of groceries. She had procured a pig's trotter, a pound of beef, and a pound of ribs. She intended to use half of the trotter for a braised dish and the other half for a pig's trotter soup. While the ribs would be prepared as sweet and sour spare ribs, and the beef would be braised in the traditional manner. For meat dishes should suffice. Upon returning home, Mengyu glanced at the time. It was just past 4 o'clock, providing her ample opportunity to converse with Shinshio. After washing her hands, she descended to the lower floor and knocked on Shinshio's front door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Shinshio clad in an alluring ensemble specifically. A tiny white camisole that bared her midriff and defined abdominal muscles, barely covering her assets. Her lower attire consisted of exceedingly short shorts, fitting so snugly that mere words could hardly describe them, and her entire outfit was nearly drenched in perspiration. What on earth was she up to at home? Surely, such attire was inappropriate for answering the door. Mengyu frowned slightly upon witnessing this outfit. Is this how you choose to greet guests? There is but one man in this courtyard, and you dress like this to entice him, you vixen? Hello, could you perhaps dress more appropriately before answering the door? Mengyu inquired politely. Do you think my attire is unsuitable, Teacher Meng? Shinshio responded with a playful smile, feigning ignorance. And what do you think? Mengyu retorted, suppressing her irritation. I think it is quite acceptable. Shinshio chuckled lightly and casually replied, since I only wear it at home and haven't worn it out, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Besides, I exercise at home. Having too many clothes is inconvenient. After a brief pause, Mengyu responded, if you only wear it at home, then I have nothing to say. Thus, she directly broached the subject, saying, I heard you mooch meals at Chen Luo's place every day and that your culinary skills are rather lacking. If you need, I can teach you to cook for free. And I guarantee you'll learn. Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Shinshio's face. She saw through Mengyu's intentions, much like Gu Qing, who preferred she refrain from dining at Chen Luo's. Lowering her gaze, Shinshio glanced at Mengyu's mature yet gentle countenance, noticing her almost bear-like demeanor, which evoked a sense of pressure within her. It appeared that another formidable rival had emerged. I don't need it, Shinshio declared, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, she felt grateful that her choice to engage in a clandestine romance was indeed the right path. Engaging in a direct confrontation with Meng Yu would be quite challenging. Chapter 48. The synchronization of Gu Qing and Shinshio at the entrance of Shinshio's home. Meng Yu slowly clenched her fists, biting her molars, her eyes fixed intently on the door that Shinshio had just shut. Her chest heaved with agitation, battling the urge to knock again. Eventually, she retreated homeward. What a nuisance. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. I refuse to believe that my culinary skills cannot surpass Shinshio's. This advantage is mine. I must remain composed. Once home, Meng Yu took a moment to calm herself before delightfully embarking on her cooking endeavors. She retrieved a clay pot and began to braise pig trotters, understanding that they would need to simmer for a while to achieve their delectable flavor. Starting now. By the time Chen Luo returned from work around 6 o'clock, the meal would be ready. With the pig trotters simmering, Meng Yu turned to another stove to prepare braised pig trotters, followed by sweet and sour ribs, and finally, braised beef brisket. As she reached the last dish, the aromas of cooking filled her home, and the time approached 6 o'clock. The savory scent wafted through the kitchen and into the living room. Drifting towards the balcony where Gu Qing was seated, reviewing plans for the following day. Upon inhaling the enticing aroma, her eyes brightened. Glancing towards Meng Yu's door, she felt her stomach growl, saliva pooling as her brain prompted her to visit Meng Yu for a meal. Meanwhile, on the ground floor of the small courtyard, Shinshio, having finished her shower and practicing Tai Chi in front of her door, also caught the delightful scent drifting down from the second floor, causing her stomach to rumble in response. Is Meng Yu's culinary skill truly this remarkable? If so, Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from her. At least they could enjoy a few delightful meals. My apologies. Earlier this afternoon, my words were rather thoughtless. Without much contemplation, Shinshio promptly ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the corner of the staircase, she happened to catch a glimpse of Gu Qing, who was heading towards Teacher Meng's residence. Their eyes met in the air. And in that fleeting moment, they instinctively grasped each other's thoughts, requiring no verbal exchange. Almost immediately, they averted their gazes, an awkward tension enveloping the atmosphere. The act of mooching a meal was inherently a bit embarrassing, and to be caught in the act by the other only amplified the discomfort. More significantly, if they were to team up to share a meal, it would be even more humiliating in front of Mengyu. Consequently, after a brief pause, both turned away in unison, one retreating back to her home while the other descended the stairs. What a thrilling contest it was. A battle of equals. Once Gu Qing returned home, she settled onto the sofa, inhaling deeply several times as the earlier awkward encounter replayed in her mind, causing her toes to tap restlessly against her shoes. Meanwhile, Shinshio downstairs experienced her own moment of embarrassment. Her descent wasn't solely prompted by Gu Qing but also by her attitude towards Mengyu that day. She worried that upon arriving at Mengyu's door, should the topic arise, she would find herself at a loss for words, especially in Gu Qing's presence, where pride was at stake. Perhaps it would be best to dine out tonight. Having reached this conclusion, Shinshio swiftly changed her attire, preparing to head to the restaurant across the courtyard. However, as she stepped outside, she spotted Gu Qing, who had just emerged from the building as well. Their eyes met once more. No words were exchanged. They both presumed that once they exited the courtyard, they would part ways. Yet, surprisingly, they walked side by side across the street, heading straight for the same stir-fry restaurant. It was only upon reaching the central square that they realized their paths were oddly aligned, both intending to dine at the same establishment. In that moment, they exchanged glances, each detecting a mixture of silent disbelief and regret in the other's eyes. The disbelief stemmed from their uncanny synchronization, while the regret was rooted in the realization that had either lingered at home for just a few moments longer, one might have been the first to leave, thus avoiding the need to dine at Mengyu's. Alas, their simultaneous departure and shared destination made it quite challenging for either to maintain composure. Naturally, both women understood each other's thoughts anew, and retreating was out of the question. It was as if they were engaged in a playful rivalry. "Shall we go together?" Shinshio inquired. "Why not?" Gu Qing replied coolly, "It seems rare for us to be so fated." "Indeed," Shinshio responded with a smile. Subsequently, the two entered the stir-fry restaurant, as if attuned to one another, and chose a table by the entrance. They proceeded to place their orders. Before long, after work, Chen Luo strolled leisurely to the square, a hint of contentment gracing his face. After enduring so many days, he finally emerged victorious. Gu Qing and Mengyu had sent their little assistants home, leaving him to revel in the joy of playing basketball at the venue. 3-pointers, 2-pointers, layups, he was thoroughly enjoying himself. Awaiting him at home were the delectable dishes prepared by Teacher Meng. He hoped that days ahead would be just like this. As he reached the square, Gu Qing and Shinshio lifted their heads and noticed Chen Luo's figure. Seeing him with a joyful expression stirred a pang of imbalance within them, and they glared at him with sullen expressions as he walked step by step back to his courtyard. The food on their table suddenly lost its appeal. At that moment, Chen Luo seemed to sense something and turned his gaze back toward the stir-fry restaurant, catching sight of two beautiful women seated at a small table by the entrance. Initially, he could not discern their features, but as he recognized who they were, his heart fluttered. Even from several dozen meters away, he could feel their resentment. Particularly Shinshio's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a formidable figure from a fantasy novel, capable of slaying with mere looks. Chen Luo abruptly turned away, pretending not to see them, and quickened his pace back to the courtyard, his mind swirling with questions. What was going on with them? They were clearly dining together. Yet they wore expressions filled with grievances. Had Teacher Meng lectured them? He recalled that afternoon when Teacher Meng mentioned wanting to discuss cooking with Shinshio, which might have upset her. But what did that have to do with Gu Qing? Chen Luo found himself perplexed and hastened his steps, his figure vanishing amidst the traffic. Meanwhile, seated outside the stir-fry restaurant, Gu Qing and Shinshio could no longer see Chen Luo's silhouette and exchanged glances before silently returning to their meals. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Luo was immediately enveloped by the enticing aroma of the dishes, instantly awakening his appetite. He hurried upstairs to drop off his backpack before making his way to Teacher Meng's door, knocking lightly. Moments later, Mengyu opened the door, clad in a stylish, traditional dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Upon seeing Chen Luo at the entrance, she greeted him with a warm smile, inviting him in. Chapter 49. Teacher Ming expresses her stress after saying this. Mingyu turned and headed towards the kitchen. Her figure, clad in the fitted traditional dress, was truly captivating. Chen Luo stole a few glances before redirecting his attention to the dining table, reflecting on how much more mature Teacher Ming appeared compared to before. However, he was soon captivated by the array of culinary delights before him: the fragrant braised pig trotter, the savory braised beef brisket, and the sweet and sour ribs. Each dish exuded an irresistible aroma. It was hard to fathom how delightful the meals would be for whoever was fortunate enough to marry Teacher Ming. Chen Luo, would you help me untie my apron? Teacher Ming, holding a bowl of pig trotter soup, carefully placed it on the table before turning towards Chen Luo, her back facing him. At that moment, Chen Luo sat on the chair, uncertain whether Mingyu was being intentional, as the distance between them was particularly close. After assisting Mingyu in loosening her belt, he took a deep breath and said, "It's done. Shall we eat?" Mingyu replied with a smile. "I have been preparing tonight's dishes for quite a while, so make sure to eat plenty." "Of course," Chen Luo responded, picking up his chopsticks to savor the braised pig trotters, which were exceptionally flavorful. Paired with the dipping sauce crafted by Teacher Ming, the dish was utterly delightful. Not at all greasy, devoid of any fishy taste, and boasted a tender, chewy texture that Chen Luo found irresistible. Just like Teacher Ming herself. "Is it delicious?" Mingyu asked, observing Chen Luo relish the meal with a sense of pride. Every time she witnessed him enjoying her cooking, it gave her a sense of accomplishment akin to caring for a beloved son. "Absolutely," Chen Luo replied, giving a thumbs up before indulging in more of the braised pig trotters. "Slow down," Mingyu said with a satisfied smile. "There are still so many trotters left. You should have some too." Chen Luo looked towards Mingyu and replied, "I won't eat." Mingyu shook her head, responding, "Eating pig trotters can lead to weight gain." "Where would you gain weight?" Chen Luo asked, puzzled. "You aren't overweight at all. Have you genuinely not noticed, or are you pretending not to?" Mingyu inquired, a playful glint in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Luo. Under her captivating stare, Chen Luo felt a twinge of bashfulness and replied sincerely, "You have gained a little weight compared to before, but Teacher Ming, I've told you many times, with your pear-shaped figure, you don't easily gain weight. It all accumulates in the right places, enhancing your beauty. To be fair, compared to the Mingyu from his university days." The 28-year-old Teacher Ming now exuded a mature and refined charm, especially with the scholarly aura in her eyes, which lent her an air of elegance. "You're easy to talk to when you're not the one feeling the weight," Mingyu teased Chen Luo. He chose not to respond. At this moment, Chen Luo dared not indulge in any frivolous behavior. Although Teacher Ming was exceptionally gentle, wasn't Lu Yin also gentle once? Ultimately, she harbored intentions of causing him harm. Therefore, he could no longer allow himself to be deceived by a woman's exterior. As the saying goes, deep love breeds profound hatred. When a woman loves you to the utmost, yet for various reasons feels that you have betrayed her affections, all her previous love can transform into hatred. In such intense hatred, even the gentlest woman may reveal a side of herself that you have never witnessed before. Returning to his thoughts, Chen Luo finished his dinner with utmost sincerity and tidied up the dishes in the kitchen before taking his leave from Teacher Ming's residence. Meanwhile, Mingyu was in the kitchen washing the dishes, diligently reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Something felt amiss. Why did Chen Luo not exhibit any reaction? Did he not appreciate traditional Chinese culture? The narrative was not supposed to unfold in this manner according to my plan. On the other hand, upon returning to his own home, Chen Luo swiftly entered the bathroom for a shower and then retreated to his bedroom, where he perused the novels penned by Lao Su over the past few days before extinguishing the lights and succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Chen Luo awoke abruptly shortly after 7 o'clock, even though his alarm was set for 8. A vivid dream of Lu Yin bursting into his bedroom with a knife jolted him from slumber. He reassured himself that Lu Yin had yet to locate this place. The riverside courtyard was relatively safe, and the last time he had encountered her, she had appeared rather amiable. With this comforting thought, he rose from his bed and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he donned his clothes and stepped outside. The time now being 7:45. Arriving at Gu Qing's doorstep, he found that she had left the door ajar. From outside, he could hear the sounds of her washing up, leading him to surmise that she was still in the bathroom. He called out, "Gu Qing, hurry up." "Chen Luo, you're up surprisingly early today. I thought I would have to come and rouse you," Gu Qing replied, emerging from the bathroom with a wash cup in hand, her tone unexpectedly affirming. "I'll wait for you at the door," Chen Luo said, and then took a seat on a chair on Gu Qing's balcony. Before long, Gu Qing emerged from the bathroom, having completed her grooming. She donned a lovely cream-colored long dress, radiating sunshine and vitality, akin to a fragrant and pure lilac, complemented by light makeup. "Shall we go?" Chen Luo remarked, taking a moment to appreciate her appearance before standing up. The two descended the stairs and hailed a taxi at the entrance, setting off for Jiancheng University. As they neared their destination, Gu Qing expressed her concern once more. "Chen Luo, do be cautious today. During the shoot, maintain a respectful distance with teacher Lu Yan. Although you are portraying a couple, let us not overstep any boundaries." "Are you feeling jealous?" Chen Luo inquired playfully, casting a smile in Gu Qing's direction. "Jealous? What on earth for?" Gu Qing responded earnestly. "I am merely worried that you might upset teacher Lu Yan and provoke unforeseen complications." However, as soon as she uttered those words, a hint of uncertainty flickered across her face. Chapter 50. The Romantic Advertisement. A touch of sensibility. Chen Luo smiled faintly, recognizing the underlying insecurity in Gu Qing's words. Yet, he chose not to confront her about it, as he was devoid of the mood for such banter. The filming location awaited him. Instead of teasing Gu Qing, he decided to focus on his own concerns. Rest assured, after filming the advertisement with teacher Lu Yan, there will be no lingering complications, Chen Luo assured her earnestly. Gu Qing's unnecessary worries lingered. Despite Lu Yan's breathtaking beauty, which rendered her friendless, in Chen Luo's eyes, Lu Yan resembled a stunning lotus flower, meant to be admired from a distance, not to be trifled with. "This is for the best," Gu Qing replied with a nod. After a while, the taxi driver brought them to the entrance of Jiancheng University. As they alighted, they noticed a throng of university students gathered at the gate. Some brandishing support banners emblazoned with phrases like "Goddess Lu Yan." Many others were busy recording the spectacle on their phones. "There are so many people," Chen Luo remarked with a smile. "Let us proceed to the school playground to await their arrival." Gu Qing responded nonchalantly, "What is there to see? She is merely a celebrity." While she conceded that Lu Yan possessed a modicum of beauty, she could not fathom why the crowd was so enraptured. Observing the fervent university students cheering for Lu Yan, Gu Qing inexplicably felt a sense of imbalance within herself. After Chen Luo acknowledged her comment, they approached the school entrance. Upon explaining their situation to the gatekeeper, he promptly granted them access, and they made their way to the playground. Upon arrival, Chen Luo surveyed the familiar basketball court, his gaze drifting around the perimeter where towering trees stood in a circle. Nostalgia washed over him as he reminisced about his university days, recalling the leisure of playing basketball. Days spent on the court and evenings spent playing with teacher Meng had been blissful. Many had praised his ball handling skills, a testament to the countless hours he devoted to practice. "When will they arrive?" Chen Luo inquired, glancing at Gu Qing. The court was now empty, and the basketball net had been replaced with a new one, stirring Chen Luo's desire to warm up. "They are on their way. They should arrive in about half an hour," Gu Qing informed him after checking her phone for a message from Sister Yi. "I shall go have some fun then," Chen Luo said, rising to approach the nearby basketball machine. After paying 20 yuan via a QR code, he retrieved a basketball and chose a suitable court to practice alone. Meanwhile, Gu Qing settled onto the nearest bench, quietly observing Chen Luo as he played, feeling as if everything was exquisitely perfect, reminiscent of her freshman year. However, back then, she had lacked the courage to sit there and watch. She would often steal glances from the sidelines or linger near the ping-pong tables, always keeping her distance. "Who is that? Didn't the school announce that all students are prohibited from playing on the court? Is he from the physical education department? Who cares who he is? Quick, capture this moment and post it on the wall. He looks so cool while playing. I want to be a part of it too." As Chen Luo engaged in basketball, he quickly attracted the attention of numerous female university students on campus, who paused by the sidelines, murmuring softly about him. Some wore smiles of infatuation, eagerly reaching for their phones to capture his image, entirely oblivious to the possibility that he might be a staff member. "How captivating he is." Gu Qing glanced over at the onlookers with a hint of melancholy in her eyes, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Without hesitation, she approached the edge of the court and called out to Chen Luo. "Chen Luo, perhaps you should take a break. Don't overexert yourself and risk affecting the upcoming shoot. We wouldn't want to delay things if the shots aren't up to par. Teacher Lu Yan's time is incredibly precious." "That's somewhat reasonable," Chen Luo replied, and subsequently set aside the ball, taking a seat beside Gu Qing on a bench. Although the bench could accommodate three, their shared space felt ample enough. Yet, Gu Qing couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, casting a discreet glance at the girls who had been observing them. Her eyes glinting with a hint of icy determination, as if to assert her claim over Chen Luo. Before long, they arrived. Lu Yin and Yi Jingchu were at the forefront, followed by security personnel and the primary filming crew, equipped with cameras, light reflectors, tripods, stabilizers, and various other apparatus. Upon Lu Yan's arrival, a throng of enthusiastic fans gathered outside the court, their fervor so palpable that, were it not for campus security, they might have surged onto the court. "How long have you two been here?" Yi Jingchu inquired with a smile as she approached Gu Qing and Chen Luo. "Not long," Gu Qing replied. "The props team has already begun setting up the scene. We can start shooting shortly." "Chen Luo, it's time for your styling." Yi Jingchu nodded in agreement, and Chen Luo acknowledged her. Soon, two makeup artists arrived with their kits, ready to apply an exquisite makeup look on Chen Luo. As they worked, Lu Yin appeared beside Chen Luo, having already completed her makeup and changed into her designated basketball uniform. The light blue ensemble complemented her height of 178 centimeters, exuding a refreshing and poised aura. The basketball shorts rested just above her knees, revealing her fair, delicate calves adorned with knee pads, enhancing their pristine appearance. The loose neckline showcased her collarbone and smooth, fair neck, while her long hair was styled into a classic high ponytail, framing her face beautifully. She was strikingly elegant and captivating. "Teacher Yi, I have adjusted my thoughts based on the actions you designed. Since we are centered on a couple's theme, the poses we capture should not feel too foreign. It is quite natural for couple advertisements to possess a certain degree of intimacy." Lu Yin approached Yi Jingchu, presenting her with a tablet that showcased the revised poses she had worked on overnight. Yi Jingchu glanced at it, her face betraying a look of astonishment. Many of the poses were rather bold, and she feared that some might not even pass the scrutiny of approval. In the process of designing these actions, Lu Yin remarked that although she was shooting for a couple's theme, the gestures between couples must be measured, as they are merely filming an advertisement. Yi Jingchu certainly respected Lu Yan's perspective, for her stature in the industry was commendable, and it was indeed a privilege to have her on board. However, the revised poses Lu Yin proposed were so audacious that Yi Jingchu found herself bewildered. Could this be too excessive? Yi Jingchu tentatively inquired. "Not at all," Lu Yin replied candidly. "As an actress, I am a professional, and when it comes to advertising, I am equally adept. Since the client has engaged me, I must deliver an exceptional advertisement." Hearing this, Yi Jingchu was momentarily speechless, and after a few seconds, she expressed her admiration. "You truly are a consummate professional." Chapter 51. She knows everything. Is this how we will proceed if there are no objections? Lu Yin nodded and then decisively stated, "All right, I'll inform the filming team." Yi Jingchu acknowledged her with a nod, then took the revised shooting script from Lu Yin and began to communicate with the filming crew. Meanwhile, Lu Yin settled onto a bench beside Chen Luo, pretending to be utterly indifferent as she scrolled through short videos on her phone. At this moment, Chen Luo, who was engaged in designing the styling, could not help but ponder. He had overheard the conversation between Lu Yin and Yi Jingchu, where they discussed the need for familiarity and the normalcy of having a certain level of intimacy. This left Chen Luo feeling increasingly uneasy about Lu Yan's behavior. What was going on? Was Lu Yin concocting some scheme once more? By all accounts, Lu Yin should have been upset upon seeing him again. Yet everything appeared far too normal. It was so normal that it felt abnormal to Chen Luo. Lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught Lu Yin glancing at him, her eyes adorned with a friendly smile, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. "What are you up to, Lu Yin? Reveal your true intentions already. This charade is keeping me up at night. As the saying goes, it's not the thief one fears, but the one who keeps a watchful eye." During his 2.5 years of teaching in the countryside, Chen Luo had imagined 100 ways Lu Yin might confront him. But he had never anticipated that their reunion would be so amicable and cordial, leaving him with an unsettling feeling that Lu Yin was secretly plotting something. And Lu Yin, after noticing Chen Luo's evasive gaze, she slowly withdrew her eyes and continued to feign nonchalance while engrossed in her phone. Before long, Chen Luo's makeup was complete. In truth, the makeup artist had applied little to her face, for both of them had scrutinized Chen Luo's features and found no blemishes to conceal. Her facial features were well-defined, devoid of acne or blackheads, and her eyes possessed a captivating charm that rendered them almost unapproachable. A mere adjustment to her hairstyle sufficed to finalize her look. The three of them then set up a large curtain to create a tent on the playground. Chen Luo, having changed into a couple's sports outfit designated for her role, took a seat and awaited the moment to shoot the advertisement. "Take a look." This is the choreography we will be performing for the ad, Lu Yin remarked, handing her tablet to Chen Luo. With a calm demeanor, she continued. I revised this set of movements overnight. Teacher Yi mentioned that the scale was too daring. Do you think it is excessive? I am not particularly versed in this area. A bittersweet smile graced Chen Luo's lips as she replied. You claim to be unprofessional? Lu Yin shot her a sidelong glance, a flicker of icy disdain glimmering in her eyes. In a lowered tone, she retorted coldly, I recall you once worked as a photography assistant. You must have gleaned some knowledge from that experience. Moreover, you assisted me in shooting a series of portraits, and those poses were all your design. They were far more audacious than what we have now, yet you still assert your lack of expertise? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo felt the fine hairs on her arms stand on end. How could Lu Yin bring up such matters in this setting? Did she truly lack awareness of the atmosphere? Although Gu Qing was busy arranging the scene, what if she overheard? How would Chen Luo face her in the future? Lu Yin, it's different, Chen Luo whispered, striving to maintain a composed expression, concealing any signs of distress from their surroundings. In what way is it different? Lu Yin inquired. Her gaze fixed on Chen Luo, her eyes radiating a chilling intensity that caused those nearby to subtly distance themselves, wary of provoking Lu Yan's ire. Seeing this, Chen Luo could only offer a quiet explanation. Generally speaking, intimate portraits are not publicly disclosed. Their private nature renders the concept of scale irrelevant. Yet, it appears someone has kept a copy in secret. Lu Yan's gaze turned towards Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo had never divulged this information to her, Lu Yin was well aware of it. She understood that her own commitments left little time to accompany Chen Luo. Thus it was only fair to provide her with some benefits. How do you know about that? Chen Luo's eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing as she perceived Lu Yan's unsettling awareness. She had never mentioned it before. How had Lu Yin always been in the know? This was nerve-wracking. Chen Luo felt increasingly at a loss, her gaze toward Lu Yin growing increasingly apprehensive. Surely, she didn't know about everything else as well? Chen Luo pondered the activities he had engaged in while carrying Lu Yin on his back. If she were to uncover all of them, he would undoubtedly find himself at her mercy. At that moment, Gu Qing, who was overseeing the arrangement of the shooting scene, could no longer tolerate the situation. Are you two still engrossed in conversation? She exclaimed. Chen Luo, you scoundrel. You claimed there was absolutely no possibility with Lu Yin and asked her not to disclose your residence, yet here you are chatting so amiably with her. If this continues, how can you maintain your composure? With your flirtatious nature, it wouldn't be surprising if you ended up adding Lu Yan's contact information, and with your usual courting tactics, she might not withstand your advances. At that point, her proximity would be of no advantage. Lu Yin, would you like to take a look and see if there are any improvements needed for the scene? Gu Qing politely inquired, approaching Lu Yin. There's nothing that requires improvement. Lu Yin replied, seated on a bench as she surveyed the area. Then we should be ready to begin shooting, Gu Qing responded. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin smiled at Gu Qing, whose pure and radiant beauty could rival her own. However, Lu Yin sensed some impatience. They had merely exchanged a few words, and already she felt restless. Such a rival was hardly formidable. She then rose, casting a significant glance at Chen Luo before following Gu Qing towards the set. Goodness, what has caused such a dramatic change in Lu Yan's demeanor? Chen Luo thought. In the past, Lu Yin had not been so formidable with her words. Now, he found himself at a loss for a response. Fortunately, Gu Qing's timely intervention provided a moment of relief. After a deep breath, Chen Luo made his way to the set, hoping that the advertisement shoot would proceed smoothly without any further complications. Before long, the filming crew had spent nearly an hour preparing the set, laying out mats featuring the client's product and arranging the lighting for the scene. All right, we're about to begin, Gu Qing announced. Unable to contain herself, she leaned closer to Chen Luo and whispered, when you pose for the advertisement with Lu Yin, try to appear somewhat less genuine. If you need to embrace her, don't hold too tightly, just feign it a little, understood? Just then, Lu Yin, standing nearby, overheard this exchange and smiled politely, saying, one cannot merely pretend in an advertisement. The actions must have a certain level of execution. After all, we are professionals. Chapter 52. Chen Luo expresses his overwhelming pressure upon hearing her words. Gu Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling the weight of Lu Yan's gaze upon her. She turned to find Lu Yin smiling courteously at her. Teacher Lu Yin speaks wisely. Your dedication is something we should all aspire to, Gu Qing replied politely. Directing her attention back to Lu Yin, she felt a profound ache in her heart. The words she uttered were in stark contradiction to her true feelings. If she were to be the designer for the filming crew, she would have preferred to arrange their movements with a distance of at least a meter apart. Yet, everything was orchestrated by her own hand. Had she known the allure of Chen Luo was so potent that even the cinematic diva Lu Yin could not resist, she would never have considered recommending him. Initially, she had hoped to foster a connection with Chen Luo through this opportunity, but instead, it had only served to benefit Lu Yin immensely. Ready to shoot, Teacher Lu? Yi Jingchu inquired, approaching Lu Yin once all was prepared. Let us begin, Lu Yin replied, confidently striding onto the court, with Chen Luo following suit. The movement designer commenced his guidance, instructing Chen Luo on the positioning of his body and the management of his facial expressions. Lu Yin, too, contributed with reminders, even going so far as to assist Chen Luo in striking the poses. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, who observed from the sidelines, felt her blood pressure rising. Had she been a few decades older, this scene might have pushed her to the brink. For the next pose, you two will sit back-to-back on the court, with the basketball set aside. While sitting back-to-back, lean your heads slightly closer together and incorporate a bit of a recline, the photographer directed, crouching with his camera. On the basketball court, Chen Luo settled onto the mat, leaning against Lu Yin's back. As he tilted his head back slightly, he felt the high ponytail Lu Yin had secured, her hair brushing delicately against his ear. Very nice, that's quite expressive. Make your hand movements a bit more natural. The photographer continued. They adjusted their poses according to the designer's instructions, lifting a leg and resting a hand upon it. While the photographer captured the moment with a click, Gu Qing had already taken a seat on a bench several dozen meters away from the shooting area, watching Chen Luo and Lu Yin from a distance. Her delicate, pink fingers gripped the long wooden bench tightly, her heart racing. If there hadn't been so many people around, she would have struggled to hold back her tears. For the next pose, you will remain seated on the mat. Teacher Chen Luo, please sit cross-legged, the photographer instructed. Chen Luo glanced at the reference photo before complying, crossing his legs on the mat. Lu Yin spread her legs behind him, encircling him with her long limbs, her hands resting on his shoulders as she leaned forward, her chin resting on his left shoulder, presenting a stunningly beautiful visage, smiling at the camera. This series of poses instantly overwhelmed Chen Luo with pressure. Taking a deep breath, he quietly asked, "Could you possibly not sit so close?" "That's what I call professionalism," Lu Yin whispered, her chin still resting near his ear. "Is my professionalism lacking?" Chen Luo replied bitterly, "You are still too young, lacking patience." Lu Yin responded with a smile. Chen Luo remained silent, his heart yearning to retort to Lu Yin. Could he truly be blamed for this? With those delicate, long legs so close and her striking beauty, how could any man resist? She was practically a siren reincarnate. It was a wonder Chen Luo had held his composure thus far. Moreover, Lu Yin's ability to remain calm was not easily discernible. Perhaps she was merely putting on a brave front. Nevertheless, such thoughts were confined to his mind. After all, there were numerous intimate poses ahead, designed to resemble a genuine couple, and should Chen Luo dare to argue with Lu Yin now, she would likely retaliate with fervor. Click. After capturing the photograph, the photographer exclaimed in admiration, "Lu Yin, you truly embody professionalism. Your poses and expressions are impeccable. We'll take a short break before lunch, and this afternoon we'll be shooting on campus," he added. With that, everyone began tidying up the set, and Chen Luo quietly exhaled, gradually rising from the court, thinking to himself that he could finally take a breather. "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu," Yi Jingchu approached from the sidelines, holding 2 bottles of water with a courteous demeanor. "It was no trouble at all," Lu Yin replied politely, accepting the water. "You were fantastic this morning, Xiaochen. Many of your poses were spot on," Yi Jingchu complimented as she handed Chen Luo a bottle. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching," Chen Luo humbly responded. "Let us go eat," Yi Jingchu suggested with a smile. "I heard Teacher Lu enjoys spicy food, so I ordered from a Sichuan restaurant outside the school. Their spicy rabbit hot pot is quite famous." "You are very thoughtful, Teacher Yi," Lu Yin replied graciously. Subsequently, everyone packed away the filming equipment and temporarily stored it in the school supply room before boarding a vehicle to the Sichuan restaurant. On the way, Yi Jingchu and Lu Yin shared a car, while Chen Luo and Gu Qing were in another. Upon entering the car, Chen Luo noticed Gu Qing sulking, her arms tightly crossed over her chest, her delicate pink lip gently bitten by her teeth. Despite the evident distress etched across her face, Gu Qing remained silent, brooding in her own thoughts. Chen Luo sighed, ultimately breaking the silence. "Gu Qing, what troubles you this time?" he inquired. "I'm not upset," Gu Qing shook her head in response. It's just an advertisement. Playing a couple doesn't mean we are one. Is that truly how you feel? Chen Luo asked with a smile. Gu Qing cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo, noticing the smile gracing his face. Instantly, a profound sense of grievance welled up within her. This scoundrel, Chen Luo, was fully aware that her heart did not align with his inquiries. Yet he persisted in provoking her sadness. In that moment, Gu Qing felt her eyes moisten despite her fervent attempts to maintain composure, her gaze reddening and glistening, evoking a deep sense of pity in those who beheld her. Gu Qing, please don't cry, Chen Luo remarked, his expression betraying his own unease. I'm not crying, Gu Qing retorted quietly, clenching her jaw in defiance. Deep down, she reminded herself that she could not afford to shed tears. She was no longer the weeping girl he once knew, and would not allow Chen Luo to think less of her. This scoundrel. I shall sever ties with him for a minute. Chapter 53. Gu Qing's plea for compliments after more than half an hour. They arrived at the Sichuan restaurant reserved by Yi Jingqiu. Before stepping out of the car, Gu Qing discreetly wiped her eyes to avoid drawing attention from Lu Yan. Upon exiting the vehicle, the group entered a private room, which included Yi Jingqiu, Lu Yan, Gu Qing, and their main filming team, totaling around 10 individuals. With such a crowd, safety seemed assured. Once inside, Chen Luo stood to the side, observing, as Lu Yan had yet to take her seat. He intended to select a spot far removed from him after she settled in. It was no exaggeration to say that sitting next to Lu Yan made Chen Luo feel hollow. Her polite, friendly, and gentle smile, as perceived by outsiders, rendered him utterly devoid of appetite, regardless of the sumptuous delicacies before him. After all, this woman had once truly wished to rid herself of him. At that moment, Yi Jingqiu, who had entered alongside Lu Yan, noticed her hesitation to sit, and promptly moved a chair facing the entrance, saying, Teacher Lu Yan, you may sit here. All right. Lu Yan replied with a smile, nodding in appreciation before taking the seat Yi Jingqiu had graciously offered. She had initially intended to sit next to Chen Luo, but his reluctance to take a seat left her with no choice. Once she settled in, the main filming team followed suit, tactfully avoiding the seats beside Lu Yan, leaving those for Yi Jingqiu and the senior executives. After all, they were merely workers. Sharing a table with an international film star like Lu Yan was already an incredible opportunity, and they dared not presume to sit beside her. Moreover, prior to filming, they had received a warning from Yi Jingqiu not to engage Lu Yan in conversation, nor even to look at her too often. Should they provoke her ire, it could jeopardize the shoot, leading to the loss of their jobs. Thus, they remained exceedingly cautious. Once Lu Yan took her seat across the table, Chen Luo felt relieved to sit at the side, 3 seats away from her. This was indeed the best arrangement. Seated across from Lu Yan, despite the distance, a mere glance upwards reveals her visage, the chill emanating from her eyes subtly affecting Chen Luo's appetite. After Chen Luo took his seat, Gu Qing promptly settled beside him, positioning herself between him and Lu Yan, effectively creating a divide. Once seated, Gu Qing's spirits lifted considerably, contemplating that she had finally gained an advantage. Lu Yan remained expressionless in her seat, yet a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes, dissipating in an instant. Before long, Yi Jingqiu returned from the front desk after placing the food order, accompanied by a waiter bearing a box of Jia Duo Bao beverages. The dishes had been ordered, and they would soon be served. As Yi Jingqiu spoke, she placed the drinks on the revolving table, and everyone took a bottle. Subsequently, she set the remaining drinks in the corner of the private room and took a seat beside Lu Yan, addressing the group. Let us put in a bit of extra effort this afternoon. We should finish filming the campus early today, and tomorrow morning we will head to the riverside, aiming to complete all the material before noon, thus allowing us more time for our upcoming publication. Absolutely, the main photography team responded in unison. Yi Jingqiu then turned to Lu Yan, saying, We will rely on you, Teacher Lu, for the next couple of days. With such extensive filming, please do not hesitate to voice any needs you may have. It's no trouble at all, Teacher Yi. Please, take a seat, Lu Yan replied with a polite nod. Moments later, the dishes arrived, featuring a fragrant and spicy rabbit hot pot, along with several stir-fried dishes. Chen Luo, distanced from Lu Yan's influence, found his appetite significantly improved. And to his surprise, Yi Jingqiu had ordered a portion of braised beef brisket as well. Upon its arrival, Chen Luo's gaze fixated on the braised beef brisket, prompting Gu Qing to lean in closer and whisper in his ear, Did you see that braised beef brisket? I told Teacher Yi that you love it, which is why she ordered it. You ought to thank me. With that, Gu Qing turned her head to glance at Chen Luo, a triumphant smile gracing her face. as if revealing who truly cherished him the most. Only I would notice such details. Lu Yin may be beautiful, but with her frosty demeanor. How could she be as thoughtful as I am? Gu Qing regarded Chen Luo with the eagerness of a child awaiting praise from her parents. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Chen Luo replied, his expression tinged with bitterness. Though his lips barely moved, Lu Yin, seated nearby, perceptively caught the subtle motion. The chopsticks in her hand hesitated momentarily in midair before she surreptitiously picked up a piece of rabbit meat and began to chew without drawing attention. While her outward demeanor suggested a leisurely pace, the rabbit meat was swiftly reduced to mere fragments by her incisors. Were they whispering secrets in her presence? What were they discussing? At that moment, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. Yu Qing felt a surge of joy upon hearing Chen Luo's expression of gratitude. She picked up the ladle resting in the pot of stewed chicken and served him a generous helping of braised beef brisket, then spoke to Chen Luo. You worked hard this morning. Make sure to eat well at lunch. In the afternoon, you must cooperate fully with teacher Lu Yin. I understand. Chen Luo replied with a smile, though internally he groaned. He wished that this benevolent figure would refrain from whispering sweet nothings to him and serving him more food, as he simply desired a moment of tranquility to indulge in his meal. After 1 o'clock, having finished their lunch, it was time to return to school. Initially, Chen Luo intended to share a ride with Gu Qing, but as they reached the entrance, a taxi was hailed. Chen Luo settled into the back seat. Just as Gu Qing was about to join him when Lu Yin suddenly interjected, I almost forgot. My bracelet is still in the private room. Teacher Yi. You all go ahead. I will return to fetch it. However, Yi Jingshu was not about to let anyone leave early, especially not Lu Yin for such a trivial matter. This was precisely the moment for them to demonstrate their respect. Immediately, Yu Jingshu turned to Gu Qing, who was about to enter the taxi, and said, Xiaoqing, could you please help Sister Yi retrieve the bracelet? You can catch a cab to the venue afterwards. We'll head to the shoot first. Sure. Gu Qing instinctively wanted to refuse, but realized she had no grounds to do so. Not only was it a request from Sister Yi, but with the main filming crew busy setting up, and Teacher Yi in charge of directing, it was only fitting for the sole idle person, being herself, to handle this task. Very clever, Lu Yin. Gu Qing thought, suppressing her annoyance as she glanced back at Lu Yin before turning towards the private room. In the taxi, Chen Luo sat in the back seat, his heart racing as he witnessed the unfolding events. No, please, don't come in. He silently prayed. Just as he was wishing for an escape, Lu Yin turned to him with a smile and said to Yi Jingshu, Teacher Yi, I would like to discuss this afternoon's shoot with Chen Luo in advance, so he can be more adept during the filming, speeding up the overall process. How professional. Lu Yin. Yu Jingshu nodded in approval. In the taxi, Chen Luo, seated by the window, rolled down the glass and, having overheard Lu Yin and Yu Jingshu's conversation, finally felt his previously anxious heart settle. It was clear Lu Yin intended to join them. As expected, Gu Qing's cleverness was no match for Lu Yin's cunning. With a sigh, Chen Luo quickly shifted to the other side, positioning himself closer to the street, and pretended to be asleep. Moments later, Lu Yin opened the taxi door. One long leg stepping in first, followed by her gracefully sliding into the back seat. With a decisive thud, she closed the door behind her. The driver skillfully navigated towards the destination, Jiangxing University, while Lu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo, who feigned sleep in the adjacent seat. A subtle smile crept upon her lips. Now you know fear? Why didn't you think of this earlier? When you were with that vixen in my bed. How could you not foresee today? Chen Luo asleep? As she spoke, Lu Yin shifted slightly, moving to the middle of the rear seat, her body brushing lightly against Chen Luo's. Subsequently, she turned her head to observe Chen Luo, whose gaze was directed towards the window. The distance between their heads, initially a hand's breadth apart, gradually diminished, her eyes fixated on his, acutely aware of even the slightest tremor. A smile, enigmatic and intriguing, graced her lips as the distance continued to close, from a hand's breadth to a fingertip, and then to half a fingertip. Feigning sleep, Chen Luo began to sense something amiss, although his eyes remained closed. The proximity of their heads made him acutely aware of the warm breath escaping Lu Yin's elegantly sculpted nose. This was too close for comfort. What was this madwoman up to? Why was she suddenly leaning in so near? Surely, she didn't intend to press a knife against my throat? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Chen Luo regretted his decision to feign sleep. The fear within him expanded infinitely in the oppressive darkness, and he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ghost, his palms becoming sweaty. Sometimes fear emanates from within, transcending the actual horror of the situation. The very nature of the unknown instills terror in humanity, a trait ingrained in our genes. Chen Luo swallowed hard, deciding to crack open his eyes slightly. As the sensation of Lu Yan's breath was becoming unbearable, finally, he dared to open his eyes just enough to catch a glimpse of light. However, Lu Yan was now mere millimeters away from his eyes. It was impossible for him to merely part his eyelids without her noticing, down to the very count of his eyelashes. Thus, any attempt to open his eyes would betray him. Why pretend to sleep when you do it so poorly? Lu Yan observed the quivering of his eyelids, and the coldness in her gaze diminished slightly, her tone adopting a nonchalant air. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's heart skipped. Had Lu Yan already discerned his ruse? An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him, yet the fear of remaining in darkness compelled him to open his eyes, albeit awkwardly. Gazing into Lu Yan's eyes, which were but a few centimeters away, Chen Luo managed a strained smile to mask his discomfort. I was simply resting my eyes after the exhausting morning shoot, he explained, hoping to alleviate the tension. Oh, is that so? Then why do you appear to be sweating? Lu Yan inquired as she settled back into her seat. Perhaps it is simply too warm in the car, he replied, attempting to maintain composure. As Chen Luo responded, he instinctively brushed his forehead, only to realize it was dampened with cold sweat. It was hardly his fault for feeling anxious, having faced a brush with death. Every encounter with Lu Yan now stirred apprehension within him, particularly when they were in such close proximity. The temperature in Jiacheng today was a mild 23 degrees, and long sleeves were already in fashion. Lu Yan, while speaking, produced her phone, unlocked the screen to show him the temperature, but abruptly switched it off half a second later. Despite her quick action, Chen Luo caught a glimpse of the wallpaper, a photograph of them at the seaside, where Lu Yan donned a delicate white slip dress, her bare feet cradled in his arms as he lifted her in a princess carry. Her long black hair danced in the sea breeze, and Chen Luo recalled that day vividly. It was their 5th meeting, one of the few shared photographs they had. At that moment, the dynamics between them shifted dramatically. Lu Yan set her phone aside, her eyes betraying a tangle of emotions. After a brief pause, she explained in a somewhat detached tone, "You mustn't overthink this. I hardly use this phone. I spend most of my time on my work device and only use my tablet for leisure." Yet, the truth was that for over 2 years, after long days of work, she would often unlock the screen to gaze at that photograph, reminiscing about their date and the subsequent betrayal Chen Luo had inflicted upon her. Despite her anger, she had never brought herself to delete it. It was as if, should she erase that image, she would lose the final shard of memory tethering her to him. "I understand," Chen Luo replied earnestly, nodding repeatedly as if to assure her he was not mulling over deeper implications. Although, in truth, he was indeed lost in thought, carefully concealing his turmoil. A few minutes later, Lu Yan seemed to regain her composure and turned to Chen Luo with a smile. "It's been over 2 years, and you still enjoy braised beef brisket so much." "It's all right," Chen Luo replied candidly. "Yet, I noticed how delighted you were while eating just now. Gu Qing served you a generous helping, and you even took 2 more scoops after finishing yours. Care to share why? Is it the braised beef you relish? Or is it Gu Qing's version that you fancy?" Lu Yan inquired with a smile, recalling how Chen Luo had once expressed a preference for gentler souls, and Gu Qing embodied that very essence. Their whispered conversations hinted at a connection beyond mere friendship. "Of course, I enjoy braised beef brisket," Chen Luo replied with a bitter undertone. "You didn't deny the latter," Lu Yan observed, gazing at him pointedly. "So, you also appreciate Gu Qing's cooking?" Chen Luo fell into a contemplative silence. "In the 2.5 years we've been apart, when did you acquire such a knack for playful banter, Lu Yan? I seem to recall you weren't this articulate before," he thought, exasperated to the point of disbelief. Refrained from probing further, fearing that her inquiries might unsettle Chen Luo. However, she was aware of the reason behind his fondness for beef brisket. Chen Luo had once confided in her that during his childhood in the orphanage, meals were only improved once a month, featuring braised beef brisket, which he adored. Yet, he selflessly gave all the brisket to his frail sister, Luo Qingqing, and contented himself with merely potatoes and soup, despite his deep yearning for the dish. Now that he was older and more fortunate, Chen Luo had developed a particular affection for braised beef brisket. Nevertheless, she felt uneasy witnessing Gu Qing and Chen Luo whispering to each other. After all, they were all dining at the same table. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? Chapter 55, holding on after over half an hour, nearly 2 o'clock. The taxi arrived at Jiangsheng University. Chen Luo and Lu Yan stepped out together, walking side by side towards the designated filming location. Along the way, they were surrounded by Lu Yan's fans, who regarded Chen Luo with envy. He overheard snippets of gossip, The guy collaborating with Goddess Lu Yin is a senior from our Jiangda Fine Arts class of 18, who even dated the campus belle during his freshman year. Had he really dated the campus belle? Why did all the good fortune seem to befall him? After spending the morning under scrutiny, Chen Luo's identity had been uncovered by the students of Jiang University. Upon discovering he was a senior and had once been romantically linked with the campus belle, their admiration only intensified. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, who found himself the object of their envy, began to perspire profusely, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yin, whose eyes glinted with intrigue. Chen Luo, it seems you have quite the reputation at Jiangda, Lu Yin remarked in a hushed tone. It's just average, Chen Luo replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. Remember when you told me about your first love? I asked for a photo, but you never showed me. Now that you are single, can I finally take a look? Lu Yin inquired, tilting her head toward Chen Luo. Those are old memories. I've deleted all her photos, Chen Luo responded without hesitation. Yet, deep down, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. If Lu Yin were to discover that his first love was Gu Qing, their advertisements over the next couple of days would become quite the spectacle. Both were unaware of each other's identities, yet they were already subtly competing. Should they learn the truth, Chen Luo feared he would be subjected to relentless scrutiny. Lu Yin fell silent, choosing not to press further, and continued walking towards their advertising venue. Not going to tell me? Do you think I'm at a loss? Since you're so well known at Jiangda, I could easily inquire around the campus and likely find that girl-ass photo, she teased, as a few minutes passed. Chen Luo and Lu Yin arrived at the filming location, where the main photography team had already set up on a tree-lined campus road. Upon their arrival, they promptly immersed themselves in the shoot. Teacher Chen Luo, lean against the wall and embrace Teacher Lu Yin from behind, then slightly lower your head to gaze at her, directed the principal photographer as he positioned the camera. All right, Chen Luo replied. He obediently leaned against the wall, and Lu Yin's back soon pressed against him, the proximity stirring a quickened heartbeat within him. He whispered softly in her ear, "Could you not stand so close? Are you trying to embarrass me?" Chen Luo's humble inquiry stemmed from the presence of many onlookers and the loose-fitting couple's basketball uniforms that could easily reveal any unusual reactions. The thought of embarrassment was one thing, but if Gu Qing happened to see him in this predicament, especially after Lu Yin had just upset her, she would likely rush back, hand beads in tow, and if she caught sight of him like this, he feared she might retreat to a restroom to weep in solitude. Portraying a couple has its limits. Any reaction on your part is solely your concern, not mine. You've always struggled to control yourself, and this is the consequence of that. Lu Yin retorted coolly, turning to Chen Luo with an air of indifference. This is insane. Lu Yin is deliberately trying to fluster me. Is this even rational? If I have a reaction, it is my issue. With her looks and figure, anyone else would surely react. Photographer, I need to use the restroom, Chen Luo said helplessly. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to this escape. Let us finish this shot, the photographer responded. Okay, Chen Luo replied. And then he wrapped his hands around Lu Yin's slender waist. Regardless of the basketball uniform's fabric, even through the material, he could feel her smooth skin and the tautness of her abdomen. She certainly did not resemble a woman in her 30s. Click. The principal photographer captured the shot, and upon hearing the camera's shutter, Chen Luo thought he could finally leave. However, the photographer's voice rang out again. Teacher Chen Luo, we need to retake this shot. Teacher Lu Yin just blinked. What? Again? Chen Luo shot a glance at Lu Yin, and the fleeting smile he caught in her eyes confirmed his suspicion. She had done it intentionally. After a morning of shooting without issue, how could the first shot in the afternoon go awry? It was clearly deliberate. This mischievous woman was determined to push my buttons. Come on, Chen Luo replied, trying to remain patient. Lu Yin smiled faintly. Turning her gaze towards the camera, a surge of satisfaction welled up within her. She had already sensed that Chen Luo was nearing his breaking point. For reasons unknown, this realization brought her immense joy. The mere sight of Chen Luo faltering elevated her spirits. Letting you stray, letting you stray, letting you stray. Unable to restrain yourself, unable to restrain yourself, unable to restrain yourself. Then allow me to assist you in honing your endurance. Little captive, look at the camera, be prepared, the chief photographer reminded once more. He then glanced down at the camera, and moments later, the shutter clicked, capturing a second photograph. Surely, this must suffice? However, as the thought crossed Chen Luo's mind, the photographer shook his head and reiterated, Teacher Chen Luo, I must ask you to redo the shot. At the moment I pressed the shutter, a gust of wind swept through, rendering the image less than pristine. Chen Luo fell silent. How could such an unfortunate coincidence occur? Was even fate conspiring against him? He longed to revert to being the good person he once was. One last time, Chen Luo nodded in response. He braced himself once more. After enduring for another 10 seconds, the third shot was finally completed. The chief photographer examined the photographs and promptly remarked, "The quality is excellent. Thank you for your patience. Teacher Chen Luo, I shall take my leave to the restroom now." Chen Luo hastily replied before gently pushing past Lu Yan. Slipping through the narrow gap between the wall and Lu Yan, and turning towards the school's restroom. The nearest restroom was located in the 5th teaching building, the art college's facility, and the route required traversing a lengthy staircase. As Chen Luo reached that point, he caught sight of Gu Qing descending the stairs, her face a mask of resentment. Even from several meters away, Chen Luo could sense that something was amiss with Gu Qing. Her fingers were tightly clenched around a string of prayer beads, the veins on her hands standing out prominently. "Chen Luo, where are you headed?" Gu Qing inquired, directing her gaze towards him. "I'm off to the restroom," Chen Luo replied, nodding. Feeling a pang of guilt, he turned to walk ahead, leaving Gu Qing behind. He couldn't allow her to perceive any hints of his distress. "I need to go too." Gu Qing, after a moment's hesitation, chased after Chen Luo. Her tone tinged with mild reproach, as if blaming him for not waiting. Chapter 56, Gu Qing, the Purifier. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo glanced back and saw Gu Qing hastily catching up to him. Despite donning a white dress, she was remarkably swift, closing the distance in mere seconds. "Why are you walking so fast?" Gu Qing queried, now just behind Chen Luo. "I really need to go," he replied, quickening his pace. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's irritation dissipated entirely. Realizing that Chen Luo was holding back for the sake of work, she could hardly maintain her earlier grievances. "Why don't you just run to the restroom? Holding in urine for an extended period is detrimental to one's health." Despite the fact that the other party is a prominent celebrity, one should not hesitate to voice reasonable demands. Gu Qing suddenly altered her tone and spoke in a gentle voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo turned back, bewildered and astonished, glancing at Gu Qing. Just moments ago, she had appeared to be brimming with resentment, yet within less than 3 minutes, her anger had dissipated entirely. What was this girl pondering earlier? Could it be that her irritation had rendered her senseless? With this thought, Chen Luo couldn't help but ask, "Gu Qing, are you all right? Why do you ask that?" "You should hurry to the restroom. Holding it in for too long is truly harmful," Gu Qing replied, looking confused. Noticing that Chen Luo slowed his pace, she promptly urged him forward from behind. What was happening? Could it be that Gu Qing possessed some sort of purifying aura? Chen Luo stared at her in bewilderment, beginning to contemplate her words carefully. A few minutes later, Chen Luo arrived at a plausible conclusion. Gu Qing must have thought he was struggling with a pressing need to relieve himself. It had to be that. After coming to this realization, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Gu Qing was not daft from anger but simply unaware of the true situation. Before long, Chen Luo and Gu Qing reached the teaching building of the Academy of Fine Arts. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Meng Yu seated in the corner of the first-floor lounge area. It seemed as though she had been waiting specifically for him. The moment Chen Luo stepped through the door, he caught her gaze, which held no surprise, as if she had anticipated his arrival all along. He should have considered it earlier. He was at Jiangcheng University to shoot an advertisement, and as the instructor of the Fine Arts Academy, Meng would undoubtedly be informed of this news. "Chen Luo, what a coincidence," Meng Yu called out, waving him over from her seat on the sofa. She stood up and walked towards him, clad in a deep brown long dress. Even though the dress was loose-fitting, she moved with a graceful elegance. Her long black hair, parted to the side, perfectly framed her mature features. Complemented by silver-framed glasses, she exuded an air of scholarly sophistication. As she approached Chen Luo and Gu Qing, Meng Yu appraised Chen Luo's outfit and remarked appreciatively, "You look quite dashing in that sports attire. I heard you were filming an advertisement with the international film queen Lu Yan, and the scenes are rather daring. My students are envious, and I must admit, I envy you as well. The embrace of a goddess must be quite delightful, right?" Chen Luo listened quietly to Meng Yu's words. Recognizing that she was feeling a twinge of jealousy, however, he had no intention of bearing the blame for it. "Do you think I wanted to embrace her?" "I truly had no choice in the matter," he replied, taking a deep breath and adopting a sincere demeanor. "Initially, I was unaware that my collaborator would be the illustrious Lu Yan. Gu Qing had invited me to participate in the advertisement, promising a remuneration of 20,000. It was solely for that sum that I agreed to partake." Upon hearing this, Meng Yu felt a sense of relief and turned to Chen Luo, saying, "You may continue with your work." After uttering these words, Meng Yu returned to her previous seat, smoothing the hem of her skirt as she settled onto the sofa. Chen Luo exhaled a sigh of relief and addressed Gu Qing. Please wait for me outside for a moment. I need to use the restroom. All right. Gu Qing replied with a nod. She then moved to the lounge area by the wall, settling onto a plush sofa to await Chen Luo in silence. After a brief respite in the restroom, Chen Luo emerged and called out to Gu Qing, "Let's go." "Why were you in there for over 20 minutes? Gu Qing inquired. Puzzled. "I had a significant matter to attend to," Chen Luo responded. The two then hurried back to the shooting site, where Lu Yan's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness upon their arrival together. "I wonder why you took so long. It seems you had Gu Qing accompany you," she remarked. Upon returning to the set, Gu Qing approached Lu Yan directly, presenting her with a bracelet. "Teacher Lu Yan, this is the bracelet you dropped in the booth. I searched for quite some time to find it. I hope you keep it safe next time and do not misplace it again. If it happens again, I shall simply discard it. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? You truly believe I, Gu Qing, am easy to bully? Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Thank you for your trouble," Lu Yan replied politely, accepting the bracelet and smiling at Gu Qing, yet offering no further words. In response, Gu Qing held her tongue but secretly clenched her jaw in frustration. "Let us resume shooting. We must complete the campus scenes this afternoon and transition to capturing lifestyle photographs in the evening. Everyone, please act efficiently," commanded Yi Jingqiu. Without further discussion, the team sprang into action. By a little past 5 in the afternoon, they completed the campus material and began moving off campus. At this point, Yi Jingqiu addressed the group once more. "It is just past 5, and our evening tasks are quite demanding. If we wish to eat beforehand, we can only order takeout to eat on the way, or we can finish shooting and I will treat everyone to a late-night meal." "Let us opt for the late-night meal," responded the main photography team. "Teacher Lu Yan, what do you think?" Yi Jingqiu inquired again. "I believe a late-night meal sounds delightful," Lu Yan replied, turning to Chen Luo, "though I wonder what teacher Chen Luo thinks." Upon being addressed by Lu Yan, Chen Luo's expression darkened. "A late-night meal? After shooting? I would prefer to return home promptly. Going out for a late-night meal with Lu Yan seems a tad perilous." "Teacher Lu Yan, I can actually head home after I finish filming," he stated. Chen Luo spoke up, expressing his reluctance. "It's quite troublesome. By the time you return, it will likely be past midnight. Is it really necessary to cook at such a late hour? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to dine together?" Lu Yan inquired. Sensing Chen Luo's intention to decline Lu Yan's suggestion, Yi Jingqiu promptly intervened, saying, "Chen Luo, Lu Yan's reasoning is sound. It would be more enjoyable for everyone to have a late-night snack together, and you wouldn't have to return home to prepare a meal." Reluctantly, Chen Luo nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. Lu Yan discovers the first love. Such hospitality was hard to refuse, and he could only muster the courage to go along. With half a day of advertisements scheduled for the following morning, it was prudent to maintain a cordial relationship with Lu Yan. After all, he could scarcely endure any more of her antics. Having acquiesced, they all boarded the vehicle and departed from Jiangxing University. The night sky was adorned with shimmering neon lights, and the streets were alive with a bustling crowd, exuding a vibrant, lively atmosphere. After more than half an hour of driving, they arrived at a pedestrian bridge overlooking the ceaseless flow of vehicles below. Chen Luo and Lu Yan stood on the bridge, capturing a series of candid photographs, before continuing their journey to a commercial district where they took another set of lifestyle shots in front of a claw machine. Their adventures continued along the roadside, in supermarkets, beneath streetlights, and on the subway, as they traversed more than 10 different locations. Although only a few photographs were taken at each site, the cumulative time spent was considerable, averaging 20 minutes per location. When they finally completed their series of scenes, it was quietly past 11 o'clock. The traffic on the main road had significantly diminished, and the number of pedestrians had decreased as well. Many of the neon lights adorning the skyscrapers had dimmed, and the once vibrant Jiangxing had settled into a serene stillness. Chen Luo assisted the main photography team in loading their equipment into the vehicle. Following that, the team, along with their gear, boarded their van. Gu Qing positioned herself beside Chen Luo, her gaze watchfully fixed on Lu Yan, clearly indicating her desire to ride with him, while subtly suggesting that Lu Yan should keep her distance. In an unusual turn of events, Lu Yan did not contest Gu Qing's claim. She merely cast a quiet glance at the two before walking to the front vehicle, opening the rear door, and taking a seat alone. Consequently, Gu Qing was able to sit beside Chen Luo, fulfilling her wish. Shortly thereafter, the group set off for Jiangxing Huachu Food Street. On the way, Yi Jingqiu initiated a chat in a temporary group, stating, "Thank you all for your hard work tonight. Please feel free to share your dining preferences in the group. As soon as the message was sent, everyone began discussing their culinary cravings, with Gu Qing actively participating and occasionally seeking Chen Luo's input. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, seated alone in the back of the lead vehicle, gazed out at the dimming cityscape of Jiangqing, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Within the dimly lit confines of the back seat, a certain fragmented beauty lay concealed, only to be momentarily illuminated by the occasional glow of streetlights, revealing Lu Yan's forlorn visage. Should any man happen to glimpse her current melancholic state, his heart would undoubtedly shatter into 1,000 pieces, evoking an instinctive urge to protect. Despite his ignorance of the situation, the cause of Lu Yan's sudden despondency stemmed from the couple's photo shoot with Chen Luo that evening. Initially, she had been quite elated as they captured numerous candid moments together, yet as the session progressed, an unsettling heaviness took root in her heart. She recalled the past 6 months spent with Chen Luo, during which she scarcely found time to be with him. Never engaging in the simple joys that couples often share, strolling through night markets, wandering the streets, playing claw machines, or watching movies. Was it her fault? If only she had devoted more time to Chen Luo, perhaps he would not have strayed. Just as these thoughts plagued her mind, a message notification chimed on her phone. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was from her assistant, Xiaoqin. Sister Yin, I found out about the matter you asked me to investigate this afternoon. Lu Yin promptly instructed her to send the details. Earlier that day, she had tasked Xiaoqin with inquiring within the campus group at Jiacheng University to see if anyone had photos of the university's 2020 beauty. To her surprise, results came swiftly that very evening. This is the person, Xiaoqin replied, sending a photo of Gu Qing dining in the cafeteria during her freshman year. Upon seeing Gu Qing's image, Lu Yan's demeanor transformed instantly. The prior sense of fragmentation evaporated, replaced by a piercing coldness. How could it be that after all these years? Chen Luo, you never mentioned that your first love was Gu Qing? You truly are remarkable. Lu Yan's thoughts raced. And yet you claimed it was all in the past. How can you be so close now? If this is what you call past, it seems that rekindling old flames is merely a matter of time. Chen Luo's words had proven utterly unreliable. He once insisted that there was no possibility with his first love, yet here he was, entangled once more. Lu Yan had naively assumed that Chen Luo and Gu Qing shared a mere alumni connection, especially since Yu Jingchu had mentioned finding a male student at Jiang University. Although Chen Luo had graduated, he still fit that criteria. Who could have foreseen this deeper connection? No wonder she had sensed something amiss in the way Gu Qing looked at Chen Luo, and how Chen Luo's demeanor toward Gu Qing deviated from that of an ordinary girl. They were each other's first loves. At that moment, Lu Yan sat seething in the back seat, her eyes ablaze with fury. Any lingering thoughts of forgiving Chen Luo or contemplating her own shortcomings had been completely cast aside. Over half an hour later, their group arrived at the Huachu Food City, the clock striking past midnight. With the food hall still bustling with night owls indulging in late-night snacks, Chen Luo and Gu Qing alighted from the vehicle. The main filming team and Yu Jingchu also disembarked from the van, while Lu Yan emerged alone from the front seat. Once on the ground, Chen Luo cast a glance at Lu Yan, having noticed her gaze upon him. It was one thing not to look, but upon turning to meet her eyes, Lu Yan immediately revealed an icy smile that sent a shiver through Chen Luo's heart. What was she up to this time? He had conducted himself with utmost propriety this evening and had not provoked her in any way, so why was she regarding him with such a peculiar intensity? Quickly, Chen Luo averted his eyes, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Yi Jingchu turned to the group and inquired, "You have all worked hard this evening. What would you like to eat?" "Barbecue," responded the teachers from the main filming team. "What do you think, Teacher Lu Yan?" Yi Jingchu asked, turning her attention to Lu Yan. "I'm fine with anything," Lu Yan replied courteously. "Then let us have barbecue," Yi Jingchu nodded. Subsequently, Chen Luo and the others found a barbecue restaurant and settled in. Lu Yan was the first to take a seat, perching herself on a small chair. Observing this, Chen Luo discreetly sighed in relief. Lu Yan's ease suggested that the night would not hold any significant issues. Perhaps the earlier gaze had merely been a trick of the darkness. After reassuring himself, Chen Luo took a seat. Gu Qing followed suit, settling beside him with a hint of pride on her face. However, before Chen Luo could even warm his chair, Lu Yan stood up again and spoke. "This chair seems rather flimsy." After saying this, she approached Chen Luo, bending down to look at him. "Teacher Chen Luo, may I sit in this position beside you?" Chapter 58. Gu Qing was on the verge of tears upon hearing this. Chen Luo felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Indeed, what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. That earlier look had not been a mere illusion. Lu Yan was clearly not in a favorable mood tonight. He lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yan's, and then, with utmost politeness, he replied, "Of course, you may." "Thank you." Lu Yan responded with equal courtesy before sliding into the chair beside him. Her presence exuding an undeniable aura that made the right side of Chen Luo's body feel unnervingly cold. Was this madwoman going to poison him with her proximity? He genuinely found it difficult to acclimate to such closeness, especially while maintaining a facade of nonchalance. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. At that moment, a server approached their table, presenting the menu and handing a pen to Yi Jingchu. "Please mark what you would like to order," he said. "Thank you," Yi Jingchu replied politely, then handed the pen and menu to Lu Yan, speaking in a respectful tone. "Teacher Lu Yan, would you like to order? Feel free to choose anything." Lu Yan accepted the menu. Subsequently, he took a pen and marked 2 strings of tofu, a string of enoki mushrooms, a large sausage, and a serving of garlic eggplant. And then it was finished. He passed the menu to Chen Luo beside him, saying, "Teacher Chen Luo has worked hard today. Let us see what we can eat." Chen Luo smiled as he took the menu. He then marked 2 small yellow fish, 3 strings of cabbage, 2 guangwei sausages, and 10 skewers of beef, and smoothly handed it to Gu Qing. After circulating around, the dishes were finally ordered. Everyone began to wait for the food. Yi Jingchu then discussed the arrangements for the next day, while also mentioning that no one could drink alcohol that night, as they would need to rise early for filming. Chen Luo secretly felt relieved. Avoiding alcohol was for the best, as it often led to trouble. Before long, the barbecue arrived. The group, who had been hungry all night, immediately picked up the barbecue and indulged heartily. Everyone was enjoying themselves, except for Chen Luo, who felt somewhat uneasy because Lu Yan was sitting next to him, which distracted him from his meal. As expected, within a few minutes, Lu Yan began to create a scene. Noticing Chen Luo peeling a grilled shrimp, she picked up a skewer of grilled shrimp and politely asked him, "Teacher Chen Luo, could you help me peel the shrimp? My nails are too short to do it properly." As she spoke, Lu Yan had already handed the grilled shrimp to Chen Luo. After a brief moment of surprise, he responded, "Sure." Then, Chen Luo took the grilled shrimp from Lu Yan's hand and began to peel it meticulously. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, who was savoring a plate of spicy clams, suddenly found the clams less appealing. Did Lu Yan not have hands of her own? Could she not peel shrimp simply because her nails were short? It had been 4 or 5 years since she last enjoyed shrimp peeled by Chen Luo. What right did Lu Yan have to eat the shrimp he peeled? At that moment, Gu Qing felt that the originally spicy clams turned sour, as her jealousy quietly bubbled over. To speak candidly, she too longed for shrimp peeled by Chen Luo, but she felt too embarrassed to voice her desire in front of so many people, especially since Lu Yan had already made her request. It made Gu Qing even more reluctant to say anything. What would others think of her? Unable to speak up, she resigned herself to the situation. Soon, Chen Luo had peeled a shrimp and extended it toward Lu Yan. "Thank you," Lu Yan said politely as she accepted it. Then examined the shrimp and remarked with polite admiration, "I must say, Teacher Chen Luo is quite skilled at peeling shrimp. I suppose you used to do this for your girlfriend often?" This single remark struck Gu Qing like a bolt, reminding her of the time spent with Chen Luo when he would always peel shrimp for her. Yet now, he was peeling grilled shrimp for another woman. The mere thought of it. Tears welled in Gu Qing's eyes, betraying her composure. Instinctively, she stifled a sob. From 2 seats away, Yi Jingchu sensed something amiss. Gu Qing was her trusted confidant. Concerned, she leaned closer and gently inquired, "Little Gu, what troubles you?" "Nothing," Gu Qing replied, shaking her head, momentarily taken aback. "This clam dish is just a bit too spicy for me." "Then you should eat less," Yi Jingchu responded, offering her a bottle of herbal tea and thoughtfully assisting her in opening the tap. "Oh my!" Chen Luo inhaled sharply, casting a glance at the tearful Gu Qing to his left. He couldn't help but silently chastise Lu Yan for being a relentless tormentor, having reduced Gu Qing to tears with just a few words. "Stop it. If this continues, Gu Qing will surely break down." Despite his silence, Chen Luo felt a pang of guilt at the sight of Gu Qing crying. Her tears made him feel like a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback, staring at Gu Qing's glistening eyes. She had never anticipated that her words could evoke such an emotional response. Her intention was merely to provoke Chen Luo through Gu Qing, not to bring her to tears. Little did she know that Gu Qing's heart was as fragile as cotton. Subsequently, Lu Yan chose not to say anything further. She quietly finished her shrimp and began to nibble on other skewers, conceding that perhaps Chen Luo was fortunate tonight, as she genuinely feared the repercussions of continuing her verbal onslaught. The last thing she wanted was for Gu Qing to weep uncontrollably, making her seem like a heartless woman. An outcome she had never intended. Eventually, Gu Qing did succumb to tears, and Lu Yin felt relieved that Chen Luo had somehow escaped unscathed. Although Chen Luo remained on edge throughout the meal, Lu Yin refrained from uttering another word. Once they finished their late-night snack, they began to disperse. Teacher Lu Yin. It's late, and it's unsafe for you to take a taxi alone, Yu Jingchu said. Let me escort you home. No need, Lu Yin replied. Looking at Gu Qing. You should accompany little Gu. She needs someone to see her home. I'll call my assistant to pick me up. After this incident, Lu Yin felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Had she gone too far with her words? Knowing Gu Qing was Chen Luo's first love, she had intentionally spoken those remarks. Yet, in the next moment, her concerns dissipated as Yu Jingchu smiled and reassured her. Teacher Lu Yin, there is no need to worry. Little Gu and Chen Luo are not only schoolmates, but also neighbors now. With Chen Luo looking out for her, she should be fine on her way home. Huh. Chen Luo, sipping from a half-empty bottle of herbal tea by the roadside, choked upon hearing Yi Jingchu's words, spewing the cool beverage everywhere. Teacher Yi, this herbal tea is nothing compared to the chill your words just gave me. How did you even come to know about this? Did Gu Qing mention it to you beforehand? At this moment, Chen Luo felt utterly exhausted and chose not to delve into how Yi Jingchu had acquired her knowledge. What mattered was that Lu Yin was now aware. Despite his meticulous calculations, he still overlooked a crucial detail. After a brief pause, Lu Yin responded and cast a profound glance at Chen Luo, leaving him with a meaningful look before she said, Then let Teacher Yi take me home. All right. Gu Qing exclaimed, You're just pretending to be innocent here. Chapter 59. The heart is a mysterious abyss. Subsequently, Lu Yin entered Yi Jingchu's car, and the two departed from the barbecue restaurant, leaving Gu Qing and Chen Luo standing in place. To be precise, it was Chen Luo who remained in a daze, while Gu Qing scrutinized him carefully. At that moment, Gu Qing seemed to grasp the situation. Lu Yin had discovered that she and Chen Luo were neighbors, which appeared to trouble him greatly. She observed that Chen Luo's expression had soured, akin to a mute suffering in silence. However, her mood was quite the opposite. Chen Luo's demeanor indicated that he was indeed truthful, genuinely wishing for Lu Yin to remain unaware of his residence, which implied he harbored no ulterior motives towards her. His earlier act of peeling shrimp for Lu Yin was merely a gesture of courtesy. I knew Chen Luo was sincere towards me, she thought. Apart from the rare occasions when he may deceive me, he is mostly very honest, and his feelings for me are genuine, if he does tell a lie. It must be to protect me. With her thoughts clarified, Gu Qing turned her head to look at the troubled Chen Luo, gently patting him on the shoulder. She bent down, tilted her head, and gazed into his eyes with her healing gaze, soothingly speaking, Chen Luo, you seem a bit down. Rest assured. I only mentioned to Teacher Yi that we are neighbors, but she doesn't know where I live. She doesn't know? Chen Luo's expression froze. He had assumed Lu Yin would easily deduce his residence by probing Yi Jingchu. It turned out that Yi Jingchu was unaware of where Gu Qing lived. Chen Luo secretly exhaled in relief. It was too early to feel distressed. Exactly. Gu Qing nodded with a smile. You didn't think I had been living at Linjiang Courtyard for ages, did you? In fact, I only moved there a few days before you. Previously, I had been staying at the company. After all, my family isn't well off. We run a supermarket slightly larger than a convenience store in this expensive city of Jiangcheng. After graduating, renting even a small room cost 1,000 or 2,000, which is far too expensive for me. So I had been living at the company. Until one day, Gu Qing discovered a rental advertisement for Linjiang Courtyard at her doorstep. Initially, she suspected it was a scam, as the rent was only 500 yuan a month. After further investigation, she realized she had stumbled upon a remarkable bargain. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Luo asked, finally feeling his anxiety ease as he realized Lu Yin would likely not discover his whereabouts. With a sigh of relief, he found solace in the situation. Chen Luo did not forget to remind Gu Qing, be cautious during your commutes. You must not allow yourself to become the target of anyone's attention. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Gu Qing's face displayed a hint of perplexity. She observed that Teacher Lu Yin did not seem like the type to engage in such underhanded tactics. Was Chen Luo truly so captivating? Something felt amiss. Gu Qing's eyes, filled with curiosity, fixed intently on Chen Luo. You may not comprehend this, do you? Chen Luo sighed deeply, adopting the tone of someone with experience. Remember this, the human heart is inscrutable. Sometimes, the facade one presents can be in stark contrast to their true nature. Having said this, he turned to the roadside. Hailing a taxi, he stepped forward, opened the door, and settled into the front passenger seat. Meanwhile, Gu Qing remained rooted in place, contemplating Chen Luo's words. What did he mean? Was he implying that Lu Yin had a contrasting persona? What kind of contrast? What could Lu Yan's true self possibly be? Gu Qing, get in. Chen Luo called out, rolling down the window. I'm coming, she replied. Approaching the taxi, she cast a glance at Chen Luo in the front seat. A flicker of reluctance crossing her eyes. Yet, she said nothing and quietly took her place in the back seat. The taxi carried them back to Linjiang Courtyard, where it was already past 1 in the morning. Upon disembarking, Chen Luo noticed that the lights in Mingyu and Shinqiu's room were off, indicating they must be asleep. Chen Luo and Gu Qing ascended to the second floor with hushed steps. As they reached the door, Chen Luo teasingly inquired, Gu Qing, did you indulge in too much spicy food tonight? At this, Gu Qing's face immediately reflected a sulky demeanor. She turned her head, glaring at Chen Luo as she retorted, you should get to bed early. I won't wake you tomorrow. With that, she dashed into the house, firmly shutting the door behind her. Chen Luo chuckled, listening to the sound of the door closing. A few moments later, he too returned home, closing his door behind him. He switched on the living room light and sank into the sofa, then filled a cup with water from the dispenser and drank deeply. Reclining on the sofa, he gradually allowed his nerves to unwind. This day had proven to be more exhilarating than his 2.5 years of teaching experience. Now that his tension had subsided, a wave of fatigue washed over him. The pressure of confronting Lu Yin had been immense, causing his heart to race multiple times throughout the day. This woman was truly formidable. Fortunately, only half a day remained. Chen Luo gritted his teeth, convinced he could endure. Just half a day left. Believe in me, I will make it through. If I survive that great fire back then, it is clear that fate intends for me to live. Chen Luo began to self-encourage, feeling helpless yet resolute. The moment Chen Luo felt on the brink of mental collapse, Shinqiu, who had been waiting in the bedroom for what felt like an eternity, could no longer contain her impatience. She had arrived at Chen Luo's home at noon, and upon discovering he had not yet returned, she resorted to sipping wine in his room. After anxiously waiting until past 1 o'clock, Chen Luo finally returned, only to dawdle in the living room, refusing to come inside. As Shinqiu waited, her patience waned, and she found herself curious about what he was doing in the living room. Rising from the bed, she revealed her long, slender legs adorned in sheer black stockings, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights. The delicate fabric embraced her fair skin, exuding an enigmatic allure. Slipping on a pair of slippers, she strode confidently from her bedroom to the living room, where she promptly seated herself beside Chen Luo. I'm feeling a bit weary today, Chen Luo remarked, glancing at Shinqiu, who was clad in a light, slightly translucent nightgown. Can we postpone this for another day? With a playful smile, Shinqiu inquired. You're tired after a day of shooting advertisements with Lu Yin? Why don't you tell me about that woman? Does she drain your vitality like I do? Observing the gleeful expression on Shinqiu's face, Chen Luo shook his head gently. You don't understand. I may not grasp all of that, but I will protect you. We could elope. My grand villa could accommodate us just as well, if not better than here. Shinqiu responded with utmost sincerity, turning to face Chen Luo, her dark, ink-like eyes locking onto his. The timing isn't right, Shinqiu. I need some time to reflect. Chen Luo sighed deeply, his voice tinged with contemplation. After the incident 2.5 years ago, he realized how reckless he had been. Continuing down that path would inevitably lead to trouble. Lu Yin served as a living lesson. If he persisted in such behavior, he might one day encounter someone even more formidable than Lu Yin, and at that point, even 9 lives would not suffice. As the saying goes, one who walks by the river often gets their shoes wet. In the past, he failed to grasp this truth. Now, he simply yearned to be a good man. As for Shinqiu, he could only conclude that the timing was not quite right. She genuinely cared for him. Despite her frequent visits to bars, the night they met remained vivid in her memory. Yet, it was unclear whether Shinqiu's assertive nature stemmed from her personality or an innate lack of understanding of love. Her desire for Chen Luo led her to treat him as an object to possess, seizing him without regard for whether he had a girlfriend, even attempting to blur the lines between pretense and reality to pull him away from Lu Yin. Such brutish tactics perplexed Chen Luo. He deemed them excessively forceful. With Shinqiu's striking figure and captivating beauty, one could hardly expect any man to resist her allure. Even someone as experienced as Chen Luo found himself overwhelmed by her magnetic presence. It seemed impossible for any man to withstand such temptation, barring unforeseen circumstances. Typically, a woman's response might be to engage in a fierce quarrel and subsequently end the relationship, perhaps even delivering a parting blow to Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo would likely emerge unscathed, and he can come to terms with that. Yet, Lu Yin is anything but an ordinary woman. On the surface, she exudes a cool demeanor while harboring a warm heart. Her interactions with Chen Luo are characterized by utmost courtesy, projecting the image of a highly cultured and rational individual. Yet, when it comes to matters of love, Lu Yin reveals an entirely different facet of herself. After watching Shen Qiu's video, she appeared unfazed, gently assuring Chen Luo that she would make time for him amidst her busy schedule, promising to lead him into a realm of ecstasy. That day filled Chen Luo with elation, leading him to believe that Lu Yin had come to terms with her feelings, prompting him to secretly prepare a small umbrella. However, he never anticipated the reality that awaited him. Ecstasy. Lu Yin nearly transported him to another world. Now, whenever Chen Luo reflects on that fateful night, the tender Lu Yin evokes a chill in his heart. The fiery events of that evening shattered his enchantment with beauty and extinguished any lingering connection with Shen Qiu. As long as Lu Yin remains in the picture, a romance with Shen Qiu is out of the question, should he pursue a relationship with her. The nature of his bond with Shen Qiu would become irreversibly convoluted. Could he truly convince Lu Yin that his previous affection for Shen Qiu was merely a fade, and that now, following their breakup, he seeks a relationship with Shen Qiu? Lu Yin would hardly believe such a claim. It's not just Lu Yin who would be skeptical. Even if someone were to suggest this to Chen Luo, he would likely respond with playful mockery. Come on. If you can't control your desires, just admit it. As for Shen Qiu, upon hearing his words, she flashed an alluring smile, her seriousness evaporating as she resumed her familiar, carefree demeanor. Leaning closer to Chen Luo, she whispered into his ear, "You speak beautifully, yet your body tells a different story. You can't blame me for that." Chen Luo, with a bittersweet smile, replied, "So, you're placing the blame on me?" Shen Qiu feigned innocence, stating, "I haven't done anything to you. If your heart truly held no such intentions, why would you be this way? Men are always so hypocritical." Acting lofty after the fact, initially she managed to maintain control, but gradually, that power slipped away. Chen Luo's duplicity was simply too evident. "Blame me, then." Chen Luo conceded with a resigned smile. "Let us go inside and sleep. I have to rise early tomorrow." "About time." Shen Qiu replied with a laugh as she rose and walked into the bedroom, leaving Chen Luo with an enticing silhouette. The night passed in silence. Shen Qiu returned to her own home at 5:30 in the morning, taking her tools of the trade with her. In the room, aside from a lingering hint of her fragrance, no other traces remained. These events, Shen Qiu also placed considerable importance on the matter, especially given that her two beautiful neighbors frequently visited Chen Luo's home. Observing the way they eyed Chen Luo with keen interest, she, as an underground suitor, was determined to conceal any signs of her affections from them. At 9:06 a.m., Chen Luo was still blissfully asleep when he was awakened by Gu Qing's impatient knocking at the door and her voice calling through the open window. "Wake up, Chen Luo. It's time to go," Gu Qing urged from outside. Stirring from his slumber, Chen Luo glanced at his phone to check the time and abruptly rolled out of bed. Damn, it's already 9 o'clock. He opened his tired eyes, slipped on his slippers, and donned his pajamas as he made his way to the living room door. Opening the door, he complained, "Gu Qing, why didn't you wake me up earlier?" With a quick turn, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Gu Qing entered Chen Luo's home, settled onto the sofa in the living room, and placed the breakfast she had bought for him on the coffee table. Then she responded to him. "Who told you to stay up so late last night? I've warned you to go to bed early. Staying up late can lead to health issues. At this rate, you might end up without a girlfriend." The previous night, Gu Qing had awakened just after 4 to use the restroom. Upon returning to her bedroom, she peeked through the curtains and noticed a faint light still flickering in Chen Luo's room, leaving her curious about what he was up to so late. This was not the first time, after all. Hence, this morning, she hesitated to wake him, merely wanting to remind him to take care of his health. It was only after receiving a message from Teacher Yi that she realized she could no longer postpone the wake-up call. In the bathroom, Chen Luo quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face before returning to his room to change clothes. He then came to the entrance of the living room to put on his shoes, his gaze falling upon the breakfast on the coffee table that he frequently enjoyed, a steamer of fresh meat buns, a fried dough stick, a marinated egg, and a cup of soy milk. "Did you buy this?" he asked, looking at Gu Qing. "No," she replied, shaking her head. "It flew over from the breakfast shop." Chen Luo chuckled at his own question, pondering who else might have visited so early in the morning. "Am I not the first to enter your home?" Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Chen Luo's face. He had initially thought it was Shen Qiu, but it seemed that Gu Qing was the one who truly cared for him. Chen Qiu was only concerned with taking and showed no inclination to reciprocate. Thanks. I'll cook something delicious for you another day, Chen Luo said, grabbing the breakfast from the table and swiftly heading downstairs. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, who was feeling somewhat dejected on the sofa, brightened at his words. A simple breakfast in exchange for a lunch was quite a bargain, and she realized that this mischievous Chen Luo still had a bit of conscience. Chapter 61. A meaningful long dress. The two descended to the ground floor and hailed a taxi, proceeding towards the Pearl River Bridge in Jiangqing. Chen Luo retained a faint memory of that place, for it was beneath the bridge where he and Lu Yin had first crossed paths on the marathon track. He recollected that night vividly, when the sky was particularly luminous, adorned with countless stars. He had been playing basketball in the adjacent park until the lights extinguished at 11. And then, with a basketball in hand, he made his way out of the park. Typically, Chen Luo would take a shorter route home, but that evening, he inexplicably chose the longer marathon track. The sky's brilliance compelled him to capture a moment, prompting his diversion. It was on that very marathon track that he first laid eyes on the inebriated Lu Yin, though he did not recognize her at first. She simply appeared stunning. To this day, Chen Luo holds that evening's memory of Lu Yin as the most exquisite in his heart, a beauty devoid of subjective judgments. On that night, Lu Yin wore a gray long dress, crafted from a delicate and breathable silk that draped elegantly over her slender yet curvaceous form, neither constricting nor overly loose. Perfectly tailored to her silhouette, Lu Yin reclined against the armrest of a bench, her face slightly tilted upward, the scent of alcohol lingering in the air. The cool moonlight cascaded over her chest, neck, and collarbone, enveloping her exposed skin in a shroud of luminescence, mysterious and enchanting. The dress fell just above her knees, revealing two-thirds of her calves. Her fair, delicate legs were slightly apart, as if to maintain a precarious balance. Following the contours of her evenly toned calves, one could see her dainty feet adorned in summer high heels, showcasing a flawless foot shape. Chen Luo was utterly captivated, marveling at her beauty. How could such a stunning woman exist? As if she were born with an ethereal filter. He stood there, entranced for nearly a minute, contemplating his departure. After all, he did not know her, nor the circumstances surrounding her. Naturally, he would not approach merely because of her beauty. Nor would he feel compelled to assist her in her inebriated state. She was but a stranger encountered on the roadside, and a fleeting glance was all he intended. As he prepared to leave, an unexpected incident unfolded. Just as Chen Luo passed by Lu Yin, her previously bent legs suddenly straightened and extended into his path. Caught off guard, as Lu Yin tripped Chen Luo's left calf, his body lost its balance, and he was thrown to the ground. Fortunately, due to his athletic build from frequent basketball games, he managed to brace himself with his hands upon falling, mitigating the force of the impact, resulting in only a minor scrape on his palm. After the fall, Chen Luo slowly rose to his feet, his gaze landing on the hazy figure of Lu Yin. He initially expected an apology, thinking he would overlook any grievances in light of her inebriation. However, Lu Yin uttered a remark that Chen Luo would forever remember. "Hey, am I pretty?" This singular statement left him utterly speechless, revealing that Lu Yin had not stumbled accidentally, but had intentionally tripped him, motivated by his earlier gaze upon her. How audacious! How direct! Was he not even permitted a mere glance? Subsequently, the narrative unfolded with Chen Luo recognizing Lu Yin, who identified herself as the photography assistant for their company. He then hailed a taxi to take her home before returning to his own residence. Thus, the tale of that night beneath the Zhujiang Bridge was woven. "Chen Luo, what are you pondering?" In the back seat of the taxi, Gu Qing observed Chen Luo, lost in thought as he ate breakfast and leaned in with her large, inquisitive eyes. "Guess," he replied, snapping back to reality. "I refuse to guess," Gu Qing retorted. Then continued, "Hurry and finish your breakfast. We'll begin shooting as soon as we arrive at the Zhujiang Bridge." That morning, due to Chen Luo's slightly later rise, Lu Yin and Teacher Yi, along with the main photography team, had already reached the shooting location, leaving only Chen Luo yet to arrive. "All right," Chen Luo responded, diligently consuming his breakfast. By nearly 10 a.m., the taxi arrived at the Zhujiang Bridge in Jiangqing. Chen Luo and Gu Qing entered the park, traversed the Zhujiang Promenade, and finally reached the Riverside Marathon track, the designated shooting site. Upon arrival, Chen Luo's eyes immediately fell upon Lu Yin, seated on a bench, clad in a gray spaghetti strap dress paired with summer heels. Her long hair cascaded down, mirroring her appearance from that fateful evening, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. The night in question was not merely their initial encounter, but the night when Lu Yin had schemed to ensnare him. Yes, the very same attire she wore that night as she plotted against him. This uncanny resemblance sent a wave of anxiety through Chen Luo, as she appeared identical to the haunting figure from his nightmares. "Chen Luo, you finally made it," exclaimed Yu Jingchu upon spotting him and Gu Qing approaching. "Apologies, Teacher Yi. I overslept a bit," Chen Luo quickly replied. "Not a problem," Yu Jingchu responded with a smile, then turned to the main photography team, instructing, "Everyone, let us get to work." After saying this, he turned to Chen Luo and urged, "You should hurry to the changing area and put on your costume." He gestured towards a makeshift shelter constructed from plastic tarpaulin nearby. "All right," Chen Luo replied with a nod and proceeded towards it, where he encountered Lu Yin outside the shelter. "Good morning, Chen Luo," Lu Yin greeted him with a radiant smile. "Morning," Chen Luo replied, struggling to maintain his composure, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. "Please, Lu Yin, don't smile at me like that. Your smile makes me feel unsettled. Does this dress look nice? Does it feel the same as before?" Lu Yin inquired further. "Nice, the same," Chen Luo answered succinctly, wary that elaborating might lead to a misstep. "Is that so?" Lu Yin smiled softly and continued. "I also think this dress is beautiful, and it holds special significance for me. So, I asked Teacher Yi for Gu Qing's measurements and bought her the same style." "What did you say?" Chen Luo felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. "Lu Yin, please don't do this to me." However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Yin picked up the clothing bag in her hand and approached Gu Qing, who was discreetly observing from the side. Upon noticing Lu Yin approaching, Gu Qing quickly turned her gaze towards the river, pretending to admire the scenery. "Xiao Gu, could you please help me with the bracelets that day? I bought a dress for you, identical to the one I'm wearing," Lu Yin said politely as she reached Gu Qing's side. "This is Chanel." Gu Qing recognized the dress, recalling that it was a classic style from a few years ago. She could hardly contain her excitement, remembering how envious she had been of it when she first graduated, though its price tag had been exorbitant. Never did she expect someone would gift it to her. "Are you sure you want to give this to me?" Yu Qing asked, her face alight with surprise. "Yes," Lu Yin replied with a gentle smile. "This dress is your size. I specifically asked Teacher Yi." As she spoke, she handed over the clothing bag. Hearing this, Gu Qing's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she responded. "Teacher Lu Yin, you are truly wonderful," before respectfully accepting the long dress. In that fleeting moment, Gu Qing had felt a twinge of discontent towards Lu Yin, thinking it odd that she was so close to Chen Luo while merely shooting an advertisement together. This had raised her suspicions, leading her to believe Lu Yin harbored feelings for Chen Luo. Yet, it now appeared she had overthought the situation. Lu Yin, such a kind-hearted person, surely couldn't he have any ulterior motives? After all, Teacher Yi had always praised Lu Yin as a woman of great grace and poise. Indeed, it was likely that her earlier anxieties had skewed her perceptions, making her see any woman as having an interest in Chen Luo. But was he truly that charming? After all, this was the illustrious Lu Yin. Immersed in immense joy, Gu Qing found her thoughts becoming somewhat disordered. After a moment of introspection, the image of Teacher Lu Yin surged forth in her mind, kind, beautiful, generous, gentle, dignified, and wise. In short, she embodied perfection. "You're welcome," Lu Yin replied politely with a smile, before turning her gaze towards Chen Luo, who had just changed into his costume. She then addressed Gu Qing, saying, "I will go change into the prop costume now." "All right, go ahead," Gu Qing nodded in response, watching Lu Yin walk into the dressing area. Her gaze then shifted to the garment bag, inside which lay a gray spaghetti strap evening gown. The exquisite packaging and design, along with the fragrant sachet within, exuded an unmistakable aura of luxury. "How wonderful! How wonderful! At long last, I, Gu Qing, possess a piece from a prestigious brand." Even though her monthly salary was around 20,000, she could never justify purchasing such high-end labels. They were simply luxuries, with prices reaching tens of thousands. At that moment, as Gu Qing held the dress in her hands, she envisioned how she would wear it. Typically, she would reserve it for outings with Chen Luo. If her desire to wear it became overwhelming, she might don it briefly in her small courtyard, but she feared the possibility of it getting soiled or damaged, or, heaven forbid, stained with oil. The thought of a gown worth several tens of thousands made her heart ache. By area, it might even surpass the property prices in Jiancheng. As Gu Qing stood there, grinning foolishly at the dress, she failed to notice that Chen Luo had approached her from behind. "Oh no, this child is hopeless," Chen Luo mused, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. A mere dress had brought her such elation, and he genuinely worried that if this continued, Gu Qing might be persuaded by Lu Yin to compromise her own integrity. If it came to it, and her address was revealed, it would truly be a disaster. With this thought, a shadow of gloom settled over Chen Luo's face, The days ahead seemed daunting, for Lu Yin would inevitably find a way to reach him. I'm in quite a predicament, he thought. Gu Qing, do you like this dress? Chen Luo inquired, standing behind her. At the sound of his voice, Gu Qing turned to see Chen Luo and smiled brightly. I love it. The moment it was unveiled, I was enchanted, but it is simply too expensive. The authentic price at Chanel is 49,999 yuan. I can't believe Teacher Lu Yin gifted me something so lavish. How much? Chen Luo asked, his brow furrowing. 49,999 yuan, Gu Qing replied once more. Chen Luo fell silent, taken aback. Is it really that expensive? He glanced down at the garment box. His hopes dashed. Gu Qing adored this dress, and its high cost meant he could not ask her to return it. Surely, he could not let his fear of the dress deprive Gu Qing of something she cherished. Although he knew that if he simply spoke, Gu Qing would undoubtedly trust him more, Chen Luo felt he could not do so. When Gu Qing was with him, she had never enjoyed a life of high material comfort. Chen Luo had never purchased any extravagant gifts for her. Now that Gu Qing had received this dress, he felt even less inclined to return it. Wear it. It's undoubtedly better than how Lu Yin would look in it. What is wrong, Chen Luo? Why the silence? Do you think there is an issue with this dress? Gu Qing inquired, observing Chen Luo, who had fallen into silence once more. Not at all, Chen Luo replied, forcing a light smile as he gazed at Gu Qing's puzzled expression. I just find it remarkable how wealthy Teacher Lu Yin is. To give away clothes worth thousands so casually. That is undoubtedly true. Gu Qing laughed, her spirits lifted as she teased Chen Luo. But I will strive to earn money and become a little wealthy myself. While I may not possess Lu Yan's fortune, supporting you will certainly not be a problem. Do not always think about clinging to a wealthy woman. Consider me first. Though she spoke playfully, Gu Qing became serious as she continued. Her gaze on Chen Luo growing intense by the end of her statement. Those were merely youthful naivete. I no longer think that way. Chen Luo responded with a bitter smile. Then what do you think now? Don't tell me you plan to remain single forever. You're nearly 25, aren't you? Men start to decline after 30. Don't think you can still charm the younger girls like you did in your youth. You won't be able to deceive an 18-year-old anymore. Gu Qing became increasingly animated, attempting to provoke Chen Luo, who remained indifferent, smiling faintly without saying a word. Since when did Gu Qing become so articulate? With that intellect of yours, a little kindness from others makes you forget past grievances and see them as good people. Gu Qing is still quite young. Having graduated from university, Gu Qing had been working at the Haixing magazine for some time, likely under the care of Yu Jingchu, and thus had not experienced much darkness, still believing there were few bad people in this world. However, the truth is, there are indeed those with ill intentions among the crowd. Nevertheless, Chen Luo could not speak plainly. He could only offer indirect advice to Gu Qing. If she couldn't grasp it, there was little he could do. I need to go prepare, Chen Luo said to Gu Qing before walking towards a nearby bench designated for the shoot, which was indeed the same bench where they had first met that night. How insidious of Lu Yin. Is she attempting to evoke memories for me? At that moment, Lu Yin had also changed into her basketball uniform and approached the shooting bench, prompting Yu Jingchu to announce, all right, everyone, let us get moving. This is the final shooting task. Let us aim to finish before midnight. Everyone began to work diligently, earnestly collaborating with Lu Yin on the long bench, capturing numerous couple photographs together. At 11:46, Chen Luo finally completed the last shot. Lu Yin slowly rose from his lap, feeling a faint sense of reluctance lingering in her heart. Thank you all for your hard work these past 2 days. As I have other commitments to attend to, I want to be treating everyone to lunch today. However, I will send out a generous red envelope in the group later. So do remember to claim it. Yi Jingchu remarked from the side. Subsequently, the group loaded the props into the car, preparing to return to their respective homes. Chen Luo also felt relieved that this day was finally coming to an end. However, his gaze unintentionally caught sight of a young beauty, Xiaoqin, who lived in the unit above him in the Linzhong courtyard, making her way toward Lu Yin. She had mentioned that she was moving her boss's belongings. And could her boss possibly be Lu Yin? Chapter 63, Sister Yan's Radiant Smile. Could it be? Such coincidences hardly exist in this world. While it was conceivable that Gu Qing resided in the same place, the odds were still explainable by coincidence. The fact that the instructor, Meng Yu, lived with her, although unlikely, was not entirely impossible. One could consider it akin to winning the lottery. As for Shinqiu, he had been betrayed by Su Wanping, leading to Shinqiu discovering the Linzhong courtyard. But how could Lu Yin be explained in this context? On the day, Xiaoqin moved her belongings to the Linzhong courtyard, Chen Luo distinctly remembered that he had just met Lu Yin. She would not have known where he lived. Otherwise, he would not have enjoyed such peaceful days thereafter. This implied that Lu Yin also coincidentally resided in the Linjiang courtyard. Such coincidences were utterly implausible. Had they existed, Chen Luo would have rushed to buy a lottery ticket. At this moment, Chen Luo began to sense that something was amiss. Something was foul. This was no longer a game. Just then, Gu Qing also noticed Xiaoqin, dressed in professional black attire, standing harmoniously before Lu Yin. Chen Luo, is that? Indeed, Chen Luo replied with a nod, lowering his voice. That's the new neighbor who just moved in upstairs. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's face displayed a hint of surprise. Recalling Xiaoqin's words from that day about moving her boss's belongings, she exclaimed, so her boss is teacher Lu Yin? Most likely. Chen Luo replied with a wry smile. Observing Xiaoqin's respectful and professional demeanor before Lu Yin, it was almost certain. Meanwhile, not far from the bench, Lu Yin accepted the milk tea handed to her by assistant Xiaoqin and began to walk toward the park's exit. However, Xiaoqin remained rooted in place, her gaze drawn to Chen Luo and Gu Qing in the distance, her expression revealing shock and confusion. Lu Yin had walked 6 or 7 meters forward before realizing that Xiaoqin had not followed her. Upon glancing back, I noticed that Xiaoqin remained rooted in place, prompting me to call out in confusion, Xiaoqin, what are you still looking at? Sister Yin, who are those two people? Xiaoqin replied, her curiosity evident as she hurriedly jogged to my side. The woman is the art director of the Starfish magazine, and the man is our collaborator for this advertisement. I responded, continuing on my way. The affair with Chen Luo was a secret known only to myself and the family steward. No one else was privy to it. I was particularly wary of others discovering this situation, as the notion of being cuckolded was an indelible stain upon my life. I am Lu Yin, once the belle of the school, and since graduating from Beijing Film Academy, I have soared to prominence in the entertainment industry. Now, at the age of 30, I have ascended to the status of an international film queen, with little in my life or career that could be deemed blemished. Yet, encountering the scoundrel Chen Luo has cast a significant shadow over my otherwise illustrious journey. Oh, Xiaoqin responded, quickening her pace to keep up with me. I must say, my walking speed is notably brisk. At 178 centimeters tall, clad in high heels, my long legs make it challenging for someone of Xiaoqin's stature, barely 160 centimeters, to maintain the same rhythm. Once we exited the park, I took my place in the passenger seat of my Porsche, while Xiaoqin assumed the driver's position. As she started the engine, she inquired, Sister Yin, the house at Linjiang Courtyard has been furnished. Should we return there, or to Zhonghua Villa? Let us stop by the villa first, I replied, reclining in my seat and closing my eyes to rest. All right, Xiaoqin acknowledged, steering the car towards Zhonghua Villa. As we approached the first traffic light, we were met with a red signal. Seizing the moment, Xiaoqin remarked, Sister Yin, those two also reside at Linjiang Courtyard. What a coincidence. Who do you mean? Upon hearing her words, I opened my eyes wide, fixing a serious gaze upon Xiaoqin, causing her to momentarily falter. After a brief pause, she stammered, the art director from Starfish magazine and that male partner of yours. Taken aback for a moment, I felt a smile begin to creep onto my lips. My earlier melancholy mood, stemming from the completion of the advertisement, had transformed into a sense of newfound hope. I turned to Xiaoqin to confirm, are you certain you didn't misinterpret? Absolutely not, she assured me. That afternoon, as I was moving my luggage to Linjiang Courtyard, they had just returned from outside, and we exchanged a few words. I would never mistake them. Lu Yin refrained from asking further questions, knowing that Xiaoqin's work ethic was consistently meticulous, and such matters were unlikely to be mismanaged. Next, let's head back to Linjiang Courtyard, Lu Yin declared. Aren't we going back to Zhonghua Villa? Xiaoqin responded, somewhat surprised. No, Lu Yin replied softly. Xiaoqin nodded in acknowledgement and resumed driving, catching a glimpse of Lu Yin's radiant smile from the corner of her eye. An inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity washed over her. What was going on with the boss today? She appeared quite different than usual. Typically, Lu Yin never smiled, not even when her films won prestigious awards. Xiaoqin had never witnessed her joy to this extent before. Moreover, this smile resembled that of a woman in love. Could it be that Lu Yin was romantically involved? Surely not. That fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed by Xiaoqin, who pondered instead if there might be someone she fancied. Even less likely, Lu Yin, in her leisure, adored reading and had a fondness for all manner of animals, large and small. She nurtured creatures such as golden pythons, tigers, lions, and giant pandas. as well as smaller animals like kittens, puppies, hamsters, groundhogs, and capybaras. The diversity of her menagerie was astounding. Xiaoqin mused that if Lu Yin were not acting, she could easily run a zoo. Currently, these animals were en route back to the country, and Lu Yin had developed a close rapport with them. Managing their care without the need for a zookeeper, she could very well sell tickets herself. As for male celebrities, Lu Yin scarcely acknowledged them, and discussions regarding men were strictly off-limits in her presence. So what could be troubling her? Despite her curiosity, Xiaoqin would never dare to pry, which was precisely why. After 2.5 years of working together, she had yet to be dismissed. She adhered to the unspoken rule of not saying what should not be said and not asking what should not be asked. She simply fulfilled her duties as instructed. Meanwhile, beneath the Zhujiang Bridge, Chen Luo sensed impending danger. After dismissing Gu Qing, he dialed Su Onping's number. "Old Su, are you free?" "What's up?" Su Onping replied, his tone alert, discerning a lack of Chen Luo's usual levity in his voice. "Come and pick me up," Chen Luo said tersely before hanging up. He then opened his phone to check train tickets for leaving Jiangqing. The situation was dire. A swift retreat was the only prudent course of action. "You four can take your time. I shall not be accompanying you." Chapter 64. It must be Lu Yin. That devious woman's scheme. The current predicament was starkly evident. To his left was his first love, Gu Qing. To his right, the instructor, Meng Yu. Downstairs resided the formidable Shen Qiu, and above him was the diva, Lu Yin. What a splendid quartet! The day of his arrival had truly unfolded in an unexpected manner. Chen Luo could hardly fathom that within a mere span of 2 months, he found himself besieged at the Linjiang courtyard. With the arrival of Lu Yin, who took residence above him, the cozy little villa he once envisioned as a lifelong sanctuary transformed into a veritable nightmare. Having 4 former girlfriends as neighbors rendered Chen Luo incapable of finding solace in sleep. Particularly distressing was the memory of Lu Yin, who had once nearly caused his demise. Merely thinking of it sent shivers down his spine, making rest utterly elusive. After 3 years of a relationship that seemed to vanish into thin air, he realized that life was far more precious than rent. Moreover, an unsettling intuition gnawed at him. There appeared to be unseen hands orchestrating these events from behind the curtain. How could such a series of coincidences possibly exist? Reflecting on the encounters with his 4 ex-girlfriends, the most suspicious element was Shen Qiu's sudden inquiry to Su Onping about his address. 2.5 years prior, Shen Qiu had approached Su Onping once before, leaving him thoroughly shaken, and had not sought him out since. Why, then, did she choose to pursue Su Onping just half a month after Chen Luo's return, subjecting him to rigorous questioning? It was far too coincidental. She must have discovered something. Otherwise, these occurrences defied explanation and even logic. Lu Yin, hailing from a well-off family, with her father once owning a company, despite its eventual collapse, had always resided in a villa. How could she possibly choose to inhabit the Linjiang courtyard? Although the place was exquisitely decorated and offered attractive pricing, a woman of her stature would not be inclined to reside there unless she had prior knowledge of his presence. This entire scenario seemed orchestrated by her, a calculated scheme of revenge meticulously set in motion to ensnare him step by step. Indeed, it must be Lu Yin. Aside from her, Gu Qing lacked the financial means and intellect, while Meng Yu, his teacher, would never act in such a manner. When Meng Yu learned that Chen Luo had better prospects, she had willingly initiated their breakup, wishing for him to lead the life he desired. Her intentions were selfless, simply seeking a modicum of warmth from him. Shen Qiu, too, would not go to such lengths. Her current action suggested a direct approach, bypassing any intermediaries to reach the final stage with Chen Luo. This was uncharacteristic of her style. Thus, after thorough consideration, it became evident that Lu Yin, with her profound cunning, was the architect of this intricate web. As Chen Luo sat on the bench, analyzing the situation, his fear of Lu Yin deepened profoundly. How terrifying! This woman had been playing a role in his life these past few days. Truly, she deserved the title of International Film Queen. Analysis complete. Chen Luo promptly purchased a train ticket to Jiangcheng, departing at 3:26 p.m., with the destination still set for Nanning City Railway Station. As it stands, he would have to return to his old nest and continue his teaching for another 2.5 years. Shortly after 1 o'clock, the long-awaited Su Onping finally arrived, bustling with energy and holding 2 cups of jasmine milk tea. "Luo Gu, why did you summon me at this hour?" "I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea, but you must take me out for lunch today." Su Onping handed over 1 cup of milk tea and prepared to sit on a bench beside the marathon track. However, before he could settle down, Chen Luo suddenly sprang up and pulled him to his feet, speaking in a flustered tone. Forget about that. Hurry and take me to the train station. At such a moment, Chen Luo trusted no one, except for his good friend who had bathed with him and even retrieved soap for him in the past. Upon hearing this, Su Onping looked at Chen Luo in bewilderment. After a brief pause, he reluctantly asked, "What is going on? You've only been back for less than 2 months, and you're already leaving? I thought you were getting along well with your ex-girlfriends. You managed to handle that fierce tiger, Xin Xiao. What difficulties could there possibly be?" As they walked, Chen Luo replied succinctly and then turned back toward the path Su Onping had taken. Noticing Chen Luo's anxious demeanor, Su Onping quickly followed suit. His mind began to race. And soon the astute Su Onping deduced a possibility linked to Chen Luo's departure 2.5 years prior. If that were indeed the case, then persuading Chen Luo to stay might prove futile. After all, 2.5 years ago, Chen Luo had left in quite a whirlwind, suggesting there was something genuinely amiss. At that time, he had been dating a cinematic diva, moving into a grand villa post-graduation and living like a young master. The notion of having a film star as a girlfriend was something Su Onping would not dare to pen in a novel. Now, however, Chen Luo no longer enjoyed such privileges, and in comparison, the urgency to flee had intensified. Once they were in the car, Chen Luo instructed, "To Jiangcheng railway station." To which Su Onping cheerfully responded, "You wouldn't want to return to your old haunt, would you?" Of course. Chen Luo nodded, reflecting, "The city is full of complexities. I wish to return to the countryside. Does this departure relate to what happened 2.5 years ago?" Su Onping inquired once more. "Only one who knows me well, like Onping, would ask." Chen Luo nodded in admiration. "Very well." Su Onping, upon hearing this, chose not to pry further into matters Chen Luo wished to keep private. Stepping on the gas, Su Onping accelerated significantly, aware that his brother was eager to escape, perhaps wishing he could sprout wings and fly directly out of Jiangcheng. "Onping, once I leave, Xinxi will definitely come looking for you, and you might end up in trouble." Chen Luo spoke with a smile. What could Xinxiu say? She wouldn't kill him. As for my second brother, I suppose I will have to move when I return. Su Onping paused midway through his statement, then, still smiling, rephrased his response. Chen Luo must flee. If that fierce woman Xinxiu truly became agitated, she could very well shatter his little abode, and at that moment, he would find himself in dire straits. Simultaneously, as the two drove towards the Jiangcheng train station, in a guest house opposite the Linjiang courtyard, Luo Qingqing lay quietly on the bed, adorned in butterfly ribbon shorts and a pure white bra, gazing at herself in the mirror with a charming smile. At that moment, her phone, resting beside her pillow, chimed with a message. Luo Qingqing picked it up and read the message. Chen Luo is preparing to leave Jiacheng, heading to the Jiacheng train station. The ticket is for the 326 train, specifically train number 719, likely indicating that Chen Luo intends to return to Nanyan City. Upon finishing, a sly smile crept across Luo Qingqing's lips. Chapter 65. I have been exposed. My dear brother Luo, after all the effort I put into setting this trap for you, how can you think of leaving just as it begins to take shape? After reading the message, Luo Qingqing murmured, her expression tinged with melancholy as her gaze fell upon her reflection, a peculiar smile slowly curling at the corners of her mouth. Of course, brother Luo cannot leave. We must keep him at the Linjiang courtyard, allowing him to truly experience the sensation of being encircled. The reflection of Luo Qingqing responded. Yet, within the room, only her voice echoed. Yes. Luo Qingqing nodded resolutely. We cannot let him slip away. After declaring this, she rose from the bed, opened her wardrobe, and retrieved a pink dress, pairing it with short white socks and black ankle boots, presenting herself as a sweet girl. Once dressed, she opened her backpack and took out a watercolor pen, writing in her notebook, Chen Luo is leaving Jiangcheng, with a ticket for the 326 train departing from the Jiangcheng train station, train number 719. After finishing, Luo Qingqing tore out the page and sent a message to her bodyguard. Shortly thereafter, the bodyguard emerged from another guest house, approached Luo Qingqing's door to receive the paper, and then turned to head downstairs. A few minutes later, the bodyguard, now in plain clothes, arrived at the entrance of the Linjiang courtyard. By this time, it was a little past 1 in the afternoon. Gu Qing had returned by taxi, changed into a comfortable home outfit, and sat on the sofa, legs crossed, quietly perusing an art magazine. As the artistic director of the Starfish magazine, Gu Qing often finds herself immersed in magazines, seeking exceptional creativity from her peers. This is one of the reasons she has attained the directorship, alongside her solid artistic foundation, Learning from the excellent designs of others is a crucial factor. Meanwhile, Shinshio is engaged in fundamental training in the martial arts room, delivering powerful punches against the sandbag, each strike resonating with a robust sound. Should it land on a person, it would surely leave bruises. Teacher Mengyu, having just finished her meal, sits at her bedroom desk in a loose, elastic nightgown, watching a film while propped up on one hand with her chin resting thoughtfully. Suddenly, a booming voice of a man shatters the moment, exclaiming, "Fire! Fire!" His voice is resonant and forceful, akin to a military command, accompanied by a metallic roar. The three women are startled, hastily abandoning their tasks to rush outside. Gu Qing clutches a magazine, while Shinshio, dressed in a short skirt and a camisole, is glistening with sweat. Mengyu's face is flushed. Upon exiting, they find nothing amiss, only a large box in the center of the courtyard, emblazoned with the words Chen Luo is about to leave. Upon seeing those 5 characters, regardless of what lay within, the 3 women instinctively gathered around the box, squatting down to scrutinize it with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Yet, Gu Qing and Mengyu appeared slightly timid, seemingly apprehensive of what might be inside, hesitating to open it. Only Shinshio, without a moment's hesitation, lifted the lid. Inside, she discovered a piece of paper pinned by Luo Qingqing, which she examined closely. Gu Qing and Mengyu, noticing the writing, leaned in beside Shinshio, anxious not to miss any significant information. After a few moments of silent exchange of glances, they each retreated back into their rooms. Within 3 minutes, they reconvened in the courtyard, now donned in attire suitable for venturing out. Gu Qing and Mengyu flanked Shinshio, who took her place in the driver's seat of the Land Rover, inserting the key and flooring the accelerator. The black vehicle surged forward like a fierce beast, racing toward the Jiangxing train station. On the way, Gu Qing and Mengyu both pulled out their phones, sending messages to Chen Luo and attempting to call, but unsurprisingly, the calls went unanswered. It seemed to be true, Gu Qing exclaimed in a flurry. A closer examination revealed a hint of self-reproach in her eyes. Why would Chen Luo choose to leave? Just like over 2 years ago, departing without a word. Was it something I did wrong? I only jested about exposing the love letters he wrote. I would never truly do such a thing. Chen Luo can't possibly be frightened by me. Those love letters that Gu Qing treasures like a precious gem, she seldom takes them out, so how could she possibly show them to anyone else? I couldn't get through to him, and he hasn't responded to my messages either. Mengyu, who is usually as steady as a mountain and unperturbed, now displays an unusual sense of urgency, her beautiful eyes filled with perplexity. Why is Chen Luo ignoring me? Is he planning to vanish without a word like he did over 2 years ago? What a foolish boy. I haven't really pressured him, have I? I merely wished for him to offer me some guidance. Wasn't he always willing to help before? Could this have put him in a difficult position, prompting him to leave? Did you get through? At that moment, Shinshio, who was driving at full speed, asked with urgency after speeding through a red light just in the nick of time. No, I couldn't get through, Gu Qing replied, shaking her head. Neither could I. Mengyu sighed, putting her phone down. I called earlier, and it went unanswered. Now it seems his phone is switched off. He must have blocked me. Let me try, Shinshio offered, handing his phone to Mengyu with one hand while steering the vehicle. Once Mengyu opened Shinshio's phone and checked the contacts, she was taken aback to find that the first name was Chen Luo, with Shinshio's note reading Luo Luo Princess. Seeing that remark sparked a flicker of displeasure in Mengyu's eyes. Shinshio, you are quite domineering, aren't you? A woman has even labeled Chen Luo as Luo Luo Princess. Even if you're on top, aren't you still being overshadowed? Humph. Mengyu mentally criticized Shinshio while swiftly dialing Chen Luo's number. Meanwhile, on the way to the train station, Chen Luo was startled and flustered upon seeing Shinshio's call. Damn, Shinshio is calling too. Lao Su, step on it. I think I'm exposed, Chen Luo said nervously, glancing at his phone. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to hang up on Shinshio's call. After all, he had resolved to flee. So why bother answering their calls? Whether he answered or not, being caught would lead to a dead end. Damn it, Luo Ge. You dare not answer Qiujia's call. You're going to get me killed. I really don't want to take the fall for you, Su Amping exclaimed in shock as he observed the situation. Chapter 66. In a perilous state at this moment, Su Amping was already beginning to regret his decision. He had originally thought to discreetly take Chen Luo to the Jiangxing train station and then swiftly drive back home to indulge in a massage at a parlor, requesting the most skilled therapist for a session. He planned to act as if this incident had never occurred. If Shinshio were to find him later, he would stubbornly claim ignorance. In such a scenario, without concrete evidence, Xunqiu would likely refrain from taking action against him. As he stood alongside Chen Luo as a brother, he felt a sense of duty to uphold their fraternal bond. However, should Xunqiu become aware of the situation, he would find himself at risk of exposure. If Xunqiu were to acquire evidence of his assistance in Chen Luo's escape, retribution would be inevitable, and he would not be spared. The thought of a potential kick to his vulnerable spot filled him with dread. He could endure some punishment, but he could not allow harm to befall his companion who had braved the perilous journey alongside him. Damn it, Lao Su, why are you slowing down? Step on it. Come on, Chen Luo exclaimed, noticing the car's pace diminishing. I'm worried that Sister Chiu will come after me. Su Anping's voice trembled in response. What are you so scared about? Chen Luo retorted with resolute confidence. That fierce woman Xunqiu may look intimidating, but she wouldn't dare to harm you. Upon hearing this, Su Anping fell silent, pressing the accelerator with renewed fervor as the speed climbed steadily to an unprecedented 70 miles per hour. This second-hand vehicle, purchased for over 30,000 after graduation, had always been treated with utmost care by Su Anping, who had never dared to push it to such velocities. Now, as it surged past 70, the engine roared with a cacophony, and black smoke billowed from the exhaust, eliciting a chorus of curses from other drivers on the road. At 2:16 p.m., Su Anping pulled the car into the Jiangxing train station. As soon as they halted, he urged Chen Luo, quickly, get out and head inside. I want to say much more. Take care of yourself over there. Hearing this, Chen Luo felt a pang of reluctance. He glanced back at Su Anping and said, farewell. Lao Su, try not to indulge too much. Save some for your future wife. At this parting moment, Chen Luo wished to share heartfelt words, given his current predicament. He had no idea when they might meet again. I understand. Just hurry. Su Anping urged, his expression a mix of emotions. Having spent countless hours writing novels, he had few friends, with Chen Luo being his closest companion since high school. Thus, the thought of Chen Luo truly leaving Jiangxing left him feeling desolate in the vastness of the city, where the only solace he could find was in various massage parlors. Goodbye, Chen Luo replied, then opened the car door. His gaze fell upon the far side of the square, where a black Land Rover executed a dramatic 180-degree drift, halting beside the stone barrier. Without hesitation, Chen Luo shut the door, fully aware that the driver was undoubtedly Xunqiu, given the skill displayed at that moment. Once again, it is the Land Rover. Apart from Xunqiu, there seems to be no other possibility. If there were, Chen Luo would immediately buy a lottery ticket. Without a doubt. As Chen Luo shut the car door, the three doors of the Land Rover swung open a second later. Gu Qing, Meng Yu, and Xunqiu emerged from the vehicle. Goodness, it is truly them. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Su Anping, seated on the opposite side, observed Chen Luo open and then close the door again, his face displaying impatience. I understand our brotherly bond is profound, but at this moment, let us refrain from such sentimental remarks. You should hasten to exit the vehicle. It would be beneficial for both of us. Though he shared a deep camaraderie with Chen Luo, his loyal subordinate who had fought alongside him for many years was Su Anping's lifeblood, and he had to consider his junior as well. Before Chen Luo could finish his sentence, Su Anping, with a look of alarm, inquired, what happened to Xunqiu? Xunqiu and my two former girlfriends have arrived. Chen Luo replied. Then why aren't you getting out right away? Su Anping stammered, his mind racing. He never anticipated this. He thought that no matter how slow he was, he would still have time to escape. Little did he know that Xunqiu drove with such audacity. Within just 3 minutes, she arrived like a whirlwind. At that moment, after closing the door, Chen Luo leaned against the window, quietly observing the square across the street, preparing to gauge Xunqiu and the others' movements. If they were to enter the bus station lobby directly, he would instruct Su Anping to flee while he himself would take a bus from Jiangxing. However, the situation seemed to take a turn for the worse as Chen Luo noticed them lingering in the square for a while before splitting into two groups. Gu Qing and Meng Yu headed into the bus station lobby, while Xunqiu approached their vehicle. This is not good. Chen Luo was startled and turned to the anxious Su Anping, saying, Old Su, it seems Xunqiu is coming our way. What did you say? Su Anping's eyes widened in shock, his heart momentarily stalling. Then his expression morphed into one of despair, as tears threatened to spill from the corners of his eyes. It's over. It's all over. Old Su, stop dawdling. Xunqiu is almost here. We need to make a run for it. Chen Luo insisted. Glancing once more at Xunqiu, clad in black work attire, striding swiftly toward them. If it continued like this, she would cross the square within a minute. Where can we go? Su Omping uttered in despair. Let us head into the station. Our only chance at survival is to escape Jiangqing. It is futile to hide anywhere in Jiangqing, Chen Luo declared earnestly. If Lu Yen was orchestrating this, there was no way Chen Luo could remain concealed in Jiangqing. For her intellect would never allow such a blunder. Staying in Jiangqing would surely put old Su in jeopardy as well. Is that really feasible? Su Omping hesitated. Uncertainty etched on his face. Feasible? What nonsense! Chen Luo glanced back once more. Shinshio was now less than 100 meters away. Without further ado, Chen Luo decided to dispense with any unnecessary conversation with Su Omping. At this moment, the latter's mind had completely frozen. He opened the car door on Su Omping's side, then forcefully pushed him out of the vehicle. After all, he was a comrade who had once lent him a hand. At this juncture, Chen Luo could not allow Su Omping to fall into Shinshio's clutches. Moreover, should Su Omping be apprehended, it was evident that he would succumb to Shinshio's interrogation and inevitably betray Chen Luo. Thus, Chen Luo had no choice but to take Su Omping along with him on the escape. Chapter 67. Surrounded. Once they exited the car, Chen Luo and Su Omping bent low, using the vehicle as a shield, waddling forward like ducks. At that moment, Su Omping's car was lined up with others outside the square. After advancing a little over 10 meters, they found themselves between the fourth and fifth vehicles. Just 3 seconds later, Shinshio arrived at Su Omping's car. He glanced at the license plate, his expression darkening. Well, Su Omping, you certainly have some audacity. Did you think I was joking? Shinshio murmured, examining the vehicle's registration. After their last encounter, he believed he had Su Omping under his thumb, much like he had with Chen Luo. This chubby fellow, fearing for his own skin, should have refrained from assisting Chen Luo in such matters. After all, Su Omping had nearly shed tears during their last conversation. Surely, there was some credibility to his words. Yet, it seemed this fool had learned nothing. Next, Shinshio squatted down, gently probing the exhaust pipe beneath the rear of the vehicle. After assessing its temperature, he rose with a cold smile and began surveying the surroundings. Noticing the crowd, he unexpectedly started walking towards their direction. Chen Luo and Su Omping, who were crouched on the ground peering beneath the chassis, were instantly engulfed in panic. What should we do? Luo, go. Su Omping implored Chen Luo, realizing that their hiding spot was precarious. Shinshio could easily spot them from a distance of just 10 meters in a matter of seconds. Su Omping had already resigned himself to waiting for his fate beneath the car. Under the vehicle, Chen Luo, feeling the pressure mounting, was adamant about not returning to his residence. That woman, Lu Yen, was truly deranged. Living above him would render him utterly restless. To their left was a rugged SUV. Its tires significantly larger than those of ordinary cars, providing ample space beneath the chassis for even slightly rotund Su Omping to hide. Chen Luo, on the other hand, squeezed himself beneath the right-hand SUV. Although the space was a tad tighter, it was still feasible. Fortunately, neither of them carried any luggage. They were both lightly equipped. Or else they would undoubtedly have been discovered. Move swiftly. As Chen Luo observed Su Omping's slow and precarious ascent, a chill of trepidation coursed through him. The sound of Shinshio's approaching footsteps grew increasingly pronounced, drawing nearer with each passing moment. From beneath the vehicle, it appeared they were no more than 5 meters apart. Once Su Omping had crept under the car, Chen Luo swiftly followed suit, positioning himself in the center of another vehicle's undercarriage. Holding his breath as he intently surveyed Shinshio's legs. After a few tense seconds, Shinshio halted between the fourth and fifth cars, scanning his surroundings with a puzzled expression. Where is everyone? He murmured to himself, a furrow of confusion etching his brow. Underneath the cars, Su Omping and Chen Luo exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and panic. Particularly Chen Luo, who felt a strange itch between his shoulder blades. An urge to scratch that he dared not indulge, especially with Shinshio so close in front of him. He could only suppress the impulse. Hurry up, Shinshio. Move along, Chen Luo silently implored. At last, after what felt like an eternity, Shinshio turned and made his way towards Su Omping's vehicle before eventually stepping into the square. Chen Luo and Su Omping crawled out from their hiding spots, taking refuge in the gaps between the vehicles. Through the small shrubs bordering the square, they watched Shinshio's retreating figure and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, to their dismay, Shinshio did not enter the hall but instead stood at the entrance, scrutinizing those who entered. What do we do now, Brother Luo? Sister Chio is right there at the door. If we walk past her, she'll definitely spot us. Su Omping turned to Chen Luo with concern. Let us head to the Jiangcheng bus station, Chen Luo replied after a brief pause. The two emerged from between the vehicles, making their way toward the periphery of the square. Just as they reached the exit, Chen Luo abruptly turned, seeking refuge behind a tricycle stand selling wolf-tooth potatoes. Su Wanping, startled, hurried to follow him, his face a mask of alarm. "What's wrong, Brother Luo? Don't scare me like that. Look over there," Chen Luo pointed, his expression filled with concern. At that moment, the vendor, a kindly woman selling wolf-tooth potatoes, noticed the two and, disregarding their conversation, approached them with a warm smile. "Would you like a portion of wolf-tooth potatoes?" she inquired. Chen Luo glanced at her before responding politely, "We'll have 2 portions, please." Having skipped lunch, their only sustenance being a cup of milk tea earlier, the question from the vendor reminded them of their hunger. "Do you like it spicy?" the woman asked. "Just a little chili, please, and I'd like some pickled root, no cilantro," Chen Luo specified. "I want mine extra spicy with all the seasonings," Su Wanping added eagerly. "All right then," the vendor replied cheerfully. The elderly woman nodded in acknowledgement and returned to her tricycle stall to fry some crispy potato sticks. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and Su Wanping settled themselves at a small table beside the tricycle. Su Wanping cast his gaze across the street, observing for a while but failing to discern any issues. He merely spotted an attractive woman. "Did you see anything noteworthy?" Chen Luo inquired, noticing Su Wanping's prolonged stare. "There's a beautiful woman over there, at least by my estimation," Su Wanping replied, a smile of appreciation gracing his lips. "Good grief," Chen Luo exclaimed, exasperated by Su Wanping's fixation on women at such a critical moment. How could he be so distracted? It's not the formidable opponents one fears, but the inept teammates. "I don't have a sister, just a cousin who's currently at work. She saw your picture last time and wanted me to set you up with her," Su Wanping continued. Chen Luo fell silent. Was old Su truly in a daze? After taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. "Did you not notice the man in black standing by the bus stop across the street?" He asked one of Shen Qiu's subordinates. "I honestly did not notice," Su Wanping responded, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "I see it quite clearly now." Chen Luo exhaled deeply and continued. "It appears we can only..." "Only what?" Su Wanping asked, turning his attention back to Chen Luo. "We can only enjoy a serving of crispy potato sticks first," Chen Luo replied with a bittersweet smile. At that moment, the elderly woman had prepared 2 portions of crispy potato sticks. Chen Luo took them, skewered one with a large bamboo stick, and began to indulge. It must be said, the potato sticks made by the elderly woman were indeed delightful. However, the payment was quite the shock, 20 yuan for 2 servings. Quite exorbitant. After settling the bill, Chen Luo purchased 2 disposable masks from the stall and donned one, gesturing for Su Wanping to do the same as they made their way toward the bus station. If memory served, there were clothing shops in that vicinity, and their only hope lay in changing their attire. Attempting to pass under Shen Qiu's nose without changing clothes would be tantamount to courting disaster. Chapter 68, Su Wanping. "The cross-dressing maestro, Brother Luo. Where are you taking me?" Su Wanping asked, puzzled, now that he was aware of Shen Qiu's spies outside the square. Everyone seemed to him like a watchful eye. Even a mere glance sent his heart racing. "We have arrived," Chen Luo replied as they halted in front of a clothing store, which turned out to be a women's boutique filled with garments suited for young ladies. "Brother Luo, what are you planning to do?" Su Wanping queried, eyeing the women's clothing with a hint of reluctance. "What do you think? In the current predicament, our only course of action is to pretend to be a couple. This appears to be the only feasible way to slip past Shen Qiu's vigilant gaze," Chen Luo stated with utmost seriousness. He was not jesting. Shen Qiu had honed not only his martial skills since childhood, but also various other techniques, and his ability to observe was remarkably astute. For the two of them to pass unnoticed by Shen Qiu, the most effective strategy was to assume the role of a couple, as Shen Qiu tended to overlook couples entirely. "Just imagine the consequences if Shen Qiu were to catch you," Chen Luo remarked as he noticed Su Wanping hesitating. "Hold on," Su Wanping interrupted Chen Luo. "You don't mean to suggest that I must play the role of your girlfriend, do you?" "Old Su," Chen Luo replied, managing to steady the smile at the corner of his mouth, speaking in a tone that prioritized the larger picture. "Who do you think is more suited to portray a woman? Obviously, it's you, standing at a height of around 1.7 meters. I stand at 1.8 meters. And typically, in couples, the male is taller than the female, right? We must be pragmatic. If I were shorter than you, I would certainly have no objections." Su Wanping remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Luo. Even before Chen Luo could voice his thoughts, Su Wanping anticipated what Chen Luo would say. Yet he could not deny the validity of Chen Luo's point. as it was indeed a rare occurrence to find a woman taller than 1.8 meters. Stop hesitating. It's already 2:29. Chen Luo reminded him again. Fine. Su Omping finally acquiesced, despite his internal reluctance about cross-dressing. However, there is a saying that those who understand the times are the true heroes. Given the current circumstances, refusing to dress as a woman would undoubtedly pose a significant risk, and escaping from the train station was bound to be exceedingly difficult. Outside, Shen Qiu had arranged for numerous spies. Under such conditions, even if he were a staunchly masculine man, he would have to bend today. Then let us proceed to buy some clothes, Chen Luo exclaimed, his smile broadening as he saw Su Omping relent. With that, the two entered the store. A female clerk in her 20s was momentarily taken aback upon their arrival but quickly composed herself and politely inquired from her seat at the front desk. Are you two here to buy clothes? Yes, Chen Luo nodded in affirmation. For whom are you buying? The clerk asked, noting that both Chen Luo and Su Omping were male. She was curious, as some men purchased for their girlfriends, others for their mothers, and some for friends. For my girlfriend, Su Omping interjected before Chen Luo could respond. Is that so? The clerk nodded, turning her attention to Chen Luo. I'm just accompanying him. Chen Luo replied with a smile. He had initially intended to mention that he was buying clothes for Su Omping, considering they would both be wearing them shortly. But since old Su had already claimed it was for his girlfriend, he naturally chose not to reveal the truth prematurely. The female shop assistant responded with a soft smile, then took out her phone and approached Chen Luo, shyly inquiring, May I add you on WeChat? Sure, Chen Luo replied awkwardly, taking out his phone to add the charmingly attired young lady, who appeared to be no older than 20 and possessed a strikingly attractive visage, albeit a tad petite. After becoming friends, the shop assistant's smile broadened, and she politely addressed both Chen Luo and Su Omping. Feel free to browse. All clothing in the store is at a 20% discount. All right, Chen Luo replied, and began to peruse the garments in the quaint shop while the assistant stood by, occasionally glancing at the clothes Su Omping was selecting, and then at the handsome Chen Luo beside her, her heart fluttering with excitement at his allure. Meanwhile, Chen Luo and Su Omping felt rather uncomfortable under the shop assistant's gaze, particularly Su Omping, who was so engrossed in selecting clothes that he hardly noticed them. What was he even looking at? The thought of wearing any of those garments was beyond him. Sensing Su's unease, Chen Luo politely turned to the shop assistant and said, You don't need to stay with us. We can manage on our own. Okay. The assistant replied, slightly taken aback, yet she returned to the front desk. Subsequently, Chen Luo and Su Omping diligently continued their selection, and after about 10 minutes, they swiftly chose a complete outfit for women, a denim skirt paired with black stockings, complemented by a blue jacket, along with a pair of white sneakers. Finally, Chen Luo's eye was caught by a wig atop the mannequin by the glass window. After expressing his interest to the shop assistant, she conversed with the owner. And thus, Chen Luo purchased the wig for 200 yuan, along with the women's outfit and shoes for 189 yuan, and spent an additional 69 yuan on a gender-neutral jacket for himself. Upon completing their purchases, Su Omping took the clothes and shoes into the fitting room, leaving the young shop assistant momentarily stunned. She approached Chen Luo, puzzled, and asked, What is going on with your friend? Chen Luo hesitated, unsure how to explain the situation. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that he and Su Omping had been coerced into such a predicament by a woman. Regardless, he figured that once Su emerged, they likely would not see the assistant again, so he opted to remain silent. Before long, Su Omping emerged, donned in the purchased ensemble, complete with the thigh-high black stockings. The young shop assistant was momentarily dumbfounded at the sight. Her delicate lips parted in astonishment, as if they could accommodate a quail egg. Had she not witnessed Su Omping enter just moments ago, she would have certainly mistaken him for a woman. Let us go, Su Omping declared, striding towards the exit of the women's clothing store, while Chen Luo cast a glance at the mesmerized shop assistant, leaving her speechless. As they hastily exited the women's clothing store, Chen Luo caught up with Su Omping, laughingly remarking, Old Su, did you see the expression on that salesgirl's face? It was a resounding success. We can definitely pull this off. If we fail after managing to don women's attire, I might as well jump into the river. Su Omping retorted with a hint of irritation. We must secure this. Chen Luo chuckled in response. The two then made their way toward the plaza hall. At that moment, the clock read 2:47 p.m. They glanced at the flow of incoming passengers and spotted a group of 5 or 6 young men and women, joining them as they ventured inside, engaging in light-hearted banter, attempting to blend in seamlessly. A few minutes later, hand in hand, Chen Luo and Su Anping approached the entrance, where they spotted Shen Qiu standing at the threshold, their hearts racing with trepidation. Fortunately, Shen Qiu seemed oblivious to any discrepancies. Subsequently, they entered the hall, quickly finding a crowded spot to sit, allowing themselves a substantial sigh of relief. Outside, Shen Qiu wore a perplexed expression, her mind replaying the faces of those who had just entered. The girl in black stockings seemed to have some leg hair. Could it be those two? A flicker of suspicion ignited within Shen Qiu, prompting her to stride toward the hall, already harboring doubts about the two men, Chen Luo and Su Anping. Chapter 69. The unusually united trio of women. Upon entering the hall, Shen Qiu surveyed the throngs of people, yet the woman in black stockings was nowhere in sight. After a few minutes of scanning the entrance, she recognized the 5 young individuals who had entered alongside the woman. Without further contemplation, Shen Qiu approached them and settled into an empty seat nearby. The 5 young people were engrossed in their gaming, oblivious to Shen Qiu's presence until she turned her head and addressed them. I would like to ask you a few questions. If you answer sincerely, I shall reward you with 100 yuan for each question. At her words, the 5 youths, all under 20, paused their game, turning to the furthest right figure, Shen Qiu, wearing expressions of confusion and wariness, clearly perceiving her as a potential fraud. Open your payment code, and I'll send you 500 yuan, Shen Qiu stated candidly. The boy sitting next to her hesitated momentarily before revealing his payment code. Shen Qiu promptly scanned it and transferred the funds. After receiving the money, the girl beside him politely inquired, Sister, would you like to ask? Do you recall the couple who walked to your left as you entered the hall? The girl in black stockings and the boy who stood around 6 feet tall? Shen Qiu began her inquiry with keen attention. You mean them? We remember. Upon hearing these words, the boy collecting money immediately turned to Shen Qiu and remarked, that individual in black stockings is also a boy, wearing a wig atop his head. And he has quite a bit of leg hair. At that moment, they were holding hands. As he spoke, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Shen Qiu nodded repeatedly and interjected with a question, Do you recall which direction they headed upon entering? It seems they went that way, another boy chimed in, gesturing towards the southeast corner of the hall. Upon hearing this, Shen Qiu promptly stood up and looked towards the group, replying, Thank you. She then dialed Meng Yu's number. The 3 of them had exchanged contact information earlier on their way here for convenience, agreeing to notify one another immediately upon receiving any news concerning Chen Luo. Despite their individual agendas, they were exceptionally united at this moment, determined not to allow Chen Luo to escape Jiangqing. The call connected, and Meng Yu's voice came through, filled with excitement and urgency. Have you found Chen Luo? Not yet, Shen Qiu responded. But I am nearly certain that Chen Luo and Su Anping are in the southeast corner of this hall. As she spoke, she glanced towards that corner and continued. By the entrance of 2121. Where are you two now? Meng Yu inquired. I'm near 1212, while Gu Qing has gone to the 2nd floor alone. Saying it's better for her to observe from above, Meng Yu replied. Tell her to come down, Shen Qiu suggested after pondering for a few seconds. Let us surround them together. Otherwise, they might slip away since they are currently in the shadows while we are exposed. In that moment, Shen Qiu's voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if she were a machine devoid of feelings, processing the situation with complete rationality. In contrast, Meng Yu was becoming increasingly anxious about Chen Luo's potential escape. Although she usually appeared mature and composed, she was now somewhat flustered, clearly concerned about losing her precious Chen Luo. All right, Meng Yu responded, nodding. I'll hang up and notify Gu Qing. The unwavering calmness in Shen Qiu's words instilled great trust in Meng Yu, prompting her to prepare to end the call to inform Gu Qing. Wait, Shen Qiu interjected quickly. Let us create a group chat, and we can initiate a voice call within the group to maintain constant communication. We need to regroup later. Sounds good, Meng Yu agreed. Before long, Shen Qiu sent a friend request, and Meng Yu accepted it. She then added Gu Qing, and together they established a group chat, aptly named Autumn Moon Qing Squad. At the moment when Meng Yu was changing her name, Shen Qiu had already opened the voice chat group, to which Meng Yu promptly joined. Gu Qing was also tagged and subsequently entered the group. Shen Qiu then briefed Gu Qing on the situation and elucidated her strategic plan. It was now confirmed that the two were positioned in the southeast direction. Hence, we would split into 2 teams. I will search from the left towards the center, while the 2 of you will search from the right towards the center. Notify us immediately upon discovering them. After Shen Qiu outlined the operational plan, Meng Yu and Gu Qing responded in unison, Understood. Let us take action. Shen Qiu acknowledged, and without delay, The three women began their advance towards the southeastern corner, scanning the throngs of people, leaving no individual overlooked. You too. Hide well. If I catch you, you will face severe consequences. Xinqiu mused as she observed, her eyes barely containing the fervor within. She had just alleviated 2 years of longing, and now Chen Luo was intent on leaving without a word. Attempting to repeat the events of 2 years prior, Xinqiu was determined not to allow them to succeed. Otherwise, who would keep her company at night? That scoundrel Chen Luo. What on earth has transpired? He isn't even answering my calls. He was so obedient, yet he still chooses to disappear like before. Perhaps I have been too gentle. Once I capture you, I shall ensure you receive your due punishment. Gu Qing, with her eyes wide open in search, pondered silently. My dear Chen Luo, why do you not answer my calls? I merely wish to offer you a haven of tenderness. Why can you not comprehend my heart? If you have any unspoken troubles, you may confide in me. Why must you leave? Did I not promise to be your lifelong friend? Mengyu, filled with anticipation, scanned the crowd for a familiar face. Lo Gu, something seems amiss. Why are all three of them coming this way? Su Omping observed the approaching trio, his heart racing as he crouched beside a fellow tourist, feeling as if his heart had leapt into his throat. You ask me, who should I ask? Chen Luo replied, his expression marked by bitterness. As he glanced at the time, it was already 3:07 p.m. In 2 or 3 minutes. They would be able to check in queue. Whether they could hold on depended on this moment. I can't take it anymore. Lo Gu. Su Omping looked at Chen Luo, hesitant to speak, when Chen Luo, noticing his anxious demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, what's wrong? I need to use the restroom. Su Omping quickly replied, then disregarding all else, dashed towards the restroom. Chen Luo was left stunned by this turn of events. At such a critical juncture, you dare to stand up, old Su? Almost instantaneously, Xinqiu, Mengyu, and Gu Qing spotted Su Omping rising to his feet, and then noticed Chen Luo seated nearby. At that moment, Chen Luo finally realized that he had once again been betrayed by old Su. How ruthless! Chen Luo couldn't help but curse. At this moment, he sat in his seat, watching Su Omping's hurried retreat to the restroom, his expression a mix of anger and amusement. At a critical juncture, his good brother had resolutely chosen to slip away, not only exposing himself but also saving his own skin. Old Su, you truly are clever. When the moment was dire, you pulled this stunt on me. Just wait until I weather this storm. You'll know the consequences. If you don't call me dad 10 times, I swear I'll make you regret it. Chen Luo mentally noted this debt while patiently remaining in his spot, awaiting the judgment of Xinqiu, Mengyu, and Gu Qing. The escape plan had faltered, primarily due to the scheming of Aunt Lu Yin, whose prowess was formidable. It seemed his whereabouts had been compromised from the outset, and even though Su Omping was still en route, Xinqiu and the others must have already received the news. Otherwise, Xinqiu wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. The immediate reason for the failure was the involvement of Su Omping. Though he had some degree of loyalty, it was insufficient in crucial moments. Sighing softly, Chen Luo's face betrayed a hint of bitterness. Before long, Xinqiu, with her long legs, approached Chen Luo, dressed in black cargo pants, with a pair of stylish black leather boots, and a matching black jacket. Her gaze was as cold as steel. She exuded an aura reminiscent of someone entrenched in the underworld. Chen Luo dared not meet her eyes. Almost simultaneously, Teacher Mengyu hurried over. Her attire a striking purple dress adorned with roses, the elastic fabric accentuating her curvaceous figure. The overlapping collar design added a touch of maturity, making one unable to resist the urge to peek beneath it. Even in her brisk pace, she made considerable noise, her face displaying a mix of sorrow and anxious reluctance, reminiscent of a mother mourning the loss of her cherished son rather than a typical couple's sorrow. Witnessing this, Chen Luo felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Teacher Mengyu, his mentor, truly had a magnanimous heart, embracing all emotions with grace. Even as Chen Luo prepared to flee, no trace of anger could be found in her eyes. Only sadness and concern prevailed. Teacher Mengyu, you are truly wonderful. So considerate. Trailing behind Mengyu, Gu Qing resembled an irked young girlfriend. Clad in a snug white cotton long-sleeve top and simple black jeans, adorned with round black-framed glasses, her eyes fixed on Chen Luo, as if poised to unleash a torrent of tears upon him at any moment, ready to tumble into his arms. Gu Qing gazed at Chen Luo with her small eyes, inexplicably stirring a sense of reluctance within him. However, as soon as this thought surfaced, Chen Luo swiftly extinguished it. The plan to escape must still be executed. Even in the company of Lu Yin, despite her doing nothing all day, simply gazing at her smiling face sent shivers down his spine. constantly reminding him of the events of that fateful night. While he could endure for a day or two, he feared that prolonged exposure would inevitably take a toll on his mental state. "Shenluo, are you ready to check tickets?" Shenqiu asked, casting a light-hearted smile at the silent Shenluo. The sound of her voice snapped Shenluo back to reality as he turned to meet Shenqiu's cold, piercing gaze. He forced a slight, sheepish smile and feigned ignorance. "Check what tickets?" "Your train ticket. You bought a ticket for the 326 train, right? It's time to board," Shenqiu replied cheerfully. At that moment, the hall echoed with announcements notifying passengers of train 719 that they could begin boarding. Many travelers around Shenluo began to gather their bags, lining up at gate 2121, while he remained seated, solitary, and still. As Shenqiu took a seat across from him, Gu Qing and Meng Yu positioned themselves on either side of him, like guardians, quietly observing him. Shenluo glanced at the trio, feeling a palpable pressure emanate from their presence. He quickly mustered a sincere smile and replied, "I initially intended to leave Jiang City. But upon seeing the three of you trying to persuade me to stay, I found myself reluctant to part ways." As he spoke, Shenluo retrieved his train ticket from his pocket and, in the presence of Shenqiu and the two girls, tore it in half. His expression remained stoic. Yet his heart ached. It was no mere train ticket, but rather his lifeline to escape the clutches of despair. "Reluctant to leave us? Then tell me, among the three of us, who do you feel the most reluctant to part with?" Shenqiu's lips curled into a smile as she leaned back, crossing her legs. Her elbow resting on her knee, her delicate hand propping up her chin, her gaze fixed intently on Shenluo. Upon hearing this, Shenluo felt as if he had turned to stone. "Oh, Shenqiu, is this how you wish to play? So soon you raise the stakes? I've shown such a good attitude in admitting my mistakes. Could you not grant me some leniency?" he questioned, glancing at Shenqiu. Before Shenqiu could respond, Gu Qing interjected with a firm denial. "You cannot." After proclaiming this, she shot a glare at Shenqiu, as if challenging her. "How dare you ask such a question? Look at your domineering demeanor. Clearly, the one you are most attached to is Shenluo. Shenluo once confided in me that his ideal girl is gentle and obedient. In contrast, Teacher Meng embodies a mature and composed demeanor. Considering this, it is clear that Shenluo holds a special fondness for me." With this thought, Gu Qing couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, her smile radiating a sense of assured victory. Only Meng Yu remained silent at this moment, showing no signs of distress towards Shenluo. Her eyes were filled with affection, seemingly concerned that imposing too much pressure on Shenluo might lead him to retreat. Simultaneously, she hoped that Gu Qing and Shenqiu would refrain from making things difficult for him. However, it was undeniable that Shenluo's return was largely thanks to Shenqiu's assistance, as well as Gu Qing's considerable efforts. She couldn't take sole responsibility for the situation. Yet, she was determined not to pressure Shenluo. At most, she would gently guide him, allowing him to gradually bask in her tenderness. "Must we choose?" Shenluo glanced at Gu Qing and Shenqiu and inquired. "Choose. Choose." The two responded almost in unison. "Teacher Meng is the one I am most reluctant to part with. You two, one is too dominant, and the other lacks maturity. Only Teacher Meng is both mature and gentle, not only understanding, but also an excellent cook. You two truly ought to take a lesson from her." Shenluo then directed his gaze towards Meng Yu. There was no alternative. If he were to choose between the two, one would inevitably be pleased while the other would be disheartened. Thus, it was far better to select Teacher Meng, gentle, mature, and understanding. Chapter 71. Teacher Meng's betrayal. Upon hearing Shenluo's words, the first to react was Shenqiu, who immediately leaned closer, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Shenluo. "What did you say? I am too dominant? Do you not realize why I am so assertive? If you had not been evading my feelings, would I need to be so forceful? Without a hint of assertiveness, I doubt we would have achieved today's outcome." Shenqiu glared at Shenluo, her anger palpable. Every action she took was for the sake of winning Shenluo's affection, striving for a blissful future together. Why could he not comprehend her intentions? "What do you mean? I am immature?" Gu Qing looked at Shenluo, her expression filled with confusion. She racked her brain, unable to fathom where she lacked maturity. She no longer cried at the drop of a hat. In fact, she hadn't shed a tear when Shenluo ran away. She remembered the days when she learned of his departure from Jiancheng, deleting all her contact information, and how she had cried for hours in her company dormitory. Now, to hear him say she was immature, she could not grasp what he meant, especially when he praised Teacher Meng's maturity. Where was she less mature than her? As she contemplated this, Gu Qing's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Meng Yu, and she instinctively noted the latter's unparalleled depth of character. Suddenly, It dawned on her. Could Chen Luo's notion of her immaturity pertain to this aspect? Good heavens! If that were the case, she truly could not compete. Upon realizing this, Gu Qing felt a profound sense of helplessness envelop her. In this regard, she certainly possesses some shortcomings, to put it more rigorously. Her abilities are considerably lacking in comparison to Teacher Meng. However, innate deficiencies can be supplemented with diligent effort. Gu Qing resolutely resolved to embrace a more mature demeanor from this day forth, determined to embark on a path of sophistication, aiming to demonstrate to Chen Luo that she too could evolve into a more mature individual. Meanwhile, Mengyu was taken aback, her eyes glistening with profound emotion as she realized that the one Chen Luo cared for the most was unexpectedly her. Truly, what a commendable student. Teacher Meng's nurturing over the years has not been in vain. She is indeed a remarkable pupil whom I have personally guided. Mengyu's gaze towards Chen Luo instantly softened with affection. At that moment, Mengyu could not bear to witness Gu Qing and Shen Qiu, who were so fiercely and harshly treating her cherished student, the one who held a special place in her heart. She turned to Shen Qiu and her companion and spoke. I believe Chen Luo has a point. You both ought to reflect on whether there have been instances in your interactions with her that might have been less than appropriate. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing and Shen Qiu were taken aback, turning to look at Mengyu, who was advocating for fairness, unable to suppress their inner sarcasm. Sister Mengyu, have you switched sides so quickly? Just because Chen Luo said one nice thing about you, you've abandoned our revolutionary ideals. Their eyes revealed disdain as they regarded Mengyu as a traitor, while she maintained a demeanor of impartiality, unaffected by their judgmental glances. Humph! The grapes that cannot be reached are always sour. The disdainful looks you two are casting my way stem from the fact that Chen Luo did not choose either of you. Had she selected one of you, your reaction would likely have been even more jubilant than mine. Meanwhile, Chen Luo quietly exhaled, inwardly cheering for Mengyu, thinking, yes, that's exactly what Teacher Meng would say. You are truly remarkable, urging them to reflect deeply. At that moment, Chen Luo began to fantasize about the possibility of Shen Qiu and Lu Yin learning from Teacher Meng, adopting her gentle and mature approach, viewing their relationships with a mindset of inclusiveness. The thought of such happiness was almost beyond imagination. When that day arrives, Chen Luo would have to personally create a group named a loving and caring family, inviting Lu Yin and the others to join. Just the mere thought of this outcome caused a smile to play at the corners of Chen Luo's lips, a dream he scarcely dared to envision. Chen Luo, do you believe that Teacher Meng's words hold merit? Shen Qiu observed the smile on Chen Luo's face and turned back to him, her eyes glinting ominously. Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Chen Luo's face, reverting to a more subdued expression. Shen Qiu's words were indeed pointedly astute. Should he respond negatively, Mengyu, who had momentarily aligned with him, might instantly revert to siding with Gu Qing and Shen Qiu. He was undoubtedly in a precarious situation, and his only hope lay in winning over Teacher Meng. However, should he affirmatively respond, Shen Qiu would inevitably be infuriated once again, and this fierce woman would not hesitate to retaliate. It was truly a dilemma for Chen Luo. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and replied, I must commend you for posing such an intriguing question. Whether Teacher Meng's words hold validity is a matter deserving of dialectical thought. Some may find merit in her statements, while others may not. Ultimately, it depends on individual perspectives. For instance, Gu Qing, do you believe Teacher Meng's assertions are justified? With this convoluted response, Chen Luo successfully shifted the focus onto Gu Qing, who was pondering how to mature. What do you think? Shen Qiu inquired, directing her gaze towards Gu Qing. What do you mean? Gu Qing looked at Shen Qiu with a bewildered expression. Shen Qiu fell silent, her eyes reflecting a mixture of exasperation and resignation, silently questioning her dear friend Gu Qing's distraction. Their alliance had already suffered a traitor, leaving only the two of them to fight valiantly, yet here was Gu Qing, lost in thought. Shen Qiu felt a profound sense of helplessness. Those with cunning had betrayed them, while those without brains were unreliable, making her role as the leader increasingly challenging. Chen Luo must be reveling in his triumph. Chen Luo inquired whether Teacher Meng's earlier remarks were sensible. Shen Qiu took a deep breath to maintain her composure, reiterating Chen Luo's question, her gaze subtly urging Gu Qing to grasp her intent. Yet, Gu Qing did not even spare her a glance, slowly turning her head to observe the neckline of Mengyu's dress, which tightly conformed to her form, indeed a considerable point of discussion. Teacher Meng's words must hold some truth, Gu Qing finally declared. With that statement, the light in Shen Qiu's eyes extinguished completely. This was an utter failure. Gu Qing's response was the proverbial last straw, shattering their once formidable confidence. Shen Xiu surveyed the disoriented Gu Qing and the wavering Meng Yu, feeling utterly deflated. In that moment, Shen Xiu thought of a saying that rang true. Wherever a wise dragon appears, a young phoenix is sure to follow, and in this case, they were each on opposite sides. Chen Luo had Su Onping as his bumbling ally, while she had Shen Xiu and Gu Qing as her own. How could she possibly avoid defeat? Capturing victory was now a distant dream. With a resigned sigh, Shen Xiu resolved to embark on a solo mission against Chen Luo. Chapter 72. Luo, are you alright? Initially, Shen Xiu believed that with her strength, combined with teacher Meng's agility and Gu Qing's obstinate antics, their united front would undoubtedly force Chen Luo into a state of utter despair. Yet, who could have anticipated that after just a few exchanges, Meng Yu would defect to Chen Luo's side? Soon after, Gu Qing also began to drift into confusion, sitting idly as if lost in another realm, oblivious to the thoughts swirling within her mind. Left alone, she could hardly stir up much of a storm. At this moment, Chen Luo heard Gu Qing's response, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Gu Qing, oh Gu Qing, you are truly remarkable. At times, Chen Luo found her somewhat foolish. Yet now he recognized the merits of her simplicity. Indeed, every situation possesses its duality. Thus, only Shen Xiu remained. And Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He could still manage to handle Shen Xiu alone. Shen Xiu, too, was reluctant to inquire further. Letting out a deep sigh before responding, let us return. Very well, Meng Yu nodded in agreement. Let us head back. I am a bit hungry, Gu Qing added, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Luo. While her words seemed directed at Shen Xiu, they were indeed a reminder to Chen Luo. She was still owed a delicious meal, and that debt could not be easily dismissed. Chen Luo understood this, returning her gaze. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the entrance, with Gu Qing and Meng Yu flanking Chen Luo on his left, while Shen Xiu walked alone on his right, accompanied by 3 beautiful women. Chen Luo attracted envious glances from numerous male admirers. He glanced back at them, silently reflecting on their perception. They only saw his glamorous facade. Oblivious to the lurking dangers and the silent exertions of energy and sweat he had endured, he had nearly paid with his life. Would they still envy him if they were aware of all this? Meanwhile, having changed back into male attire in the restroom, Su Onping, who had been observing from the men's restroom door for a considerable time, saw that Chen Luo had avoided any physical altercation and successfully exited the waiting hall with Shen Xiu and the others. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, Luo Gu, you're incredible. Truly my Luo Gu. Even in such a perilous situation, he managed to navigate it with ease. Seeing this, Su Onping felt a bit more at ease. Thankfully, Luo Gu had not suffered any severe beating. Otherwise, his own fate would surely have been dire. With this thought in mind, Su Onping took out his phone and sent a comforting message to Chen Luo. Luo Gu, are you alright? After sending the message, he followed it up with a meme depicting someone pleading for mercy, hands clasped in prayer. Outside the hall, upon hearing the notification sound from his phone, Chen Luo quickly retrieved it to check Su Onping's message. He typed back, what nonsense. Su Onping replied, Luo Gu, I was also left with no choice at that moment. There was no escaping it. If I exposed you voluntarily, at least I could salvage something. Salvage what nonsense? Chen Luo shot back, choosing not to respond further. He then turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket, resolving that once this matter was completely behind them, he would have to properly deal with Su Onping. This fellow was truly inept, repeatedly letting him down in critical moments. The escape plan ultimately failed, and Su Onping bears at least 20% of the responsibility. Shortly after, Chen Luo and his companions exited the Grand Hall and traversed the expansive square, arriving at the Land Rover parked at the edge. Without hesitation, Chen Luo took his seat in the front passenger side, while Gu Qing and Meng Yu exchanged glances before settling into the back seat. Shen Xiu, feeling a twinge of irritation, thought to himself that at least this fellow had the sense to occupy the front seat. Otherwise, he would have faced consequences upon returning home. Once everyone was in the vehicle, Shen Xiu promptly started the engine and drove back to the Linjiang courtyard. On the way, Shen Xiu turned to Chen Luo and inquired, Chen Luo, there remains an important matter you have yet to disclose. Why did you suddenly wish to leave Jiangqing? At this, Chen Luo feigned confusion, a tactic he often employed, pretending to struggle with his words while he pondered a plausible excuse. However, before he could formulate an appropriate response, Shen Xiu interjected, let us not discuss this now. Share it with me privately at my home. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing and Meng Yu, seated in the back, could no longer remain composed. Was Xinqiu perhaps overstepping? Did she not acknowledge their presence? She had directly invited Chen Luo to her home, which felt like an audacious move. I too wish to understand this reason, Chen Luo. You should visit my home as well, Meng Yu chimed in without a second thought. I want to know too. Gu Qing's response, though slightly delayed, was resolute, as if ignorance were not an option. In response, Chen Luo remained silent, glancing at Xinqiu. If you wish to discuss it privately, we certainly have time. You come to my house late into the night often enough for lengthy conversations. But why must you announce it now? Aren't you just inviting trouble for me? What was initially a visit to one household had now transformed into a trip to three. Xinqiu, your strategy is indeed formidable. They had seemingly quieted down. And with a single remark, you rekindled their enthusiasm. Truly, Xinqiu, you are a master manipulator. Fine, I will explain to you all in private, Chen Luo replied candidly. To be honest, clarifying matters privately with the three of them would entail less pressure than addressing them face to face. At least he wouldn't have to worry about their identities being exposed. The only cost would be a bit more effort on his part. As long as the benefits were substantial, this matter could be settled. At that moment, what truly troubled Chen Luo was the thought of whether Lu Yin had already arrived at the Linzhong courtyard. If she were to learn of this, it could spell disaster. That woman was unpredictable and might resort to extreme measures. Meanwhile, a Porsche pulled up to the entrance of the Linzhong courtyard, and the car door opened automatically. Lu Yin gracefully stepped out of the passenger seat, her long legs striding towards the entrance of the Linzhong courtyard, her gaze meticulously surveying the interior. Sister Yin. The room on the third floor is the one we rented, her assistant Xiao Qin remarked, assisting Lu Yin in entering the fingerprint at the gate. With a gentle push, Lu Yin opened the door and entered the courtyard. All right, you may go about your business, Lu Yin acknowledged with a nod, prompting Xiao Qin to hail a cab, leaving the Porsche parked outside the courtyard. As Lu Yin wandered into the yard, her eyes scrutinized the clothes hanging on the drying rack, those belonging to Gu Qing, Meng Yu, Xinqiu, and Chen Luo. This green frock must belong to that clumsy girl. Gu Qing, she mused, inspecting each piece. Her gaze landed on a black jacket, a flicker of coldness passing through her eyes. Is this the attire of that wretched Xinqiu? She thought, frustration boiling within her. How could Chen Luo allow Xinqiu to reside here while I cannot? He speaks of having no feelings for her, yet he is a master of deception. After expelling her anger, Lu Yan's gaze shifted back to Chen Luo's clothing. A pang of nostalgia stirring within her, drawing her steps closer. She took a moment to survey the courtyard, noting the tightly shut doors of the rooms above and below, ensuring the space was devoid of any presence. A wave of emotion surged in her throat as she gradually approached Chen Luo's garments, inhaling their scent. Chapter 73. How can this be considered theft? Ah, the familiar fragrance lingered. Lu Yin caught a whiff of the residual pheromones on Chen Luo's clothing, and a sense of regret washed over her. She lamented the impulsive act of burning every item he had worn in a fit of rage, leaving nothing behind. Consequently, whenever she thought of Chen Luo, she could only gaze at the photographs on her phone, though she had printed some and adorned her bedroom with them, even transferring images onto a plush teddy bear. Yet, after more than 2 years, she had grown weary of them. Compared to the garments imbued with Chen Luo's scent, those photographs seemed utterly insignificant. A sudden thought struck her. What if I were to take this shirt back with me? The notion seized her heart, and despite the embarrassment it would evoke, the desire to do so was overwhelming. She envisioned snuggling the shirt in her bed, wearing it each night. Surely, Chen Luo would not notice. He would never find out. After a moment of internal deliberation, Lu Yin resolved to act. She glanced around the courtyard once more, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras or passers-by, before swiftly retrieving Chen Luo's orange shirt, folding it neatly, and making her way upstairs with hurried steps. Her expression tinged with the guilt of a thief. Breathlessly ascending to the 3rd floor, she entered her home, shut the door behind her, and without pausing to change her shoes at the entrance, she dashed into her bedroom. After hiding Chen Luo's orange shirt beneath her duvet, a sense of tension within her began to dissipate. Lu Yin sat by the edge of her bed, finally becoming aware of her heart racing, its rhythm escalating beyond her control. The steady thump echoed in her ears, even audible to herself. After a moment, she glanced down at her feet, realizing in her earlier panic she had forgotten to change her shoes upon entering. She then rose to the entrance, removed her high heels, revealing a pair of delicate feet akin to white jade, and donned a pair of cotton slippers before returning to her bedroom. Once inside, she pulled back the covers to glance at the jacket, and her heartbeat quickened anew. She touched her face, finding it flushed as if chilled by a brisk wind. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin couldn't help but ponder, what is happening to me? It was merely the act of borrowing that young man's jacket. Was it? No, that is not quite right. I shouldn't label it as stealing. It is more akin to borrowing. After all, I had purchased him so many clothes without ever asking for reimbursement. Taking one piece in return is hardly unreasonable, is it? Certainly not. After a moment of reflection, Lu Yin, who had been in a state of anxiety just moments prior, suddenly felt reassured. How could her actions be deemed theft? With renewed determination, she flung the covers aside, seized the orange jacket from the bed, and brought it close to her nose, inhaling its scent profoundly. With a gentle breath, a look of indulgence flickered across her face. As she lay on her bed, cocooned in a silk quilt, she placed Chen Luo's orange shirt against her chest, inhaling its fragrance until the essence of his scent mingled with her own delicate aroma. Only then did she cease her inhalation, though her eyes betrayed a lingering desire for more. Chen Luo, you smell wonderful, Lu Yin murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Xinqiu was still driving back, the distance from Jiangxing railway station to Linjiang courtyard stretching a daunting 40 to 50 kilometers. On the way there, Xinqiu maintained a speed exceeding 80. Yet on their return, they cut that speed in half. Consequently, the two passengers in the backseat, Gu Qing and Mingyu, exchanged exasperated glances at Xinqiu. Can you drive any slower? At this rate, we'll arrive just in time for dinner. Why was it so slow with Chen Luo in the passenger seat? Gu Qing recalled the last time they returned to the orphanage. To prevent Chen Luo and Xinqiu from sitting together, she had willingly taken the front seat. And Xinqiu had driven with remarkable speed then. She felt as if her spirit was soaring above the vehicle. Now, with Chen Luo beside her in the front seat, Xinqiu's usual speed had vanished, leaving Gu Qing gritting her teeth in frustration. Such little tricks were becoming tiresome. Xinqiu, however, remained oblivious to their discontent, relishing the drive while occasionally stealing glances at Chen Luo's handsome profile. The pace was just right, neither too fast nor too slow. Chen Luo, for his part, sat obediently, striving to remain inconspicuous, having only just escaped from a perilous situation. It is better to proceed with caution. Just then, Chen Luo's phone buzzed several times. Assuming it was a message from Su Onping, he chose to ignore it, for he was preoccupied with his own affairs. However, a few minutes later, another message arrived, prompting Chen Luo to impatiently retrieve his phone. What could Su Onping possibly want at this moment? Was it an apology or an attempt to distract him? Upon unlocking the screen with the intention of chastising Su Onping, he was taken aback to discover that the message was not from Su but from the young lady he had met earlier at the women's clothing store. The content read, "Hello, handsome. What happened with your friend just now? Are you both leaving Jiangcheng? You two seem quite interesting. I don't have many friends here. May I get to know you better? Are you busy?" Reading these messages left Chen Luo in a state of shock. How could he have forgotten about this girl? Initially, he had planned to exit the store, delete her contact, and, considering her youth and charm, explain politely that he wasn't interested in a romantic relationship before removing her from his phone. This way, he hoped to spare her any embarrassment. Yet, to his dismay, he completely overlooked this as he stepped outside. Delete it quickly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Luo hastily navigated to the young lady's profile, ready to decisively hit delete. However, at that moment, Xinqiu, who had turned to look at him, caught sight of his actions. "What are you doing, Chen Luo?" Xinqiu inquired as she maneuvered the car with one hand, swiftly snatching the phone from his grasp before he could react. The speed at which she acted left him stunned, and by the time he realized what had happened, the phone was already in her possession. Upon seeing the contact labeled Xiaoya, along with alluring photos on her profile, her eyes flashed with a cold glimmer. She parked the Land Rover in front of a supermarket and turned to Chen Luo with an icy stare, asking, "Who is this Xiaoya, your good sister?" In the back seat, Gu Qing and Meng Yu were equally astonished, questioning what Xinqiu meant by Xiaoya. Without a second thought, they directed their gazes toward Chen Luo's phone, witnessing the messages from Xiaoya. Their expressions gradually turned serious. Chen Luo forced a bitter smile, thinking to himself, "Here we go again." Chapter 74. Xinqiu directly confronts at this moment. Within the car, Xinqiu, Meng Yu, and Gu Qing sat in silence, their eyes fixed on Chen Luo, casting him glances that conveyed disdain for a scoundrel. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew tense, and Chen Luo felt as though the air had grown colder, the weight of their scrutiny causing his breath to quicken. "Who is the Xiaoya in your contacts? I never imagined you could charm such a young beauty even while fleeing Jiangcheng. Your allure certainly remains undiminished from the past." Shinchio remarked, her tone laced with incredulity. As I opened Xiao Yuer's moments, I was greeted by a collection of photographs showcasing her daily life in alluring attire, including images of her slender legs adorned with white stockings. Observing this, Shinchio tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her frustration palpable. Who is this person? Even at 3 o'clock this afternoon, she had shared another post featuring a photo in a fitting room, donning black stockings, deliberately captured from a rear angle. The caption read, "Does anyone understand the value of this perspective? I certainly do not." Shinchio inhaled deeply, her anger surging. Was she not clearly attempting to entice Chen Luo? She had thought she was sufficiently daring, yet here was someone even bolder. It seemed that Chen Luo, along with her, was perhaps imagining a serendipitous encounter someday. The mere thought of it intensified Shinchio's grip on the wheel, her palm pressing against the metallic surface with force, causing it to creak from the friction, leaving Chen Luo in the passenger seat feeling uneasy and apprehensive. In the back seat, Gu Qing and Mingyu leaned forward, engrossed in Xiao Yuer's moments alongside Shinchio, their eyes reflecting profound resentment. "I am truly more wrong than Dou-yi," Chen Luo lamented, his expression one of innocence. After a deep breath, he continued, "You three have misunderstood. I merely asked Su Omping to dress in women's clothing, and in the store. This girl requested my contact information. I thought it best to add her first, and then delete her after purchasing the clothes to avoid any awkwardness. But I was rather hurried at the time, and then I forgot." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's mood lightened considerably, her previously anxious heart slowly settling. She trusted that Chen Luo would not deceive her. The entire situation must indeed be as he described. "But why is her contact saved as Xiao Yuer?" Mingyu inquired. "That was her chosen name," Chen Luo replied, his expression very innocent. "I was preoccupied searching for the restroom at the time." Just as he was about to say he had wanted to avoid them, he wisely chose not to utter those words, realizing that mentioning it would only lead to trouble. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu's expression softened. Noticing that Chen Luo had not replied in the chat and had only added the contact today, combined with his explanation, she deduced there was likely no significant issue. Yet, Shinchio remained sullen, glancing at Chen Luo and remarking, "You were quite polite, aren't you?" Adding her first before deleting her, rather than outright refusing. Chen Luo fell silent, at a loss for words. Indeed, if one were to put it that way, he had little to defend. It was merely a customary act of politeness, yet Shinchio insisted on clinging to it. If she were to discover the nature of Gu Qing and Meng Yu's relationship with him, she might very well enter a state of fury. Contemplating this, Chen Luo couldn't help but worry for his future. Resuming life at Linjiang Courtyard, the days ahead would likely require him to tread carefully. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after a brief interlude, Shinchio finally leisurely returned to the Linjiang Courtyard. As Chen Luo stepped out of the car, she immediately noticed a cerulean Porsche parked by the roadside, which made her heart skip a beat. Could this be Lu Yan's sports car? Upon seeing the vehicle, Chen Luo inexplicably felt certain that it belonged to Lu Yan. Had she arrived? A myriad of thoughts swirled in her mind, yet she refrained from staring at the car, as if fearing to arouse Shinchio's suspicions. Subsequently, Chen Luo followed Shinchio and the others into the courtyard, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the 3rd floor. However, all she could discern was a railing. The courtyard was rather small, and unless one stood at the edge of the balcony, those below would remain unseen. Had she returned? Or was she still absent? Chen Luo's mind was consumed by this question, yet she had no time to ponder it further. Upon entering the courtyard, Shinchio abruptly seized Chen Luo's wrist and pulled her towards her room, casting a glance back at Gu Qing and Mingyu, her expression conveying a sense of determination as she said, "I live downstairs for convenience. Let us have a chat. You two can wait in your room." Chen Luo glanced back, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance, as if to say she would rather not enter the room with Shinchio, but felt compelled to follow her. Once upstairs, she could explain herself. There was no other choice. Navigating between 4 women required a certain finesse. Adaptability was essential. Of course, Shinchio was quite strong, and her grip on Chen Luo was firm enough to compel her to comply. Moments later, they reached the door, where Shinchio produced a key to unlock it. Meanwhile, Meng Yu and Gu Qing, standing in the courtyard, were rendered unusually speechless. Although they were reluctant to witness the scene, they found themselves at a loss for words, as if their mouths had been glued shut. Ultimately, they could only watch helplessly as Shinchio pulled Chen Luo inside, the door slamming shut behind them with a resounding thud. Within the courtyard, Gu Qing and Meng Yu remained rooted in place, akin to statues. After a few seconds, they slowly turned to each other, their eyes reflecting a hint of reproach. as if to say, why did you not speak up to stop Shinchio? Weren't you just arguing with her? You let her pull Chen Luo inside without a word. How disappointing. After a tense 25 seconds of mutual glances, they each averted their eyes and almost simultaneously began to ascend the staircase to the second floor. Although they were walking together, their steps intentionally diverged, presenting the appearance of two friends sulking in silent frustration. Gu Qing turned 90 degrees to the left, while Meng Yu pivoted 90 degrees to the right, creating an impression of parting ways and never crossing paths again. Upon returning home, Gu Qing collapsed onto the sofa, seizing a nearby plush toy and unhesitatingly pummeling it with her tiny fists. Scoundrel Chen Luo, take that, and this, and another kick. In stark contrast, Meng Yu, embodying maturity and composure, dismissed the earlier incident from her mind and meticulously prepared herself in her bedroom. After all, opportunities to encounter Chen Luo did not present themselves daily. Seizing the moment and ensuring Chen Luo's eventual infatuation was of utmost importance. Chapter 75. Why didn't Tu say so earlier inside Shinchou's residence? In the martial arts room, she had changed into her usual training attire, a fitted black tank top and ultra-short shorts that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a strikingly spirited aura. As she donned her boxing gloves, she handed Chen Luo 2 punching pads. Chen Luo accepted them without a word, promptly putting them on, aware of the impending challenge. Once Shinchio had equipped her gloves and began her warm-up beside him, Chen Luo cautiously reminded her, Shinchio, go easy on me later. Don't just focus on me, warm up too. Shinchio acknowledged him with a brief response and continued her warm-up routine. Her series of stretching exercises, expanding her chest, bending at the waist, rotating her hips, showcased her flawless physique, which Chen Luo usually admired. However, the thought of the punishment he was about to endure extinguished any appreciation he might have felt. After a few minutes of reluctant preparation, Chen Luo donned the boxing pads, and Shinchio unleashed a powerful punch that reverberated through the pads, numbing his arms. Without pausing, she continued her relentless assault, each strike pushing Chen Luo closer to the brink of endurance, his arms beginning to ache. Just as he felt he could scarcely withstand any more, Shinchio halted abruptly, standing still as her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression a portrait of profound sorrow. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she appeared on the verge of tears. Shouldn't I be the one crying after taking your hits? He thought. Shinchio, are you all right? He asked, confusion evident on his face. Shinchio turned her gaze to him, her pupils gradually focusing, and then, inexplicably, she let out a small sob and leapt into his arms, pushing him against the wall. Her arms encircled his waist tightly, the weight of her distress making it difficult for him to breathe. Chen Luo, did you ever think of me when you left? In the days of your absence, I found solace in copious amounts of wine each night, just to find sleep. How could you bear to abandon me? We shared such delightful moments recently. Did you not find joy in our time together? Shinchio whispered her grievances into Chen Luo's ear, her voice powerful yet tinged with a sense of injustice, leaving Chen Luo at a loss for words. Joy was indeed present, but one fears that such elation might lead to sorrow. Once Shinchio had calmed somewhat, Chen Luo took a deep breath and spoke. Shinchio, the new resident upstairs is Lu Yan. How can I feel secure living here? What do you mean the new resident upstairs? Shinchio gasped, nearly doubting her own ears. Is it that deranged actress who nearly set me ablaze over 2 years ago? Chen Luo confirmed. At this revelation, Shinchio slowly released her grip on Chen Luo, her anger dissipating, replaced by a flicker of concern. The guilt washed over her as she recalled her earlier behavior towards him. After loosening the boxing gloves, she helped Chen Luo remove the punching target. Why didn't you mention it sooner? I didn't hurt you, did I? Shinchio placed Chen Luo's small hand against her chest. Observing her demeanor, Chen Luo felt a sense of helplessness. What could he say? Would Shinchio allow him to leave? Surely not. It's nothing, Chen Luo replied, twisting his slightly pained wrist and forcing a calm expression. It certainly hurts a bit. Shinchio then grasped his wrist gently, massaging it with an expression of unspoken remorse. Chen Luo chose silence. Now you show concern for me? Just moments ago, you nearly broke my bones, she remarked, suddenly wrapping her arms around Chen Luo's waist and lifting him effortlessly. She exited the martial arts room and carried him into her bedroom, depositing him onto her large bed. Chen Luo was bewildered. Was it truly this swift? Just moments ago, she appeared remorseful, and now, mere seconds later, she had whisked him away to her room without a word. Shinchio's bedroom was adorned in simplicity, the white walls plastered with Chen Luo's posters, and the bed furnished only with pillows and blankets. After tossing him onto the bed, she placed a pillow under his head. Shinshio, that lunatic Lu Yin is right above us. Are you not afraid she might discover this? Chen Luo attempted to awaken Shun Qiu's sense of caution. Yet, she remained unperturbed, confident that Lu Yin would never uncover the situation, for she prided herself on her meticulousness. Are you certain? Is your diligence truly that impeccable? Chen Luo mused, realizing he must install a fingerprint lock upon returning home. Should Shinshio continue her reckless behavior, with Lu Yan's astute nature, it would not be long before their secret was revealed. At that point, he would be left with no choice but to cover it all up, much to the dismay of the entire village. Do not be anxious, Shinshio reassured him. With renewed confidence, Shinshio declared, the last time you faced an accident was due to my absence. This time, I am by your side. And I assure you that Lu Yin cannot harm you in the slightest. Indeed, Lu Yin would not touch a single hair on me, for she is transformed into a source of magical attacks. Externally, I appear entirely unscathed, yet internally, I live in constant trepidation. Alas, how could Shinshio, with such a whimsical mindset, comprehend these sentiments? An hour later, as darkness enveloped the sky and the moon began to rise, Chen Luo finally emerged from Shinshio's residence. Having expended considerable energy, at that moment, he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from Teacher Meng's home, instantly igniting his hunger. He promptly ascended to the second floor and entered Teacher Meng's residence, eager to enjoy a delightful dinner. Upon reaching the doorstep, he gently rapped on the door, and soon after, Mengyu appeared to greet him. Dressed in a black qipao adorned with delicate white plum blossoms, the garment fit her figure impeccably, accentuating Mengyu's voluptuous form as if it were tailor-made for her. The slit on the right side of her dress extended to her thigh, and as she intentionally turned to the side, her gentle and mature gaze, framed by silver-rimmed glasses, met Chen Luo's. Her lips, tinted a deep wine red, added to her allure, presenting her as a sophisticated and composed older sister figure. Finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you, Mengyu said softly. Come in. Meanwhile, in the leftmost living room on the second floor, Gu Qing, peering cautiously from the window, witnessed Chen Luo approaching Mengyu's door. Instantly, her face drained of color as she retreated to her bedroom, collapsing onto her soft bed as if struck by a bullet. Tears began to spill from her eyes, and with a pout, she secretly berated Chen Luo. How could he forget her, his first love? Why was Mengyu prioritized over her? She was merely Chen Luo's instructor. Did he truly favor maturity? Wretched Chen Luo. I never imagined I would come last. I no longer hold affection for him. Unless he personally prepares a delicious meal for me, I shall not forgive him. Yet, Chen Luo must have his own struggles. He would still come to see me soon, indicating that he harbored feelings for me. I cannot succumb to despair. As for Mengyu's residence, upon stepping inside, Chen Luo was greeted by a meticulously prepared dinner laid out on the table. There was minced eggplant, crispy pork, stir-fried cushion carp, and a nourishing chicken ginseng soup that instantly whetted his appetite. He quickly took a seat at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to savor the meal. Meanwhile, Mengyu retrieved a bottle of Great Wall red wine from the living room cabinet, positioned a chair next to Chen Luo, smoothed the hem of her dress, and sat down. She poured red wine into a glass for Chen Luo and gently inquired, Chen Luo, today at the train station, you expressed that the person you would miss the most is me. Were those words truly a reflection of your heartfelt sentiments? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo turned to glance at Mengyu, whose countenance had lost its usual maturity and composure, replaced instead by a charming shyness and anticipation. This sight caused Chen Luo to swallow hard. Even in her bashfulness, Teacher Ming still exuded a captivating grace. Indeed, Chen Luo replied softly, then lifted his glass to take a sip of wine, continuing to savor the dishes laid before him. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Mengyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at her exceptional student, finding him increasingly agreeable. She promptly picked up her chopsticks and added some food to Chen Luo's bowl. Do taste this plate of crispy pork. It took me quite a while to prepare. And how about the flavor of this dry-fried cushion carp? It's a new dish I recently learned. Everything is delicious, Chen Luo acknowledged earnestly. To speak candidly, the combined culinary skills of Lu Yin, Gu Qing, and Shinshio could hardly compare to those of Teacher Ming, who had been raised in privilege, while the others were either inept in the kitchen or had no culinary knowledge whatsoever. That's wonderful, Mengyu replied, setting down her chopsticks. She then raised her glass to sip from it a few times, leaning forward with one hand propped on the table, her delicate hand supporting her chin as she turned to face Chen Luo. Her right leg crossed over her left, showcasing her beautiful leg through the slit of her cheongsam. her gaze lingering on him with deep affection. "Teacher Ming, aren't you going to eat?" Chen Luo found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her gaze. If eyes are the windows to the soul, he felt as if Meng Yu's eyes were intent on devouring him whole. "Right now, I only wish to drink," she softly replied, before continuing to sip her wine. Chen Luo said little more, enduring her gaze as he continued to eat. After more than 20 minutes, he had devoured 3 bowls of food, finally feeling satiated. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, announcing, "Teacher Ming, I've had my fill." "Finished eating? Then let us go inside," Meng Yu replied with a beaming smile, her voice tinged with unmistakable inebriation. Her cheeks were flushed like ripe red apples, and her gaze towards Chen Luo was imbued with tender affection. Compared to the yearning in her eyes when he first entered, they now burned even more intensely, revealing her inner emotions. As she leaned against Chen Luo's shoulder, the impact was quite staggering, prompting him to instinctively support her. "Teacher Ming, you've had too much to drink." "I am not drunk," Meng Yu insisted, waving her hand dismissively. She then unsteadily rose to her feet, grasping Chen Luo's arm as she headed toward the bedroom. Chen Luo glanced at the dining table, where only half a bottle of red wine remained. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. How had Meng Yu consumed nearly half a bottle while he merely indulged in his meal? And yet, she claimed she wasn't intoxicated. With her current state, it seemed likely she would be inebriated until the morrow. Chen Luo assisted Teacher Ming into the room for a well-deserved rest. It must be said, Teacher Ming was surprisingly heavy. In his inebriated state, he lacked balance, and all his weight rested upon Chen Luo. Even the few steps they took felt burdensome. Once they reached the door, Chen Luo grasped the handle and opened it, guiding Teacher Ming to the edge of the bed, intending for him to lie down. However, Meng Yu unexpectedly turned to face Chen Luo and pushed him onto the bed. Fortunately, the large bed was quite soft, and Meng Teacher's body was equally yielding. Otherwise, Chen Luo might not have been able to withstand such a force. After pinning him down, Meng Yu rolled onto her side and slowly addressed Chen Luo. "Luo. Teacher Ming does not wish to know why you left. I simply want to tell you that if you must go, please remember to take me with you next time. I do not wish to pressure you into rekindling our relationship, but I only hope to be your friend. Just like this, you live next door, and every morning I can see you. On days when I miss you particularly, I can go to the gym to watch you play basketball and even join you. This is my only request. Can you fulfill it for me?" Upon hearing this string of words, Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. As if an avalanche of forgotten memories had assaulted him, he recalled the day he broke up with his instructor when they agreed to remain friends for life. Yet he had broken that promise. "Teacher Ming, are you not drunk?" Chen Luo asked, somewhat astonished. By all accounts, after consuming over half a bottle of red wine, she should be thoroughly intoxicated, rather than being able to articulate so much. "Just a little," Meng Yu replied hazily, lifting her head to gaze down at Chen Luo. "Can you grant Teacher Ming this small request?" Chen Luo fell silent. Was this request truly small? She claimed to seek only friendship, yet what of her true feelings? Ever since Qing Qing, whom Chen Luo regarded as a younger sister, confessed to him at the age of 11. He had come to understand that there is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Those relationships masquerading as platonic friendships inevitably undergo transformation, unless they are genuinely platonic, in which case they remain unchanged. Moreover, Teacher Ming was constantly in his vicinity. How could he resist? "Allow me to consider it," Chen Luo replied ambiguously. No sooner had he spoken than Meng Yu's expression shifted. "If you cannot be persuaded gently, then I shall be more forceful." After more than half an hour, Chen Luo expended a bit more energy before finally exiting Meng Teacher's bedroom. As he entered the living room, preparing to leave, his gaze suddenly fell upon the half-empty bottle of red wine on the dining table. Curiosity piqued, he approached the table and took a sip. Instantly, a look of disbelief crossed his face. This wine tasted as if it had been diluted with water. It dawned on him that Meng Yu had been drinking counterfeit wine. Chapter 77, A Meal to Soothe the Soul. "Goodness," he remarked, that given Teacher Ming's capacity for alcohol, it was inconceivable that she could remain so composed after consuming such a significant portion of red wine. The truth revealed itself. She had diluted the wine with water. Such a skilled performer. As Chen Luo exited Teacher Ming's residence, he couldn't help but reflect on how Teacher Ming had succumbed to cunningness, learning to play tricks, while Gu Qing remained refreshingly naive, her thoughts written plainly upon her face. Soon, Chen Luo made his way towards Gu Qing's home. Meanwhile, she had already shed tears in her bedroom, only to return to the window like a stone waiting for her husband. Observing Gu Qing at the entrance of Teacher Ming's abode, Upon spotting Chen Luo emerging from Ming Yu's house, she swiftly turned her head and plopped onto the sofa, crossing her arms and displaying a hint of prideful indignation. Humph! How dare you be the last to come see me? I shan't grant you entry. After all, I am inconsequential in your heart. How despicable of Chen Luo to disregard me so. If you do not kiss me this time, I shall not forgive you. Gu Qing. Open the door, Chen Luo called out as he knocked on her door. 3, 2, 1. Upon hearing the knock, Gu Qing held her position on the sofa for merely 3 seconds before hastily replying, coming. She then rose to open the door, seemingly anxious that if she delayed even a moment longer, Chen Luo might think no one was home and turn away. As she reached the door and opened it, her gaze towards Chen Luo bore a tinge of muted resentment. Internally, she chided herself. Why did I open the door? Hadn't I resolved not to apologize or let him in? What is wrong with my mind? Surely, I'm not lovesick. I can't be, can I? Chen Luo has had his struggles too. I ought to be more mature and understanding of him. Well, I shall let it go this time. Come in, Chen Luo. Gu Qing said, retrieving a pair of men's slippers from the shoe rack by the entrance and placing them at his feet. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Luo glanced at the slippers, hesitating for a few seconds before finally changing into them, reasoning that it was merely a change of footwear. It wasn't long before Gu Qing, biting her back teeth, retorted, though speaking those words made her heart ache quietly. Do you even realize how long I waited? A full 2 hours and 27 minutes. Do you know how I spent those hours? Have you had dinner yet? Chen Luo inquired again. No, Gu Qing replied nonchalantly. Dinner? I was too busy fuming over you. Besides, you were on a date at another woman's house. How could I possibly have an appetite? Shall we grab a late-night snack then? Chen Luo suggested, noticing the redness in Gu Qing's eyes. You're treating me? Gu Qing looked at him in surprise. Though she felt a flicker of joy within, her face still maintaining an expression of displeasure. I must not let the scoundrel see through me. Fine, I'll treat. She replied, nodding in agreement. Gu Qing nearly suppressed the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. But she managed to maintain her composure as she stood up and replied, Please wait for me in the living room. I shall change into something more suitable. After uttering these words, Gu Qing turned and stepped into her bedroom. With her back to Chen Luo, the smile on her lips became increasingly difficult to conceal. Once she closed the door behind her, her expression blossomed into a broader grin. Yet, she still pressed her small hand against her mouth, stifling her laughter to a mere whisper, inaudible from the outside. Well, you rogue, at least you have a semblance of conscience. Treating me to dinner after making me wait for 2.5 hours. I suppose I shall forgive you this time. But do not expect me to be so easily appeased in the future, Gu Qing mused to herself. Having cheered herself up, Gu Qing promptly opened her wardrobe and retrieved the elegant gray gown that Lu Yin had gifted her. Opportunities to dine out with Chen Luo were scarce, and she was determined to look her best, hoping to capture his attention a little more. After shedding her loose loungewear, she slipped into the new dress, which revealed a graceful expanse of her fair calves, and paired it with a set of chic black shoes before stepping out of her bedroom. How do I look? Chen Luo? Gu Qing emerged with a smile, performing a twirl in front of him. Chen Luo, seated on the sofa, was momentarily taken aback. The instant he beheld Gu Qing emerging in that gown, his heart skipped a beat. She truly astonished him. The way that dress accentuated her figure was simply breathtaking. It's lovely, he replied, albeit with a hint of insincerity, wishing to alleviate her earlier dissatisfaction. Shall we head out? At his words, Gu Qing's smile widened. She too felt that the dress was exquisite. It not only highlighted her figure, but also imparted an indescribable air of sophistication. Let us go, Chen Luo thought to himself. Taking a deep breath and reminding himself that this was Gu Qing, the girl who was fragile in matters of the heart, not like that peculiar Lu Yin. Descending the stairs together, they stepped out of the Linjiang courtyard. Beneath the dimly lit night, Gu Qing, adorned in her gray gown, truly possessed an enchanting silhouette. After crossing the street, they arrived at a nearby stir-fry restaurant. The time was just past 8 in the evening, and the eatery was bustling with patrons. Upon entering, Gu Qing promptly addressed the proprietress. I would like a portion of braised beef brisket, a serving of crispy pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, please. That will suffice. It is enough, Chen Luo interjected, interrupting her order. Is that really all? Gu Qing turned to him, her brow furrowed. You go to the trouble of inviting me to dinner, and you only order 3 dishes? I had already eaten 3 bowls at Teacher Meng's house earlier. Chen Luo replied with a wry smile, feeling genuinely unable to consume another bite at that moment. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Gu Qing's eyes. She had initially thought that Chen Luo had not yet dined and had come out to accompany her for a meal. To her astonishment, he had already finished his dinner, and it seemed he had specifically invited her out to eat. Oh dear, I always knew that Chen Luo held a place for me in his heart. A warm current surged within Gu Qing, and in an instant, she lost track of her composure. Ignoring the multitude of patrons in the restaurant, she opened her arms and embraced Chen Luo right in front of the hostess. Chen Luo, you are truly wonderful, she whispered softly. Meanwhile, the hostess, who was busy taking orders, observed Gu Qing's sudden embrace of Chen Luo with a mixture of amusement and intrigue. She had always suspected that this young girl had something special with the tall and handsome gentleman. Chen Luo, caught off guard, felt the weight of the restaurant's patrons' gazes upon him as he gently reminded Gu Qing, "This is a restaurant." "Oh, I'm sorry," Gu Qing exclaimed, quickly releasing him and blushing with embarrassment. "What was I thinking? How could I not resist? This is utterly humiliating." Yet, it felt so comforting to hold him. Though it was embarrassing, perhaps it was worth it. After being released, Chen Luo felt a slight alleviation of pressure and couldn't help but reflect on how much Gu Qing had matured over the years. Normally, he would have been oblivious to such changes, but her embrace today intensified his awareness, making it clear that she had grown considerably since their earlier days. "Let us sit outside," Chen Luo suggested, moving to the tables and chairs placed at the entrance of the restaurant. "All right," Gu Qing replied, then turned to the hostess to say, "Boss, I'll skip the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Just order the crispy pork and braised beef brisket." "Sure," the hostess nodded, leaning slightly over the counter towards Gu Qing, and inquired, "So, you two are back together now?" "Indeed," Gu Qing replied bashfully, chuckling as she stepped outside to sit down on a small chair, directing her gaze towards the seemingly distracted Chen Luo. "What are you thinking about? Surely you're not contemplating how to leave again?" Gu Qing asked, scrutinizing Chen Luo with a hint of concern in her eyes. "Not at all," Chen Luo chuckled heartily. Now that Lu Yin had set her sights on him, escaping would not be an easy feat. He needed to await a favorable opportunity. He was contemplating how to navigate his days once Lu Yin arrived. "That's good to hear," Gu Qing nodded, then curiously probed, "Why would you suddenly want to leave? Are you willing to give up your job? And aren't you happy living at Lingjiang Cottage? Is it because Shun Qiu visits your home every day for meals?" "If that's the case, I'll have a word with her," Gu Qing declared, her expression one of determination to stand up for what was right, which made Chen Luo want to laugh. Gu Qing unexpectedly felt compelled to stand up for him. With her limited capabilities, how could she possibly contend with Lu Yin? The last time they dined together, Lu Yin's remarks had nearly brought her to tears. How could she muster any competitive spirit against Lu Yin? "Don't jump to conclusions. It's not about the meal," Chen Luo replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's eyes revealed a hint of resignation. She could not fathom why Chen Luo wished to depart, yet she hesitated to inquire directly. What if he were to vanish again without warning? This thought darkened her mood. What if one day she awoke to find Chen Luo had disappeared forever? The mere possibility of such a scenario caused her to wear a frown. Even when the proprietress brought the dishes to the table, she stood there, lacking the appetite to eat. "What is bothering you?" Chen Luo remarked, observing the sudden shift in Gu Qing's demeanor. He had not anticipated that, after more than 2 years, Gu Qing still retained certain traits, such as her propensity for brooding over her feelings for someone in silence. "I just feel so useless, completely unable to assist you," Gu Qing replied softly. Even though she was aware that Chen Luo had matters to attend to, his unwillingness to share left her at a loss. Although she wished to support him, she found herself entirely uncertain about how to do so, and could only express her desire to keep him close through words. Gu Qing understood that merely speaking was effortless. Taking action to help Chen Luo resolve his issues was what she ought to do. Yet, despite her desire to act, she felt utterly aimless and could only wait passively. "Are you afraid I might leave again?" After a moment of silence, Chen Luo revealed a hint of exasperation. "I never said that," Gu Qing replied, turning her gaze aside before picking up her chopsticks to eat, as if hoping to conceal her true feelings. "But that is precisely what you're thinking." Chen Luo candidly unveiled her inner thoughts. Stunned for a moment, Gu Qing looked at him with bewilderment. How had he disowned her feelings? Did he possess some sort of mind-reading ability? "Stop saying such things," Gu Qing firmly denied. "Rest assured," Chen Luo smiled and continued, "I do not plan to leave at this time." "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Gu Qing regarded him with a skeptical expression. "I truly am not," Chen Luo replied earnestly. Hearing this, Gu Qing felt a sense of relief wash over her. She retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the holder and offered a piece of crispy meat to Chen Luo's mouth. "You should try this crispy meat," she said with an eager expression. Chen Luo opened his mouth and took a bite, finding it quite delectable, though it did not quite compare to what Teacher Ming prepared, which had a richer flavor. How is it? Gu Qing inquired. Not bad, Chen Luo responded, giving a thumbs up. Hurry and eat, otherwise, the food will get cold. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing began to eat earnestly, while Chen Luo silently observed her. Occasionally, she would glance at him before returning her focus to her meal. By the way, Gu Qing, there's something I wish to inquire of you. How did you come to know about my departure today? Moreover, how did you learn about the specific train I purchased? Chen Luo feigned a casual demeanor as he posed the question. In truth, this was his objective for the evening. Ming Yu and Shen Qiu were not easily interrogated, and extracting information from them would require more than mere inquiry. Gu Qing, however, was somewhat more innocent. Yet, even she exhibited a heightened sense of vigilance upon hearing Chen Luo's words, replying with a suspicious expression, "Did you not just say you had no intention of leaving? Why then, all of a sudden, do you pose this question? Are you attempting to extract information from me so you can sneak away? Is my intention so transparent?" Chen Luo was momentarily at a loss for words, as Gu Qing, usually so oblivious, had struck a chord with her remarks. How could that be? I am merely innocently curious. He adopted a nonchalant facade. Do not be curious. Gu Qing remained guarded, refraining from answering. Observing her demeanor, Chen Luo sighed inwardly. Indeed, without employing a more assertive approach, it would be futile to elicit any information from her. He took a deep breath, channeling a modicum of genuine acting, and shifted his chair closer to Gu Qing. Seizing the moment while she was unguarded, he leaned in and planted a kiss on her. With a soft pop, Gu Qing, caught off guard while savoring braised beef, turned slowly to look at Chen Luo, her emotions soaring to new heights of joy. How long had it been? She distinctly remembered their last kiss was on the day of their breakup, and now here he was, kissing her again. Chen Luo, what are you doing? A hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks as she slowly set down her chopsticks, casting her gaze around in an effort to appear indifferent. Tell me how you knew I was leaving. Chen Luo pressed again. I've told you. You cannot leave, Gu Qing replied. Indeed, Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, we do not know who informed us. We were all in the room when we heard a man outside shouting fire. We rushed out to find a box in the center of the yard, and within it was a note stating that you were to depart for Jiacheng on the 326 train. Gu Qing answered meticulously, despite her reluctance. After being kissed by Chen Luo, her concerns faded. He had kissed her. Naturally, she felt compelled to assist him. She had resolved to embody a mature and gentle woman from that moment on. Chapter 79. Gu Qing was elated once more. Was Teacher Lu Yin present at the Linzhong courtyard at that time? Chen Luo inquired further. However, this question left Gu Qing bewildered, her expression reflecting her confusion. After a brief pause, a look of alertness crossed her face. Does this matter have anything to do with Teacher Lu Yin? Are you attempting to pry into her affairs? Indeed, your thoughts are fixated on her. Gu Qing's expression darkened with a hint of sorrow as she inwardly berated Chen Luo, deeming him a scoundrel. For just after kissing someone, he was already contemplating another woman. Chen Luo, observing Gu Qing's gaze, fell silent, perplexed by the situation. He inquired about Lu Yin solely because she was the most suspicious figure, yet he found himself unable to elucidate the reasons to Gu Qing. I was merely asking casually. Chen Luo feigned indifference and swiftly shifted the conversation. What happened to the paper in that box? It's with Shen Qiu. After a brief pause, Gu Qing ultimately answered Chen Luo's question. Upon hearing this, a troubled expression crossed Chen Luo's face. Obtaining that note from Shen Qiu would be no easy task, given her character. Nevertheless, he understood that he must persevere. Without clarifying the identity of the individual behind the scenes, he felt perpetually anxious, unable to flee or find comfort in his accommodations. It was as if he were being roasted on a spit. This thought led him to ponder the unpredictable Lu Yin, deepening his trepidation. Among all the women he had previously entangled with, she was the most likely to orchestrate such a scheme. He could not conceive of anyone else capable of devising such an elaborate trap. I'm full, Gu Qing declared after finishing a generous bowl of rice. Setting her chopsticks down, I will go settle the bill. Chen Luo rose and entered the restaurant, approaching the proprietress at the front desk. Madam, how much is it? A total of 59 yuan, she promptly replied. How much is each takeout box? I would like to get 2 more for packing. Chen Luo continued. Gu Qing had consumed very little. She barely touched the braised beef, while she had nearly finished the potatoes, leaving a substantial portion of the crispy meat. Chen Luo certainly could not bear to waste it, as taking the leftovers home to enjoy the following day seemed quite appealing. 2 yuan each. the proprietress stated as she went to the kitchen and returned with 2 takeout boxes. Chen Luo took them and exited the restaurant, proceeding to pack the remaining dishes. Let us go. It's time for us to head back. You're still packing the leftovers? Gu Qing looked at the takeout boxes in Chen Luo's hands, slightly surprised. Of course, Chen Luo responded casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hearing his reply, Gu Qing's heart swelled with joy. Chen Luo even wanted to take back what she had eaten, indicating that he did not despise her. Surely, he still had feelings for her. If she could just mature a little, there was definitely hope. I must strive harder, Gu Qing thought. Let us go. Chen Luo carried the takeout boxes a few meters before turning around to find Gu Qing still lingering by the table, her eyes reflecting a naive bewilderment. What are you still staring at? Let us go. Coming, Gu Qing replied. After suppressing her inner thoughts, she quickened her pace to match Chen Luo's, maintaining a distance of less than 20 paces beside him as they walked together toward the Lingzhong courtyard. With a slight bow of her head, she stole glances at the rhythm and cadence of Chen Luo's stride. Even across the nearly 100 meters, she endeavored to synchronize her steps with his, a testament to her meticulous attention. Meanwhile, Chen Luo glanced at Gu Qing and noticed her subtle maneuvering, which inexplicably eased his heart. He made no effort to alter his pace, continuing forward with the same rhythm, and thus they both returned to the Lingzhong courtyard in unison. At the entrance of the restaurant, the proprietress stood on the steps, observing their harmonious silhouettes with an amused smile. Moments later, as Chen Luo and Gu Qing crossed the street and returned to the courtyard, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Chen Luo glanced up at the 3rd floor. Although he could not see the balcony, the glow of lights from within the room startled him. Had Lu Yin already moved in? It must be so. The 3rd floor had never been illuminated at night before. He thought to himself that he needed to hurry and collect his clothes. Without hesitation, Chen Luo approached the drying rack. Are you collecting clothes too? Gu Qing asked, joining him at the rack. Chen Luo paid her no mind as he began to remove his garments one by one. He typically started with his trousers, followed by his shirts, and saved his underwear for last, a method that kept his belongings organized upon returning home. However, now Chen Luo was too preoccupied to consider such details. He needed to pack up quickly. As he methodically retrieved each piece, he suddenly realized an issue. Where was his frequently worn orange jacket? He distinctly remembered washing it a couple of days ago and hanging it outside. The orange hue was particularly noticeable. He had even seen it that morning before leaving. And now it had vanished. Had she taken it? With this thought, Chen Luo glanced up at the 3rd floor before quickly averting his gaze, a chill running down his spine. I'm heading upstairs, Chen Luo announced as he finished gathering his clothes. Wait for me, Gu Qing called out, her hands full of garments. As she saw Chen Luo preparing to leave, she quickly grabbed the last pure white piece from the hanger, hastening to catch up with him. She extended the delicate item toward him, saying, Could you hold on to this for me? I have too many clothes to carry. As Chen Luo hesitated, Gu Qing promptly thrust the white piece, along with the hanger, into his hands. Of course, this was not a random act. She had deliberately left that particular item untouched when collecting clothes earlier. Haha, this girl is no longer as naive as before. Chen Luo, how does it feel to hold it? Are you perhaps thinking how delightful it would be? Just let yourself be captivated by me. Chen Luo turned his head to glance at Gu Qing, who was trying to conceal her cunningness behind her eyes, but quickly withdrew it. Oh, Gu Qing had indeed become a bit mischievous, no longer as restrained and bashful as she once was. He remembered the earlier version of Gu Qing. Back then, the mere act of holding hands on the school playground would cause her cheeks to flush crimson, and she would avoid sitting too close in public, almost wishing for a half-meter distance between them. Yet in private, she was affectionate and clingy, reminiscent of a socially anxious little kitten. The two of them ascended the stairs, arms laden with clothes. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they spotted a figure in white descending from the 3rd floor. Lu Yin walked with such lightness that even the motion sensor lights in the corridor did not illuminate. Thus, when Chen Luo saw Lu Yin emerging from the 3rd floor, he was momentarily petrified. Grasping Gu Qing's pure white undergarment, he instinctively attempted to stuff it into his clothing. But this was all under Lu Yan's watchful gaze. There was no way to conceal it. Chapter 80. Encountering Lu Yin in the corridor at that moment. Chen Luo stood at the corner of the 2nd floor corridor, clutching a pile of clothes, his expression quietly observing Lu Yin in her white dress. His heart raced. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the items in his possession were indeed damning. Are you coming down to collect clothes? Lu Yin inquired with a smile. Yes. Gu Qing replied politely, then, somewhat surprised, added, I didn't expect you, Teacher Lu, to arrive so soon. Have you already moved to the 3rd floor? Yes. Lu Yin responded softly, glancing appreciatively at the gray dress Gu Qing wore. You look lovely in that dress. It fits you perfectly and complements your demeanor. Thank you. Teacher Lu, Gu Qing replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping in, as this dress was indeed a gift from Lu Yin. Not at all, Lu Yin smiled subtly, then turned her gaze towards Chen Luo. She noticed his intention to hide the white undergarment amid his pile of clothes, causing her to clench her jaw in frustration. How infuriating. He had the audacity to attempt concealment right under her nose. Why hadn't he refused previously if he was so apprehensive? To her, this was the archetype of a scoundrel, feigning innocence and fear while inevitably repeating the same transgressions. Furthermore, could he not at least be more discreet? The way he was attempting to hide it, with bits still exposed, was nothing short of a farce. Was he deliberately testing her boundaries or hastening his own departure? As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of menace glinted in Lu Yan's eyes, sending a shiver down Chen Luo's spine. Unable to withstand the intensity of her gaze, he broke the silence. Teacher Lu, are you heading out at this late hour? He asked politely. Of course not. Lu Yan turned to Chen Luo with a gentle smile, then presented the gift box in her hands, politely stating, I just moved into Linjiang Courtyard today and immediately felt the warm atmosphere of mutual assistance among neighbors. My assistant mentioned that you all are quite amiable, particularly the young man in the middle of the 2nd floor, which must refer to you, Chen Luo. She said you are the most kind-hearted among them, always eager to lend a hand to neighbors in need. As a woman living alone here, I anticipate facing certain inconveniences. So I specially prepared 4 gifts for the 4 of you. In case you require any assistance in the future, do not show favoritism, Chen Luo. Lu Yan spoke with utmost courtesy and politeness, then turned her gaze toward Chen Luo, her eyes revealing a hint of profound meaning. This made Chen Luo feel uneasy, and he swallowed nervously before responding, no problem, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Gu Qing, who was standing nearby, felt a twinge of annoyance at these words. What did she mean by not showing favoritism? What was the nature of her relationship with Chen Luo? What about her relationship with him? After all, she was his first love, while Lu Yan had merely partnered with him for a few days, yet she acted as if she shared a close bond with Chen Luo. Very well, Lu Yan replied with a smile. Then please hand me the gift, so you won't have to trouble yourself to deliver it later. Chen Luo added, relieved that Gu Qing was present. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been quite daunting if Lu Yan were to personally deliver it later. You're carrying so many clothes, and it would be inconvenient for you to take the gift box as well. It's best if you first take your clothes home. And I will personally deliver the gift to you shortly. It's just a few steps, so it's no trouble at all, Lu Yan said with a slight smile. You wish to take the gift box right now? Dream on. It took me quite some time to come up with this idea. Providing a chance to gather information about the 4 of you. How could I possibly let this opportunity slip away? As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. On her first day, Lu Yan aimed to understand her neighbors better. Thank you for your trouble, Teacher Lu Yan. Gu Qing replied somewhat ineffectively, although she too wished to take the gift box right away, thus preventing Lu Yan from having a moment alone with Chen Luo. She found it difficult to counter Lu Yan's eloquence. After all, she had just arrived and was graciously visiting them with gifts. Gu Qing had no grounds to refuse her. Not at all, Lu Yan nodded lightly. You two can head back with your clothes. I will deliver the gift to the neighbor on the right. Do you know her? Yes, Gu Qing responded. She is our university instructor, Meng Yu. But we're not particularly close, Chen Luo added. Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's face fell momentarily, looking bewilderedly at Chen Luo. What did he mean by not particularly close? Hadn't he just said at the train station that he would miss Teacher Meng the most? Was Chen Luo's sentiment shifting once again? Upon perceiving the questioning gaze of Gu Qing, Chen Luo felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He implored her not to look at him in such a manner. Lu Yan, that woman, would surely discern the underlying issues. It dawned on Chen Luo that he ought to have clarified matters with Gu Qing during their meal. The events at the train station today were entirely off-limits for discussion. Fortunately, Gu Qing seemed to grasp the implication of the moment and, with a belated understanding, remarked that they were indeed not very familiar. As she had only recently moved in, Lu Yan smiled in acknowledgement and then turned to head towards Meng Yu's residence. Once her back was turned to Chen Luo and Gu Qing, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Ah, Chen Luo, you are indeed quite fortunate. Earlier that afternoon, she had visited the Jiangshao courtyard and noticed the intimate garments of their instructor, Meng Yu, hanging on the drying rack. The ample size of those garments even surpassed her own, prompting a sense of vigilance within her, for she was aware of Chen Luo's penchant for larger figures. Tonight, her subtle probing had elicited an immediate denial from Chen Luo, which only served to highlight their close acquaintance, far beyond mere familiarity. It was astonishing. Up, down, left, right. Along with my 4 female neighbors, all connected to you. Chen Luo, you have truly opened my eyes. I am eager to uncover the nature of your endeavors. Suppressing the tumult in her chest, Lu Yin regained her composure and arrived at Meng Yu's doorstep, knocking politely. Hello, I am the new resident from upstairs. Is anyone home? After a brief moment, Meng Yu, clad in a loose-fitting purple loungewear, opened the door. Upon catching sight of Lu Yin, she was momentarily taken aback. At first glance, Meng Yu thought Lu Yin resembled the recently famous international film star, her beauty striking enough to captivate even another woman. Hello, I am Meng Yu, she greeted politely. Please, come in and have a seat. Hello, I am Lu Yin, she replied as she stepped inside, leaving Meng Yu astonished. She had initially believed Lu Yin merely bore a resemblance to the star. How could she share the same name as the celebrated actress? Could it be that she was indeed that international film star? Are you the one who has been so popular on television recently? Meng Yu inquired further. It is I. Lu Yin confirmed, taking a seat on the sofa. She then turned to Meng Yu and continued, there is no need to shroud me in mystery. I am just like any other ordinary person. Chapter 81. Teacher Meng speaks of me. Upon hearing Lu Yin's own admission, Meng Yu could not help but feel perplexed. How could such a renowned international actress find herself sharing a residence in a modest courtyard like this? It seemed inconceivable. You are far too humble, at the very least. You are exceptionally beautiful, Meng Yu complimented sincerely. Indeed, it was the truth. Had she possessed Lu Yin's beauty, Chen Luo's affections would likely be even more pronounced than they were now. With Lu Yin's stunning visage and her own ample figure, they would be an unbeatable pair. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Yin offered a polite smile and then placed the gift box meant for Meng Yu onto the tea table. This is a small token of my appreciation for Teacher Meng. I hope you will accept it. Upon hearing these words, Meng Yu's face displayed a hint of anxiety. You are truly too kind. This gift is far too extravagant for me to accept. She gazed at the exquisitely packaged gift, recognizing the Hermes label, which clearly indicated its considerable value. Their first encounter had been merely as neighbors, and she felt it was inappropriate to accept such a lavish present. It is merely a small gift, Lu Yin replied with utmost politeness. This response prompted a flicker of confusion on Meng Yu's face. How did you know I am a teacher? Doesn't Teacher Meng know? Chen Luo was out filming an advertisement a couple of days ago, and I was his co-star. Lu Yin responded with a smile. Oh, I see. Meng Yu's vigilance heightened upon realizing that Lu Yin had partnered with Chen Luo. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could she have feelings for him, or might it be the other way around? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became. Casting aside any concerns about being presumptuous, she cautiously inquired, Did Mr. Chen invite you to move here? Not quite. Lu Yin shook her head. I have been filming abroad for a long time and found it exhausting. I sought a place to recuperate, and this little courtyard seemed perfect. The neighborhood is harmonious, making it suitable for my rest. With this information, Meng Yu's apprehension eased somewhat. However, upon observing Lu Yin's stunning beauty, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. If Lu Yin were to reside on the 3rd floor, wouldn't Chen Luo visit her daily? Even if the renowned actress had no romantic inclinations, Chen Luo, like a lovesick cat, would surely find it hard to resist his affections for Lu Yin. Contemplating this, Meng Yu promptly took a seat on the sofa and addressed Lu Yin earnestly. I cannot ascertain your feelings towards Chen Luo, Miss Lu, but I must inform you that he was once my student. Despite his charming appearance and humor, he is, in fact, a scoundrel. He has deceived many girls in matters of the heart. Is that truly the case? Lu Yin inquired, her expression revealing a subtle surprise. As if she were feigning ignorance with remarkable skill, her mastery of expression conveyed a sense of mild astonishment, not entirely unexpected, indicative of someone familiar yet not intimate. Indeed, Meng Yu replied with sincerity. He is quite the smooth talker. During his first month at university, he managed to win over the campus belle, and by his senior year, it was rumored he was being supported by a celebrity. As someone in the industry, you must be aware of this. When Chen Luo ended his relationship with her, all she knew was that his next partner was a star, but he had not disclosed further details. I am not entirely sure. Lu Yin nonchalantly shook her head. Regardless, you must be cautious of Chen Luo. It is advisable not to associate too closely with him, Meng Yu remarked with a serious demeanor. Indeed, Lu Yin replied with a faint smile, then stood up and said, "Thank you, Teacher Meng, for sharing these matters with me. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." "Very well," Meng Yu said, accompanying Lu Yin out of the house. Holding a gift, Lu Yin made her way towards Chun Luo's residence. Meng Yu peered out the window, her thoughts swirling, hoping her words would prove somewhat beneficial. "Chun Luo, are you home?" Lu Yin gently knocked on Chun Luo's door. Having awaited her arrival in the living room for quite some time, Chun Luo promptly rose to open the door, greeting her with a smile. "Please, come in." Such formality. Lu Yin chuckled at his words, as if it implied a certain distance in their relationship. "Should I change my shoes?" "No need. I don't have any women's shoes." Chun Luo replied with a wave of his hand. "Lack of women's shoes does not imply that no girl has ever entered your home," Lu Yin retorted lightly, placing the gift box on the coffee table and then wandering about Chun Luo's house. In the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator to find vegetables, milk, eggs, and leftover takeout. "Did you eat out tonight?" Lu Yin inquired, glancing towards Chun Luo at the kitchen entrance. "Yes," he nodded in response. "You still have a penchant for braised beef brisket." Lu Yin smiled slightly before closing the refrigerator and returning to the sofa in the living room. "I've grown accustomed to it," Chun Luo replied with a grin. "This is a small gift for you. Would you like to open it now?" Lu Yin turned her gaze toward the gift box on the coffee table. "No, it's fine." Chun Luo shook his head, wishing only for Lu Yin to depart quickly. With her presence in his home, he had little inclination to examine the gift. "Very well." Lu Yin nodded and continued. "Earlier, when I visited Teacher Meng, she mentioned that during your freshman year, you pursued the campus belle of Jiang University for a month, claiming you were quite the smooth talker. Then, if I managed to win you over in merely 7 days, doesn't that make you even more remarkable?" As she spoke, a glimmer of icy determination flickered in Lu Yin's eyes, sending a chill down Chun Luo's spine. "You cannot blame me for this. I wouldn't even call it pursuing you. I merely accompanied you home and chatted with you over the phone for a few days, after which you suggested we be together. How can that be my fault? Does your expression imply that I pursued you?" Lu Yin's tone grew colder. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, Chun Luo became increasingly flustered, thinking to himself, "What manner of woman is this, capable of divining my thoughts?" Lu Yin was indeed quite formidable. "Of course not. Although you were the one to confess first, strictly speaking, it was I who pursued you, as I frequently sought you out for conversation during those days, even initiating discussions on romantic topics. So, in essence, it was I who took the initiative." Chun Luo immediately denied it and pulled out a string of excuses. Even he felt his words were quite feeble. However, he could not admit the truth under any circumstances. "Oof, what a scoundrel," Lu Yin retorted coldly, clutching her gift as she exited Chun Luo's residence and made her way directly to the first floor. Chapter 82. You were playing with fire upon reaching the first floor. Lu Yin found the courtyard shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by the faintly yellowish glow of the streetlight outside, casting an eerie hue upon her white dress. The pallor of her gown appeared somewhat dulled in the subdued light, lending an air of strangeness to the small courtyard. Inside Shinshio's house, the living room lights were off, making Lu Yin hesitate. Was Shinshio not home, or had she intentionally left the lights off? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yin, refusing to give up, knocked on the door. "Shinshio, are you home?" Her voice echoed into the silence, met only by the stillness of the house. After a few seconds, she raised her hand to knock again, this time with greater force, the sound loud enough for Chun Luo, upstairs, to hear. "Shinshio, are you home?" she inquired once more. "Yes," Shinshio replied, emerging from her bedroom, clad in a sizzling black bodycon dress that accentuated her long, beautiful legs, complemented by sheer black stockings. The upper part of her outfit consisted of a delicate, thin white camisole that tightly enveloped her ample bosom, with nothing else worn beneath. And on her feet, she sported a pair of black flip-flops. Upon seeing this attire, a flash of fury ignited in Lu Yin's eyes as she silently clenched her jaw. Was Shinshio attempting to intimidate her? How dare she wear the very outfit from the video, with Chun Luo? Over the past 2 years, countless nights had been spent replaying the images of their clandestine exchange and Shinshio's intoxicating expression. Each recollection sent waves of rage coursing through her. Only in the past 6 months had she begun to forget, and now Shinshio had the audacity to don this outfit again. Was this not a deliberate provocation? Regardless, she knew that returning home tonight would render her unable to sleep soundly. With a few fleeting thoughts racing through her mind, Lu Yin's expression turned icy. "Shinshio, you are truly playing with fire." "Playing with fire?" Shinshio feigned innocence, replying, "When it comes to playing with fire, you are the expert, aren't you?" I suggest you change your outfit. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Lu Yin maintained a polite tone. This is my freedom of choice in attire, and I adore this ensemble. The black bodycon dress paired with this white camisole perfectly showcases my alluring figure. What do you think? Shen Xiao bore a fearless expression, positioning herself against the doorframe, deliberately striking a pose that accentuated her curves, her rear arched, her chest thrust forward, and her head tilted slightly upward, revealing a striking jawline. Witnessing this, Lu Yan's countenance darkened, her eyes blazing with an intense cold light. Shen Xiao, you are indeed playing with fire. The hairstyle is astonishingly identical to that from the video at the time. Elegantly styled in an updo that exudes an aura of sophistication. How audacious. But it matters not. I must restrain myself. I cannot fall for Shen Xiao's tricks. She advocates for resolving conflicts through brute force, whereas I prefer to employ intellect. Engaging physically with her would only diminish my stature. I am not a woman defined by mere physicality, though my own endowments may not be particularly impressive. However, an occasional skirmish may not be entirely unwarranted. Shen Xiao is insufferably deserving of a reprimand. No, she is hardly human. She lured my boyfriend into her web. She is nothing more than a vixen. Indeed. Thus, striking her hardly qualifies as assault. I should have acted long ago, rather than endure her incessant prattle. With this resolve, in the next moment, Lu Yin acted without warning, raising her arm and delivering a resounding slap to Shen Xiao's posterior. The crack echoed delightfully. Even Chen Luo, eavesdropping from the balcony on the second floor, sensed something amiss. Why did that sound seem so familiar? Could they truly be fighting? With Shen Xiao's daily boxing practice, it was conceivable that Lu Yin, in her frenzy, might actually best her. What if she came looking for me afterward? This thought sent waves of concern through Chen Luo. He yearned to descend and ascertain the situation. Yet he knew that if he ventured down, he would be caught in the crossfire, utterly clueless about his fate. Would they not each take their share of him? No. No. I mustn't investigate. Not only must I refrain from going down, but I ought to stop eavesdropping as well. The more I know, the quicker my demise. With that, Chen Luo gently closed the door and retreated to his bedroom, wrapping himself snugly in a blanket. He opened a small website to delve into Lao Tzu's novel, finally managing to divert his attention. However, it wasn't too long before he finished the story and promptly left a comment. Hurry up and update. If you don't, beware. For I shall crawl through the internet and delete every resource on your computer. Having completed his urging, Chen Luo resorted to playing some mobile games. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the struck Shen Xiao was left bewildered. She turned to face the menacing Lu Yin by the door, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Although the slap was not particularly painful, indeed, it was less so than the blows dealt by Chen Luo. Her pride had taken a significant blow. Should I retaliate? Shen Xiao felt the oppressive weight of Lu Yan's gaze. Under such scrutiny, she found herself unable to act. Moreover, Lu Yin was not someone to be trifled with. As a seasoned martial artist, a mere skirmish could easily leave Lu Yin with a bruise, a scenario she wished to avoid. How could you strike me? Shen Xiao exclaimed, exasperated. You brought this upon yourself, Lu Yin retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. Were it not for the fact that she could not overpower Shen Xiao, she would have relished the opportunity to seize Shen Xiao by the hair, mount her, and pound her into submission, ultimately silencing her with a final, decisive blow. Shen Xiao found herself at a loss for words. It was merely a matter of donning that outfit. She had not truly engaged in anything with Chen Luo. If simply admiring the attire could provoke such a reaction, what would happen if she were to discover their clandestine activities? Would Lu Yin not erupt in fury once again? Contemplating this, Shen Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. What do you want from me? Shen Xiao inquired directly. Nothing much, Lu Yin replied, extending a gift box towards Shen Xiao. I just moved here today and have been distributing gifts to my neighbors, so I brought you one as well. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao scrutinized the gift box with suspicion. She could surmise that its contents were unlikely to be anything pleasant. Technically, we are not neighbors, are we? You reside on the third floor, while I am on the first, separated by the second floor. Thus, we do not qualify as neighbors. Shen Xiao responded with a tone of cautious detachment. I left it at your doorstep. If you choose not to look at it, do not regret it later. Lu Yin said, placing the gift down before turning to ascend the stairs. She refrained from further conversation with Shen Xiao, acutely aware that the more insistent she was in offering the gift, the more Shen Xiao would be on guard against accepting it. It was more effective to leave it at her door. As anticipated, after Lu Yin had gone upstairs for more than half an hour, Shen Xiao suddenly opened her door, feigning an intent to collect her clothes from the courtyard. In truth, she was merely observing the vicinity for Lu Yin's presence. Once assured that no one was around, she swiftly retrieved the gift box from her doorstep upon returning indoors. Chapter 83. I am not afraid of her. What could possibly be in this gift box? Shinshio mused as she returned to her bedroom, her clothes still in hand. Before she could even hang them in the wardrobe, her curiosity got the better of her, compelling her to open Lu Yin's gift. Though she had anticipated that the contents would not be favorable, her curiosity overwhelmed her caution. Upon opening the box, she discovered a beautifully crafted photo album. As she flipped through its pages, she was met with a series of pictures featuring Lu Yin and Chen Luo clad in matching couples attire, captured in numerous intimate moments across various locations. They had posed at bridges, in restaurants, on playgrounds, and in bustling streets, every quintessential spot for couples to frequent. Shinshio's expression darkened gradually. It's fine. It's fine. They are merely on a normal date. After all, I have already captured Chen Luo's heart, and he harbors a certain fear of Lu Yin. There is no possibility for them. Yet, the fact that Lu Yin would dare to provoke her filled Shinshio with indignation. I should have taken action earlier to demonstrate my prowess. With a huff, Shinshio tossed the album into the trash bin. After sitting silently on her bed for a moment, she rose to grab the garbage bag. Stepping out of her bedroom to dispose of the album in the trash can outside the courtyard. Once finished, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Shinshio returned the trash can to the bedroom, then glanced at his phone and realized it was already past midnight. Time to visit Chen Luo's house. Without hesitation, Shinshio picked up a wire from the entrance and quietly ascended to the second floor. He inserted the wire into the keyhole of Chen Luo's door and began to manipulate it gently. After a short span of 10 seconds, a metallic sound emanated from the lock, and the door was skillfully opened by Shinshio. He slipped into Chen Luo's home, quietly shutting the door behind him. Inside the bedroom, Chen Luo, who was just about to sleep, heard the sound of the door opening and was instantly filled with trepidation. He turned to the door, anxiously fearing it might be Lu Yin. Only when he recognized Shinshio's familiar silhouette did he breathe a sigh of relief, though his expression soon turned serious. What time was it? Lu Yin was just upstairs. Shinshio, how dare you come to my house? Are you not afraid that Lu Yin will discover us and set us both ablaze? What time do you think it is? How can you still be so reckless? Chen Luo gazed sternly at Shinshio, lowering his voice to inquire. Shinshio, caught in a fit of anger, recalled the photos Lu Yin had shown him, and all remnants of rationality evaporated from his mind. So what? Not only do I dare to come, but I also want to raise my voice, Shinshio declared, his volume rising. Startled, Chen Luo, sitting on the edge of the bed, quickly stood up and covered Shinshio's mouth. Let us not mention Lu Yin, he said. Adopting a humble demeanor, talking about Lu Yin in the dead of night is bad luck. Men, Shinshio replied, a smug look on his face. Yet, silence persisted. This principle needed to be elucidated. Shinshio could not continue his reckless behavior, or one day he would face dire consequences, only to realize it was too late. Shinshio, it's really extremely dangerous for you to stay here. Just think, if Lu Yin discovers us, you may be strong and skilled. But I am not like you. I am merely an ordinary person. Chen Luo looked earnestly at Shinshio, speaking softly to reason with him. Then let us elope. I have a small villa at home. Come back with me, and I'll take care of you, Shinshio countered. Chen Luo fell silent, unsure of how to respond, his expression gradually becoming despondent. Observing Chen Luo's demeanor, Shinshio began to withdraw his thoughts, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes as he slowly sat up from the bed. Very well, I shall take my leave then, Shinshio said, a hint of frustration crossing his face as he swiftly stood up and walked toward the bedroom door. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo barely registered the moment, ready to concede defeat. Was Shinshio finally coming to his senses? Take care, Shinshio, Chen Luo hurriedly replied. At the threshold of the bedroom, Shinshio halted abruptly and turned to gaze at Chen Luo. Remember this, Chen Luo. It is not fear of Lu Yin that prompts my actions, but rather concern for your safety. And do not fret so much about Lu Yin. I shall protect you. After declaring this, Shinshio turned and departed. Chen Luo, with a wry smile, nodded slightly. You claim you will protect me? Then might I request that you refrain from donning that outfit again, especially in front of Lu Yin. It's too late for that, Shinshio replied, her expression innocent. I wore this today when I came to deliver gifts. I shall not wear it tomorrow. But if she deliberately provokes me, I might unleash my alter ego, and that would be beyond my control. Good night, Luo Luo. With a charming smile, Shinshio quietly closed the bedroom door, leaving Chen Luo in a state of complex emotions as he lay upon his bed. Chapter 84. The M-bias strip. In a moment of reflection, Chen Luo mused that he must have offended the galaxy in a previous life. Lying in bed, he arrived at this unfounded conclusion after considerable contemplation. Sleep, sleep, he urged himself, as the clock inched toward 2 o'clock. The time spent with Shenqiu had been prolonged. Although life was fraught with anxiety, he still needed to rest. Upon awakening, he would have to confront the traitor, the wretched Su Anping, who had been a source of great disappointment. Soon after, Chen Luo secured the doors and windows and succumbed to slumber. The day's exertions had drained him, and as soon as he closed his eyes, his mind became a blank canvas, as if his very essence had been siphoned away, swiftly ushering him into the realm of dreams. That night, Shenqiu, Gu Qing, Meng Yu, and Chen Luo all found restful sleep, yet on the 3rd floor. The newly arrived Lu Yin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find repose. Her mind was consumed by visions of Chen Luo and Shenqiu engaged in a tumultuous clash, to the point where she felt on the brink of mental fragmentation. Why would Chen Luo betray me? What have I done to deserve this? She pondered. I was in the ascendant phase of my career. My diligent efforts were solely for the purpose of creating a better future with him. All he needed to do was manage our home. Yet, why can he not uphold even the most basic principles? Shenqiu was indeed forward and alluring, but she had not forced him at knife point. It was all Chen Luo's fault. That scoundrel. With this thought, Lu Yin suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with a fierce hatred that, had Chen Luo been present, would likely have caused him to tremble in terror. Moments later, Lu Yin reached for the bedroom light, unfastening the orange jacket draped over her shoulders, revealing her alluring shoulders and prominent collarbone, along with an enticing silhouette that, while not rivaling teacher Ming's, possessed a unique elegance reminiscent of a snow-capped lotus. After shedding her outerwear, Lu Yin opened her wardrobe and retrieved a pure cotton long shirt, slipping it on with a quiet demeanor. Her eyes then flicked toward the orange jacket discarded on the bed, her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze as cold as ice. Emotionlessly, Lu Yin resembled a vegetative state as she gazed at the orange coat, sitting silently for several minutes. Suddenly, she rose, slipped on her slippers, and entered the kitchen. She retrieved a kitchen knife from the knife rack, inspecting the blade under the stark fluorescent light. The gleaming silver edge reflected a blinding radiance, indicating its formidable sharpness. Subsequently, Lu Yin returned the knife to its place and instead took a pair of scissors back to her bedroom. Sitting on the bed, she picked up the coat and began to snip it indiscriminately, creating a chaotic array of cuts. After more than 30 minutes, the once intact orange coat lay transformed into a heap of orange scraps scattered across her legs, which were clad solely in white shorts. Her long hair cascaded freely, rendering the scene somewhat surreal. Eventually, as she snipped the last sizable piece of fabric into two, Lu Yin gradually ceased her actions, tossing the scissors aside. She noted the redness on her fingers, particularly the middle finger and thumb, contrasting starkly against her otherwise fair skin. Taking a deep breath, she found her breath trembling. Gazing at the pile of orange fragments on the bed, her eyes betraying a glimpse of struggle and anguish. Why did I have to cut this piece of clothing? She thought. It is the very garment of Chen Luo, which I had finally regained after more than 2 years. I have not yet worn it enough. I still want to wear it. The realization of having reduced it to mere scraps pierced her heart with inexplicable sorrow. Reflecting on her impulsive act of setting a fire, she had anticipated a sense of relief, but upon returning home and lying in bed, she felt none of that satisfaction. Instead, the thought that there would no longer be a boy named Chen Luo in this world plunged her mood into a profound abyss of despair. Later, upon returning to the scene of the incident and learning that Chen Luo was alive, a secret sigh of relief escaped her. Yet, the moment she recalled Chen Luo's connection with Shenqiu, a wellspring of hatred surged within her. For these past few years, she had oscillated between these two emotions. Trapped in an eternal M-bias strip, she yearned to escape, yet found herself utterly incapable of doing so. Whether to completely forgive Chen Luo or to harbor an extreme loathing, she could not achieve either, remaining in a cycle of indecision. With a deep exhale, Lu Yin gradually steadied her emotions. She then began to gather the orange scraps from her legs, meticulously placing each piece onto the quilt. This process consumed over half an hour. Once all the remnants were collected onto the quilt, Lu Yin retrieved a cylindrical glass jar from her home and filled it with the pieces of fabric. After meticulously searching the bed once more to ensure that not a single scrap of fabric was overlooked, she retrieved her phone and dialed her assistant, Xiao Qin. The call connected, and Xiao Qin's gentle voice came through. "Sister Yin, are you still awake at this late hour?" Her tone was imbued with concern. as she knew immediately that Lu Yin was likely suffering from insomnia again. However, there was no need to fret, as there were no work obligations the following day. Lu Yin responded in a relaxed tone, "Please come by tomorrow. I have a piece of clothing that needs mending, and I need you to find a tailor." "Repairing clothes?" Xiaoqin inquired, her voice laced with confusion. She had never assisted Lu Yin with such tasks before. Typically, Lu Yin would instruct her to discard any damaged garments. Naturally, Xiaoqin would never dispose of them, considering many were high-end pieces costing thousands. Lu Yin often deemed a minor thread unraveling as sufficient reason to discard a garment, which Xiaoqin found quite wasteful. Instead, she usually sent them home, where her parents and relatives would express their delight upon receiving these clothes, eagerly praising her and vowing to assist Lu Yin in her endeavors. "Do you have any questions?" Lu Yin asked. "None," Xiaoqin quickly replied. "Very well then. Let us set a time for tomorrow at 11 a.m. on the 3rd floor." Lu Yin concluded the conversation and hung up. She then turned her gaze to the glass jar containing the small orange scraps of fabric, feeling a pang of sorrow. "I cannot wear my clothes to sleep tonight. I shall have to embrace them instead." With a soft sigh, Lu Yin turned off the light and cradled the glass jar against her chest, wrapping it tightly with her warmth, regardless of how cold the jar felt, before covering herself with a blanket and drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Chen Luo awoke shortly after 8. After glancing at the time on her phone, she slowly drew back the bedroom curtains, inhaling a breath of fresh air that invigorated her spirit. "How wonderful! I have lived to see another day," she mused with a self-deprecating smile. She proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up before donning a stylish outfit, a dark green work jacket paired with matching trousers, which lent her an air of coolness. Once dressed, Chen Luo arrived at the entrance, changing her shoes while observing the surroundings through the window. To her left, Gu Qing was practicing yoga on the balcony, while to her right, Teacher Ming sat at a small table, engrossed in her laptop, seemingly occupied with something unknown. Everything appeared normal. Chen Luo then opened the door and descended the stairs, making her way towards the small courtyard. "Chen Luo, good morning. Are you off for breakfast?" Gu Qing inquired casually, having waited for her typical morning ritual of heading to the bun shop across the street together. "Not today. I have some matters to attend to," Chen Luo replied, quickening her pace as she exited the courtyard. As I gazed upon the serene figure of Shen Qiu, engrossed in practicing Tai Chi at the entrance of his abode, I called out to Chen Luo, requesting him to fetch me breakfast. "You should know my preferences. Just bring what you have," I said. Chen Luo, taken aback by Shen Qiu's directness, offered no further comment and simply stated, "I have matters to attend to," before departing the small courtyard. Shen Qiu, momentarily stunned, resumed his Tai Chi practice without further words. Chen Luo then hailed a taxi, heading straight for Su Anping's residence, as it was time to settle the outstanding debt. "I place my trust in you, Su, yet you betrayed me not once, but twice," he muttered to himself while riding. The journey led him to Jiangcheng University, where he indulged in a meal at his usual steamed rice noodle shop. After dining, he made his way to Su Anping's home, simultaneously messaging him, "Su, tidy up your place and await my arrival." Su Anping promptly replied, "Brother Luo, I invite you to a foot bath." Chen Luo glanced at the message, incredulous. "A foot bath? Do I dare indulge in such a luxury now? With danger looming all around, it would be akin to courting death." Before long, Chen Luo arrived at the happy courtyard, ascending to the 4th floor and knocking on the door of Su Anping's apartment. "Open up, Su," he called out. "Coming." Su Anping quickly replied, opening the door and allowing Chen Luo to enter. Su Anping stood by, looking rather sheepish. "Su, enlighten me on your thoughts during that incident," Chen Luo queried as he settled into a chair. "Brother Luo, Shen Qiu is truly intimidating. To be frank, I didn't dare sleep at home last night. I spent it outside. Had I lingered there, she would have rendered me incapacitated. You know how few pleasures I have left," Su Anping confessed, wearing a troubled expression. "Are you not afraid I might incapacitate you?" Chen Luo retorted, his eyes filled with incredulity. "Brother Luo, you wouldn't be so cruel," Su Anping asserted confidently, trust evident in his gaze. Seeing that look, Chen Luo felt the urge to remain silent. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Su, on the day you came to view the house, did you meet the landlord of Lingzhong Courtyard?" "Of course," Su Anping nodded. "Then tell me if this is the person," Chen Luo said, retrieving a photo of Xiaoqin, Lu Yan's assistant, which he had found on Lu Yan's social media. "Not her," Su Anping shook his head. The landlord was a middle-aged woman, dressed in a somewhat fashionable manner. "Not her?" Chen Luo was taken aback. If Xiaoqin was not the assistant, Then who could the landlord of Lingzhang Courtyard be? Chen Luo now harbored grave suspicions that his current predicament was somewhat intertwined with the landlord of the small courtyard. If he could unearth the landlord's identity, he might ascertain whether Lu Yin was indeed behind it all. However, Su Onping shook his head emphatically, indicating otherwise. Very well. Chen Luo conceded, slightly nodding in resignation, abandoning this line of inquiry. Indeed, the individual pulling the strings had left no trace. Contemplating this, Chen Luo's visage darkened. Beside him, Su Onping, sensing his friend's dismay, hurried to offer solace. Luo Go, I contend that this situation is not as convoluted as it seems. It boils down to 4 key figures: your first love, the counselor, Shen Qiu, and the celebrity Lu Yin. As long as you can adeptly manage their relationships, a harmonious resolution is not beyond reach. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo could not suppress an eye roll. Indeed, your words are akin to pearls of wisdom. You truly are a master of trivial narratives, uttering nothing but vacuous platitudes. Do not speak as if you are unscathed. Old Su, do not presume that I have forgiven you. Now, sit at your computer and write. If I return tonight to find no less than 10 chapters updated, I shall divulge the locations of your frequent foot massage parlors to Shen Qiu. As he spoke, a devilish grin spread across Chen Luo's face. Su Onping's expression immediately shifted to one of shock, as if the sky had fallen upon him. No, please. Luo Go, I will write. I will write. I shall commence immediately. Su Onping, now humbled, dashed off to update his work. Feigning anger, Chen Luo observed Su Onping, who promptly made his way into the bedroom, opened his computer, and began to type furiously. The sounds of keystrokes resonated through the living room. Chen Luo then rose and approached the door of the bedroom. Watching Su Onping diligently at work on the computer, he appeared much more agreeable than before. Good, keep it up. Chen Luo approached the screen, and in a short span, Su Onping had managed to type over 300 words. Chen Luo furrowed his brow and remarked, and remember not to be too superficial. Do you think I am easily deceived? You can afford to be lenient at the foot massage parlor, but don't bring that here. I want substantial content, understand? Understood. Understood, Su Onping replied, glancing back and nodding fervently, promptly revising the 300 words he had previously written. Excellent. Just like that. Chen Luo reviewed it again, adding, maintain your pace below 3,000 words. Keep it around 2,000. Got it. Su Onping nodded repeatedly. After observing for a brief moment longer, Chen Luo departed from Su Onping's residence, opting to await the evening update for the remaining content. Now, Chen Luo needed to contemplate how to approach his boss regarding the matter of acquiring access to the gym's keys, enabling him to continue playing basketball after work, thus prolonging his stay before returning home. Chapter 86. A dire situation. Upon reaching the ground floor, Chen Luo extracted his phone and dialed his boss, Zhang Zhao. The call connected, and Zhang Zhao's warm voice resonated on the other end. Xiao Chen, what brings you to call? Brother Zhang, I would like to inquire if it would be possible for me to obtain a key to the gym. After finishing work, I still wish to play basketball at the gym, Chen Luo remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhao hesitated momentarily, stating he needed to think it over. Noticing Zhang Zhao's indecisiveness, Chen Luo promptly added, Brother Zhang, if you could give me a key to the gym, I would be willing to forfeit a few hundred from my salary each month. I primarily just want to play basketball there. Understood, understood. I'll consider it. Zhang Zhao responded with great understanding before ending the call. He then dialed Luo Qingqing. The decision to grant Chen Luo a key was entirely beyond his authority. It all depended on Luo Qingqing's approval. Once the call connected, a youthful voice answered. What's the matter? Boss, Chen Luo wants a key to the gym so he can play basketball after work. He even mentioned he could take a pay cut of a few hundred. How should I respond? Zhang Zhao recounted Chen Luo's request in detail, almost verbatim, as if fearing he might overlook some crucial point that could jeopardize his position with the benefactor. His sentiments mirrored Chen Luo's. He was quite content with his job. When Chen Luo was off duty, he had the freedom to roam as he pleased, and when Chen Luo was at work, he merely needed to capture the occasional photo of him and send it to the boss's email. Earning a monthly salary of 20,000 for such minimal effort left him feeling somewhat guilty. Thus, he approached his assigned tasks with unwavering enthusiasm, giving 120% during work hours. No, was Luo Qingqing's decisive response, followed by a hint of amusement in her tone. Just say that the shops below the gym and the nearby residential buildings have complaints. The noise from basketball is too disruptive. Do you understand? Understood. Zhang Zhao nodded in acknowledgement after listening intently. Subsequently, Luo Qingqing hung up the phone and reclined on the plush bed of her accommodation, a satisfied smile gracing her face. She then rose slowly, making her way to a full-length mirror to admire her flawless and fair physique. She wore a black silk wrap top and a black bodycon skirt with a side slit, short enough to barely conceal her modesty while fully displaying her exquisitely slender, fair legs, adorned with light-colored stockings. Her long black hair cascaded naturally, covering the prominent lines of her back, embodying a figure that was both curvaceous and slim. Luo Qingqing's gaze traveled from her delicate feet upward, appreciating every inch of her skin until her eyes met her youthful face in the mirror. A look of enchanting delight reflected in her expression. Luo Gu, he can't withstand this much longer. We are on the verge of success, she mused to her mirror image. Indeed, Luo Qingqing replied, sitting at the edge of the bed, a hint of a pained expression gracing her features. As the National Day festivities draw to a close, Qingqing reflects on her lack of affection towards her brother. That wicked woman, Shenqiu, is utterly detestable. Not only does she serve no purpose, but she also relentlessly oppresses brother Luo. Lu Yin, on the other hand, displays a certain prowess. Upon hearing this, the reflection of Luo Qingqing in the mirror slowly reveals an ominous smile. Indeed, we must give Shenqiu a slight provocation. If we inform her of teacher Meng's true identity, it is certain she will spring into action again. Hearing this, the Luo Qingqing seated by the bedside momentarily falters, seemingly torn by the idea. I was thinking, could we perhaps divert Shenqiu for a night, allowing Qingqing to spend a joyous evening with brother Luo? You cannot do this. That woman, Lu Yin, will discover our intentions. We must exercise patience. To reap the ultimate rewards, we must endure. After hearing these words, the reflection of Luo Qingqing in the mirror hardened, her gaze fixated intently on the Luo Qingqing at the bedside. The latter remained silent, her face a canvas of complex emotions. Ever since that fateful night of intoxication, she has dreamt nightly of living alongside brother Luo, embodying various personas, Gu Qing, Meng Yu, and Shenqiu, interacting with Chen Luo, each time she becomes the leading lady. You are right. We must be patient. Luo Qingqing's resolve gradually solidified as she began to devise a plan to reveal the relationship between Chen Luo and Meng Yu to Shenqiu. Meanwhile, after concluding a phone call, Zhang Chao dialed Chen Luo's number. Brother Zhang, have you made a decision? Chen Luo inquired as he sat across the street from the riverside courtyard on a bench in the square. I've considered it, but it's not feasible, Zhang Chao replied, clearly troubled. Coach Xiaochen, beneath our gym is a row of shops, and playing above creates quite a noise. When we opened this venue, there were significant objections, and I only secured the lease at a high price because of it. We agreed not to play during other hours. Chen Luo fell silent upon hearing this. It seems he cannot remain at the gym either. This route is also blocked. Xiaochen, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just Zhang Chao, sensing Chen Luo's silence and fearing misunderstandings, attempted to offer reassurance, but was cut off by Chen Luo. Understood, it's fine. I merely wanted to inquire. If it's not possible, so be it, Chen Luo responded politely. I apologize, Zhang Chao replied humbly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Luo hung up, sinking into silence on the bench, realizing the situation was indeed tricky. After a short while, he rose and headed towards the supermarket, purchasing 2 ribs for potatoes and 2 cucumbers before carrying the ingredients back to the riverside courtyard. The time was nearly 11 o'clock, having returned with the groceries. It was nearly time to prepare a meal. Regardless of circumstances, life must go on. Shortly thereafter, Chen Luo arrived at the courtyard's entrance, coincidentally encountering Lu Yan's assistant, Xiaoqin, who was exiting with a stylish paper bag. Xiaoqin, what are you carrying? Chen Luo casually inquired, much like one would greet an acquaintance encountered on the street, asking whether she had eaten or where she was headed. Although he was not well acquainted with Xiaoqin, he wished to cultivate a closer rapport, as doing so might afford him the opportunity to glean some information about Lu Yan, thereby aiding his quest for the truth. Xiaoqin paused for a moment before responding, what clothing? At her words, Chen Luo's eyes flickered with alertness as he suddenly recalled the coat he had lost the previous day. It's merely a damaged garment. Xiaoqin appeared somewhat flustered. Upon inspecting the clothing, she had been taken aback, as she had initially assumed that Lu Yan had only requested repairs for a minor issue. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that the coat was in tatters, contained within a glass jar. What damaged clothing? Let me see, Chen Luo said as he approached the box, lifting the shirt that covered it. There lay his orange coat, now reduced to a heap of tattered fabric, quietly resting within the jar. What on earth? Chen Luo exclaimed, his legs feeling weak as his heart raced, particularly when he glanced upward to see Lu Yin standing on the balcony of the third floor, gazing down at him. The intensity of her stare sent a chill through him. Chapter 87. The Essence of Elegance. How terrifying. Lu Yin, this madwoman, was indeed still as unhinged as ever. He could hardly believe that 2.5 years had passed, and upon her return to the Jiangxia courtyard, she had stolen his clothes, shredding them into pieces. If she dared to cut his garments today, he feared she might resort to more sinister actions tomorrow. Would his fate, too, be reduced to fragments and stored within a glass jar? The thought sent a shiver down Chen Luo's spine, and he regretted his impulsive act of uncovering the long shirt within the paper bag. Sometimes, knowing too much can be a burden. Ignorance can provide a strange sense of comfort. Chen Luo, that's the boss's clothing. How could you open it without permission? If the boss gets angry, I might lose my job. At that moment, Assistant Xiao Qin was utterly bewildered. She had not anticipated that Chen Luo, who appeared both charming and courteous, would disregard her consent to inspect the contents of the paper bag. He likely had no inkling of the nature of Lu Yin. In her personal life, she was extraordinarily protective of her privacy and adhered strictly to her principles. For instance, when she stated she would arrive at 11 o'clock to collect the clothing, Xiao Qin ensured she was there precisely on time, neither a minute early nor late. While packaging the items, Lu Yin had deliberately covered the jar with a long shirt, only for Chen Luo to unceremoniously unveil it. Should the boss take offense, Xiao Qin feared she might lose her job. Having worked alongside Lu Yin for over 2 years, she had developed an acute understanding of her character, which was essential for enduring such a tenure. I am sorry. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo quickly replied, apologizing to you is utterly futile. Xiao Qin, raising her gaze to the balcony on the third floor, continued, I sense that our boss holds a fairly favorable impression of you. You should go and explain yourself to her. Otherwise, she might become upset, and I could lose my job, which I am not keen on. Xiao Qin's tone was humble and sincere, and Chen Luo fell silent upon hearing her words. What makes you think that your boss has a good impression of me? Is it from her indifferent gaze or her seemingly genuine smile? She has turned my clothes into rags. Understanding the situation, Chen Luo responded politely, but ultimately could not bear to refuse Xiao Qin, for he felt a degree of responsibility in this matter. Thank you, Xiao Qin replied before leaving the small courtyard in her BMW. Chen Luo then glanced up, only to find that Lu Yin had disappeared from the balcony. Returning home, after placing the ribs down, he sat on the sofa, hesitating over whether to explain himself. If he chose not to, what if that crazy woman Lu Yin truly dismissed Xiao Qin? Chen Luo felt a pang of guilt. Forget it. Just go. A real man cannot cower in fear. It's merely a matter of uttering a few words. The more daunting the situation, the more you must confront it. You can do this, Chen Luo. After giving himself a pep talk, he rose and headed towards the third floor. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Lu Yin sat curled up on the sofa, her elbows resting on her beautifully shaped legs, her alabaster hands cradling her chin, her eyes veiled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Oh no, Chen Luo must be terrified by me. How could Xiao Qin fail to hide a single piece of clothing? With this thought, Lu Yin picked up her phone, intending to call and dismiss Xiao Qin, but she ultimately set it down, recalling Xiao Qin's diligent efforts over the past 2 years. Yet my Chen Luo must be thoroughly frightened. I shouldn't have cut his clothes last night. Even if I explained myself now, he probably wouldn't believe me. Lu Yin sighed in resignation, dressed in fitted olive green ice silk pants. Her legs drawn together on the sofa, her expression tinged with exasperation. However, after a brief moment, Lu Yin dispelled such thoughts. Why should I feel sympathy for this scoundrel? He should live in fear. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Lu Yin, are you home? Chen Luo stood by the door, gently rapping on Lu Yin's entrance. Surprised by the sound, Lu Yin glanced at herself. Having just risen, she wore a white tank top paired with olive green ice silk pants. Her long hair cascading naturally, her bare face rivaling countless influencers in beauty. Though she appeared quite perfect in the eyes of most men, she felt utterly disheveled. Rising promptly, she responded, I'm here, just a moment. Afterward, Lu Yin hurried to her bedroom, swiftly preparing herself. She selected a gray trench coat from her wardrobe, paired it with a light blue shirt and a black pencil skirt, and effortlessly donned the ensemble, exuding a cool-toned aesthetic. Subsequently, seated at her vanity, she meticulously groomed her hair. Despite the ease with which the comb glided from the roots to the tips, she combed through her hair 20 times, ensuring not a single strand was out of place, cascading down like a smooth waterfall. Next, She applied a soft apricot lipstick and crafted a makeup look with a cooler palette, transforming into the epitome of an icy, sophisticated star. After checking her reflection in the mirror, confirming her flawless appearance, Lu Yin rose and made her way to the living room, opening the door. "Is there something you need?" She spoke, her lips barely parting, as if her words drifted through the narrow gap, imbued with a chilly demeanor. "I saw your clothes downstairs and wanted to explain. I looked without Xiaoqin's consent. Please don't make it difficult for her." Chen Luo had long rehearsed this line in his mind, and now delivered it with surprising fluency. "Is that all?" Lu Yin feigned indifference, though a hint of imbalance stirred within her. "You care so much for my assistant. Why not show some concern for me?" She had no intention of dismissing Xiaoqin until Chen Luo's comment made her reconsider. "Indeed," Chen Luo replied tersely. "I am a person of principle. Xiaoqin has been derelict in her duties, and regardless of your prior consent, I only care about the outcome. If you wish to genuinely compensate for her mistakes, you must demonstrate sincerity." "What sincerity?" Chen Luo's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Prepare me lunch. If I find it satisfactory, I may make an exception. If it's not to my liking, I shall have to find another assistant," Lu Yin stated coldly and mercilessly. "What would you like to eat?" Chen Luo felt the pressure mounting. Lu Yin was accustomed to gourmet delicacies. How could his culinary skills possibly compare to those of a grand hotel? "Feel free to choose the dishes, but they must be ready by 1 o'clock at the latest," Lu Yin concluded, shutting the door behind her. Secretly looking forward to the meal, recalling that it had been over 2 years since she last enjoyed Chen Luo's cooking. She remembered the one time he visited the set and brought her a dish of taro chicken. The thought of it made her mouth water. Chapter 88. Meng Yu's premature joy. "Shall I bring it to you once it's ready?" Chen Luo inquired, leaning closer to the door. "Or must I come down?" Lu Yin retorted from within, her tone laced with a hint of inquiry. "Very well," Chen Luo replied, relishing the idea of serving it to her. For it would allow him to seek assistance from Meng, his ally. Teacher Meng prepared a dish of braised pig's trotters and a savory meat soup, both of which are her specialties. In addition, Chen Luo decided to create a dish of braised taro chicken and a cold-tossed cabbage salad. Together, these would amount to a delightful trio of dishes and a soup, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, quite scientifically balanced and luxurious. Chen Luo had never dined so splendidly before. Resolute in his decision, he promptly set off to the supermarket, swiftly procuring the necessary ingredients. He purchased half a pig's trotter, half a 3 yellow chicken, tenderloin, spinach, cabbage, small taros, as well as scallions, ginger, garlic, and various spices, spending over 100 yuan, enough to cover his meals for 2 days. After his shopping, Chen Luo made his way to Teacher Meng's doorstep, lifting his hand to knock on the door. "Teacher Meng, are you home?" he called out. "Of course," came Meng Yu's gentle yet mature voice from within. Moments later, she opened the door, and upon seeing Chen Luo holding the pig's trotter and tenderloin, a smile graced her lips, and she felt a surge of satisfaction within. "Has my long-term plan finally borne fruit? I have captured Chen Luo's appetite. And now he is here, asking me to help him prepare lunch. How wonderful. Come in," Meng Yu said warmly, pushing the door wider. "Are you here to have me make lunch for you?" "Indeed," Chen Luo replied, stepping into the living room. Before he could explain his true intentions, Meng Yu reached out and took the ingredients from his hands, her delicate fingers brushing against his in a manner that left no opportunity unseized. After receiving the ingredients, she turned and entered the kitchen, picking up an apron from beside the door. She glanced back at Chen Luo with a smile. "What are you waiting for? Help me tie the apron. I want to prepare something delicious for you." However, Chen Luo's visit was not merely to share a meal with Teacher Meng. He intended for her to cook for Lu Yin. Given Meng Yu's current reaction, it seemed she had misunderstood his intentions. Chen Luo smiled bitterly, momentarily at a loss for how to reveal the truth. "Hurry up." Meng Yu feigned annoyance. "Do you expect me to do it alone? It's almost noon. Let us work together to speed things up." Hearing this, Chen Luo glanced at the clock, 11:48, and decided without hesitation. He entered the kitchen and tied the apron for Meng Yu. Subsequently, he began assisting her, washing the spinach and soybeans, as Meng Yu had 2 elaborate dishes to prepare, while he only needed to make the taro chicken and cold cabbage salad. "Chen Luo, next time you wish to come for lunch, just tell me what you want. There's no need to bring ingredients. I have enjoyed your company enough. You needn't be so polite with me." As Meng Yu deftly sliced the tenderloin, she engaged in conversation with Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo felt a growing heaviness in his heart after hearing her words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to speak candidly. The longer he delayed, the more awkward it would become for Mengyu when the truth finally surfaced. He did not wish to put her in an uncomfortable position, so he summoned his courage and said, "The reason I asked for your help with this meal, Meng teacher, is to express my gratitude to teacher Lu Yan. She assisted me significantly with a recent advertisement, and I wanted to repay her with a meal." Upon hearing this, Mengyu, who had been cutting the tenderloin, paused, turned to face Chen Luo, and felt a pang of discomfort. Despite her typically good temperament, she found herself clenching her jaw tightly, her previous joy now replaced with a profound sense of disappointment. "If Li Yan asked you to cook, why did you invite me?" Mengyu inquired, a slight edge of irritation in her voice. "Of course, it's because your cooking is exceptional, Meng teacher. In my eyes, your culinary skills are unparalleled," Chen Luo replied, attempting to uplift her spirits. He could sense that Mengyu was feeling somewhat troubled. "Do you really mean that?" Mengyu asked, her mood slightly brightening. Even though the meal was intended for someone else, it was reassuring to know that her cooking was appreciated. She thought to herself that she should not be so easily disheartened. Her culinary journey still held promise. "Absolutely, it's the truth," Chen Luo affirmed with a serious expression. Then added, "Moreover, we can share the meal together. If Lu Yan isn't joining me, I can simply pack her portion to take to her." At this revelation, Mengyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, though a hint of reproach flickered in her eyes. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I thought I was cooking for nothing when you actually wanted to have lunch with me." "Well, in that case, it's just like I'm preparing a little extra for someone else. Why didn't you say so earlier?" she chided, resuming her task of cutting the meat. Chen Luo managed a bittersweet smile in response. "If you had given me a chance to explain, the moment you opened the door and saw me with the groceries, you jumped to conclusions and spoke a barrage of words, leaving me no opportunity to clarify," he lamented. "Meng teacher, I still have to prepare the taro chicken and cold tossed cabbage. Teacher Lu asked for them to be served before 1 o'clock. So I must return to finish the taro chicken now," Chen Luo announced after washing the vegetables. "That is perfectly fine," Mengyu replied, her demeanor regaining its gentle composure as she hastened her cutting. "I'll head back now," Chen Luo said, turning to leave. As he reached the door, he spotted Gu Qing approaching, carrying 2 boxes of marinated dishes and an assortment of ingredients. "Chen Luo, what are you up to?" Gu Qing asked, a flurry of panic flashing across her face as she quickly concealed the ingredients behind her, seemingly apprehensive that Chen Luo might catch a glimpse. "This is quite the predicament. As I was preparing to seek counsel from Teacher Meng on how to attain a semblance of maturity, I was unexpectedly spotted by Chen Luo. You ask me, but I find myself inclined to inquire of you as well." Chen Luo observed the slightly anxious Gu Qing, his expression calm and composed. Chapter 89. Details determine success. When faced with Lu Yan, he found himself at a loss, yet with Gu Qing, he felt quite at ease. "I merely wish to ask Teacher Meng a few things." Gu Qing stuttered. Chen Luo, discerning the underlying implications of her words, recognized that the matter was likely not of a serious nature, as Gu Qing's demeanor betrayed her unease. "What do you wish to inquire about? Perhaps I might assist you in resolving your doubts," he inquired with a smile. It is indeed a pleasure to have a neighbor like Gu Qing. Not only is she a visual delight, but she also provides moments of levity to lighten the mood. "It's nothing significant, just some professional queries," Gu Qing quickly deflected. Suddenly recalling an unfinished manuscript, she excused herself, stating her intention to return home. With Chen Luo present, she dared not pursue her questions further, fearing that if he discovered the nature of her inquiries, she would be utterly embarrassed in his presence henceforth. Seeing Gu Qing turn to leave, Chen Luo couldn't help but smile wryly. She was truly easy to tease. He had merely been curious, and with dinner preparations awaiting him, he had no time to dwell on her. "Hey, Gu Qing, feel free to ask what you need. I'm off to prepare lunch and won't be visiting Teacher Meng for at least 40 minutes, he called out as he reached his front door, opening and then closing it behind him as he headed to the kitchen. In the corridor, Gu Qing stood for a few moments, contemplating, before stealthily approaching the window of Chen Luo's door. Noticing him indeed busy in the kitchen, she mustered her courage and walked toward Meng Yu's residence. Upon arriving at the door, she raised her hand and knocked gently, adopting a tone more courteous than usual. "Teacher Meng, are you home?" After a minute or two, Meng Yu opened the door, her expression shifting to one of wariness upon seeing Gu Qing with a bundle of groceries. "Gu Qing, are you here to mooch a meal?" Meng Yu thought to herself, not wishing for Gu Qing to intrude on her plans for a private lunch with Chen Luo, especially given that Gu Qing was his first love. "The meal is secondary," Gu Qing replied, attempting to convey a sense of humility. "I primarily have a few minor questions I would like to discuss with you." though it pained her to adopt such a demeanor, especially in front of Chen Luo. She felt compelled to lower her guard in pursuit of wisdom from Teacher Ming, hoping to rekindle Chen Luo's interest in her. Perhaps in the evening. I'm quite busy at the moment. Ming Yu decisively rejected Gu Qing's request for a meal, indicating that while questions were welcome, sharing a meal was out of the question. Hearing this, Gu Qing glanced at the ingredients in her hands and offered them to Ming Yu. Teacher Ming, please keep these marinated dishes and ingredients. I am not particularly skilled in cooking. Let these ingredients serve as tonight's dinner, and I shall visit you again later, Gu Qing said politely. After all, she had come with a humble desire to learn, and since Teacher Ming had mentioned she would only be free in the evening, it was only natural for her not to be overly eager. Patience is key. One cannot rush the preparation of hot tofu. It was essential to learn more from Teacher Ming, approaching matters with maturity and composure. Very well. Ming Yu glanced at Gu Qing with mild surprise before accepting the ingredients from her hands. She had initially assumed Gu Qing was intentionally trying to disrupt her moment with Chen Luo, but it seemed that was not the case. The very use of the term visit was unexpected. Was this truly the Gu Qing she was familiar with? She recalled the time she had delivered fried meat to Chen Luo and the hostile look Gu Qing had cast her way. Something felt amiss. However, Ming Yu had little time to ponder Gu Qing's behavior. In her perspective, the situation was quite favorable. She was gradually winning over Chen Luo's affections, and he was reluctant to part with her. With just a bit more time and nurturing, he would inevitably find himself enamored with her once more. With that thought, Ming Yu hastily placed Gu Qing's ingredients onto the dining table and retreated to the kitchen to continue preparing the dishes that Chen Luo had brought. I shall excel in my culinary endeavors. One day, when Chen Luo has seen all the flowers and grasses of this world, he will recognize that a woman like me, gentle, virtuous, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, is his ultimate sanctuary. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was intently focused on preparing taro chicken. After meticulously peeling and chopping the small taro, he blanched the 3 yellow chicken in boiling water. Next, he added the chicken to the pot, sought it to evaporate excess moisture before incorporating a mlang of spices, including scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, chicken essence, and a variety of chili peppers. After adding water and simmering for 10 minutes, he introduced the small taro, reducing the heat to allow for a gentle braise. Simultaneously, he prepared the bok choy, washing each leaf thoroughly to ensure there were no blemishes, before boiling them in water. Lu Yan was particularly attentive to these details. While she might not mind if the flavor was less than perfect, any spoiled leaves would render Chen Luo's dish subpar, potentially affecting the quality of the other dishes as well. This principle is akin to the wooden barrel effect, wherein the capacity of a barrel is determined not by the highest plank, but by the lowest. Once the bok choy was cooked, he rinsed it in cold water to maintain its crisp texture, avoiding any overly soft consistency. He then added a variety of seasonings, with the inclusion of chili peppers being essential. As a native of the mountain city, Lu Yan had a profound fondness for spicy food, regardless of what Chen Luo prepared. Adding chili peppers was always a safe choice. After finishing, Chen Luo plated the cold bok choy, and at that moment, the taro chicken was nearly ready as well. He then brought both dishes from the pot to the table. As Chen Luo glanced at the time, he realized that it had unknowingly reached 12:51. Leaving just 9 minutes remaining, he could not afford to delay any further. Arriving late was utterly unacceptable. Chen Luo made his way to Teacher Ming's residence. Upon reaching the doorstep, he caught a whiff of the delectable aroma of braised pig's trotters wafting from the window, which made his stomach growl. Teacher Ming, are the pig's trotters ready? He inquired softly at the door, wary of being overheard by Lu Yan upstairs. Ready, Ming Yu replied as she opened the door, before turning back to the kitchen to present both the pig's trotters and a bowl of crispy pork soup, serving them in 2 generous portions and 2 smaller ones meant for Lu Yan. Wonderful. Chen Luo leaned down to inhale the scent, reminiscent of the meals he typically enjoyed. Then I shall take this up to her, he declared as he prepared to serve the dishes, only to be halted by Ming Yu's grip on his hand. Hold on. After all the effort I put into cooking, are you just going to whisk away the food without showing me any appreciation? Ming Yu teased, stepping forward and playfully pinning Chen Luo against the kitchen wall. A kiss first, then you can go. With a resigned smile, Chen Luo obliged, planting a quick kiss on her cheek before deftly escaping her playful advance, carrying the braised pig's trotters and pork soup as he headed towards Lu Yan's apartment on the 3rd floor. Chapter 90, Teacher Ming, did you purchase counterfeit liquor? Punctuality was paramount. If one were to deal with someone as detail-oriented as Lu Yan, one must pay heed to such nuances. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Chen Luo placed a plate of braised pig's trotters on the small table of Lu Yan's balcony and knocked on the door. Although Lu Yan's apartment occupied the largest area on the third floor, it still featured the same standard small table that seemed to be a hallmark of the landlord's properties. "Lu Yan, I have prepared lunch," Chen Luo announced politely. After a few seconds, Lu Yan opened her door, still clad in her earlier attire. Upon seeing the dishes Chen Luo was carrying, her expression fell slightly. "You didn't bring the taro chicken I usually have?" It appeared that Chen Luo had completely forgotten about it. "Just place it on the dining table," Lu Yan said, turning to head towards the table, where she promptly took a seat. "Do I not need to change my shoes?" Chen Luo asked, lifting the pig's trotters from the small table on the balcony. Seeking clarification on the details. "You don't need to," Lu Yan replied casually. Hearing this, Chen Luo carefully set both dishes on the dining table, positioning them in front of Lu Yan, before politely stating, "I will fetch 2 more dishes for you." With that, he turned and quickly descended the stairs. Just 5 or 6 seconds after Chen Luo exited, Lu Yan leaned in to smell the pig's trotters, and the fragrant, spicy aroma made her swallow involuntarily. These pig's trotters seemed quite delightful. Lu Yan momentarily forgot her disappointment over the absence of taro chicken, her face adorned with admiration for the pig trotters. However, upon hearing the sound of Chen Luo ascending the stairs outside, she quickly straightened her posture, her expression transforming into one of icy indifference. Maintaining her frosty demeanor, she observed as Chen Luo placed 4 dishes on the dining table, artfully arranging them into a perfect square, before serving himself a bowl of rice. He then retreated to the side of the table, awaiting further instructions. "That will be all. You may leave," Lu Yan stated coldly, before elegantly picking up her chopsticks and selecting a small piece of taro. With a slight parting of her lips, she brought it to her mouth, savoring it with meticulous care. Her dining etiquette was so refined that it could rival the most sophisticated culinary aficionados. Chen Luo responded, promptly turning to descend the stairs, ensuring to close the door behind him. After a few moments of his departure, Lu Yan set down her chopsticks and swiftly approached the door. Once she confirmed that Chen Luo had indeed left, she hastily drew the curtain shut. In the next instant, she returned to the table, seizing a chicken leg from the taro chicken dish. With a delicate bite, she began to gnaw at it, her pearly teeth gently tearing away the succulent meat, savoring each morsel with a nostalgic expression. More than 2 years had passed, and Lu Yan had long forgotten just how much she craved this particular dish prepared by Chen Luo. The satisfaction derived from the chicken leg was unparalleled. After finishing it, she reached for a piece of braised pig trotter, relishing it with great care. Apart from quelling her hunger, there was a significant reason for her indulgence. This was the first time in over 2 years she had tasted a meal prepared by Chen Luo, especially one featuring taro chicken. Regardless of its flavor, the sight of this dish had already earned her a score of 60 for the meal in her mind. Uncertain of how things would unfold, she found solace in the knowledge that Chen Luo still remembered her culinary preferences. Would he be lenient? She hoped that in light of the taro chicken, he would not make things difficult for the innocent girl, Xiaoqin. Meanwhile, Chen Luo made his way upstairs to teacher Meng's residence. By this time, she had removed her apron and changed out of her home attire, donning a fitted lavender skirt. "Come, let us dine," Meng Yu said, guiding Chen Luo to the designated seat she had prepared for him. She took her place beside him and poured herself a glass of watered-down red wine, sipping it leisurely. Seeing this, Chen Luo could not help but chuckle. "Teacher Meng, are you really attempting to employ the same tactic again? You are quite bold to drink so openly, not fearing my notice." However, Chen Luo chose not to expose her ruse just yet. Since she was intent on repeating her previous strategy, he was intrigued to continue playing along. He then turned his attention to Gu Qing. "Teacher Meng, I just encountered Gu Qing carrying groceries to your home, mentioning she wished to consult you on a professional matter." "I am unaware of her inquiry," Meng Yu remarked, tilting her head to sip from her drink, and added, "I told her to return in the evening." "Oh," Chen Luo replied, and then proceeded to enjoy his lunch. The braised pig trotters prepared by teacher Meng were as delectable as ever, accompanied by taro chicken, cold tossed cabbage, and his favorite crispy meat. Soon, he polished off 2 bowls of white rice, utterly satisfied. After sipping a few glasses of watered-down red wine, teacher Meng gradually relaxed, suddenly leaning against Chen Luo's shoulder. "Chen Luo, I seem to be feeling a bit lightheaded. Would you assist me in resting indoors?" Meng Yu, languidly resting against Chen Luo, whispered softly into his ear, exhaling gentle warmth. "Such splendid acting." "Very well," Chen Luo chuckled in response, then supported teacher Meng's waist, draping her arm over his shoulder and guiding her into the house. Once inside, Mengyu began to murmur, "Luo Luo. Teacher Ming's tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. I truly apologize for the spectacle. The internet claims red wine does not intoxicate, yet I find its effects quite potent." Before Mengyu could finish, Chen Luo interjected. "Teacher Ming, I believe the red wine you consumed is indeed quite mild. Before I left last time, I took a sip, and it tasted as though it was diluted. Did you perhaps purchase counterfeit wine?" Chen Luo stated, seated at the edge of the bed. Upon hearing this, Mengyu's heart raced, and within mere seconds, her face and ears flushed crimson, swifter than the effect of consuming half a bottle of red wine. Chen Luo, watching from the side, nearly succumbed to laughter. Meanwhile, Mengyu, lying on the bed, had been contemplating continuing their previous conversation but found her thoughts suddenly cleared. At that moment, she quietly turned away from Chen Luo, murmuring, "Chen Luo, I wish to sleep now." "Very well, Teacher Ming, rest well," Chen Luo replied, tucking her in before rising to leave Mengyu's home, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. That mischievous lad now dares to tease me? Could he have known about last time? Is he merely playing along with this charade? With her mind now in turmoil, Mengyu lay in bed, tossing and turning.